Contents. Acknowledgements. Preface. 1. The Pit. 2. Insurgent Roots. 3. The Rise of the X-Guards. 4. The Project. 5. Dirty War. 6. The Cutoff. 7. The $100 million Offensive. 8. Back in the Camps. 9. The Quilali Tribunal. 10. Final Verdicts Epilogue. Preface. At the peak of Nicaragua's Contra War, Luis Flay had led a rebel battalion, commanding hundreds of fighters in combat ranging over 3 provinces, but by the time I met him in 1988, he'd taken a U.S.-financed rearguard post that put him in charge of investigating crimes committed by Contra fighters. A Contra detective? That idea fascinated me from our first meeting, a long conversation about the war over churrasco and beer in a smoky barbecue joint in Tegucigalpa, Honduras. I'd written my first story about Nicaragua for the Miami Herald in 1983, when the Contra War was beginning to explode. I had covered the conflict ever since, watching as it burgeoned into the most controversial U.S. foreign policy involvement since Vietnam. But like most reporters who followed the covered war, I'd been able to learn very little about the Contras themselves or about their uneasy alliance with American officials. Was the rebel force just the latest in a long string of CIA proxy armies, recruited this time to punish the leftist Sandinista government of Nicaragua, one of the poorest countries in the hemisphere, for rebelling against Washington? Or was this an indigenous insurgency, rebels fighting for a just cause against a ruthless regime? Throughout what became the Nicaragua decade, the contradictory images vied in the minds of most Americans who cared enough to try to understand the conflict. When the fighting stopped after a 1988 ceasefire, Nicaragua was in ruins, and few Americans wanted to hear anything more about the country. One side of me was sick of the whole wretched mess and wanted to move on to another story. But I still had more questions than certainties, and my curiosities won out. As Ronald Reagan left office, I took a leave from my newspaper job and began puzzling over the war's continuing riddles. For answers, I turned to scores of Contra fighters at their bases along the Honduran border and in the bleak apartment blocks ringing Miami, where they were settling as illegal immigrants. I drove my Jeep through the Nicaraguan outback, visiting old battlegrounds and talking to the war's victims, tracking the conflict's 8-year path. I looked up several of the CIA men who had managed the covert action on the ground. And I met repeatedly with Luis Flay. In the Contra army, he'd taken the nom de guerre Johnson. He said the peculiar spelling was just a whim, but it reflected his own and other Nicaraguans' mixed-up relations with the succession of Americans who have left their imprint on Nicaragua. Over time, I pieced together his rebel career and realized that he was as close to the freedom fighter of U.S. government rhetoric as you could find. Flay, now 40 years old, had been a disillusioned rural functionary of the revolutionary government when he joined the Contra rebellion a decade earlier. An impetuous man, he was an idealist hoping to rescue the revolution for which he himself had once fought. When he took up arms, the CIA was not yet involved in the rebellion, but in Honduras, he began learning the realities of covert war. Flay watched as the CIA installed former soldiers from ousted Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza's National Guard in the command of the rebel movement. He learned demolition techniques from CIA agents who put him in charge of an elite sabotage team. At U.S. behest, he infiltrated Nicaragua repeatedly to blow up bridges, construction equipment, and other targets. Later, commanding a U.S.-equipped, 1,200-man rebel battalion, Flay returned to the hills around his own village, directing combat by field radio over a 2,500 square mile battle zone. Then, after the U.S. Congress cut off military funding for the Contras in February 1988, Flay watched as the Contra force, Latin America's largest peasant army since the Mexican Revolution, crumbled into a horde of hungry refugees. That's when I met him, after the government and the rebels signed a ceasefire in March 1988, not long after he'd become the rebel army's chief investigator. As he went about his duties, Flay, like me, was trying to make sense of the war. I was used to dissembling rebel politicians and spokesmen paid by the CIA to deal with reporters, but Flay was different, candid, sincere, and now angry. And this wasn't just the smoldering resentment the Contras had always felt for the Sandinista government. Flay was fed up with the leaders of his own army and with the American agents behind them as well. From our first meeting, I began to learn from him about the underbelly of the covert project. At one of our first meetings, he complained that rebel officials were raffling off the army's airplanes, boats, and other assets for personal gain. At another, Flay reviewed a string of cruelties that top Contra commanders had committed against their own peasant troops. "A lot of abuses have never been punished," Flay said. "We looked back together across a war in which Washington had worked systematically to destroy the Nicaraguan economy. Over the years, the U.S. financed war levied heavy costs. More than 30,000 died in a country of 3 million, and 35,000 others were left widowed, orphaned, or disabled. And Flay hadn't slipped through untouched. He lost several relatives, including his younger brother, a Sandinista army lieutenant slain in a fiery ambush mounted by Flay's own rebel colleagues. Flay was embittered by Washington's refusal to take more than token responsibility for the war's heavy costs. He wanted me to see the abandoned sugar plantation outside Tegucigalpa where the Contra Army's hundreds of wounded veterans were hidden from public view. U.S. funds were converting the farm into a refuge. Flay introduced me to dozens of hurting, used-up rebels loitering around an open-air courtyard, most missing arms or limping on prosthetic legs. Several bore devastating facial wounds. "Our wounded and our widows are an enormous burden for us," Flay said. As I got to know Flay better, I began to see that he embodied characteristics of the rebel movement that few Americans had recognized. He wasn't a thug or a thief, he was neither a mercenary nor a murderer. Like the vast majority of the rural men who joined the Contras, he was fighting for a simple vision of good government. He was a decent man, often brave, among the best that the rebel army had to offer. The climax of Flay's rebel career came at war's end, when he put the Contra CIA-backed intelligence chief, one of the most powerful former National Guardsmen in the force, before a tribunal of young commanders on charges of torture and murder. During his investigation, Flay acted with courage in pursuit of justice. I saw that he was a man who would take risks for his own convictions. As I learned more about the case, however, I became aware of Flay's ambiguities. One was his relationship with Enrique Bermudez, the former colonel whom the CIA had installed and controlled as the head of the Contra force. Flay knew Bermudez had tolerated and occasionally ordered many vile crimes, yet Flay always retained a certain loyalty to his longtime military commander. On another level, Flay recognized and despised Bermudez's servile relations with his American handlers. It was difficult for Bermudez to be a legitimate commander, because we were footing the bills, a former CIA agent who had overseen Bermudez's work for a time in Honduras told me. If he didn't want to play ball, then we had the resources to throw him out of the camps and get somebody that would. Gradually I became aware of Flay's own subordination to American officials and realized that that was the problem with the entire U.S. financed proxy force. Behind every Contra there's an American, one rebel told me, and I realized that it was true for Flay, too. As an investigator, technically Flay was an outside contractor for the U.S. State Department, and U.S. officials monitored nearly every move he made. Were his end-of-war investigations really aimed at setting things right in the rebel army? Or were they just more U.S. public relations gimmickry designed to persuade congressmen and reporters like me that the Contra army was cleaning its own house? I found it difficult to distinguish what Flay did for his own reasons from what he did after prodding from Bermudez or the Americans. For a time, as the Contra's top investigator, Flay moved with State Department backing against the Contra Army's most brutal men, but the CIA, protecting a longtime asset, eventually undercut Flay's tribunal. That's when I saw Flay most bitter. "I'm not taking any more risks for the Americans," Flay told me. Before the elections scheduled for February 1990, Flay re-examined the Contra War's roots. He joined the rebel force because the Sandinistas had shut down the political space for Nicaraguans like himself. The Sandinistas reopened it 9 years later, partly as a result of the rebels' own sacrifices, and Flay saw that the time for war had passed. He left the Contra army and became the only top Contra fighter to return to Nicaragua from exile to campaign for the Sandinistas' electoral opponents. The CIA-backed Contra leaders reacted with fury to Flay's decision, expelling him from the rebel force, branding him a traitor, ransacking his Tegucigalpa office, and broadcasting threats against him over their propaganda radio. Flay shrugged it off. "They have made war a way of life," he said of his former comrades. The night the opposition overwhelmed the Sandinista front in free elections, the Contra army's top leaders were still in Honduras, sulking and scheming, dreaming of new military campaigns. Flay was in Managua, his choices vindicated. The elections were a victory for Nicaragua's people, a step toward reconciliation in which both the Sandinistas and their victorious opponents displayed considerable dignity. The entire country repudiated war. Back in Washington, the war's end brought curious reactions. At first, the election results set off more unseemly squabbling, as swaggering American politicians of every stripe rushed to ascribe the opposition victory to their own policies. Then, in the months of economic hardship that followed in Nicaragua, the U.S. abruptly forgot about the country whose plight had been a decade-long obsession. That illustrated the truth of what rebel official Ecobedo Palacio told me. Nicaragua was too small a country to serve as psychotherapy for an America trying to get over its Vietnam syndrome. November 22, 1988. Commander Johnson had barely arrived at the General Staff headquarters of Nicaragua's Contra-rebel army when he first heard about the murder. Johnson, the Contra Army's chief legal prosecutor, had only minutes earlier wheeled his four-wheel drive pickup truck along the mountain track leading into the headquarters camp, pulling to a stop in front of the cast-off U.S. Army field tent that served as his office. Upon setting his parking brake, Johnson climbed out and dusted himself off after the morning's 5-hour race out from Tegucigalpa, the Honduran capital, over 2 mountain cordilleras to the Contra base camps in the valley surrounding the hamlet of Yamales, along the Nicaraguan border. It was a majestic day. Morning sun streamed through the eucalyptus trees, and the air was crisp. But from the moment Johnson caught a glimpse of his friend and main assistant, Frank Mercado Matz, he sensed trouble. Mercado, a 25-year-old rebel with the nom de guerre Joshua, had greeted him with a handshake and a tight smile, but he seemed agitated. He was too glad to see Johnson. Johnson liked Joshua, he was such an easy fellow to work with. Though Joshua was 13 years Johnson's junior, the two men had a common past. Both had been born and schooled in Matagalpa, a northern provincial capital in Nicaragua. Qua was a string of 1 or 2 room houses, rough wooden planks spiked together over dirt floors, facing a muddy track. No electricity, no municipal water or 42. Sewage. Flay and his wife turned the front of their house into a general store, stocked with salt, soap, rice, beans, cooking oil, and crates of warm Coca-Cola. I.e. Flay had never picked up damaging vices, no smoking or drinking, he wasn't a caro user. Instead, he concentrated on his family and his work. Traveling back and forth to the Agrarian Institute in Matagalpa in his pickup truck, he began supplementing his business by hauling sacks of coffee and corn to the capital. For a reasonable commission, he'd ferry back rolls of barbed wire, milking pails, and other farm supplies for El Qua farmers. The farm blossomed, the store grew, Flay prospered. 1978 through June 1981. In those years, Nicaragua was ruled by Anastasio Somoza Debayle, the last in a series of dictators from the family dynasty founded by Somoza's father, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, in 1936. U.S. administrations in Washington had consistently backed Somoza family rule, channeling money and weapons to the dynasty's security force, the Nicaraguan National Guard. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, Nicaragua had been torn by civil feuds between peasant armies raised by the wealthy leaders of 2 warring parties, the liberals and the conservatives. Generally their differences had more to do with family ties and territorial prerogatives than with political ideology. American businessmen found the turmoil inconvenient and engineered repeated U.S. interventions. U.S. Marines occupied Nicaragua for a dozen years after 1912, then withdrew, only to intervene anew in 1926 to quell a liberal revolt that broke out in the wake of presidential elections 2 years earlier. A U.S. Marine Expeditionary Force helped found Nicaragua's National Guard in 1927, ironically hoping to build an apolitical constabulary that could end decades of civil conflict. The force, known in Nicaragua simply as the Guard, became a monument to U.S. naivete. However, when Somoza Garcia, the officer handpicked by the Americans to be its original commander, deployed the force to overthrow President Juan Bautista Sacasa and to install himself in the presidency in 1934. Over 4 decades, the Guard became Nicaragua's most powerful institution, as well as the Somoza family's private army. Somoza Garcia's son, Anastasio Somoza Debayle, who assumed the presidency in 1967, turned command of one of the Guard's best units over to his half-brother, Somoza Garcia's illegitimate son, José Somoza Rodriguez. 43. Later, Somoza Debayle created another, even more elite unit, and passed it to his own son, Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero. Platoons of guardsmen attended to every family need, swarming over the Somoza's several estates as uniformed gardeners, watchmen, mechanics, valets, drivers, even babysitters. In the countryside the Guard evolved into a typical Latin garrison army, with all the vices, high-handedness, and corruption that implies. Deployed in each of Nicaragua's 14 provincial capitals, often occupying a walled fortress with medieval parapets, the Guard was less an army than a police force with machine guns and tanks, deployed to enforce order and put down dissent and labor unrest. The local Guard commander was the de facto provincial governor. Together with the Chief Politico, the provincial political representative from Somoza's Liberal Party, the Guard commander ran the network of pistol-packing rural sheriffs called Chueques de Mista. These were local bosses and informers who enforced Somoza rule at the hamlet level. For Nicaragua's country people, this would have been a familiar and perhaps not unbearable system when crops were good, had it not been for the proliferation of corruption. But by the 1970s, the corruption that commonly accompanies unbroken rule was out of control. Flay received a surprise visit from his brother Francisco, then 21, 6 years his junior. For a year Francisco had studied law at the University of Lima, then a hotbed of clandestine Sandinista organizing on the sweltering cotton coast to the west. Francisco arrived home in Matagalpa in time for the Sandinista uprising that rocked the provincial capital in September 1978. Francisco and 2 more of Flay's younger brothers took to the streets to hurl Molotov cocktails. Somebody in the government got a glimpse of Francisco's face behind his red and black kerchief, which identified him as a Sandinista, forcing him to flee underground. To hide out, Francisco traveled incognito to his brother's home in El Qua, more than 50 miles northeast of Matagalpa. Luis Flay was glad to see his brother and to catch up. The two of them talked into the night about the teetering dictatorship and the glories of insurrection. Not long thereafter, Flay and his brother made contact through a messenger with one of the Sandinista units operating in the Jinotega Hills. To Flay, the Sandinistas' war was nothing exotic. Over ta century and _a half, Nicaragua ha come a country no ms but of civil traditional expression, almost civic duty. Gradually, though, the fever of revolution consumed Flay. When the Guard began to bomb Nicaragua's cities and towns, he saw the beginning of the end. He sent Magda and his infant son to stay on her father's farm, and slipped off to join the guerrillas. Flay joined the Bernardino Ochoa column, named after a rural labor organizer. Like other Sandinista units proliferating through the northern hills, it was an ill-trained militia, a mixture of revolutionary students and working-class kids from the cities and recruits like Flay from the countryside. They were armed with shotguns, pistols, and a few rifles. It was ragtag, but in that theater of the war in early 1979, That didn't matter. The Guards' final surrender, in Managua, came on July 18 and 19, 1979, but in rural areas, it had begun weeks earlier. As the regime tottered in Managua, Leon, and the other Pacific Coast cities, the Guards' central commanders called in the smaller garrisons from the provinces as reinforcements. In El Qua, the lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and a handful of troops who had been Somoza's Guard presence abandoned their posts and retreated to the provincial capital in early June. Dozens of their counterparts in other settlements across the north also retreated from the countryside at the same time, so Flay's Bernardino Ochoa column never saw heavy fighting. Instead it just followed the Guards' retreat, occupying the posts it abandoned. The Bernardino Ochoa column finally reached Jinotega amid the final Somoza collapse, just in time to see scores of frightened Guard officers and enlisted men from the Matagalpa and Jinotega garrisons surrendering to the Red Cross. At the moment of triumph, virtually every Sandinista left the hinterlands for Managua to celebrate. Flay, a foot soldier, stayed behind in Jinotega, hanging around with his revolutionary comrades, watching the celebration play itself out. There were several lynchings of particularly odious Somoza-era functionaries, but the takeover was by no means the bloodbath that might have been expected. No one, however, seemed to know who was in charge. Flay and other troops from the Sandinistas' northern columns were camped out on the hillsides. In the post-triumph anarchy, no normal military logistical system had been established. Food rations were intermittent. There was no system for providing much less cleaning uniforms, and in Jinotega's cool and drizzly northern climate, many troops didn't even have ponchos. There was little discipline. Troops were drinking, and there were abuses. What made it worse was that the GUR/NEX/Penk 46/0 Rilla chiefs who inherited command moved themselves into a mansion on the town's outskirts, confiscated from a wealthy coffee farmer who had fled to Miami. They celebrated their victory with a series of wild debauches. Within weeks of the triumph, Flay saw new Sandinista front officials arrive, deployed to the provincial capital to begin building the local Sandinista revolutionary apparatus. Transforming the guerrilla columns into regular army units was a top priority. The new military authorities began dividing men into squads, platoons, and companies, selecting unit leaders, and organizing a primitive logistical system. Cuban military advisors appeared to help. Flay faced a choice. Like most of those who fought with the Sandinistas, Flay was a fighter, a sympathizer, but not one of the full-time revolutionary organizers who were the elite party members. Now he could choose to plunge in further by committing himself to a career with the Revolutionary Army, or he could return to his pastoral life in Iqua. 3 of his younger brothers, Francisco, 22, Enrique, 21, and Jorge, 19, chose the former path. But Flay, 28, was older. He had joined the Sandinistas to throw out Somoza and the Guard. He had a wife and child, a farm and shop. By late summer 1979, he informed his superiors that he wanted to resign from the army. They, however, had seen his abilities, and knew his sympathy for the revolution. They found Flay a third way. One of the revolutionary government's first measures had been to confiscate the businesses of Nicaragua's private coffee buyers and exporters. The state was to control the country's most precious export through a monopoly on coffee marketing, and they needed government agents to purchase coffee from farmers at the local level. Flay's Sandinista superiors considered him a potential party cotter, especially since his 3 brothers were moving on the path to militancy. What better person than Flay to return to El Qua as the agent of the government coffee-buying monopoly? A party functionary traveled to Jinotega to lure Flay with the offer, which he accepted. In September, he retrieved his wife and child from his father-in-law's farm and returned to El Qua as a representative of the revolutionary state. When Somoza fled Nicaragua, the Sandinista Front was a party that enjoyed vast popular sympathy across Nicaragua, but had barely a few thousand charter members if it was to carry out the social revolution that its leaders considered Euro-Air mission. The front not only had to consolidate its grip on state power, it had to grow, to transform itself from a tiny group of conspirators into a political organization capable of con. 47. Trolling an army, police force, and dozens of mass organizations with hundreds of thousands of members. It had to scab the front's leaders, dispatched young agitators to the countryside to build the party. In 1980 they sponsored a literacy campaign, in which thousands of university and high school students who joined the front during the insurrection took to the backwoods to teach peasants how to read and write. Hundreds of other organizers fanned out across the country to assume other tasks. In El Qua, Flay was proud of the revolution, supportive of its program, and eager to help out. He joined the Sandinista militia and attended innumerable meetings of the fledgling Sandinista Defense Committee, the CDs, formed to organize neighborhood watches against counter-revolutionaries. Here, too, he began to meet the new kids with smooth hands who were to make revolution. He listened to their agenda for northern Nicaragua. The newcomers formed study groups in which the newcomers tried to bone up on local history, concentrating on the periodic conflicts between peasant workers and large landowners. Their aim was to fit local residents into Marxist categories, to figure out who among the area's backwoods people belonged to the rural working class, who were the semi-proletarians, who were classic peasants, and so on. After a little study, the Sandinista newcomers began to mark up the provincial maps, penciling in the peasant communities and large farms targeted for special organizing efforts. They began making lists, which farmers were potential revolutionary leaders. Who in El Qua would likely sit on the fence when class warfare broke out? Who were the workers' class enemies? This entire approach began to make Flay uneasy. He was irritated by the young zealots' conviction that after a few weeks of brainstorming, they'd know what was best for an entire region, and he was annoyed by their clinical approach, their cool analysis of people he knew intimately, by name, family by family, registered because the revolutionary government had taken over the businesses of all Nicaragua's former private coffee buyers. Flay's INCAF office became the only coffee market in El Qua during that first harvest of the new regime. As a result, virtually every coffee farmer in the El Qua zone came to visit Flay. He knew them all anyway from his years of traveling the back country, and he loved the opportunity to chat as he graded, bagged, and weighed their coffee and recorded the transaction in his INCAF ledger. He soon realized that he wasn't the only one getting irritated. By the spring of 1980, many peasant farmers were so fed up with government 48 policies, they were already looking back with nostalgia to a romanticized time before the revolution. As they saw it, even if the National Guard had been repressive and corrupt, Somoza's Nicaragua had rewarded hard work with the freedom to pursue independent lives. Poor peasants who, before the revolution, had made decent livings cropping land rented from large farmers now, overnight, learned that they were semi-proletarians. Sandinista functionaries like his boss were confiscating the properties of the largest ranchers. In many cases, this meant that the former tenants were physically removed to state-run cooperative farms. There they were expected to work collectively, under the direction of Sandinista administrators. In the same way, those who had been wage laborers on the Somoza-era haciendas found themselves working for new revolutionary administrators, young people telling the workers that the lands were now theirs. This was, at first, a popular idea, because the peasants accustomed to seeing their patrons wintering in Miami assumed they'd get a slice of the farm profits they knew could make the good life possible. But they soon found that the new patron, the Agrarian Reform Ministry, was only marginally more generous than the last. And under the inexperienced new managers, despite revolutionary rhetoric about better wages and conditions, workers began to see their haciendas crumble into disrepair. The complaints mounted as the seasons turned, from harvest to planting. The front, determined to extend political control over Nicaragua's hitherto unorganized small farmers, decreed that the state-run banks would extend crop loans only to those who presented membership credentials in a Sandinista cooperative. Dozens of Flay's farmer friends stomped into his office, infuriated, to complain. A similar Sandinista measure prohibited gas station owners from selling fuel to farmers without co-op cards. In May 1980, a delegation of ranking Sandinista officials touring backwoods villages came to El Qua. Flay watched the meeting in a packed schoolhouse, where an official from the Agrarian Reform Ministry was explaining the government's agricultural goals. The farmers' resentments began to surface. They didn't like being lectured on what to plant, they didn't like meetings, and they didn't like land confiscations. They began to shout insults. The Sandinista officials and their security contingent shouted back, calling the farmers bourgeois counter-revolutionaries. Later, several of the most vocal peasants were arrested. Others saw their farms confiscated, then given to Sandinista party people. Flay had applauded the seizure of Somoza's vast properties as well as the takeover of lands that had been sitting idle while other, landless farmers lacked the rent money to plant crops. But now the government began. 49. Taking farms from mere peasants just because they had been labeled anti-Sandinista. Many mornings over coffee, Flay liked to listen to a portable radio, and the news he was hearing told him that the same process of alienation he was watching in El Qua was occurring elsewhere in the north. He began to hear of bloodshed. In late May 1980, the government news programs broadcast reports about the knife murder of a Sandinista literacy worker in the northern province of Chinandega by counter-revolutionaries. In late July, Flay heard a newscast reporting an even more dramatic development. A group of armed men had attacked the headquarters of the Sandinista police in the town of Quilali, 20 miles northwest of El Cud, killing 3 Sandinistas and wounding 5. Later the same day, the attackers ambushed a government car along a road outside the town, killing several more Sandinista officials. The attack on Quilali, coming amid a visit to Nicaragua by Cuban President Fidel Castro to commemorate the revolution's first anniversary, triggered a vast dragnet through the countryside surrounding Quilali by Sandinista Army and Interior Ministry troops, supported by helicopters. Flay listened closely to the news. The first Sandinista accounts Flay heard said the assailants were former National Guardsmen who had invaded Nicaragua from Honduras. Flay, however, had a friend, a tractor driver on a Sandinista construction ministry crew working to widen the road through El Qua, who had relatives in Quilali, and the friend told Flay that there was a lot more to the Quilalf attack than the government was saying. The friend said the attack had been planned and led by a man named Pedro Joaquin Gonzalez, who, far from being an ex-guardsman, had actually been the Sandinista guerrilla who had liberated Quilali from the Guard in 1979 and had served as the town's revolutionary commander. 7 months before the Quilali attack, Gonzalez had resigned his Sandinista command post in disgust over the way other Sandinista officials were treating the townspeople. He'd recruited men who'd fought with him against Somoza, as well as farmers unhappy with the revolution's path, a total of some 80 men to carry out the Quilali attack. In September, the government confirmed much of what Flay's friend had told him. The Sandinista newspaper Barricada identified Gonzalez as the author of the attack, and trumpeted the news that Interior Ministry police had killed him in a combat outside Quilali. The government accounts referred to Gonzalez as the principal chief of the counter-revolutionary gangs in the north. These Sandinista accounts conceded that Gonzalez had served as Quilalf's revolutionary commander, but claimed that he had turned on the revolution after he was refused a post in the Sandinista army, supposedly because of his own abuses against the population. The government accounts also admitted that Gonzalez had a number of followers who had eluded capture. They were still armed and in the hills. The attack on Quilali was the first time Flay had ever heard of any organized, armed opposition to Sandinista authority inside Nicaragua. He knew that hundreds of defeated National Guardsmen had fled into exile in Honduras, the country bordering Nicaragua to the north, and that Sandinista authorities still considered them an armed threat. As a matter of fact, Flay still considered them a threat as well. He remembered the Guards' corrupt, brutal ways, and didn't want them returning. But armed resistance to the Sandinistas by rebels who weren't ex-Guards? That was a new development. Also, Gonzalez sounded a lot like himself. Flay, too, had fought against Somoza's guards because he'd seen them repress country people. And now, like Gonzalez, Flay was getting angry watching citified students shove around farmers in the name of revolution. Flay wasn't ready to shed blood against the revolution, but he began to examine his own anti-Sandinista anger. How serious was he? Soon after the government announced that it had killed Gonz Forles, Flay learned from local farmers that another group of armed peasant rebels had begun operating, this time in the hills right around El Qua. Its leader was said to be Encarnacy 6 en Tigrelo Baldivia. Flay knew a number of Baldivias working the land around El Qua, and he located several of the rebels' relatives. They described Tigrelo as an illiterate former sharecropper who, like Flay, had fought with the Sandinistas against Somoza. Tigrelo had trained with the Sandinista army for a year after the triumph, then deserted, carrying off a few Kalashnikov rifles into the hills. Now he'd persuaded nearly 3 dozen men, many of them his cousins, to join his tiny insurgency. Once word spread about Tigrelo's presence near El Qua, Flay began to see state security agents, young toughs carrying Uzi automatic rifles, visiting the town's Sandinista front offices. Townspeople heard that they were compiling lists of suspected counter-revolutionaries. Meanwhile, Flay's relations with many of his Sandinista comrades had grown ugly. There were no more friendly arguments over revolutionary policies. You were with them or against them. As Flay's mounting irritation festered, he found it harder and harder to mouth revolutionary rhetoric with the fervor necessary to convince his compafieros that he was still a true believer. Finally, he quit pulling his duty in the Sandinista militia. That's when Flay first began to feel the sting of the murmured insult from former comrades, counter-revolutionary. 51. Things were going badly at Incaf, too, as the 1980 to 1981 coffee harvest got underway. Sandinista authorities in Managua decreed the prices that would be paid to the nation's farmers for the coffee crop, and this year they were well below world levels, far less than what the private buyers had been paying to farmers 2 years before. However, disgruntled farmers no longer had any other place to go. Flay had no power to pay more, and worse, he began to quarrel with his boss, who would drive out to El Qua from Jinotega to supervise his work. Incaf's regional chief, Adrian Molina, was a longtime Sandinista militant who'd been imprisoned by Somoza, then liberated in a mass release of political prisoners negotiated during a widely publicized 1974 Sandinista hostage-taking in Managua, and flown to Cuba. Registered Molina returned to revolutionary Nicaragua after the Sandinistas' triumph. Flay thought his boss was fast becoming a petty tyrant in his dealings with coffee farmers. Flay saw no need to wear a military uniform to weigh coffee, and he knew it bothered the locals, but his boss swaggered through every minute of the day in olive drabs, sidearm strapped to his hip. More outrageous still were his business practices. To boost Incaf's earnings, he ordered Flay to grade coffee beans strictly, knocking down the price paid to farmers even for minor blemishes on the berries, or dirt in the bags. Flay saw that as cheating, pure and simple. In March 1981, Flay made his first move toward protest. Alfonso Robelo, a member of the junta that had taken the reins of the original revolutionary government in July 1979, had resigned in protest 10 months later and was now leading the anti-Sandinista opposition. He announced a rally for the town of Mataguas, near Flay's birthplace in eastern Matagalpa. Flay, curious, decided to drive to the rally, filling the rear bed of his truck with peasants he picked up along the way. The rally itself was uneventful, a few hundred people, a few hours of speeches, but days later Sandinista state security police seized Flay, yanking him out of his pickup truck when he drove into Jinotega and shoving him into jail. It was the same provincial lockup in which Somoza's Guardia had thrown him 3 years earlier. Flay was held for 6 days. He wasn't tortured, but the state security officers who did the questioning humiliated him, insulting him and pummeling him with false accusations, certain in their arrogance that he was a dangerous counter-revolutionary. Meanwhile, in other areas of Nicaragua, the period brought a watershed crackdown. Sandinista mobs reacted violently to another Robelo rally in the town of Nandame, 30 miles from Managua, beating demonstrators and sacking opposition leaders' homes while revolutionary police arrested dozens of other government opponents. It was a watershed for Flay as well. When the Guard had seized him 3 years earlier, Flay had not been a Sandinista, but he became one soon thereafter. Jailed by the Sandinistas, he wasn't what his accusers labeled him this time, either, but the indignity permanently outraged and embittered him. Flay's 3 brothers in the Sandinista army were scandalized by his arrest, but prevailing upon authorities in Matagalpa, they soon obtained his release. Upon returning to El Qua, Flay found his life had turned a corner. He was fired from INCAF, and soon discovered that the entire Sandinista apparatus now considered him a counter-revolutionary. His life quickly became unbearable. The Sandinista militia and CD's unit he'd only recently left now turned their watchful eyes on him. Revolutionary punks began strolling past his store and shouting insults at him and his wife. Local agrarian reform officials began moving to take over his farm. Talking with some of his closest friends in El Cuda, men who'd been in the militias and had shared other experiences with him, Flay realized things were going badly for them, too. Several had been detained, all were desperate. Finally, Flay decided to go into exile with his family, to build a new life in Costa Rica, but when he applied in Matagalpa for the Nicaraguan passport he'd need in order to travel, Sandinista migration authorities refused his request. He was forced to wait and worry. His life was closing in around him. One day he learned that his friend, the tractor driver for the construction ministry, had left his job and family and was in the hills with Tigrelo. Flay was curious, and through an intermediary, arranged a meeting at a farm a few miles outside El Cud. The 2 men hiked to a clearing along the bank of a river to guard their secrecy, and Flay heard his friend's own story of mounting desperation and final decision to join the rebels. To Flay, the rebels' plans for a new guerrilla war seemed quixotic, even foolhardy, but he felt a tugging admiration for his friend's defiance of the self-righteous revolutionaries. Flay listened, making no commitments, but agreed to meet again for another chat a few days later and to bring cigarettes and other supplies back with him. Without sensing the change, he'd already become a rebel messenger. He began meeting, one-on-one, with a handful of his closest friends, feeling them out. They were showing interest in breaking out of the closing Sandinista circle, but they were looking to him. What was he going to do? One day, a distant cousin of his wife's made a mysterious visit to Flay's home, bearing disturbing news. He said that he'd been working for some time, secretly, for the Sandinista State Security Directorate. 53. In the course of his work, he'd learned that secret police agents had labeled Flay an enemy of the revolution and were plotting to attack him. The cousin said he had come to Flay because he felt unable to stand by silently while his own family was in danger. He was warning Flay to be careful. Flay believed him, but what good was the warning? There were few ways he could protect himself, and without a passport, he couldn't leave the country. Flay's desperation fed his anger. He began to scheme, wild plans racing through his head. The rifle-toting Sandinista CD's vigilantes continued to hound him, calling him Corporal Flay. They'd invented an entire, fictitious former guard career and were laying it on Flay. Flay was fed up. The next time he met his rebel friend, Flay said he wanted to help out more actively. Why didn't Tigrelo's insurgents work out a plan and just take over El Qua? Flay had friends inside the town, and he knew every Sandinista official there as well. Flay could help the rebels pick an opportune moment, when the authorities' guard would be down. They could overrun the small militia post, seize rifles, rob the bank, and be out in the hills long before army reinforcements could arrive. His friend was interested. Flay's knowledge of the local militia's patterns and willingness to collaborate made the plan seem eminently feasible. At their next encounter on a nearby farm, Flay's friend brought Tigrelo. He was a short, dark man with long shaggy hair hanging down from beneath a baseball cap that bore the brand name of a fertilizer. He had small, yellow eyes set close together above a broad nose, hence, Tigrelo, the little tiger. He talked big to Flay about making war on the Sandinistas, just as the Sandinistas had made war on Somoza. Tigrelo spoke a rapid-fire Spanish so crammed with mountain expressions and peasant syntax that it was practically a separate dialect. Flay wasn't impressed, but he plunged ahead, renewing his suggestion for an attack on El Qua. Tigrelo liked the idea. The attack would start with a road ambush by Tigrelo's people on the town's Sandinista leaders when they drove out of town. Then the rebels would rush into LQ to link up with Flay and his men, who could lead them through an assault on the militia post and the hit on the bank. It looked good. They shook hands in parting, and in early June, Tigrelo moved all his men, now nearly 30, into the zone. Finally, Flay saw his moment. Juan Ramon Correa, one of El Qua's most prominent Sandinista militants, just back in town after training in Cuba, announced a rally to enroll farmers in a new Sandinista cooperative. It was set for the following Sunday morning in the hamlet of PDR. 54. Nails, near El Qua. Flay knew Correa, knew his vehicle, and quickly envisioned his ambush. Flay rushed to prepare. He met with a rebel contact and told the ambushers to be ready to move into place Saturday night. He contacted a half-dozen friends inside the town. "It's now or never," he told them. They signed on, too. Flay took a drive toward Pedernales. About 3 miles out of town, he picked a stretch where the road took a sharp left curve along a wooded bank. That was the spot to drop a tree across the road, Flay figured. Ambushers could shoot down on the vehicle from the overlooking hillock. By late Saturday night everything seemed ready. Flay threw 2 spare pistols, ammunition, and a rifle he'd saved from the war against Somoza into his pickup and drove to a meeting point on the road. Several of Tigrelo's men, rough-looking farmers with unkempt beards, walked out of the bush. Flay led them to the ambush site and reviewed final details for a post-ambush rendezvous with his own group of new Contra volunteers in El Qua. He turned over the 3 firearms and his ammunition to Tigrelo, to bolster the band's firepower. Then he went home to wait. On Sunday, June 13, 1981, just as the first rays of sun were sends over the verdant hills, Flay saw Correa's jeep creaking along El Qua Main Road, heading toward Pedernales. With Correa were 5 Shi'Tu Sandinista militia members carrying M16 rifles, a couple of small farmers who'd been helping Correa organize Sandinista co-ops, and a stranger carrying an Uzi. It turned out that the man was Jorge Escoto Peguiga, a friend of Correa's and a plainclothes in the State Security Directorate. At an intersection outside LCU-4, Correa stopped his jeep to pick up a peasant family of 4. They jammed inside with the rest. Some 20 minutes later, Correa's jeep rounded a curve and, seeing a tree across the road, pulled to a stop. Immediately, Tigrelo's men opened fire from the embankment above. The rebels were armed only with shotguns, pistols, and one M3 carbine, but they rained down considerable gunfire. One of the militiamen leaped out of the jeep, trying to fire a clip from his M16. Tigrelo's younger brother, firing from close range, blew the man's face away with a shotgun blast. Peguiga sprayed bullets from his Uzi frantically, then fell. Correa was hit. When the firing stopped and Tigrelo's men crept forward, they found 6 dead. One was Justice Lumby, an old woman who'd hitched a ride. One of the farmers was groaning on the pavement, wet with his own blood. He would survive to tell his story for the Sandinista papers. Tigrelo's men were ecstatic. After starving in the hills for a year. 55. Hungry for weaponry, they'd finally captured 2 M16s and an Uzi. They were so jubilant, in fact, that they abandoned their plan to seize El Qua. Instead, they hijacked a farm truck and drove west 15 miles to celebrate at a collaborator's remote farm. They forgot all about Flay. The ambush was just far enough out of El Qua so that the gunfire was inaudible to Flay. He waited an hour. Had Tigrelo ambushed the jeep? What was keeping them? Flay paced the floor of his shop, looking at his watch. 2 hours. What had gone wrong? The sun was getting high in the sky, the town bustling. The delay was ruining all chances for any surprise attack inside El Qua. What had happened with the ambush? Did it fail? Was Tigrelo captured? Or had they pulled it off? Either way, Flay was in trouble. Finally, he decided, it was now or never. He walked down the dirt road and told one of his co-conspirators that it was time to leave. Back in his shop, he grabbed $50 in savings and a photo of his 2 boys from a drawer, and kissed the baby and his wife. Then, in a voice loud enough that the CD's vigilante could hear from the street outside, he told Magda he was going to the farm to look over the crops. Joined by his friend, he walked out the door and into the hills. In less than an hour, 3 military troop trucks crammed with infantry rolled into El Qua to occupy the town. They were the first of numerous reinforcements that over the next years turned the village into a virtual garrison. A month later, state security agents came to Flay's shop to inform his wife that Flay had been identified with a band of armed counter-revolutionaries. The Sandinistas seized the house and shop and, the same day, a platoon of soldiers moved in to establish a barracks. Flay's sobbing wife fled to her sisters in Jinotega. In his first panicked flight from El Qua, Flay's biggest mishap came when he tried to ford a river swollen by the June rains, and raging waters swept away his savings along with the photo of his kids. After making contact with rebel messengers, it took him a week to locate, on a nearby hacienda, the Contras who'd stood him up. Flay stalked forward to confront Tigrelo. A screaming match ensued. But Tigrelo was in charge. He wasn't sorry for his decision to abandon the Iqua attack, and he was still elated about the success of the Pedernales ambush. Overnight, the Sandinista papers had made Correa, Peguiga, and his other victims into martyrs and Tigrelo into a dangerous warrior. Among local farmers his stature had surged. At the same time, however, a Sandinista dragnet through the area was building momentum. Tigrelo ordered the group to keep on the move. Flay began to take stock of the rebel band he'd joined. Tigrelo's men had survived a furtive, illegal existence in Nicaragua's hills for a year. Talking insurgency to disgruntled farmers, plotting small conspiracies, stealing chickens from government farms. They'd carried out 2 small attacks before the Pedernales ambush. But since they had absolutely no outside help and only mediocre hunting weapons, their military impact had been inconsequential. Yet the Sandinista response was mounting fast: increased infantry patrols, more state security visits to local farms. By June 1981, despite Tigrelo's rhetorical bravado, his followers were acutely aware of their own limitations as a rebel threat, yet listening to radio stations broadcasting from Tegucigalpa, 110 miles to the northwest, they knew that neighboring Honduras was boiling with anti-Sandinista activity. It was the new refuge not only for hundreds of ex-guards camped there, but also for the remnants of Pedro Joaquin Gonzalez's rebels from Quilolf and thousands of other Nicaraguan exiles. Tigrelo decided that now was the time to go to Honduras. He had captured 2 M16s and an Uzi, trophies that could prove he was fighting a real war. Maybe he could get donations for more weaponry from the Nicaraguan exiles, maybe some kind of international backing. Flay, too, was curious about Honduras. How much international support was there for a revolt against the Sandinistas? And Flay had a sister living in exile in Honduras who could probably help him out. Tigrelo's band marched north toward Honduras, and Flay trudged with them. His war had begun. 3. The rise of the ex-guards. Mid-1981. When Flay waded across the Coco River into Honduras, he was filthy, sunburned, and ravenous. During the 3-week trek northward through thick forests, he'd been separated from Tigrelo's band and his boots had given out, leaving his feet bloody and swollen. He was, moreover, illegal, without documents. He looked more like a refugee than a guerrilla. The distinction blurred further over the next months. Flay fought as much to survive in Honduras as to reclaim Nicaragua. Flay still had 2 pistols thrust under his belt. One, he wrapped in an old corn sack and buried just over the border inside Honduras. Furtively avoiding Honduran army border patrols until he found the right peasant buyer, he sold the other for enough cash to buy a few days' food. Then, in the border hamlet of Arenales, a Honduran army lieutenant at the head of a 15-man patrol detained Flay. Who was he? What was he doing in Honduras without papers? The lieutenant held Flay for 2 days, eyeing his ragged clothing and desperate gaze, considering Flay's extravagant claims to be a Nicaraguan rebel, fighting the Sandinistas. The young officer might have been still more skeptical, but he'd already encountered other, similar desperados, hungry men fording the river, claiming to be Nicaraguan insurgents. The lieutenant's orders were to keep the Nicaraguans together so they wouldn't make trouble. 57. There was a camp of Nicaraguan exiles in a valley called Macengels not far to the northeast, and he dispatched a private to guide Flay to the site. Flay was hopeful. There was already a rebel camp. There'd be food, drink, shelter, and, perhaps, decent rifles. He'd be able to get his bearings, sound out the others about the prospects for further help. But when he trudged into the rebel camp at Macengels, Flay's heart sank. Several dozen men were living in rough brush lean-tos, virtually destitute. There was no steady food besides wild bananas, no extra clothing, no money. About half of the men were former members of Anastasio Somoza's National Guard and were loyal to the leader of the camp, a 35-year-old former guard captain. Another 24 or so were farmers and ex-Sandinista militiamen who'd participated in the July 1980 takeover of the town of Quilalf led by Pedro Joaquin Gonzalez. Tigrelo and his men had straggled into Macengels just days before Flay. Flay was a guest. He'd walked all the way to Honduras for this. In Nicaragua, when they had to beg, at least they'd gone to their own countrymen. When they shot wild game, at least they'd been able to eat it without sharing. Now, to the Honduran authorities, Flay, Tigrelo, and the other civilians were no different than the ex-guards, just Nicaraguan illegals. The Hondurans shoved them all together in the same camp. Tigrelo's group had to break scarce bread with a clique of drunken guardsmen. Flay and the others in Tigrelo's band were among a few of the hundreds of civilians who fled Nicaragua for Honduras during this period and who eventually ended up fighting in the Contra army. Many were small business owners like Flay, or poor dirt farmers like Tigrelo, who had fought with the Sandinistas against the National Guard. Some were cattle traders or other rural merchants whose independent commerce the Sandinistas suppressed. Some were Protestant preachers who saw their frontier congregations harassed by zealous local revolutionary officials. The sons of wealthy ranchers whose lands had been confiscated were few. Men fleeing Nicaragua with access to real wealth didn't hike to Honduras, they jetted to Miami. They were all, like Flay, furious at a revolution turned harsh. Many, like Flay, had dreamed of a new insurrection to set things straight. Virtually none, however, entertained any sophisticated vision of Nicaraguan geopolitics. If some had begun to consider the Somoza years as a time of peace, when hard-working people ate beef, few considered themselves to be counter-revolutionaries. Most, like Flay, still harbored extreme antipathies toward the 59. National Guard. Yet over the next months, Flay, Tigrelo, and hundreds more of these men would join a fledgling army, financed by the CIA and commanded, in its entirety, by Somoza's former guardsmen. American officials would portray the civilians as the heart and soul of the U.S. financed force. For the American public, they would become the very symbol of the Nicaraguan War, the freedom fighters. But within the rebel army, they would wield little influence. Power would be held by the ex-guards. Fall 1981. The men of Macengels were a despairing lot of gaunt refugees when, a couple of months after Flay's flight into exile, a jeep bumped its way down an earthen track and stopped at the edge of the campsite. A Nicaraguan man, 48, with slightly Asiatic eyes crowned by dramatically dark, bushy eyebrows, climbed out and greeted the curious men of the camp. He was wearing blue jeans and a nylon windbreaker. Flay had never seen him before. He introduced himself as Enrique Bermudez, a former National Guard colonel. With him were two middle-aged Argentines. Bermudez introduced one as Santiago Villegas. Bermudez gave an informal speech. He said he was visiting Macengels because he was interested in building an armed struggle against the communists in Nicaragua. His Argentine companions, he said, wanted to help. He said he'd never doubted that the Sandinista revolution would result in a totalitarian, Marxist-Leninist regime. Nor had he ever doubted that the Nicaraguan people would reject such a regime. Bermudez said he had been exploring all along the Honduran border with Nicaragua, stretching nearly 200 miles from the southern, cotton-growing province of Calutca northeast through the coffee country of El Paraíso province. He said he'd met a lot of ex-guards, men with professional military backgrounds like his own, who wanted to continue the fight against the Sandino communists. And he was finding a lot of civilians, even former Sandinistas, who wanted to take up the fight, too. What was needed now was for all the groups camped in different areas of Honduras to join forces. Bermudez said he knew that some of the men at Macengels had already begun fighting the Sandinistas, but without connections in Honduras and international backing, they would never get anywhere. Bermudez said that he had international friends, lovers of freedom, who were committed to helping this anti-communist fight, if the Nicaraguans would only unite into a single guerrilla army. He was willing to be its commander. When Bermudez finished his introductory speech, he turned to the scruffy men of Macengels. Where were they from? What were their intentions? Did they want to fight the Sandino communists? Were they willing to fight in a real army? How many men could they recruit? Bermudez and his Argentine friends seemed particularly interested in Tigrello's band. Tigrello brought out the Uzi and the two M1E6s they'd recovered in the Pedernales ambush. Tigrello was swaggering. Here's what we have to show. Tigrello said. We're already waging war. These are our trophies. This is the evidence of what we can do. Bermudez looked the weapons over. He seemed partly impressed, partly bemused. How many men did Tigrello have inside Nicaragua? He asked. How many men could he recruit? Tigrello claimed hundreds of followers. The banter went back and forth. Finally, Bermudez said he would press on with his efforts to unite all the Nicaraguan exile groups into one army and to organize more backing from his international friends. Looking at the gaunt faces and the ragged clothing, Bermudez said he knew what the men of Macengels were going through. He wanted them to be patient. Help was coming. Now, Bermudez said, I want you to have a token of our commitment. He gestured to Villegas, the Argentine, who opened the back of their jeep and began pulling out bags of new combat boots. There were 60 pairs, enough for every refugee at Macengels. Villegas opened a briefcase, removed $1,500, and gave it to the ex-guard captain in charge of the camp. That's to buy food for these men, he said. Then Bermudez and the Argentines left. Bermudez's visit disoriented Flay. He had turned on the Sandinistas because he'd come to loathe their arrogance and self-righteousness. But if he'd dreamed of waging peasant rebellion against the Sandinistas on his own terms, he was uneasy now at Macengels, sharing a refugee camp with a ragtag assemblage of former National Guardsmen, listening to a middle-aged colonel rant against the revolution. Nevertheless, Flay's abhorrence of the National Guard was fading before his loathing of the Sandinistas. The humiliation he'd suffered at the hands of state security police in the Jinotega jail just months before was still stinging. Furthermore, he now had Sandinista blood on his hands. He had burned his bridges. Bermudez had left enough money to buy a steer to slaughter, perhaps enough to keep the dozens of men at Macengels in rice and beans for a week or two. But Bermudez had given the money to the ex-guard commander, who had already accumulated some food debts, and would likely spend at least some of the money on liquor. If Flay was to survive. 61. And to get his wife and family out of Nicaragua, he would have to rely only on himself. A day or two later, Flay hitched a ride on the back of a farm truck, hiding under a tarpaulin from the Honduran migration authorities. He rode 6 hours over mountains to the west into the capital, Tegucigalpa. There, he linked up with other Nicaraguan exiles who helped him get started. He worked construction around Tegucigalpa for a few months, then sent word to his wife and sons through a messenger. They joined him in Honduras, where he set them up in a shabby, windowless cubicle he rented for the equivalent of $20 a month. There, Magda could live with the boys and take in sewing piecework. When Flay had saved a few lempiras, the Honduran currency, he hopped a bus northwest to Honduras's commercial capital of San Pedro Sula to visit a sister who found him more construction work. And so it went for Flay, hand to mouth, fighting to pull his family back together after his life had fallen apart. He was a refugee, not a rebel. But he learned from friends the location of the safe house where Bermudez and other military men were organizing their anti-Sandinista force. For more than a year, Flay kept in touch with Bermudez's army while keeping his distance. 1932 through August 1981. Former Guard Col. Enrique Bermudez hardly fit the profile of a rebel chieftain. Born December 11, 1932, the third of 8 children of a freelance mechanic who repaired electric motors, Bermudez lived as an infant in Nicaragua's sweltering city of Lean near the Pacific coast. Later his father moved them to Managua, where Bermudez grew up. By 1948, when Bermudez was 16, the National Guard had become one of the most generous avenues of advancement for working-class boys. Watching Somoza soldiers parade through Managua's streets in their uniforms, reading advertisements offering foreign scholarships for Guard cadets, seeing the tidy houses Somoza provided his Guard officers, Bermudez decided on a military career. He entered the military academy as the school's 380th cadet and graduated as an infantry lieutenant 4 years later, in 1952. Over the next 27 years, Bermudez built a career by steady, undistinguished competence. In the Guard, I was always a deputy, never the commander, Bermudez recalled later. From 1954 through 1956, he studied military engineering in Resende, Brazil, but back in Nicaragua, he remained a lieutenant for nearly 15 years, spending most of the period teaching chemistry and math to cadets in the military academy. In 1965, Bermudez traveled to the Dominican Republic as the deputy commander of the 200-man infantry company Somoza contributed to the U.S. intervention in that country. There, he married his wife, Elsa, a Dominican beautician, the daughter of the administrator of Santo Domingo's Bridgestone tire dealership. Back in Nicaragua, Bermudez rose in 10 years from lieutenant to lieutenant colonel, passing through a series of minor headquarters jobs in Managua. His 2 most notable posts were as purchasing officer for Somoza's general staff, and later as deputy to Managua's traffic police chief. Hubcaps and fines, other Guard officers would recall derisively. Bermudez also attended a series of regional security exchanges at the U.S. Southern Command in Panama and in other Central American countries, which were opportunities for him to get acquainted with U.S. officers and to improve his minimal English. In August 1975, he went to Washington, D.C., for a term at the Inter-American Defense College, where he wrote a thesis on the psychosocial causes of subversion. At the end of the term, Bermudez was named by Somoza Debayle Somoza Garcia's son, the last ruler of the dynasty to remain in Washington as the military attaché at the Nicaraguan embassy. A year later, in 1977, while still in Washington, Bermudez made full colonel. When Bermudez left Managua, Somoza had been facing a bothersome little guerrilla problem, the obscure Sandinista National Liberation Front. While Bermudez was in Washington, the problem escalated into a full-scale civil war that left tens of thousands of casualties, ravaged the National Guard, and brought down Somoza's regime. Bermudez never fought in any of it. Somoza's flight to Miami on July 17, 1979, simply put Bermudez out of work. He took a truck driving job, delivering Newsweek magazine's Point 3. Then, in the fall of 1979, Bermudez got a call from Maj. Gen. Charles E. Chuck Boyd, the U.S. Air Force's Western Hemisphere Chief. Boyd, a former POW in Southeast Asia, was alarmed by the Sandinistas' takeover. He'd seen the Sandinistas from the start as communists with dangerous ties to Cuba's Fidel Castro, bent on destabilizing the entire Caribbean. Boyd had met Bermudez at several get-togethers of military officers from the hemisphere at the Washington headquarters of the Inter-American Defense Board. One suggested that Boyd give Bermudez a call, invite him to the Pentagon, sound him out about his plans. Bermudez was glad to come. In a long afternoon discussion over coffee. 63. Fee with Boyd and a handful of other U.S. officers in one of the Pentagon meeting rooms, Bermudez said he shared Boyd's view about the Sandinistas' totalitarian intentions, as well as the hope that something could still be done to turn back the revolutionary catastrophe. Boyd told Bermudez that he knew somebody at the CIA, an informal acquaintance, who he was confident would be interested in talking to Bermudez. General Boyd would put Bermudez in contact. Within a few months, by the mid-1980s, Bermudez was on the CIA payroll. He began to travel frequently, but kept his new status as a CIA employee quiet. His meetings with case agents were secret. As he reached out to Nicaraguan exiles, he struck a patriotic pose. He presented himself as a concerned Nicaraguan nationalist, working pro bono for the good of the patria, the homeland. How was he financing his new activism? He told many people he was living off the proceeds of the sale of his house in Washington. Registered at first, Bermudez just collected information. He flew to Miami and Guatemala to look up old friends from the Guard. He checked out the dozens of Nicaraguan politicians who had already formed an alphabet soup of political parties in exile communities throughout the region, each a new acronym, each a handful of exiles. In the mid-1980s, Bermudez moved his wife, Elsa, and their 3 children from Washington to a suburban Miami ranch house. Then he traveled to Guatemala and joined the leadership of the September 15th Legion, a self-proclaimed army of ex-guardsmen hiding in a Guatemala City safe house and plotting to continue the war against the Sandinistas. Several dozen angry ex-guards had already rallied to the cause. One contingent, the detachment of hapless bodyguards who had watched over Somoza's Paraguayan exile, flew up from Asunción in the fall of 1980 after Argentine guerrillas assassinated the fallen dictator, blowing apart his Mercedes-Benz with a rocket-propelled grenade on September 17, 1980. One of the ex-guard officers Bermudez found working with the Legion was former COL Ricardo Lau, known as El Chino because of his oriental look. In the Guard, Lau had been a top investigator in Somoza's secret police agency, the Office of National Security, a corps of plainclothesmen whom the Sandinistas accused of seizing, torturing, even executing suspected subversives. After Somoza's fall, Lau had fled to Guatemala, which was then under the military dictatorship of Gen. Romeo Lucas Garcia. In Guatemala, nearly 3 decades of conflict between the army, Marxist guerrillas, and rightist landowners were culminating in an especially bloody period of insurgent sabotage and rightist murder. For someone with Chino Lau's training, that meant opportunity, and Lau enlisted a 64 gang of former guardsmen to carry out contract killings. One of the crimes in which Lau was later implicated was the March 1980 assassination of Monsignor Oscar Romero, the Catholic archbishop in neighboring El Salvador. Registered Bermudez was several years older than Lau, and their careers in the Guard had not brought them together, but in the weeks after Bermudez joined Lau in the September 15th Legion in Guatemala, the two became inseparable collaborators and friends. The Legion needed financial support to grow. In its crucial first year, the money was provided by the Argentine army. A military junta in Buenos Aires had been fighting left-wing guerrillas since taking over the government in 1976. In this dirty war, the Argentine armed forces had practiced, and they believed perfected, techniques of kidnapping and murder. An estimated 12,000 Argentines disappeared during a relentless state-directed campaign aimed at eliminating subversion. After the Sandinista triumph, an Argentine Army intelligence battalion dispatched numerous military officers on clandestine missions to Central America, following the trail of Argentine guerrillas who had fled to Managua as a safe haven. Starting in 1980, Argentine officers helped teach counterinsurgency to government forces in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. That year an Argentine Army intelligence battalion also began financing the September 15th Legion along with several other anti-Sandinista gangs in the hopes that the ex-guardsmen could help them hunt down the Argentine rebels in Nicaragua. In the spring of 1981, Bermudez flew to Buenos Aires to meet with the head of Argentine intelligence and came away with a pledge of continued support and an attaché case stuffed with cash to fund the Legion's anti-Sandinista work. The exact amount Bermudez received became the focus of an immediate dispute within the Legion. Bermudez's rivals, claiming he had absconded with $50,000, resigned from the group weeks after Bermudez's trip. By this time, Ronald Reagan had been elected president. Bellicose men were taking over U.S. Central American policy, and plenty of American money, more than Bermudez had ever dreamed possible, began to flow through his hands. In March 1981, Reagan signed a presidential document that authorized the CIA to begin covert activities against the Sandinistas, and later in the year the CIA fleshed out the covert action concept, proposing to build a 500-man action team to engage in paramilitary activities inside Nicaragua. The administration allocated $19.9 million for the task. 2 dozens of CIA agents were converging on Tegucigalpa, a sleepy cobblestoned capital that would be the nerve center for Washington's new paramilitary project. In 65. Honduras, the Americans encouraged the Argentines, who were working not only with the Contras but with the Honduran Army's intelligence section. The CIA negotiated a deal, to take advantage of the experience the Argentines already had with the Nicaraguan rebels, a group of Argentine officers led by Col. Osvaldo Rivero would stay on as case agents. Washington would pick up the financing. The CIA designated Bermudez as their front man to put together the paramilitary force. Bermudez and Lau moved the September 15th Legion's headquarters out of Guatemala to Tegucigalpa, into a rambling stucco safe house behind an 8-foot brick wall with an iron gate in the upper-middle-class neighborhood known as Florencia South. Degree in August 1981, the Argentines and the Americans decided it was time to end the petty rivalry between the September 15th Legion and 2 other Nicaraguan exile paramilitary groups. Working with Bermudez, they arranged a Guatemala City meeting where the Legion merged formally with 2 other tiny sects. Some of the exiled Somocistas involved argued that the new army should be called the Nicaraguan National Guard to preserve the name, but the Americans were in charge, and they wanted a name that would appeal to American ears. They settled on the Nicaraguan Democratic Force, in Spanish, FDN. CIA agents drafted documents for a signing ceremony. Bermudez, Lau, and the rest of the general staff from the Legion became, with the stroke of a pen, the military leadership of the new FDN. Fall 1981 through March 1982. A little over a year after Bermudez began his travels, reporting to the CIA on the Nicaraguan diaspora, he'd emerged as the point man for the agency's most ambitious project in Latin America since the Bay of Pigs. To those who knew him, including many guardsmen, Bermudez seemed a curious choice, given his lackluster background: no guts, no charisma, no accomplishments. But to the CIA, Bermudez was the ideal asset for the covert operation they had in mind. They were seeking a recruiting officer, a paymaster, a supply sergeant, and a training camp administrator. They didn't want a warrior or a man with particular political vision or battlefield valor. They needed a man who could accomplish logistical tasks, the kinds of things Bermudez, as a desk man and procurement officer, had learned how to do. He spoke English, needed money, and didn't mind following orders. Obedience was his strong suit. He fit the profile, said a U.S. official who worked with Bermudez closely. He was malleable, controllable, docile. And he proved an efficient recruiter. With his general staff installed in the safe house in Florencia South, Bermudez set to work in earnest, pulling together what remained of the National Guard. At its peak, the Guard had been 7,000 soldiers, including 600 officers and 300 policemen. And while hundreds were now in jail inside Nicaragua, Bermudez needed only a few dozen able men in order to get started. He worked the phones and dispatched emissaries to search them out in the exile communities in Miami and Central America, cajoling former comrades to take up the cause. Once the CIA financing began to flow, Bermudez's aides had the wherewithal to offer plane fare, lodgings, and small salaries for the services of ex-Guard officers. Bermudez called the payments family aid. For the senior officers, the majors and colonels, had been beaten once, most of them didn't want any part of it. But lieutenants and captains signed on, along with a number of sergeants. Guardsmen were converging from San Salvador and San Jose, from Miami and Panama. Once Bermudez had the nucleus of an officer corps, he needed fighters, lots of them. Bermudez was hearing rumors about angry peasants straggling into Honduras, claiming to have staged little uprisings against the Sandinistas, so he toured Honduras's nearly 200-mile border with Nicaragua, visiting the refugee settlements, compiling a human inventory. By the fall of 1981, he had put former Guard officers in charge of 3 border camps in Honduras, one in southern Colutka province, another called Pino Uno in eastern El Paraiso province, and a third at Macengels. 5. The recruitment prospects appeared most promising at Macengels, mainly because of the peasant named Tigrelo. Bermudez was skeptical about Tigrelo's pretensions as a warrior, but impressed with his recruiting possibilities. Whenever Bermudez thought about his need for more troops, Tigrelo came to mind. Months later, in late 1981, Bermudez and Tigrelo ran into each other at Zali's, a Danley bar. Over beers, Bermudez grilled Tigrelo again about how many followers he really had inside Nicaragua. Hundreds, Tigrelo insisted. Prove it. Bermudez said. March them up to Honduras. We'll train them. We'll arm them to the teeth, if they join the FDN. But Tigrelo resisted. He'd been a Sandinista. He didn't like National Guardsmen, and he didn't want to join the FDN. He was running his own army. Saint Villegas and the other Argentines argued with Bermudez. They were excited about Tigrelo's description of the angry breach developing between the Sandinistas and Nicaragua's northern peasants. Tigrelo was a real peasant rebel. Why force him to join the FDN? Why not just give 67 him weapons and let him arrange to get them into Nicaragua to arm his people inside? Bermudez, however, thought it was ridiculous to give arms to people with uncertain loyalties. When he caught up with Tigrelo again in Danley in early spring 1982, Tigrelo had begun to see the need to train his peasant followers. He wanted the weapons Bermudez was offering. Bermudez, sensing that the pursuer had suddenly become the pursued, raised his price. He laid out the same glorious promises: uniforms, weapons, full infantry training. But now Bermudez said Tigrelo would have to pay for the training and weapons already given to Tigrelo's first batch of recruits, with a promise to return to Nicaragua and recruit more peasants for the FDN. Each time Tigrelo brought back recruits, Bermudez would train and arm them, in exchange for Tigrelo's promise to recruit still more peasants. Tigrelo accepted and Bermudez drew up a written agreement they both signed. Tigrelo went to get his men. Bermudez began to arrange the training. The site would be a mountain clearing, just miles from the Nicaraguan border, at the end of a dirt road leading south from the Honduran town of El Paraiso. Bermudez named 2 ex-guardsmen to lead the training, former MSGT Jose Benito Bravo Centeno and former 2nd LT Luis Moreno. 1959 to March 1982. Bravo and Moreno were good examples of the men Bermudez was pulling together for his officer corps. In the Guard, one had been an enlisted man, the other a cadet. In the FDN, they would both become top officers. Moreno was born on March 21, 1959, in Managua, the son of the chauffeur for the administrator of Somoza's empire of sugar plantations. From his earliest days, Moreno wanted a military career, and he worked throughout his early teens to get into the Guard. At 17, he triumphed, obtaining a commission to the military academy. By entering the Guard, Moreno moved into a secretive subculture of codified machismo, of pain and privilege, a brotherhood with its own vocabulary, vision, and worldview. He learned how it functioned as Somoza's personal army and was able to meet the dictator, who, along with all the other attributes he'd accumulated, was the academy's director. Moreno was smart, and though he wasn't a big man, he was pugnacious. In the Guard, those qualities made him the top cadet in his class. In 1978, Moreno traveled to West Point on an annual exchange. There was a side trip to Washington, where he toured the FBI building and did some other sightseeing. He was dazzled by the United States. Back in Nicaragua the next year, Moreno saw his first combat while he was still a cadet, in May 1979, fighting on the Pacific Coast Highway to Lean. The Sandinistas had taken the military initiative, and they weren't giving any quarter. They were attacking Guard officers' families at home and luring Somoza's men into deadly traps. Sensing its control ebbing, the Guard was giving vent to its own fury as never before, even smashing poor neighborhoods with aerial bombing. The jails and hospitals were filled, many Guards just executed the rebels they wounded or captured in battle. During the Sandinistas' final offensive in June, Somoza himself called in Moreno and the rest of the academy's third-year cadets and summarily graduated them a year early. There was a shortage of officers, Somoza said. Senior cadets would become second lieutenants, and they were going into battle. That same afternoon, Moreno was thrust into command of a platoon of 30 raw, untrained, terrified teenage recruits and ordered into one of the Guard's ugly mop-up operations through Managua's hostile neighborhoods. Within weeks, Somoza and all his top officers had flown to Miami. Moreno learned the news on July 18 when he reported for duty to the EEBI, the elite unit commanded by Somoza Debaille's son, Lt. Col. Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero, known as Taquito. Moreno's commander had already fled to Miami with his father. "What are my orders?" Moreno asked a Guard captain who had taken over command. "Do whatever the hell you please," the captain replied. "The Guard is just negotiating now to see if the Sandinistas will spare our lives." Moreno couldn't believe that the Guard had lost the war, that it was, in those moments, ceasing to exist. He took command of 90 Guardsmen holed up in a Managua movie theater and organized them for a new patrol. He volunteered to walk point. But by that time Sandinista snipers had taken up positions all through the capital. Within an hour, one shot Moreno in the back with a .22 rifle. It was just a flesh wound, and doctors extracted the slug minutes later at what had been Somoza's military hospital, but it set up the bitter end to Moreno's first war. On July 19, 1979, the day Nicaragua celebrated the Sandinistas' victory, Moreno awoke in a hospital ward, sobbing. The hospital was surrounded by Sandinistas. Moreno stifled his tears, sneaked out past a Sandinista barricade, and hitched a ride north out of Managua toward Honduras. There were numerous Sandinista checkpoints along the highway, but when adolescent Sandinista militiamen detained him, Moreno was glib. He denied his own Guard past and began parading as a jubilant, though wounded, Sandinista combatant. 69. He talked his way free and took asylum in Managua's Spanish embassy. Weeks later, he slipped across Nicaragua's southern border. 3 years of ignominious exile followed, table waiting in a sleazy Costa Rican nightclub, slopping hogs on a Costa Rican pig farm, sanding cupboards in a Panamanian cabinet factory. When the FDN got in touch with him in February 1982, Moreno was in Guatemala, working as a bodyguard. He showed up a month later at the Tegucigalpa safe house of the FDN's general staff. Bermudez gave Moreno his first mission. Covered trucks bearing an FDN commando team, back from a sabotage raid into Nicaragua, had rumbled into Tegucigalpa at night, stopping at a safe house to deposit their secret human cargo. But the ex-guard captain whom Bermudez had assigned to care for the safe house was drunk and out with some Honduran whore. The commandos had been unable to get in. The trucks had been forced to circle for hours until somebody found a spare key. Moreno's first assignment was to administer the safe house. He was 24, with a baby face, soft eyes, a peach fuzz mustache, plump lips. But he was dying to get back to war. He took the nom de guerre Mike Lima. 1946 to March 1982. José Benito Bravo Centeno, a muscular, mustachioed, thick-necked man, was 15 years older than Moreno. He was the kind of person who, in Somoza's Nicaragua, amounted to nothing at all. He was a peon, the oldest of 6 children born to a peasant who grew bananas for the United Fruit Company in Nicaragua's central ranch country, but he joined the Guard at 12 and had clawed his way up until he was somebody. At first he was one of the little boys who hung around the Guard barracks, running errands, picking fights with bigger kids, begging for free food. As a teenager, when Nicaraguan kids from a higher station were beginning to date or think about college, Bravo was toiling in Somoza's personal household as a kind of a nursemaid for the dictator's kids, shining their shoes, cleaning up their messes. When he was 21, Bravo flew to the Dominican Republic with the Nicaraguan delegation, headed by Bermudez. That was Somoza's contribution to the American intervention. Bravo's years in the dictator's household had won him a special place in the Somoza's hearts, and he in turn had been able to study the intrigues, the corruption, and the behind-the-scenes violence of the dictatorship. He grew especially close to Somoza's second son, Julio, and became Julio's driver and, some said, his pimp. Bravo was poor and servile, but he wasn't dumb. He was learning. 10. Somoza Debayle eventually approved Bravo's appointment to Sergeant Major, assigned to the EEBI. If the Guard was Somoza's army, then the EEBI with Takito, Somoza's Harvard-educated son at its head, was a Guard within the Guard, the battalion that received the best equipment, the best food, the most press attention. Many believed that Takito would one day be Nicaragua's new ruler, and generals and full colonels stood aside for the young lieutenant colonel. In 1979, there were no funds to send a class of officer cadets to Panama, where they would normally have received command training. Instead, Somoza organized a class in the EEBI for them. Bravo was their instructor. Normally, drill sergeants threw their weight around with the students, but Bravo, knowing that one day the cadets would be officers, took a different tack. Arriving at the EEBI barracks each day, Bravo made it his practice to salute the teenage cadets idling around a table. "Good morning, gentlemen cadets," he'd say in a saccharine voice, tipping his hat. Years later, Bravo's ingratiating manner with superiors still set some of his former students' teeth on edge. During the 1979 war, Bravo was sent to the Southern Front, where EEBI troops were hunkered down in a war of positions, blocking heavily armed Sandinista forces trying to advance north toward Managua. But Bravo didn't see combat. His connections with the Somozas landed him a soft job overseeing supplies for the field kitchen. More so even than for most of Somoza's men, Bravo's whole life was the Guard. When the EEBI disintegrated on the Southern Front in July 1979, so did Bravo's world, and it filled him with fury. He followed the Somozas to Miami, with his wife, Lesbia, and his 4 children. They rented a dilapidated house in Little Havana, and Bravo tried to adjust, but it didn't work out. At the first rumor that there would be another chance against the Sandinistas, Bravo showed up in Guatemala to join the September 15th Legion and took the nom de guerre Mac. In early 1981, Mac was one of 60 legionnaires who traveled to Buenos Aires to receive intelligence and other training from the Argentine army. Bermudez went too. He knew Mac only vaguely from the Guard, but, sizing up his credentials, Bermudez saw that he was as experienced a trainer as he could find, perfect for making real soldiers out of Tigrillo's peasant rebels. March through December 1982. At the new FDN training site in the border hills south of the Honduran village of El Paraiso, Mike Lima and a handful of other ex-guardsmen cleared away the underbrush and erected a few rough huts. 71. In which to sleep. By that time, the spring rains had started and the new training base was slick with mud. Its name quickly became La Lodosa, the mudhole. Tigrelo marched 60 of his peasant followers north from their homes around El Cua to the end of Honduras's primitive network of border roads, just past the village of Las Trojas, where they climbed aboard Honduran army trucks for the drive to La Lodosa. From the moment they jumped out from beneath the tarpaulins to begin their training, there was trouble between Tigrelo's peasants and Bermudez's guards. The peasants had learned, under Somoza, to detest the National Guard's arrogance and cruelty. Hating the Sandinistas didn't sweeten their memory of the Guard. Mac's people, meanwhile, considered Tigrelo's people little better than Sandinistas. Some might even be infiltrators, they thought, preparing to murder them. The first showdown came immediately. Tigrelo's brother Dimas had a long beard, he vowed to let it grow until Nicaragua was liberated. One of the precious few things left of the National Guard was its training doctrine, and one of the norms was the clean shaving of recruits, both heads and beards. Dimas was told he was going to cut that fucking shag off his fucking chin now, or he wasn't setting a foot on their base. There was a standoff. Tigrelo and Dimas conferred. Finally, Dimas backed down. 2 guards dragged him down and shaved off his beard with a knife. "Soldiers understand a kick in the ass," said Mike Lima. That set the tone for the training. There were the normal rigors of any boot camp, pre-dawn calisthenics, scores of punishing knee squats, endless shouted insults. The food was bad and scarce, and the rain incessant. But at La Lodosa, all these evils of boot camp were magnified, because Mac's Guard trainers were settling a score with the Sandinistas. There were plenty of kicks and slugs, and peasants with bloody noses and teeth knocked out. Mac watched approvingly. "Teach them how to be soldiers," he said. Tigrelo's peasants had grown up hardened by ill treatment, but this was too much even for them. The training went on for 6 weeks, and Tigrelo had all he could do to keep his men from revolting. But he kept soothing and cajoling. "Hold out, endure, then we'll get the rifles," he said. 9 visits from a few well-placed outsiders aggravated the tensions. Once a week, a Honduran army helicopter would set down at the edge of La 72. Lodosa and Bermudez, Villegas, and an American CIA agent would jump out. The American introduced himself as Captain Alex. He was a muscular character, about 30, with pale skin and black hair cut short on the temples, military style. He spoke a Caribbean Spanish that some Nicaraguans took for Cuban, others for Puerto Rican. The Argentines loved Tigrelo. The image Tigrelo presented as a peasant guerrilla tickled them, the illiterate farmer who had taken up arms against the revolution. Villegas brought Tigrelo a sleek AR-15 automatic rifle as a gift on one trip, along with several new Browning 9mm pistols, still packed in oil, for him to take to his lieutenants inside Nicaragua. Tigrelo, no fool, saw the enthusiasm he could generate when he strutted his stuff as a peasant commander. Alex, the CIA man, also encouraged Tigrelo's peasant fighter image. Bermudez went along. Whenever he'd take photos of the troops in training, Bermudez would put Tigrelo up front, the peasant leader with his troops. He would grab Mike Lima and Mac and the other guards, pulling them out of the frame. He'd wink. "This is the image that they're selling to the Americans," he'd tell Lima. Mike Lima understood the game, but it irritated him. Was there only room in this war for illiterate peasants? What about real soldiers like himself and Mac? The training ended in mid-June. Honduran army choppers ferried Tigrelo's long-awaited arms out from Tegucigalpa. The Argentines handed them out from crates to Tigrelo's 60 men, who were divided into 3 detachments. Each unit got 16 FAL rifles, a 60mm mortar, a machine gun, an M79 grenade launcher, one sniper's rifle with telescopic sight, 40 hand grenades, and a sleek little disposable rocket called a LA, or light anti-tank weapon. Tigrelot was elated. So were his detachment leaders. They each got to strap a 9mm officer's pistol to their hips. The troops were overwhelmed, especially the machine gunners. They loved to sling those long cartridge belts across their chests. Bermudez had complied with his half of the bargain. Now it was Tigrelot's turn. He wanted Tigrelot's men to get back into Nicaragua and bring out more recruits. Tigrelot promised to do so. With the recruits already waiting inside Nicaragua, and those he figured he could convert quickly, he'd bring back 100 farmers in 2 months. But Bermudez wondered. Alex wondered, too, about a lot of claims Tigrelot made so glibly about conditions in Nicaragua. He wanted a man with military experience. 73. Ins to accompany Tigrelot, someone who could keep an eye on him and gather a bit of intelligence. Mac wouldn't do. Bermudez wanted him to remain in charge at La Lodosa, but Mike Lima volunteered. Alex assigned him to Tigrelot, formate as a radio operator, but he asked Mike, in a discreet aside, to coordinate Tigrelot's efforts. So it was an odd couple: Mike Lima, the ex-guard lieutenant once trained at West Point, and Tigrelot, the one-time Sandinista soldier turned peasant chieftain that infiltrated into Nicaragua from Honduras at the head of a 60-man FDN column in June 1982. It was one of the first major CIA-sponsored Contra infiltrations of the war. The column crossed the gurgling Coco River in the dead of night, 4 men at a time, in a dugout canoe, eluding Sandinista patrols on the southern bank and moving on south. Immediately they began to learn what it was like to fight in the FDN. Bermudez's logistics men had packed only 20 pounds of cheese for each man, and in no time the men were trading their new ponchos for hens and tortillas. Mike Lima snorted in contempt. Then Tigrelot got lost, walking his men in a vast circle around the same mountain for 2 days. Infuriated, Mike seized a compass to plot a course straight south. Mike's regard for the importance of his own military background began to swell, but when a Sandinista army scout picked up their scent and several patrols moved in, Lima had to admit that Tigrelot had some assets. The FDN column made its way to a peasant farm, and the farmer rushed out and embraced Tigrelot. The farmer was awed, even stunned, to see the array of arms Tigrelot's men had brought back. The 2 men established an immediate rapport, communicating with each other in a direct flow of Nicaraguan peasant vernacular almost unintelligible to outsiders like Lima. Soon there were peasants converging on the farm from several directions, bearing reports on the Sandinistas' movements. It was an impressive display of the country people's informal intelligence network. Tigrelot's friends soon figured out an evasion route through a valley. The FDN column slipped out of striking range of the government patrols. Mike Lima was humbled. Now in home territory, Tigrelot was eager to begin his recruiting. He began to give little talks before gatherings of country people, denouncing the revolution that, he said, had turned godless, and pitching his own band's growing strength. He pointed to the new U.S. supplied weaponry wielded by his men, dazzling symbols of new power and mounting strength. If he had enjoyed great respect among 74 peasants before, now he had dozens of farmers offering up their sons to his band. Demonstrations of force speeded the recruiting process. Less than a month after the incursion began, peasants in a hamlet called Parpar Abajo denounced a farmer named Tomas Barreda as a Sandinista informer and suggested a way to entrap him. Lima organized the seizure, and soon Tigrelot's men had the man, tied up and shaking. He belongs to state security, Lima announced before a gathering of farmers, though Barreda was really just a peasant collaborating with the government. One of Tigrelot's men pulled out his long-bladed commando knife and gashed the prisoner's throat, leaving him to bleed to death. The bloodletting created a certain tenuous bond between Tigrelot and Mike Lima. 6 days later, other peasants denounced a man named Gerardo Rivas, another state security agent. He, too, was seized, tied, and knifed before a peasant gathering. The temporary camps that Tigrelo's men cleared in the jungle to hold his conscripts filled quickly. Some of Tigrelo's volunteers really were, others were seized by commandos and marched away at gunpoint. Within weeks, Tigrelo had 160 recruits. Lima urged Tigrelo to leave his brother Dimas inside Nicaragua with their original, 60-man column. The odd couple would march the new fighters back to Honduras. Tigrelo was smug. Mike Lima was triumphant. And Bermudez, Alex, and the Argentines waiting in Honduras were flabbergasted. 160 recruits in 2 months. The possibilities for making the force grow were extraordinary. Alex and the Argentines sat Mike Lima down in a Tegucigalpa safe house, took out legal pads, and began firing questions about everything he'd seen, heard, and smelled in Nicaragua. What were the Sandinista troops like? What bridges could be blown? How were the weapons holding up in the rainy season? And, especially, how many recruits could he and Tigrelo bring out? Bermudez ordered Tigrelo's 160 peasant recruits trucked to a new training base, then sent Tigrelo and Mike Lima back into Nicaragua for more. Within 2 months, they had marched back with hundreds of new FDN commandos. Meanwhile, Tigrelo's brother Dimas, left behind in Nicaragua with his 60 heavily armed men, was building a rebel army his own way. He was 28 years old, and a stocky 5 feet 2 inches tall, but recent developments had greatly inflated his sense of self. His men were calling him Dimas Tigrelo, adding on his brother's nom de guerre to distinguish him from others called Dimas. Together, he and his brother were known as the Tigrelos. The way he saw it, they were the only 75 real guerrillas, the ones with genuine peasant following. In fact, the 60 automatic rifles and all the other weapons were now his and Tigrelo's. Why not? They'd traded 160 recruits for them. This was the war of the Tigrelos. They had started it, Dimas thought, not Bermudez. It was time to be clear about one thing: the Tigrelos were at war to drive the Sandinistas out of peasant Nicaragua, not to march a bunch of guardsmen back into power in Managua. For Dimas felt that he needed a stronghold, so he built one at a heavily jungled place in Upper Jinotega called Huayna. To make it comfortable, he had his men construct a series of elaborate bamboo tree houses for himself and his staff. To relax, he seized 2 15-year-old peasant girls as his ladies-in-waiting. He set up a network of messengers, dirt farmers who would bring him not only intelligence, but daily offerings of roasted hen and corn on the cob. Dimas became a cacique, a peasant warlord. He set his men wielding European rifles, they were now little caciques, to rounding up more peasant recruits, and using machetes, they cleared a training field and obstacle course for infantry instruction and close order drill out of the jungle. Dimas began thinking about where to plant crops, and even began to plot out a primitive taxation scheme. With those who opposed his ambitions, Dimas proved harsh. When 12 of his recruits attempted to escape from his Huayna camp, he declared them military deserters and ordered several shot. The others he confined to a crude bamboo cage. His newfound powers, in fact, quickly overwhelmed him. He fell in love with 2 tall and fair sisters, the daughters of a local farmer named Kilo Osorio. When they resisted Dimas's advances, he ordered Osorio murdered, along with 3 of his sons. Then Dimas added the sisters to his harem, and Osorio's 2 youngest sons to his army. Dimas carved out his sultanate with astonishing speed during some 12 weeks in the fall of 1982, but his enemies moved quickly, too. Sandinista military authorities infiltrated spies in with Dimas's recruits, and soon they knew the exact coordinates of Dimas's stronghold. The Sandinistas brought in heavy mortars, long-range artillery, helicopters, push and pull bombers, and hundreds of troops. They surrounded the Huayna base, pummeled it with bombs and shells, and overran it with waves of infantry. Dimas's 60-man army and more than 200 unarmed recruits fled. Dozens died. Registered by this time, Tigrelo and Mike Lima, heading separate forces, were returning from Honduras for their third recruiting mission. Mike Lima heard about Dimas's stronghold just as it was being obliterated. Fury. 76. He began to stalk Dimas through the Nicaraguan outback, determined to administer a little National Guard discipline to the hillbilly who'd provoked such a setback. Eventually, Dimas's force was able to regroup, and Mike Lima closed in on them in mid-December. He caught up with one of Dimas's platoons first. Interrogating its leader, Lima discovered that during Dimas's fleeting halcyon days at Huayna, a commando named Coyote had guzzled too much Green Mountain rum and had hurled a grenade into a farmhouse. 3 men and a woman had died amid the tearing shards. Mike Lima called for discipline. Coyote was executed. Mike Lima finally caught up with Dimas's disheveled force at a place called Gacho Mountain. They had words. How could Dimas have been so stupid? Guerrillas don't have bases, Mike said. What the fuck took you so long? Dimas said. They argued over what to do next. Mike Lima wanted to camp. Dimas wanted to move out. Mike Lima thought it was time to feed the men a barbecued steer. Dimas said they were soldiers, they could march hungry for now. These are my soldiers, I give the orders here, Dimas said. Bullshit. Mike Lima shouted back. This is the FDN, those are FDN rifles you're packing. And here, I'm the FDN. They ended up drawing on each other, in front of the gawking troops. Neither fired. Amid the confrontation, Dimas's brother Tigrelo showed up, marching down a valley with a 60-man detachment. Soon he'd taken his brother's side. More curses, more threats, more tension. Finally, Mike Lima broke contact. He marched back to Honduras and reported to Bermudez and the FDN General Staff in Tegucigalpa, laying out what had happened. He talked with Alex and the Argentines. There were meetings and discussion. It was obvious to the Americans and Argentines that Tigrelo's peasant recruits could make good fighters, but only if they were well trained and well led. The CIA's military men felt more comfortable with military professionals at the head of rebel units, an attitude they would maintain, despite mounting criticism, to the end of the conflict. Out of the deliberations came a decision. Tigrelo and Dimas were worthy recruiters, but unreliable commanders. Better to systematically strip them of any conscripts they marched out of Nicaragua. Best for the recruits, best for the FDN. In late December, the Tigrelo brothers appeared in Honduras with their latest harvest, several hundred peasant farmers. During the last 6 months of 1982, the Tigrelos had conscripted nearly 1,000 rural men into the CIA's army. All were transferred from the Tigrelos command to create new FDN units headed, of course, by 17 ex-guardsmen. Tigrelo and Dimas were left with a 60-man force. They headed back into Nicaragua for more recruiting. Mid-1982 through October 1983. Flay watched the guerrilla army Bermudez had promised become a reality. If the squalor he'd found at the Macengels camp had disheartened him about the possibilities for fighting a real war against the Sandinistas, now he was reconsidering. Flay began to meet the ex-guards Bermudez was bringing to Honduras to command the force, and his tolerance for them expanded amid the privations of exile. They were no longer just drunken policemen hitting him up for bribes. Now he saw most of them as penniless exiles, on the skids, like himself. He met ex-guard Lt. Roger Sandino during one of his visits to the Florencia safe house. They had long chats, and Sandino kept inviting Flay to join the FDN force. This was going to be an army that would force the Sandinistas to take its opponents seriously, Sandino said. Flay had heard a lot of big talk from other exiles, but in March 1982, he read newspaper reports that made him take notice. Counter-revolutionary rebels had carried out 2 daring sapper attacks in northern Nicaragua that had simultaneously crumpled 2 key bridges. The sudden, devastating sabotage shocked the Sandinistas, who declared a state of emergency and announced that they were at war and were the victims of foreign aggression. Then Flay heard through the grapevine that his friend Lieutenant Sandino had led one of the sapper teams. Good for him, Flay thought, smiling to himself. Flay was no scholar. He had no idea that the FDN was, to the CIA men putting it together, just another in a long string of native insurgencies they had organized around the world. What Flay saw was that war on the Sandinistas was becoming a reality. It appeared that Washington was putting its enormous weight behind the struggle. Flay's difficult months in exile had kicked all the bravado out of him. All his dreams about rescuing the revolution, all his patriotic pronouncements to his wife, were just mierda, so much crap. He'd never have the wherewithal to confront the Sandinistas again on his own. He had become just a refugee. If he and all the other anti-Sandinista rebel sects gathered in Honduras Tigrelo's men, Pedro Joaquin Gonzalez's people wanted to settle accounts in Nicaragua, they needed weapons, food, cash. They needed a leader who'd speak for them internationally. When all was said and done, Flay felt he had little choice. Having shed blood against the 78th Sandinista Revolution, he couldn't turn back. Midway through 1982, Flay decided to join the FDN army. Flay showed up one evening at the EDN's Florencia safe house in Tegucigalpa, where he found Lieutenant Sandino out front, lashing a tarpaulin over crates of cargo piled on the bed of a one-ton truck with dual tires parked near the walled entryway. Flay saw other guys with guns standing guard. "What's inside?" he asked. "Rifles," Sandino said, pulling up the tarp to let Flay see. Bermudez had put Sandino in charge of one of the training bases the FDN was establishing by the border, and Sandino was leaving that night to deliver the rifles to the men at his base. He was selecting men for a special project. Why didn't Flay come along? Flay shook his hand. "I'm in," he said. Flay took the nom de guerre Johnson. He and 24 other Nicaraguan men from Sandino's base arrived a week later at La Quinta, a rambling 40-acre farm, about 7 miles west of Toncontín Airport, that the Argentines had rented from its absentee French owner to use as a training base for FON commandos. A crumbling stone wall ringed the property. Inside, a farmhouse and a couple of outbuildings faced on a central yard, shaded by malenge trees. Everything was in disrepair. A few tattered army field tents had been set up near a stand of mango trees to house the commandos. It was hardly a satisfactory training site for an army. The only available water had to be drawn and carried from a distant well. Degree at La Quinta, Johnson experienced his first real military training in the Contra army. The 60 men who eventually amassed there were divided into 2 commando units of 30 each. Their teachers were Argentine, all apparently military officers in their mid-30s with pseudonyms like Raúl, Chingolo, and Molina. Their leader was Villegas, the silver-haired gentleman with a taste for aviator sunglasses and gold chains whom Johnson had first met with Bermudez at the McEngels camp months earlier. The Argentines were autocratic and aloof. The Nicaraguans were here to learn how to make war, secret war, the Argentines said. The Nicaraguans were to ask no questions about who their teachers were. They were to shun all contacts with anybody outside their commando units. They could not leave the base. The curriculum was ambitious, an hour of racking pre-dawn calisthenics and jogging, then a day crammed with infantry patrolling exercises, blackboard theory on explosives, sabotage and special operations, direct practice in map reading and compass orientation. After dark the training intensified. The commandos, their faces painted black, would 79. Slip out of La Quinta to steal their way across Tegucigalpa's suburban farmland in simulated nighttime patrols. There were a couple of day trips as well, to a Honduran army shooting range about 15 miles west of La Quinta for some hands-on target shooting with automatic rifles and some demonstrations and practice with plastic explosives, blowing up old wrecked cars. After 2 weeks of crash training, 19 hours a day, the Argentines began equipping the 2 commando teams for their operation. Each fighter was given boots, a uniform, a heavy Belgian FAL automatic rifle and ammunition, a long knife, U.S. made freeze-dried rations, and as much C4 explosive and detonators as they could carry. Under cover of night, Johnson and the other heavily laden men were loaded onto the beds of 2 Honduran army trucks. Hidden beneath tarpaulins, they were driven through Tegucigalpa streets and on east, through Danley, to the end of the dirt road by the border just past the village of Las Trojas. A month of heavy marching began. The commander of Johnson's unit was Pastor Dennis Meza, the son of a wealthy landowner near Jinotega. Johnson had first met Dennis at McEngels, after Dennis had participated in Pedro Joaquin Gonzalez's 1980 attack on Quilali. After a couple of days' march south from Las Trojas, when the unit was barely into Nicaragua, Dennis confided to Johnson their target. The Sandinistas were cutting a dirt road east from Matagalpa to gold mines in the north-central savannas, and onto the Atlantic coast. The Argentines had targeted a construction site along the route, near a hamlet called Puerto Viejo, where dozens of costly building machines were parked. Laden like pack animals under the burden of heavy weaponry, the commandos sweated their way south. At first they trudged along in daytime, talking to peasants along the way, buying food. Despite his exhaustion, Johnson felt the exhilaration of coming home. The column tracked through terrain he knew well, valleys and hollows he'd visited years before. He met farmers who recognized him. He just smiled, saying nothing, and they smiled back. But when Johnson's team was within a week's march of the target, they began to move only at night, off the roads, keeping out of sight, eating only sweet candy. The unit was more than a week behind schedule when they arrived. There had been days of marching in circles, trying to locate Puerto Viejo and link up with the second group, but finally they made contact and got a look at their target, a remote construction yard, surrounded by a cheap cyclone fence, crowded with rows of heavy new Fiat dump trucks, more than 24 of them, all gleaming chrome. There were 2 jeeps, 4 heavy backhoes, even a nicely stocked tool shop with several welding plants. There was no military guard, only a couple of dozen construction ministry machine operators camped out in huts adjacent to the site. It was going to be easy. C.E. Johnson's team rested a day, then marched into staging areas as the Argentines had taught them. Just past midnight, the 2 teams rushed to surround the Puerto Viejo yard and the settlement of construction workers. When they burst the gate, a car horn in an old Chevrolet station wagon, rigged as a makeshift siren, began to shriek. A lone watchman, hearing the racket, ran out of the machine shed to the car. One of the Contra's fowls belched out a line of heavy slugs, and the man spun around, hit and screaming. Other commandos had already taken the machine operators prisoner. The rest was simple, rigging the C4 explosive on each of the truck motors, on the hydraulic systems of the backhoes, underneath the jeeps, in the machine area, then stringing the detonator cables neatly as the Argentines had insisted. Everybody moved back. The concussion echoed across the valleys. The yard blazed brilliant orange. When the smoke cleared, the line of once gleaming trucks was all disemboweled. The commandos scattered a few blue and white paper Nicaraguan flags, released their hostages, and left. 2 Johnson found the march out of Nicaragua considerably more pleasant than the infiltration. He was rid of his burden of explosives. The commandos chatted with peasants along the way, bought steers to barbecue, and set a slower pace. Johnson felt good. He'd struck his first heavy blow against the Sandinistas. It had been more than a year since Johnson's first collaboration with Tigrelo in their deadly ambush at Pedernales del Qua. Ever since, attacks like the sabotage at Puerto Viejo had been happening weekly, almost daily, and in late 1982, the international media discovered the mounting U.S. involvement in the secret war. In October and November, reports of the Contra's fast-mounting war and of the U.S. and Argentine backing for it appeared in the Miami Herald, Newsweek, and other U.S. publications. 3. Johnson was confident that he'd made the right choice. With the FDN carrying out strikes like this, and with the enormous power of Washington behind the rebels, what he had heard Bermudez and others say had to be true, the Sandinistas wouldn't last long. Johnson had shown himself a capable soldier and a valuable coder during his first FDN operation. Once he was back in Lieutenant Sandino's Honduran base camp with the rest of the sabotage unit, word got around. A few days later, Sandino called Johnson aside. There was good news. The FDN's international friends were increasing their backing. The fledgling rebel force was now in a position to pay Johnson $281 dread Honduran lempiras monthly, the equivalent of about $100. It wasn't a lot, but it would keep his family in food while Johnson fought a war. He could quit scratching for construction work. An FDN officer would drop off the cash at Magda's Tegucigalpa flat the first of every month. Furthermore, the Argentines were so pleased with the FDN's recent sabotage work that they had decided to assemble a permanent, elite sapper squad that would receive more advanced training in the destructive arts and carry out new high-stakes raids. They had selected Lieutenant Sandino to be its commander, and they wanted him to handpick a couple of dozen of his best men to join the new Contra Special Forces unit, which was to be called the Commandos for Special Operations. Johnson was one of Sandino's first choices, and he quickly agreed. Johnson's ego swelled when he joined the Special Forces unit. The mystique surrounding the unit was macho, the hopes were high, and the expectations exalted. Villegas, the chief Argentine trainer, laid on the superlatives in a chalk talk about goals and procedures a day or two after the force assembled at La Quinta. You all have been selected as the Commandos for Special Operations, Villegas said, pacing in front of a blackboard, slapping his palm with a pointer. You must make yourselves the best. You have to harden yourselves, become capable of anything, any operation, capable of taking out any target. You have to become the quickest, the strongest, the most tenacious, the meanest, the deadliest. You must become commandos who never say no. That set the tone for the training. There were more visits to the Honduran military base at Lepetaric, 18 miles west of Tegucigalpa, for explosives and sharpshooting practice. A secluded lake offered the opportunity for Johnson and his fellows to learn the silent use of rubber rafts and ropes in water infiltration. Although Johnson's unit was, supposedly, to be capable of hitting any target anywhere in Nicaragua, he gradually deduced that the unit's managers were hoping to deploy it mainly for attacks along Nicaragua's northwestern Pacific coast, a region adjacent to Honduras and the Gulf of Fonasca that had been left largely untouched despite the FDN's constant attacks all over the country's mountainous north-central highlands. The 50-mile-wide strip of land adjoining the Pacific coast was Nicaragua's most strategic chunk of real estate, including the capital, the vast majority of *its industry, scores of huge farms producing most of its cotton, banana, and other agricultural exports, as well as 2/3 of the country's population. The FDN's problem was that conditions were poor for waging guerrilla war on the Pacific coast. The terrain in Chinandega and Lean, the Pacific coast provinces closest to Honduras, was hot and flat, much of it dedicated to vast, unshaded cotton plantations, without much cover. There were few of the frontier-style farmers who had provided so much intelligence and food to the Contras in the highlands. There wasn't even much water. Because of all this, Johnson's commandos were being prepared for another kind of war, one of stealthy incursions, devastating strikes, and silent withdrawals. They would infiltrate into Chinandega or Leon by land or by sea, carrying everything they needed, staying only as long as necessary to carry out one mission. Johnson's first operation with the elite unit underscored the Argentines' elevated ambitions. The target was La Laguna, the Lagoon, a new military base 7 miles north of the capital of Chinandega province where the Sandinistas had deployed a dozen newly acquired Soviet T-55 tanks. Some 100 Sandinista soldiers, about a company, were guarding the tanks behind a barbed wire perimeter. Thousands of other soldiers were bivouacked in bases nearby. The Argentines sent the Contras to destroy the tanks not with mortar fire from a respectful distance or by aerial bombing, but by penetrating the base itself. The Contras were to knife the guards, disable the tanks with meticulously located charges of C4, and steal away. Johnson was the second in command of the 40-man sapper team, equipped with CIA-supplied infrared night vision goggles that allowed Johnson to make out clear images at 150 yards in pitch dark. Despite the CIA gadgetry, on the first try Johnson's unit never even came close. Trucked secretly to the Nicaraguan border, Johnson's men bogged down after an all-night moonlit march in hip-deep mud as they crossed the Estero Real, a broad estuary cutting 20 miles across Chinandega province from the Gulf of Fonseca. 24 hours later, several men got lost on a hacienda. Out of drinking water and luck, Johnson's unit retreated back to Honduras and radioed to Tegucigalpa. The Argentines sent trucks to ferry them back to La Quinta. There were no recriminations. After all, it was a new unit. Months later, in October 1983, Johnson's Special Operations Commandos had a second shot at La Laguna tank base. This time the Argentines had equipped the commandos with U.S. supplied rubber boats, inflatable with cans of pressurized gas. The crossing of the Estero Real was a breeze. The hike south was easy, too, because the commandos had studied aerial photographs taken by U.S. spy planes of the topography between the Honduran border and La Laguna. The same photos, passed. 83. From the CIA to the FDN by the Argentines, also clearly highlighted the location of the tanks within the base. The commandos arrived near La Laguna's barbed wire perimeter at 11 p.m. and regrouped. They had diagrammed their mission extensively and practiced their movements to exhaustion. 18 men would remain at the base perimeter as security. 24 would enter, 3 4-man explosives teams and 3 4-man elimination squads. This time, each of the 3 explosives teams had 1 pair of the infrared goggles. The Sandinistas had hidden the dozen tanks in 12 separate earthen pits, each covered by a small, hangar-like shed with a zinc roof. 2 soldiers, serving as guards, lived and slept beside each tank. The commandos' plan was to cut through the barbed wire perimeter, slip inside, silently eliminate the guards with knives, attach the explosive charges and a time detonator to the tanks, and slip back out. They counted off, set their watches, and moved in. The barbed wire fence was no problem. Furthermore, some of the Sandinista sentries had wandered away from their posts to visit with other guards. Johnson could hear their voices through the chatter of the cicadas in the Chinandega night. With the guards absent, the commandos succeeded in locating and placing their charges on 3 tanks. Johnson was crouched alongside 1 tank, placing a charge. Other commandos were moving across the dark turf toward an adjacent bunker. A shout rang out. "Compañeros! Who goes there? Identify yourselves. Now. Or I'll shoot." It was a Sandinista sentry no one had noticed, crouched in a kind of a duck blind atop a tree shading the base. One of the commandos had a clear line of fire. The rhythmic crash of automatic rifle fire cut the night, and the Sandinista soldier pitched off his perch. But his call had alerted the entire base, and the gunfire had awakened the countryside. The night erupted with shouts, shots, cries, flashlights. Johnson raced for the perimeter. The Sandinistas were firing their AK-47s wildly. Johnson reached the fence, slipped through, and sprinted back along the approach trail. The escape plan called for the unit's men to regroup at several pre-established rendezvous points. Johnson heard the sudden roar of the Sandinista tanks, revving into action. They were clinking their way across the cotton fields, firing in delirium from their machine gun turrets amid the shouts of infantry. The commandos didn't return the fire, because in the nighttime confusion, it wasn't clear who was who. Furthermore, the Sandinistas would be executing a pre-established defensive maneuver within their own terrain. The commandos had no hope of prevailing in combat. The idea was to retreat, fast. Along the way, to Johnson's satisfaction, they heard the explosions of the charges they'd left on 3 tanks with time delay detonators. About 150 yards out of the base, while crossing a clean field, one of Johnson's commandos took a burst of machine gun fire. He was the only casualty until frantic hours later, when another commando drowned during the return crossing of the Estero Real, halfway through the 16-hour dash to the border. A third commando, Ulysses, separated from the column and was given up. The column beat its final retreat into Honduras. The Special Operations Commandos had destroyed 3 tanks, but had lost 3 men. Militarily, it had been neither the unit's greatest success nor its worst debacle, but politically the operation, like most of the other sabotage operations, became a dismal failure. Ulysses was later captured and gave extensive statements about the secret history, training, and procedures of Johnson's unit to Sandinista interrogators. The Nicaraguan authorities turned the attack into a propaganda victory, portraying it as a tremendous fiasco by hapless Contra mercenaries. Fall and Winter 1983. In the fall of 1983 there were many changes for the Special Operations Commandos. Lieutenant Sandino requested permission from Bermudez to travel on leave to Miami, and never came back. Carlos Gustavo Guillen, a medical student whose father had been a National Guard physician, took Sandino's place as commander of the unit, and Johnson became Gustavo's second, leading a 30-man sapper squad. A few weeks later, Villegas and the other Argentine trainers disappeared. One of Bermudez's general staff officers came out to La Quinta to explain. The political situation had changed in Buenos Aires, civilians were taking over the Argentine government, and they didn't want to help the FDN anymore. Now, Bermudez's staff officer said, American friends would be taking over the training of the special forces. At this point, Johnson's unit was transferred away from La Quinta. Too many journalists had been asking questions about the mysterious goings-on at the ramshackle farm outside Tegucigalpa surrounded by Nicaraguans with guns. Johnson's unit boarded trucks as always, at night, and covered by tarpaulins for the drive 18 miles west to Lepetaric, the shooting range where he had earlier received some basic sabotage training. 85. Lepetaric was a Honduran military installation, with the Honduran flag overhead, uniformed Honduran military guards at the front gate, and Honduran soldiers patrolling the perimeter, but the CIA had arranged with the Hondurans to use it for training various rebel units. For the next months, Johnson and the Special Operations Commandos would be based there. At Lepetaric, Johnson for the first time came into direct contact with some of the CIA men who, though he just knew them as the American friends, had taken control of the Nicaraguan war. In command was Col. Bill Clark, a gigantic man, well over 6 feet tall, with short, straight brown hair, a chunky body like a boxer's, and weightlifter's muscles. He appeared to be in his early 40s. He liked to do all the calisthenics and jog with Johnson and the other commandos in the morning. When he ran, it would take Johnson about 5 steps to match every one of Colonel Bill's *4 I'm a big mule, he told Johnson. Over time, Johnson began to piece together Bill's background. He didn't have a wedding ring, but seemed to be married. He mentioned a son studying at an American university. He talked a lot about Vietnam, and it was obvious that he'd seen a lot of combat. He had scars from operations he'd undergone to extract bullets and shrapnel. During calisthenics, Bill would pull up his sweatshirt to show the scars across his stomach and back. "Be careful with mines," he said at one point. Colonel Bill headed a staff of 5 or 6 American CIA officers at Lepetaric. They all dressed in civilian clothes, but they were all military men. His second was Major Thomas, a fellow with Hispanic, or perhaps American Indian, features. About 35, he had a wiry, tightly muscled frame that contrasted humorously with Colonel Bill's beef. Speaking slightly more flowing Spanish than Bill, Thomas taught Johnson and the other commandos the techniques of close-up war, such as ways to stab with a commando knife. A handful of other CIA trainers also worked with Johnson's men. There was a Major Sean, who had been a Green Beret. Tom Ecker taught a course in cryptography, but he couldn't make himself understood in Spanish, so the CIA provided an interpreter, Roberto, who also spoke Spanish with a thick American twang. For Johnson and his men, conditions were better at Lepateric than they'd been at La Quinta under the Argentines. There the men had camped in field tents and washed out of a barrel. The food had been rice, beans. Now, under the gringos, although they still weren't allowed to leave the base, there were wooden barracks, there were eggs and bacon, cornflakes, a red apple, and coffee for breakfast after the morning jog, even a glass of cow's milk. Furthermore, most of the gringo instructors were friendlier than the Argentines had been, though they maintained a certain distance. On weekends most of the gringos would leave Lepateric, driving to Tegucigalpa to get drunk and get laid, Janonson figured. One American, however, always stayed behind with the Nicaraguans as a sort of babysitter. The gringos never left them entirely alone. The American instructors built their own barracks apart from the Nicaraguans, and Johnson's Special Operations Commandos were also kept isolated from other Nicaraguans training at Lepateric. Each Nicaraguan unit was separate, and everyone was urged to mind his own business. Compartmentalized was the word. As a result, Johnson remained ignorant of many things. He didn't know that besides his own Special Forces unit, other Nicaraguans at Lepateric were also learning about psychological operations. Some were training as paramedics, others as radio operators. He didn't know that the sabotage he carried out was just one aspect of an enormous CIA counteroffensive aimed at beating back revolution all across Central America. He didn't know, at first, about the dozens of other programs the CIA was undertaking to enlarge and remake the FDN, nor was he aware that the FDN was just one of 4 separate Nicaraguan exile armies the CIA was now managing. There was a force of Indians that the CIA was arming and training in the Honduran Mezquitia, the eastern Savannah region bordering on Nicaragua, another, separate CIA-armed Indian force based in Costa Rica, and Eden Pastora's southern front, yet another army financed and armed by the CIA. There was a 5th secret CIA force, too, smaller but perhaps more deadly than the others, an elite sabotage unit operating frequently out of neighboring El Salvador's eastern port of La Uni 6N. Composed of mercenaries from Colombia, Ecuador, Honduras, and other Latin countries, and under direct CIA control and command, they were the agency's unilaterally controlled Latin assets. Johnson still thought that this was a Nicaraguan war. Seeing only a tiny part of the CIA's total involvement, he viewed Colonel Bill and the other CIA men simply as allies, eager to help. They seemed to be just what they said they were, American friends. The project. 1981 through 1983. By the time the Reagan administration was installed, had considered how best to punish Managua's upstart revolutionaries, and had written secret proposals for clandestine Contra armies and approved them. The Nicaraguan rebel force had already taken primitive shape. Enrique Bermudez, working with the Argentines and reporting to the CIA, had recruited many officers, established a number of base camps, and begun to field some troops. Now Washington had a vision of much bigger things. Building on this rudimentary foundation, the CIA utterly transformed every aspect of the rebel force, creating an army that rivaled the regular armed forces of Honduras in size and was equipped with sophisticated weaponry none of the government armies in Central America possessed. When Johnson first took up arms, the Nicaraguan rebellion had been an independent, if sputtering, peasant revolt, it now became a U.S.-sponsored covert action. For the rest of the war, the C.L. Paraiso. As the war mounted, though, the Tamara clinic just wasn't big enough. The ward that was set up for 50 beds soon had 100 rebel wounded crammed into the hallways and corners, and when the Sandinista army began to bring its Soviet-made Katyushka multiple rocket launchers to bear on Contra units, the flood of shrapnel cases overwhelmed Tamara. Furthermore, the Honduran military was starting to complain. Tamara's public profile, not to mention that of the CIA's field hospitals, was just too brazen. So the CIA modernized the medical system. After the engineers' crew built the Las Vegas base, Doc supervised the transfer of the Tamara clinic to a new site 15 minutes walk from the FDN's new headquarters. Once the CIA opened its new base at Aguacate, other new possibilities opened up. Instead of the old field hospitals along the border, the CIA acquired a medevac helicopter and began to air transport FDN wounded to Aguacate. There, the CIA had thrown up 2 wooden warehouses and 5 hospital tents, housing 30 beds each, as medical wards, along with an operating chamber. The Aguacate Hospital complex was handling up to 250 wounded during heavy combat. A contingent of volunteer Cuban exile doctors from Miami was visiting regularly to help out, and press attention focused on them, but the CIA's medical service was largely based on the full-time services of salaried physicians, more than a dozen by 1984.19. 1981 through 1983. During the first years of the war, intelligence gathering by the Contra Army was primitive at best. For tactical combat, rebel units operating inside Nicaragua learned about Sandinista army movements from friendly peasants or from Sandinistas they seized and interrogated. But the information that field commanders collected this way stayed within their units because the army had no system for communicating intelligence back to headquarters for analysis and redistribution to other units. 99. In advance of Contra sabotage operations, the CIA provided the Contras the intelligence they needed, arranging overflights of Nicaragua by U.S. spy planes to shoot aerial photos used to target objectives for FDN sapper squads. But during the first 3 years of the war, the agency placed little emphasis on developing the Contra Army's own intelligence gathering capacity. Nor did the FDN's own section, headed by the former National Guard COL. Ricardo El Chino Lau and operating out of General Staff Headquarters in Tegucigalpa, gather intelligence on the Sandinista enemy in Nicaragua. Instead, Lau focused on counterintelligence work. He ran a death squad. Lau's killers were ex-guardsmen he recruited into the FDN as paid agents, and during his first months in Honduras, Lau sent them to eliminate Nicaraguan exiles he suspected might be Sandinista spies plotting an attack on Bermudez or on other Contra leaders. Some of Lau's victims were FDN commandos. One Contra fighter executed on Lau's orders was Ivan Bandana, a 20-year-old Nicaraguan student exile who had joined the September 15th Legion in Guatemala and then moved to an FDN camp in Honduras. In early 1982, Bandafa wrote several letters from Honduras to his brothers in Miami complaining that he feared for his safety because he had run afoul of Bermudez and Lau. Accounts differ about the reason for the rift. Some Contras believed that Bandafa's infraction had been only to complain too insistently about the food served during a leadership course run by Argentine advisors at La Quinta. But Lau's personal secretary later told Bandana's brothers that Ivan had threatened to reveal crimes committed by Lau in Guatemala. On April 23, 1982, Contra gunmen shot Bandana 37 times at close range in an ambush near the Honduran border hamlet of Los Bajas. 2 days later, his Miami relatives received a terse telegram from Bermudez. "We announce that Mr. Ivan Bandana has died. Signed, Enrique Bermudez." 2 Lau's death squad also worked for the Honduran military, which was engaged in its own assassination program aimed at exterminating a tiny guerrilla movement operating in the country, as well as student and labor leaders considered to pose a subversive threat. In 1980, Colonel Alvarez established a secret Honduran Army intelligence unit, later known as the 316 Battalion. The participation of Honduran soldiers in state-sponsored murder posed an obvious security problem for Alvarez, so to maintain secrecy, he recruited most of his triggermen from Tegucigalpa's Central Penitentiary and later ordered the execution of many of his own executioners. In late 1981, however, the FDN's Argentine advisors proposed to 100. Alvarez another solution for this problem. Lau's FDN gunmen could cooperate by executing subversives kidnapped and interrogated by the Honduran military during the period from 1981 to 1984, when Alvarez operated his death squads. Nearly 250 political killings and disappearances were reported in Honduras. Lau's recruits played an important role in the _ extermination campaign. They seized and killed Salvadorans targeted as arms traffickers, Honduran labor or student leaders, and Nicaraguans denounced as Sandinista spies. *1 Contra, who worked for Lao, later described the murders of 2 Honduran men to a U.S. reporter. The Contra, who identified himself as Miguel, said a Honduran military officer called him to arrange the pickup of 2 packages. The Contra said he took delivery of 2 detainees from a Honduran military jeep on a highway near Tegucigalpa and drove them south to Colutka. There, one was forced to dig his own grave and lie in it, where he was stabbed and shot. The other was driven on toward the Nicaraguan border, stabbed and shot, and left on the highway as a warning to other leftists. Miguel's identity has never been discovered, but the decision to murder the Hondurans in Colutka is significant. That steamy southern province, straddling the Pan-American Highway just north of the Nicaraguan border, became a major focus of FDN murder. It was the first stop for many Nicaraguan refugees streaming into Honduras, so it was perfectly situated for the work Lao considered his main counterintelligence task, identifying and eliminating Sandinista spies. Colutka was also the crossroads of the arms traffic from Nicaragua, across southern Honduras to the Salvadoran guerrillas. Several of Lao's most notorious killers used the nom de guerre La Bestia, or the Beast, took up residence in Colutka, where they worked closely with the intelligence section at the Honduran Army's 101st Brigade, a unit advised by U.S. military officers. 82 Salvadorans disappeared in Honduras between 1980 and early 1984, many in Colutka. Honduran authorities later blamed Lao's death squad for killing most of them. The bodies of some of the victims were burned in the ovens of a gold mine in Colutka province operated by 2 of Lao's Nicaraguan exile friends. Whether or not the CIA was involved remains unclear. During the period Lao's agents were carrying out their murders, Lao's section was funded by the CIA, according to several former FDN officers. 28 Whether the CIA helped Lao's men carry out their murders by targeting victims remains an open question. At a time that CIA Director William Casey and other agency officials were justifying the Contra program to Congress. 101. As an effort to interdict arms shipments from Nicaragua to Marxist guerrillas in El Salvador, CIA-funded FON gunmen working for Lao routinely murdered suspected Salvadoran arms traffickers in Honduras. Perhaps this was a coincidence. One CIA officer who worked in Honduras during the period insisted later that Lao kept the work of his assassination squad secret from the agency officials who occasionally visited his office in FDN General Staff Headquarters, but it seems unlikely that the CIA remained completely unaware of Lao's activities. One reason is that the CIA was closely monitoring the activities of the Honduran Army intelligence units involved in the assassination campaign of which Lao's squads were one part. Some of the Honduran agents who served on the 316 Battalion received interrogation training in Texas by CIA officers in 1980, and in Honduras American agents maintained extensive contacts with the secret unit, often visiting detention centers during interrogations and routinely receiving written statements taken from the torture victims. Furthermore, the agency established numerous mechanisms to monitor the activities of the FDN. One of the CIA's own agents reported full-time on the rebel army. Known to the rebels as Major Ricardo, a heavy-set, Colombian-born agent in his early 40s, he visited every base camp, every safe house, making his way from rebel officer to rebel officer, asking questions about everything, especially anything that might be irregular, and scribbling notes on a legal pad. *degree In addition, the agency recruited paid informants from within rebel ranks, from every base and every unit, from virtually every staff section, to spy on the FDN. One of the rebels the CIA routinely paid for information was Bermudez's own longtime personal secretary, Ecobedo Ortega, a former guard lieutenant. In late 1982, the CIA's base chief Ray Doty boasted to a visiting U.S. senator on the effectiveness of his program to spy on the FDN. "Nothing happens in the Contra army we don't find out about," Doty said. Late 1982. The CIA built its project, piece by piece, in a remarkably short time, but almost immediately there were people who began to wonder about the quality. As the pieces of the CIA's jigsaw fell into place, the face that began to stare up from the puzzle began to look disconcertingly like Somoza's old National Guard. The comparisons were inevitable, what with the commanders of the FDN Army, Air Force, Navy, Medical Corps, Intelligence Service, and a string of other major posts drawn straight from corresponding posts in 102. The Guard. Point 3. But as the FDN took shape, the Guard legacy emerged in countless other unexpected ways as well. When the FDN got around to writing up a code of conduct, a set of internal laws, the lawyer to whom Bermudez delegated the task just grabbed the Guard's old Código de Enjuiciamiento, or trial code, jiggered a few things around, and called it the FDN's. When the FDN set up a basic training school, MAC, and a dozen other former Guard instructors closely modeled it on Somoza's Escuela de Entrenamiento Básico de Infantería, the EEBI. And when the FDN established an internal front within Nicaragua, Bermudez assigned the task to one of Somoza's former Liberal Party political bosses, who recruited the FDN's underground of collaborators from his list of old Liberal Party Jueces de Amistad, Somoza's network of village sheriffs. Point 53. The Somoza era also lived on in the person of an exiled businessman whom CIA agents recruited early to work closely with Bermudez. Aristides Sanchez was born in Leon, the traditional power center of Somoza's Liberal Party, and Sanchez's family was one of the preeminent liberal families, with a web of family ties to the Somoza clan itself. Aristides was the grandson of Fernando Sanchez, a cacao planter who had accumulated more than 100,000 acres of plantation land tilled by thousands of illiterate peons. When Aristides was growing up, he could walk from Lean southwest more than 10 miles to the Pacific and never leave his father's land. And there were other vast parcels in Nicaragua's northern wilds, concessions from liberal governments, that the family had never had time to visit. Aristides's father, Enrique F. Sanchez. Was at different times Somoza's ambassador to Mexico, Somoza's agriculture minister, and Somoza's public works minister, as well as a Liberal Party congressional deputy from Leon. Aristides got an aristocrat's education, studying law at Managua's Jesuit University and later in Italy. He married Cecilia Rodriguez, herself the daughter of one of Central America's wealthiest families, with interests in liquor, agriculture, and shipping. Aristides Sanchez distinguished himself as a quiet plotter who liked to control events from behind the scenes rather than work in the limelight. Instead of practicing law or following in the family tradition of Liberal Party politics, Sanchez carried out a family coup d'état, taking control from his siblings of much of his father's lands, then went to work managing his properties, commuting between Managua and Lean. He got to know the National Guard well, cultivating relations with each successive local guard commander in Leon to secure their help in watching over the family properties and guarding against labor unrest. But through the 1970s, the Guard's grip on Nicaragua's peons slipped. 103. And to salvage his fortune, Sanchez had to shift from accumulation to liquidation. In 1979, as the revolution closed in, he worked frantically to sell off as much as possible of the family's estate, and trucked between 15,000 and 20,000 head of cattle from the family's vast herds to slaughter in Honduras. Then he fled with his family into Miami exile. 34 As the Argentines and Americans began to finance the Guard's rebirth, Aristides was the first of 3 Sanchez brothers to sign on to the project. In 1981, he moved to Honduras, where from the start he worked closely with Bermudez, adopting the role he'd favored in business, the behind-the-scenes manipulator. He reported to the CIA daily and, like Bermudez, generally followed their dictates. But his wealth gave Sanchez what one U.S. official later called "fuck you money," the wherewithal Bermudez lacked to defy his American handlers. The very atmosphere around the FDN leadership smelled of the Somoza era. Ensconced in a series of CIA-paid, Spanish colonial Tegucigalpa safe houses, Bermudez, Sanchez, and the rest of the FDN clique were whiling away evenings in candle-lit elegance, murmuring over wine and beef about the way things were and still might be. And yet the FDN's identity as a group of has-been-so-macistas was becoming increasingly obvious, to the dismay of the CIA, especially since by late 1982 the secret war had become big news. The U.S. Congress began to consider cutting off funds. From the moment they created the FDN, CIA agents conceived of a division of labor. The Contra army would carry out military strikes inside Nicaragua but stay out of politics, while a junta or directorate of exiled Nicaraguan businessmen would do the rebels' political work. %5 mainly, that meant lobbying the U.S. Congress to vote money the CIA could spend on the Contras. The CIA had chosen 3 members for the original FDN directorate, created in the fall of 1981, Aristides Sanchez and 2 others. By mid-1982, the other 2 had quarreled with Bermudez, and now the FDN needed a new public face. In November 1982, a team of CIA agents moved into Miami, rented a suite at the 4 Ambassadors Hotel, and began to recruit. Tony Feldman was their leader. Feldman thought the way to counter the doleful image Bermudez and his guards were developing in Tegucigalpa was obvious: put together a junta of exiles with ties to Nicaragua's Conservative Party, Somoza's traditional opposition. Naturally, Feldman also wanted bright, educated people who could speak English and who knew how to work under American direction. So he recruited exiles with experience working in U.S. corporations. 104. One was Edgar Chamorro, then 51, a member of one of Nicaragua's most prominent conservative families and a former Jesuit with a master's degree from Harvard University who had traveled into exile to Miami after the Sandinista takeover. Living on Key Biscayne, Chamorro was working for Cargill Incorporated when the first call came. A stranger, Steve Davis, said he was speaking in the name of the U.S. government. Washington was interested in increasing the size of the Contra's political leadership. Was Chamorro interested? A week or so later, Davis took Chamorro to dinner and introduced Feldman. He was about 40 years old, alert and good-looking. He had thinning hair, a long face, an easy smile, and a gentleman's manner. He would have made a superb car salesman, Chamorro later said of Feldman. Feldman said that the Contras enjoyed Washington's full backing. He was sure they'd be in power in Managua within a year. For now, he wanted to put together a 7-member directorate of Nicaraguans with no ties to Somoza, a group that could persuade Congress that the rebels were worth supporting. Chamorro agreed to cooperate. At a subsequent meeting, Chamorro met another CIA agent, a man who called himself Tomas Castillo but whose real name was Joseph Fernandez. Born in New York, Fernandez had moved to Miami at age 13 and had attended St. Peter and Paul Catholic High School. He was a police officer in Dade County for 8 years before his recruitment by the CIA in 1969. During the 1970s, Fernandez had done stints under diplomatic cover in Uruguay and Peru and had also served at Langley. By late 1982, he was 45, an olive-skinned, heavy-set man, maybe 5'10", with black hair graying at the temples and buckish teeth that occasionally rested on his lower lip. He wore dark, quality suits and took especial care with clothes that impressed Chamorro. 8 Fernandez coordinated preparations for a press conference, designed to introduce the new FDN directorate publicly. Chamorro, with a handful of other Nicaraguan exiles, wrote a political manifesto typical of dozens of others the exile community was churning out at the time, anti-communist, all about the right to private property. It was submitted to Fernandez for review. "Shit, who wrote this?" Fernandez burst out. "It sounds like all you want is to get back what you lost. You have to write something more progressive, more political. We'll get somebody to help you." So John Mallet flew down from Washington and introduced himself to the Contras as George. Then 35, Mallet was a huge bear of a man, 6'5" maybe. 105. With a brown mustache and bushy hair, graying at the temples, parted on the left. He had poor eyes, so that he peered down at Chamorro and the other Nicaraguans through thick glasses. One of Mallet's first tasks was to write a completely new political manifesto for the FDN. Then, before the December 8, 1982, press conference in the Fort Lauderdale Hilton at which the CIA unveiled its directorate, Mallet coached the Nicaraguans carefully about the questions journalists were likely to ask. One thing was very important, he said, the Nicaraguans were to say they had no contact with U.S. government officials. The press conference went smoothly. Chamorro and the others denied indignantly that they were receiving CIA backing. The men portrayed themselves as a group of concerned Nicaraguan patriots who'd been meeting spontaneously in one another's homes in exile, struggling to forge an independent democratic leadership that could oppose Marxism in their land. In reality, they hardly knew one another. Alfonso Callejas, a former Nicaraguan vice president whom the CIA had recruited as another director, had flown in at the last moment from Texas, where he was living in exile. Chamorro had never met him, nor had he met Bermudez, who flew up from Honduras. None of the directors, except Bermudez, had the slightest idea how the army was shaping up. Weeks later, the CIA added another recruit to the new directorate. Adolfo Calero, then 52, a 1953 Notre Dame graduate, was the manager of Managua's Coca-Cola bottling plant. Although he was married into the Somoza clan, Calero had been a prominent Conservative Party activist, and Somoza had even jailed him briefly during a business strike. But Chamorro believed Calero had worked for the CIA in Nicaragua for a long time, serving as a conduit of funds from the U.S. Embassy to various student and labor organizations. Now Tony Feldman persuaded Calero to go into exile to join the FDN. Feldman saw Calero as the perfect FDN leader. He was tall, maybe 6'3", with receding silver hair, and despite an acne-pocked face, he cut a commanding figure. He spoke English with a southern accent, and he wore his Notre Dame class ring everywhere. Within a few weeks, Calero had become president of the National Directorate and commander-in-chief of the FDN Armed Force. Asterisk. The CIA set up its new FDN Directorate with offices in an elegant suite at the David Williams Hotel in Coral Gables, and Fernandez worked out some administrative details. At first, Fernandez paid Chamorro and the others lavishly for expenses, handing them stacks of $100 bills from a briefcase. He was adamant about receipts. 106. They have a little old lady in Washington who'll be very upset if we don't get receipts, Fernandez liked to tell Chamorro. Later Fernandez negotiated a system of monthly base salaries, with a sliding scale to account for directors' dependents and other factors. Chamorro received $2,000 a month, others got more. Calero, for instance, argued forcefully that he'd given up a good job and left behind a sumptuous Managua home that the Sandinistas had seized when his FDN involvement became public. He wanted more. Calero also negotiated for life insurance. The question of taxes came up. Should the directors declare? Langley said no. The process of recruiting the FDN directorate seemed so mechanical to Chamorro and others that it suggested the agency had done it before. It had, 2 decades earlier. In 1961, the CIA had carried out a remarkably similar exercise, building its Bay of Pigs invasion force, the 2506 Brigade. There were striking similarities between the two. As with the National Guardsmen of the FDN, an important minority of the members of the 2506 Brigade had been officers in the defeated army of Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista. As with the FDN, the CIA made family aid payments to 2506 Brigade officers, a small salary that allowed fighters to train for war full-time, but also created dependence. The parallels were, however, nowhere more striking than in the political sphere. In advance of the Bay of Pigs, CIA agents recruited Cuban exile politicians to serve on a puppet front, known as the Frente, whose members posed as independent patriots. Later, when the CIA grew annoyed at the Cuban Frente's rightist image, the agency dissolved it to form a new, more liberal group, known as the Cuban Revolutionary Council. The CIA would repeat the pattern several times with the FDN. 1983. Edgar Chamorro moved to Tegucigalpa in early 1983 to take over the FDN's public relations effort, where he found that the CIA was thinking big. The CIA gave Chamorro a $30,000 monthly budget that paid for a staff of nearly 20. They managed the radio 15th of September, which broadcast FDN propaganda to Nicaragua from a shortwave transmitter perched atop a volcanic slope behind the U.S. Embassy, and also began publishing a slick FDN monthly, Comandos, with feature articles on the mounting size and sophistication of the rebel force and praise for the dedication and vision of its leaders. Chamorro oversaw another CIA fund used each month to bribe Honduran journalists to smooth things over, exaggerate the good things. 107. Diminish the bad things, be soft on us, tell half-lies, as he put it later. And there was also a CIA program to bribe officials in the main headquarters of the Honduran telephone utility, Hondutel, paying them to monitor all the newspapers, radio, and television flowing across telephone lines. The CIA's John Mallet had made a parallel move to Tegucigalpa at about the same time as Chamorro, taking up diplomatic cover as a second secretary in the U.S. Embassy. Actually, he became Donald Winters's deputy chief of station, Chamorro's handler, and they worked together. Meeting daily over coffee at an FDN safe house, Mallet and Chamorro would exchange impressions about the Radio 15 broadcasts, discuss the latest news out of the U.S. Congress, plan for impending visits to Tegucigalpa by U.S. leaders, and so on. Chamorro came to like Mallet. He was well-spoken, a bit of an intellectual, and he argued his positions clearly and with authority. He seemed as if he'd been around. He had. Mallet had grown up in Central America, the son of an executive of the United Fruit Company, the firm that symbolized American regional domination. After Mallet graduated from Johns Hopkins University in 1966, he joined the Army and became an intelligence officer. The Vietnam War was underway, but because Mallet's Spanish was native and his familiarity with Latin America intimate, his superiors decided to station him at the Army's Southern Command in Panama rather than send him to Asia. Then the CIA recruited him, and Mallet joined the U.S. Embassy in Santiago in the aftermath of Gen. Augusto Pinochet's 1973 coup in Chile. In May 1980, he took up a posting under diplomatic cover at the U.S. Embassy in Managua. That was a tough period, poking about with the fledgling anti-Sandinista opposition, listening to the daily government diatribes against the United States, watching the revolution flex its muscles. Eventually, Sandinista intelligence quietly identified him as CIA, but he was out of Managua before his name was ever publicized onto his new assignment managing the FDN. Now he was George, or, to most Contras, Yerg 6 and Big George. Mallet didn't work only with Chamorro. Perhaps his closest FDN contact came to be Aristides Sanchez, then working as Bermudez's civilian partner, who had become the FDN's major behind-the-scenes fixer and manipulator. Sanchez would rarely do anything important without calling the CIA agent. Some FDN officers around the elegant General Staff headquarters, located in the exclusive Tegucigalpa suburb of Ciudad Nueva, began to kid Sanchez about his dependency. "The gringos are the ones putting up the money," Sanchez would respond. For his part, much of what Mallet knew about the FDN army itself came from Sanchez, so the towering CIA agent and the Machiavellian. 108. Former landowner worked together to unplug the counter-revolutionary army's bottlenecks. The FDN had carved out an entire subterranean world, the rebel army's rear guard, and it was growing fast. There were hundreds of problems associated with running the string of CIA warehouses scattered around Tegucigalpa's industrial parks, with stocking the prodigious tonnages of food, clothing, and other supplies moving to the army, and with storing and moving weaponry and munitions to the troops. The armaments were a particularly touchy business, so the CIA recruited professional logistics people and brought them from Miami to keep inventories and make sure there was no leakage. A human services staff channeled food out to the combatants' families that were squatting in warrens of refugee huts ringing all the major rebel camps. These and all the other FDN people on the CIA payroll, the pilots, mechanics, kickers, warehousemen, doctors, dentists, optometrists, nurses, messengers, office boys, typists, secretaries, translators, broadcasters, drivers, electricians were living and working in a growing network of Tegucigalpa safe houses. There were scores of others, guards and cooks and cleaning people, just to keep up the FDN real estate. The CIA had set up a bogus lumber company to rent the dozens of safe houses, which over time had become another administrative challenge. Joe Fernandez visited Tegucigalpa, and he took that one on himself, renting a car, visiting the embassy, and then making the rounds of the FDN's rental properties. He tried to visit them all, making sure they were all in order and worth the price. Another complexity was the payroll. Just about everybody except the foot soldiers doing the fighting was getting paid, so there had to be bankers and accountants, paymasters and bagmen. With the FDN directors, the system was tidy, neat monthly deposits to their Miami bank accounts. But the FDN rear guard in Tegucigalpa and the officer corps had to be paid in cash. The CIA brought in hardened steel safes to store the money it was turning over each month to the FDN in suitcases. The money, not surprisingly, was soon stoking the passions of a rivalry. Neither Bermudez nor Sanchez had welcomed the CIA's sudden, unilateral decision to install Calero as the master of the FDN domain. The way they saw it, Calero hadn't paid any dues during the lean years of the September 15th Legion. He hadn't helped bring the project together. How could he pretend now to be commander-in-chief? The tensions took further substance as Calero began to flex his muscles, using his CIA backing to put his own people in the FDN's most lucrative positions. From the beginning, the CIA had provided Bermudez with cash to 109. Administer the army, but in addition, he had enjoyed the power to fix his officers' salaries, and at times he'd been high-handed. This caused frictions, leading the CIA to urge a standardization of officers' salaries. Staff officers would receive from $1,000 to $2,000 monthly, regional commanders would get $800, task force and group leaders $400 or less. But even so, Bermudez retained the power to put cronies on the payroll. There was no FDN Navy, for instance, but Bermudez nonetheless installed an old buddy from the Guard, Col. Isidro Sandino, as the Navy commander and listed him for monthly CIA payments. Bermudez could also purge. Strike him from the list, he could say if somebody annoyed him, and the CIA funds would stop. That was power. But in addition to paying their salaries, the CIA had also budgeted Bermudez, and Aristides Sanchez, with extra petty cash to resolve the Army's minor problems. By counting out 50 limp IRAs to the sick commander, or arriving at a Tegucigalpa flat with 100 limp IRAs for the pregnant wife of that fighter, both Bermudez and Sanchez curried favor with the Corps. Greece, U.S. officials called the cash, the lubricant that kept the FDN rolling smoothly, quieting occasional squeaks of discontent. It was a pattern the Nicaraguans recognized from the Somoza years, when El Jeef handed out boxes of liquor-filled candy during visits to poor neighborhoods. Now, however, Calero was in town, he had CIA backing, and he had his own people to keep happy. If Bermudez paid the army, Calero took charge of the CIA's payments to the FDN rear guard, and soon Calero, too, had his patronage list. He appointed a relative, Orlando Montealegre, as the paymaster, and installed him in a new CIA-paid safe house. Montealegre, in turn, built an entire staff of men to work Tegucigalpa's streets, searching for the best black market rate on limp IRAs before each rebel payday. Dirty War. 1983 and early 1984. Mike Lima had an appetite for war, and 1983 was a feast. Throughout the year, he led 400 heavily armed Contras through northern Nicaragua, attacking state-owned farms, blowing up power lines, and executing government officials. He fought with singular intensity and flair. Mike Lima's brand of warfare was exactly what the CIA had in mind for Nicaragua. Colonel Doty had marked the Nicaristan map into several war zones, and the FDN General Staff, following the CIA strategy, had assigned Mike Lima the vast farming region of Lower Jinotega. It was an area of coffee fincas straddling mountain highlands and cattle ranches nestled in river valleys. Like other Contra task force commanders under the CIA's 1983 campaign plan, Mike Lima was instructed to maneuver through his zone, bloodying the enemy and destroying economic targets, especially farm machinery and road equipment. And he was to try to seize a town, even briefly, to publicize the mounting Contra challenge to Sandinista rule. Mike Lima carried out his marching orders in exuberant style. He named his task force the Dillion, after an indigenous Nicaraguan warrior, and deployed his 400 men through valleys and ridges in a single, serpentine infantry column more than 3 miles long from point 110. 111. Man to rear guard. Mike Lima himself, astride a white steed he'd rustled from a state farm, cantered alongside with a 30-man staff escort. He came to love the burning of government trucks after a deadly ambush, the shattered glass, the blood on the pavement, the rush of flame. By mid-year, Mike Lima had racked up the most successful combat record of any rebel field commander. His campaigns were the most aggressive, his sabotage the most destructive, his ambushes the deadliest. His men, in jest, began calling him Napoleon. Despite his rising prominence, the Sandinistas had still not figured out that Mike Lima's real name was Luis Moreno. Both his parents were still living quietly in Managua's San Judas barrio, raising the 5 of their 10 children younger than Luis. Their continuing anonymity even allowed them to drive north 140 miles during the Sandinistas' 4th anniversary of the revolution festivities on July 19 for a secret reunion with their son at an uncle's home in the village of San Juan Telpenca. Mike Lima marched to meet his family at the head of a detachment of heavily armed Contras. His parents beamed with pride, their eyes wide at the sight of all the U.S. weaponry. Still, Lima was just 24, and over the year there occurred what his men would later call anomalies. Perhaps they were a result of his intoxicating success and sudden, life-and-death powers. "He's a man with compulsions to kill and to rape," one of the officers who served under him would recall later. Rumors lingered later about how he forced his way with peasant girls, ordering his men to carry them off to secluded farm sites to await his arrival for a cat-and-mouse game of coercive lust. Other stories circulated about his murder of a commando named Antonio Villagra. Mike Lima had been drinking at a Honduran farm near one of the base camps with Villagra and a handful of other commandos. Nobody recalled the substance of the dispute, but a woman, apparently Villagra's girlfriend, was involved. Villagra drew a pistol, but several commandos wrestled it away. Then Lima pulled out his own sidearm and pumped most of a clip of bullets into Villagra's chest at close range. One version circulated that Lima ordered Villagra buried on the spot, then several days later ordered him dug up and moved. The murder of Antonio Villagra was one of several Lima committed in 1983. Most occurred inside Nicaragua, in the moral twilight of a war that was mounting in intensity and bitterness. He would speak candidly of these killings later, at the war's end, not with remorse, but with the introspection of hindsight. 112. "I killed a lot of people," Lima would recall. "But I considered it just part of my profession." If his CIA handlers disapproved of any of the anomalies, they never let on. Though Mike Lima's image as one of Somoza's discredited ex-guards wasn't the best, he wasn't a romantic peasant insurgent like Tigrelo. He was nevertheless bloodying the Sandinistas inside Nicaragua. That's what counted to the CIA. Mike Lima was a champion, and they praised him generously whenever he marched back to the border bases in Honduras to resupply his troops. The applause was loudest after his October 18, 1983, attack on the town of Pantasma, 80 miles north of Managua. Militarily, Lima's attack on Pantasma was a brilliant surprise strike, a classic town takeover, one of the few that the rebel forces ever achieved. It was also one of the most destructive Contra rampages in the entire war. The Sandinista government called the attack a massacre and an atrocity. Busing hundreds of international visitors up from Managua to tour the town over the following years, government guides sought to turn Pantasma into a premier example of Contra plunder and havoc that endured for the rest of the war. But Lima's commanders saw things differently. They saw Pantasma as a virtuoso performance. FDN propagandists crowed about the rebel victory on radio 15th of September for months. Mike Lima's CIA handlers were jubilant. October 1983. For more than a month before his attack on Pantasma, Mike Lima and the Dillion had been wandering across northern Nicaragua, skirmishing with government forces, ambushing an occasional convoy, looking for a target of opportunity. By late September, he was short of supplies. For weeks, he had been radioing Honduras, calling for one of the new supply airdrops that the General Staff had promised. Finally, the drop had come, crates and crates of the wrong ammunition. They contained shells for FAL rifles, while Lima's men were carrying AK-47s. Nor were there any boots, nor cash to buy food. So Mike Lima decided to seize a town with a bank. In his operating zone, there were banks in only 4 towns, San Juan, Yalay, San Rafael del Norte, and Pantasma. He marched his men in a vast arc, preparing to attack each of the first 3, but chance combat alerted each town to the Contra presence. Finally, Lima feinted with a few Contra platoons as though preparing to attack Yalay, then forced his men to march at double time through the night to the east, regrouping his entire task force at a 113 hacienda he'd chosen as a staging area just 10 miles west of Pantasma. On the eve of the attack, Lima called together his 25 top officers. He didn't have to introduce his men to the geography of the town, most were from nearby villages. Pantasma, a settlement of timber shacks and stores where cowboys and minor coffee farmers rode muleback to buy supplies, sat on the fertile floor of a broad valley 15 miles north of Jinotega's provincial capital. Spruce-covered ridges loomed to the south and north. The town's internal geography was linear. Homes, stores, offices, warehouses, and garrisons lined a straight gravel road for nearly 4 miles through the valley. Mike Lima assigned targets, ordering his men to assault militia posts guarding the bank and other government offices, the 15-man Sandinista police outpost, and the town's principal defense and army battalion headquartered in a roadside garrison. Munitions stockpiled at the battalion could supply the Dillion for months, he told his men. He arranged an ambush along the road leading from Jinotega, to hit arriving army reinforcements. He sent other rebels to attack 2 Sandinista cooperatives near Pantasma defended by some 125 militiamen. Finally, he ordered another unit to hit the Ministry of Construction yard on the town's far northern edge, where a dozen dump trucks and other construction machines were parked. The government was punching a new gravel road north to the Honduran border, hailing it as a major contribution to economic development, but the road had another military purpose, enabling military convoys to move, fast, all the way to the border for anti-rebel operations. Pacing before his men under a harvest moon, Mike Lima outlined the stakes. The risks were high, very high, he said. If the Dillion attacked but failed to overrun an exposed town like Pantasma, it could be pounded by a terrible Sandinista counterattack. Retreat would be bloody. He knew everybody was exhausted, but he wanted this attack to leave an impression on the Sandinistas, to say something about what kind of men were fighting in the FDN. I'm tired of fighting for hilltops. Let's seize a real prize, Lima said. We have to sacrifice. Take this town at all costs. He ordered his men into a second night of double-time march, east across the mud of the valley floor toward Pantasma. To ensure that the Dillion's lightning move would raise no alarm, Lima and a squad of his best men, wearing captured Sandinista army uniforms, led the way and detained every peasant who chanced to cross their path. The Contra unit slipped into positions in and around the town under cover of darkness. Mike Lima himself, along with a staff detachment of 60, quietly. 114. Penetrated to the center of Pantasma, setting up a radio command post in the town school. Then, just before dawn on October 18, Mike Lima's men opened fire. Much of the town fell within an hour. Armed activists at the Sandinista Front's party headquarters put up the least resistance. Taken completely by surprise, they fled the town. 8 militiamen on guard at the state-run Agrarian Development Bank offices gave up without a shot. Within minutes, the Contras were carrying off bags stuffed with 830,000 Cordobas, then worth about $30,000. The rebels sent the prisoners from the bank to Lima's command post, then set the bank afire. Across the road at INCAF, the government coffee agency, and at the warehouse of the Agrarian Reform Ministry, the rebels encountered only minimal gunfire. Inside, they put to the torch more than a dozen tractors and jeeps. At the government medical clinic, a doctor and 3 nurses emerged pleading for their lives. Mike Lima's men ordered them to load all their medicines onto mules. Other offices weren't so easily taken. The Sandinista police fought fiercely from inside their sandbagged command post, and after a half-hour of combat made a strategic retreat, crossing the road through a culvert and taking up positions in a privately owned sawmill. From there, they drew the first Contra blood with sniper fire. Several dozen Sandinista militiamen at a farming collective a half-mile away took up good defensive positions. Only slowly, over several hours, were the Contras able to overwhelm them. The attack on the Army Battalion headquarters, the town's principal defense, came late, and from the start it was tough going because of fire from a government machine gun nest. The most surprising resistance came from 10 Education Ministry employees who holed up inside their offices, a warehouse made of wooden planks, piled inside with bags of food. 7 employees were teachers, 3 were women. Armed only with Czech automatic rifles but with plenty of revolutionary zeal, they refused to yield to the Contra calls for surrender. "Eat shit, Guardia swine," the teachers yelled from inside the building. "We're not chocolate-assed militias. We're Sandinistas." Some 35 Contras had surrounded the offices with automatic rifles, a machine gun, and grenade launchers, and the teachers' insults threw the Contra company leader into a rage. "Blast the fuckers," he shouted to his men. Moments later, a grenade slammed into the building, showering the teachers in burning phosphorus and setting the walls ablaze. Hundreds of Pantasma residents heard the teachers' screams as the building collapsed in flames around them. The explosions aroused emotions on all sides. One of Lima's squad leaders took fire from the offices of the government's grain distribution. 115. Agency. Enraged, the Contra charged the office, killing 2 defenders and seizing 2 prisoners, one of them wounded. These he dragged into the road, where before dozens of residents he executed them both with a burst of automatic rifle fire. Mike Lima, a mile to the northeast at his command post in the Pantasma school, ordered a shack-by-shack search of the town for arms, Sandinista documents, or government officials. Contra fighters ordered residents to the plaza in front of the school, separating those who were wearing combat boots or who for some other reason looked like Sandinistas. By 7 a.m., more than 500 terrified residents jammed the plaza, standing in silent rows facing the school. Lima's men were guarding 20 Sandinista suspects at one side. Mike Lima was, intermittently, shouting through a field radio to his company commanders, then stalking back and forth in front of the building crowd. His men, still attacking the battalion and the police garrisons, were facing tough resistance. He didn't know how strong the Sandinista defenders were at either stronghold. He wanted his prisoners to tell him right away. He ordered aides to pull out 2 men they believed were Sandinista military leaders, one an army lieutenant, the other a local officer for state security, the Sandinista political police. "If you don't cooperate, you're going to die," Lima shouted at the 2 men. "Now, how many Sandinistas are at the battalion?" The prisoners stood mute. Mike Lima signaled to one of his soldiers, who dragged the lieutenant off and stood him against a wall, a few yards away. Then the Contra blasted him in the face with several shots from an AK-47 rifle. Lima turned back to the other prisoner. "How many Sandinistas are at the police?" Lima screamed at the state security officer. "Silence." A Contra shot him, too, next to his comrade in arms. At that, first one, then several other prisoners, agreed to cooperate. There were only a handful of police in the sawmill, they said. Mike Lima also used his encounter with the people of Pantasma to propagate his version of the political message of the Contras cause. To Lima, that message was starkly simple. In his speech, he didn't talk about Sandinista meddling in farming and commerce, he didn't mention the Sandinistas' intolerance for those peasants who were less than full-bore revolutionaries. He just wanted the people to know that the Contras were determined, and implacable. He and some of his men gave long speeches in which we made it clear that we were willing to take this fight to the final consequences, Mike Lima remembered later. We wanted to show those peasants, and the people of Nicaragua, that we were ready to do anything. 116. Some of the townspeople seemed pleased by the executions of two Sandinistas they said they hated, but many others remained mute with fear. Armed with the information he'd extracted from the prisoners, Mike Lima ordered a new assault. His commandos rushed the mill with knives drawn, stabbing to death the final handful of Sandinistas. The wooden structure, already blazing, burned to the ground. Most of Pantasma was in the hands of Contras who were exhausted, ravenous, and lost in the delirium of certain victory. They slaughtered a pig, soon it was roasting over an open fire. Some townspeople began to bring out tortillas, beans, and beer. Many Contras were soon feeling the drink. Some fanned out for mischief, stealing combat boots off residents' feet, dragging teenage girls into the weeds. For a while, Mike Lima lost control of his men, but he thought they deserved a break. He was throwing back beers himself. Buying boots, clothing, and food from local merchants with the booty from the bank, he spent 430,000 Cordobas that afternoon, the equivalent of about $14,000. Meanwhile, 2 miles to the north, the battle still raged at the battalion. By early afternoon, however, Mike Lima's men knocked out the machine gun, allowing them to storm close enough to fire a rocket-propelled grenade. The projectile crashed into the battalion's main munitions stockpile, setting off a blast that hurled men and metal hundreds of feet and sent a mushroom cloud of inky soot billowing skyward. Those Sandinista soldiers who survived fled. It was a lucky shot, it ended the army's resistance. On the other hand, it utterly destroyed the arms stockpile that had been Mike Lima's major objective. The only prize remaining was the construction yard, where militiamen forced the attackers to fight for every truck. But eventually the yard fell, and the Dillions demolitions men went to work. They burned 10 government dump trucks and crippled 6 heavy road graders. Finally, Mike Lima rallied his drunken troops and ordered a retreat to a nearby hacienda. He left behind the bodies of nearly 50 dead soldiers, police, militiamen, and residents, including the charred remains of 7 teachers strewn amid the ruins of every government installation in town. The government estimated the damage at $2 million to the road equipment alone. Mike Lima had utterly vanquished his Sandinista foe, but, ironically, he was still short of munitions and other supplies. He marched his men north, radioing for another CIA airdrop. A Sandinista battalion caught up with him just days later, forcing him to retreat, on the run for 2 weeks, all the way north to the Honduran border. 117. In mid-November, he and his men, exhausted and starving, staggered into the FDN recruiting base at Banco Grande, a clearing on the banks of the Coco River several days' march northeast of the Las Vegas salient. Mike Lima got a hero's welcome. The CIA dispatched a helicopter to Banco Grande to fly him to Tegucigalpa, where Alex clapped him on the back, and carried him to a laudatory tete-a-tete with Colonel Doty in a CIA safe house. "I was the CIA's golden boy," Lima recalled later. 1983. If Mike Lima's attack on Pantasma was remembered as a classic Contra strike, it was only one of a type. Like the Dillion, many other CIA-lead FDN units were carrying out sabotage and executions inside Nicaragua during 1983. The war was escalating. World attention was riveted on Nicaragua as the destruction mounted. During the same period, however, what amounted to a second front in the war opened in Honduras, a largely silent, secret campaign of torture and murder. Hundreds died in and around the rebels' border camps, along Honduran roadsides, and in the back streets of Tegucigalpa. It was a dirty war waged largely by the ex-National Guardsmen commanding the Contra army. Some of the victims were leftist labor and student leaders. The Honduran army, with American support, was targeting and systematically eliminating subversives, suspected arms traffickers, as well as a small Honduran guerrilla movement. Colonel Lau's FDN counterintelligence squads made hits on contract to the Hondurans. These murders were centrally planned and coordinated. Scores, perhaps hundreds of other murders, however, resulted from the caprice of the ex-guardsmen installed in command of each of the half-dozen FDN base camps, where they wielded life and death power over thousands of rebel recruits. The killing flourished against the bloody backdrop of the no-holds-barred counterinsurgency warfare the Reagan administration was financing throughout Central America. In and around the base camps, there were murders of prisoners and recruits, murders of suspected spies and confirmed rivals, murders of rejected lovers and personal enemies. In the southern province of Colutka, there were killings in and around the FDN camp called Zebra, where ex-Lieutenant Armando the policeman Lopez and former EEBI Private Marcos Black Dimas Navarro were in command. To the east near the border hamlet of R. 118. Nails, the bloody reports focused on the FDN camp called Pino Uno Degree in 1983. In fact, virtually every FDN base camp had its team of assassins, its clandestine graveyard, its dark stories. Some of the worst surrounded La Lodosa, the mudhole, where former SGT Benito Bravo, pseudonym Mac, was in command. Mac had prospered since he and Mike Lima had trained Tigrelo's men at La Lodosa. In fact, compared to his days as a sergeant in Somoza's EEBI, Mac had really risen in the world. By mid-1983, he had money, women, and plenty of raw power. Mac had formed his own Nicaragua task force of several hundred commandos, and following Colonel Doty's 1983 campaign plan, Mac's men were attacking towns and villages in the Nicaraguan border province of Nueva Segovia, just south of La Lodosa. But they never distinguished themselves. Mac botched the Nicaragua's biggest operation of the year, an attempt to seize the town of Ocotal, by arriving late for the attack and showing little stomach for combat. But despite his scant military success, things had rarely been better for him personally. As a military commander, Mac was demonstrating how much he'd learned from the Somozas. While his men were fighting in Nicaragua, he hung back in Honduras. He'd expanded his border domain from La Lodosa, establishing a couple of smaller bases nearby, in the same border mountains just south of the Honduran town of El Paraiso. He was earning $1,000 a month from the CIA as one of the FDN's top commanders, and he'd forged ties with Bermudez, the Argentines, and some of the CIA men. Bermudez had assigned him a U.S. supplied yellow Toyota Land Cruiser. He even had a driver. Sexually, Mac's life was a dream. He'd appointed one of his longtime lovers, a silent, 23-year-old Mosquito woman named Clarita, as his radio operator at La Lodosa. His men were bringing plenty of other light-skinned northern Nicaraguan girls back to La Lodosa from incursions as recruits, and Mac was having his way with them, too. But most of the time, Mac wasn't even staying overnight in the bases. His driver, a Honduran, owned a house in El Paraiso, the lovely palm-shaded village a few miles down the slope from La Lodosa. The driver fixed the house up for Mac's use, and Mac raised a military antenna there and installed one of his U.S. supplied field radios. That way he could communicate with his men while leading a vigorous social life in town, dining, drinking, and pursuing his romantic liaisons. Soon he had a child by his driver's sister, but there were other women, too, and he couldn't very well bring them to his driver's house. So Mac spent many nights in the Hotel Eva, a Spanish 119 style rooming house with green tile floors facing the park. Eventually, he sired several children in El Paraíso. A routine developed. Evenings, Mac would spend in El Paraíso or Danley. Mornings, he'd drive back up into the mountains to La Lodosa or out to his other base at Alaka, almost like a farmer visiting his fields to see how the war was going. At the camps, Mac had surrounded himself with old colleagues from the National Guard. His best friend and executive officer was José Espinals, known as 03, a muscular, mustachioed 29-year-old former National Guard police sergeant. His intelligence officer was Ramon Pina Rodriguez, Z2, a hunched, 45-year-old former National Guard police corporal. Another close aide was Britold Cruz, X7, a former Guard enlisted man with sinewy muscles and hard eyes who'd been with Mac and Bermúdez in the 1965 Dominican Republic intervention. They were truculent men, embittered by their defeat in the First War and now paranoid about Sandinista infiltration, men who killed as though they enjoyed it. Their weapons of choice were wire for strangling and heavy knives for slashing. One man who found this out firsthand was Dr. Francisco Rugema. The son of a respected Nicaraguan National Guard physician, Rugema had graduated from a Mexican medical school in 1979. He returned to Sandinista Nicaragua to practice medicine for 2 years, then traveled into exile in New Orleans. Recruited into the Contra Medical Corps in February 1983 at age 27, Rugema worked at the FDN's main Tamara clinic for a couple of months, then, in May 1983, was sent to La Lodosa as the task force doctor for Max Nicaro. Rugema supervised the building of a little clinic, just a bamboo hut on a hill with a couple of cots, but suitable for bullet extractions and other simple treatments. In his first days at La Lodosa, Rugema saw that many of the commandos of the Nicaragua were terrified of 03, and of Mac. The reason, he soon discovered, was that they were killing people. Soon after Rugema's arrival, Mac's men dragged in 3 Nicaraguan prisoners, peasants they had seized during an incursion, a father in his 40s, his son, and a nephew, both about 20. Mac's men suspected that they were Sandinista informers, so they lashed them to a tree. That's how all prisoners were held pending an investigation. In the meantime, one of Mac's men beat them bloody. It wasn't an interrogation, Rugema recalled later. Mac's men just took advantage of the opportunity to torment the prisoners. Soon Mac learned from EDN collaborators that they were not informers, they were just peas. 120 ants. But, in Mac's mind, they were still a problem. Now they knew the location of his main base camp. The next morning, the prisoners were gone. What happened to them? Rugema asked. Mac said they'd gone back to Nicaragua. 3 days later, Rugema noticed a dog clawing the ground a few yards from his clinic. Rugema watched more closely. The dog unearthed a human foot. Upon investigating, Rugema discovered the 3 men's bodies. He went to Mac. The bodies of those peasants are buried up there by the clinic. A dog is digging them up, Rugema told Mac. Mac told me to be quiet about it for my own safety, Rugema recalled. Mac ordered rebel fighters to rebury the men. Rugema asked several of his patients what had happened to the peasants. He learned that Mac had ordered them hung. Not long thereafter, Rugema was treating a commando known by the pseudonym LTO. One day LTO failed to show up at the clinic. When Rugema began to ask around for him, other fighters told Rugema that Mac had fallen in love with the commando's girlfriend and had ordered LTO murdered. Rugema was stunned, unbelieving. Then he saw Mac with LTO's girl. Rugema learned details of more than a dozen murders in Mac's camp in a period of weeks in mid-1983. Several of the victims were commandos whom Mac or 03 murdered in punishment for minor camp infractions. After Rugema connected 03 to several of the murders, Mac's deputy turned on the young doctor himself. Rugema fled the camp, returning to the Tamara clinic. Shaken, he reported the La Lodosa assassinations to Colonel Burmi Idez, to the FDN General Staff, and to the head of the FDN Medical Corps, Dr. Ecobedo Matamoros, but nothing was done to Mac. Eventually Rugema left the FDN in disgust. Another Contra who bore witness to Mac's killings was Marlon Bland 6N, a former Guard lieutenant recruited into the FDN Officers Corps from exile in Costa Rica and installed as Mac's operations officer at La Lodosa. Later, Mac transferred Blandon to his second border base, which he had established outside the nearby Honduran hamlet of Alaka. On a rainy day shortly after Bland 6N's arrival at Alaka, a Honduran farmer who lived adjacent to Mac's base approached Blandon and pointed up a slope. "Look, there are some poor bastards up there whose bodies are sticking out of the ground," the peasant told Blandon. "It looks bad. Why don't you send some men to bury them?" After hiking up the hill, Blandon found some 20 shallow graves. 121. On the side of a grade. Torrents of rain had eroded the topsoil, uncovering several bodies. Some wore Comandos uniforms, others were in peasant garb. Several fighters told Blandon that Z2 Pina Rodriguez, Mac's intelligence officer, had executed most of the dead. Blandon approached Mac to report the cemetery. "Yeah, sometimes I just don't know what to do with Z2, Mac told Blandon. "He'll have a prisoner, he'll tie him up and fuck him over. He'll kill him and he doesn't really get any information." Few of those who bore witness to the murders at Mac's bases survived. But in August 1983, Blandon and dozens of other commandos watched 3 rebel officers killed in a chilling display of brutality that appears to have been designed to teach a lesson to potentially insubordinate Contras. These, unlike other murders that were simply Mac's whims, were executions ordered by higher officers. The victims were all ex-guardsmen. One was Julio Cesar Herrera, 28, whose pseudonym was Krill. The other 2 are remembered only by their war names, Cara de Malo and Habacuc. The 3 had all been staff officers to Pedro Ortiz Centeno, an ex-guard sergeant turned Contra commander known as Suicide. Ironically, the Joint Command of Honduran, Argentine, Nicaraguan, and CIA officers then administering the war accused the men of committing their own camp murders, with Krill alone said to have killed more than 30 Contra recruits over a period of months. But the Joint Command was more upset about accusations that Suicide had embezzled Contra funds by padding task force payrolls and even, perhaps, selling weapons to El Salvador's Marxist guerrillas. Most serious to the Contra leadership was the mounting challenge that Suicide and his men represented to their own authority. The last straw came when Suicide, clutching an M60 machine gun, led his men in a brief seizure of the Ciudad Nueva safe house where Bermudez and his general staff were living. That frightened everyone. The war's managers decided to set an example to other Contra units. Suicide and his men were seized and held under extremely tight security, bound and confined for about a week in separate closets in an old farmhouse at La Quinta, where they were interrogated by Argentine and Honduran military officers. EDN and CIA officers later said that Suicide and his men were court-martialed by a panel of ex-guardsmen before their executions, but some Contra officers later expressed doubts that there was any such formality. Several accounts have circulated describing how Suicide was killed, but no eyewitness has ever stepped forward to confirm details. There were, however, plenty of eyewitnesses to the executions. 122. Of Habacuc, Cara de Malo, and Krill. Mac and his men did the dirty work. The FDN General Staff radioed Mac at La Lodosa, calling him in for a meeting at La Quinta, Blandon recalled. With Bland 6N, his bodyguard and driver, Mac drove 80 miles west to the Honduran capital, finally pulling his Land Cruiser up the lane into La Quinta. Mac entered the crumbling farmhouse serving as FDN offices to meet with the general staff while Blandon waited in an outer room. About an hour later, Mac emerged with his orders. From La Quinta, Mac radioed to 03 at La Lodosa, telling him to march with about 40 soldiers to an agreed-upon meeting place in the border mountains. "Bring picks and shovels," Mac said. Another Toyota Land Cruiser was brought to the farmhouse at La Quinta, and the 3 blindfolded prisoners were dragged out. Their wrists were handcuffed and their feet bound with rope. Bland 6N said he believed they'd already been tortured, but that wasn't clear, because of another problem: their mouths and noses had been bound tightly with adhesive tape, so breathing was nearly impossible. The prisoners were shoved into the back of the Land Cruiser and forced to lie down. Since this was a special, joint operation between the Honduran Army and the FDN, a Honduran Army captain participated. It was past dark by the time the rebel vehicles headed for the border, driving in a virtual convoy, Mac and Blandon in the lead Toyota, the Honduran Army captain in the second, the prisoners in the third, and other jeeps filled with Contras following. At Danley, 25 miles from the Nicaraguan border, one of the Contras bought gasoline in a portable container. Then the convoy drove southwest for half an hour, finally pulling off the dirt road onto a mule trail an hour's march from Mac's Alaka camp. It was about 1 a.m. Mac's ex-guardsmen were waiting, 03, X7, Z2. As the rebels climbed out of their jeeps into the chill of the mountain air, the Honduran Army captain asked Mac if they were close to the Nicaraguan border. His orders, the Honduran said, were to bury the prisoners inside Nicaragua. There wasn't to be any trace left of these men. Mac argued the border was a full day's march away and the Honduran relented. There were no farms nearby, and the mule trail was little used, but Mac ordered his men to set up a security perimeter anyway, to order off any peasant who might chance by. The Honduran captain gave the order for 3 graves to be dug, and Mac's men set to it with picks and shovels about 10 yards off the trail. It was rocky soil, and the digging was tough. After an hour, the graves were only 4 feet deep, but the Honduran was impatient. 123. "It's time," he said. "It's late." Several dozen of Mac's Contra fighters stood ringing the jeeps, silent in the night air. The prisoners were lying motionless in the Land Cruiser. 2 of Mac's Contras opened the rear door, grabbing Habakkuk first. They pulled him out like a sack of potatoes, and it wasn't clear to Blandon how much life was left in him after the hours of gagging from the tape. He fell to the ground. When he was pulled to his feet, still bound, one of the Contras came up behind him, tossed a length of rope around his neck, and yanked it tight. It took less than a minute. Habakkuk fell limp to the ground. 2 Contras dragged him by his boots to the edge of one of the graves. Cara de Malo was next. This time, X7 was the executioner, and when he pulled the rope tight around Cara de Malo's neck, it was over quickly. That left Krill, but he was still very conscious. Probably the tape over his nose and mouth was looser, because when the Toyota door opened, he heaved out a muffled, haunting plea that stunned Bland 6N. His words were just comprehensible. "Shoot me, please, don't stab me. Don't make me suffer." Krill pled. Nobody responded. Instead, Krill was yanked from the jeep. 03 caught hold of Krill's neck from the rear with the cord. Krill's body slumped after about a minute. 2 Contras began dragging him through the underbrush toward the grave. Then one of the rebel officers burst out, "Hey! Wait! He's still alive." It was true. Krill was gasping for air through the crumpled tape. "Please don't kill me in this way," Krill mumbled. X7 shoved 03 aside in order to climb on top of Krill, planting his knee on the prisoner's chest and curling the cord tight again. After a longer time, Krill was completely limp. X7 climbed back to his feet. But as the gravediggers began dragging Krill toward the pit again, the gasping sobs came back. Krill's rib cage was heaving. "You son of a bitch," grunted X7. "We'll see if you survive this one." He hurled himself back on top of Krill's prostrate body, by now face down in the dirt. This time the former guard seized Krill's head with his bare hands, twisting it violently upward and back, until Krill was practically looking straight backward, his spine apparently shattered. Finally, Krill was dead. The struggle had lasted at least 20 minutes. At the Honduran captain's direction, the gravediggers stripped the three rebel bodies of their handcuffs and boots, then slashed the bottoms of their feet with knives. The Honduran claimed this would permit the 124 bodies to burn more completely. Then the bodies were pitched into the graves. Somebody fetched a can of gas from one of the jeeps. Ignited, the bodies burned like 3 torches for more than an hour in the Honduran night. Then the smoking ashes were covered. It was nearly 5 a.m. by the time Mac and his aides pulled out. On the drive to La Lodosa, higher in the mountains, Mac told Blandon that the general staff had ordered him to carry out the executions in front of his men so that they would see the consequences of defying the Central Command. Late 1982 and early 1983. Johnson was a platoon leader in the Special Forces Commandos, hidden with his men in isolation at La Quinta and at the CIA's Lepateric training base. Though he emerged only for sabotage strikes inside Nicaragua, throughout late 1982 and early 1983 Johnson was hearing dark rumors from commandos visiting La Quinta. He received his first detailed account of the clandestine violence during one boring weekend when a group of commandos, lying around in hammocks, began trading stories. A new fighter with the pseudonym Jonathan told of his own experiences leaving Nicaragua months earlier. He was a 29-year-old dirt farmer from the northern province of Nueva Segovia, just south of La Lodosa, who, along with other peasants, had fled Nicaragua and joined the Contras at La Lodosa. He'd been at the camp for a few months, during which time he saw several of his friends disappear. Eventually, he, too, had been accused of being an infiltrator and lashed to a tree. Jonathan's investigation by Mac's men, he mentioned 03, X7, Z2, and others, had lasted several harrowing days. He'd given himself up for dead, but in a moment when his interrogators were distracted, he slipped free of his bonds and fled the base. Later he'd made contact with relatives who were also in the FDN, and they persuaded him that he would be safe with the FDN Special Forces. Jonathan claimed that during his ordeal at La Lodosa he'd learned of more than 100 murders in the camp. Johnson thought he must be exaggerating, but Jonathan insisted there were unmarked cemeteries all around La Lodosa. Not long thereafter, Johnson heard a similar story from another young commando, Antonio Gonzalez, the Giant. Johnson was Gonzalez's detachment commander, and the boy, trusting Johnson, called him Papa. Gonzalez was also from Nueva Segovia province, and like many 125 Nicaraguan border residents, he had many Honduran relatives. Gonzalez left Lepateric with assigned FDN leave to visit his Honduran family in El Paraiso, and there he'd learned distressing news: Mac had seized his cousin, accusing him of being an infiltrator. His people were frantic, believing that the cousin would probably be killed. "They've murdered a lot of commandos out there, Papa," Gonzalez told Johnson back at Lepateric. He wanted help. Johnson thought a moment. What could he do? The answer was obvious: go to the Americans. He and his men were under the gringos' responsibility and instruction at Lepateric. If anybody had the authority to stop the killing, it was the Americans. "Y'all do what I can," Johnson told Gonzalez. It was a Sunday, about 10 a.m., when Johnson left the wooden barracks where he and the other FDN Special Forces were quartered, and walked the 200 yards along a stand of pines to the house of the Gringos, the smaller building divided into little apartments where the CIA instructors lived. There he found Colonel Bill, the hulking, friendly Vietnam veteran who was the chief CIA instructor, sitting in his shorts, cleaning his boots. Johnson told him he wanted to talk, he had a favor to ask. Johnson laid out the problem. One of the Special Forces commandos in training at Lepateric had a cousin whom Mac was holding prisoner at La Lodosa. He thought they might be torturing him. His family feared for his life. Could Colonel Bill help get him released? Or could he at least make some emergency calls so that they'd treat him fairly? Colonel Bill seemed shocked. He grabbed a pad and pencil and asked Johnson to repeat the commando's name, all the details. These things shouldn't be happening, he said, he'd investigate. Johnson thanked him and left. Johnson never found out whether the American agent did anything about his plea for help. He was sent away from Lepateric on a sabotage mission a couple of weeks later, and when he got back, Colonel Bill had been transferred. So had Gonzalez. Johnson didn't catch up with the young commando until some months later, in Danley. Gonzalez had left the FDN and was working as a stoop laborer on a Honduran farm. "What happened to your cousin?" Johnson asked. "They killed him, Papa," Gonzalez said. Late 1983 through mid-1984. Johnson's report to Colonel Bill was certainly not the first time the Americans running the Contra army heard about murders by the FDNs. 126. Ex-guardsmen. The reports were flowing into the CIA stations in Nicaragua and Honduras not only from commandos like Johnson, pleading for help on behalf of friends, but from the network of salaried spies whom Colonel Doty's men had recruited throughout rebel ranks, as well as through their extensive contacts with the Honduran Army's intelligence apparatus. At the same time, news reports were pouring out of Nicaragua about FDN murders of civilians, and in Honduras, the routine killings in and around the FDN camps had become common knowledge. Members of the U.S. Congress, in fact, were beginning to ask questions. Colonel Doty's boss, Dewey Claridge, the chief of the Latin American section of the CIA's Operations Directorate, tried to set the lawmakers straight during a classified briefing in late 1983. Of course there were murders, Claridge told the congressman. Yes, FDN fighters had killed civilians. Yes, FDN fighters had murdered Sandinista officials. Yes, FDN fighters had killed leaders of cooperatives, judges, nurses, doctors, Claridge told them. This is a war, a paramilitary operation, Claridge said but Claridge wasn't only hearing criticism of Bermudez and his ex-guardsmen from the liberals in the U.S. Congress. Claridge had begun channeling funds to another rebel leader, Eden Pastora, a former Sandinista commander building an army in Costa Rica, and now Pastora was refusing to work with Bermudez. For a time, the CIA treated the problem as an image question. It started with agents criticizing the fiendish pseudonyms adopted by the FDN fighters. The entire army had taken on animal names: the serpent, the wolf, the shrimp, the stag, the deer, the jaguar, the ram, the ostrich. "What is this, a goddamn zoo?" one CIA agent snapped. But the zoological pseudonyms were much better than some of the others: the executioner, suicide, the devil, Attila, vengeance, Ironfoot, lost man, primitive, trickster. The CIA passed the word along to Bermudez: clean up the names. The word went out, and dozens of commandos changed their noms de guerre. The serpent became Reuben, the executioner became Ivan, and so on. The CIA, however, had other, more substantive concerns: thievery, inefficiency. Although commanders like Mike Lima were making a lot of fireworks inside Nicaragua, Claridge and other CIA men weren't satisfied with the FDN's military progress. The CIA irritation began with the annoying realization that nearly 3 years into the war, Bermudez's military headquarters, the safe houses serving as offices and residences for Bermudez and his general. 127. Staff were still in Tegucigalpa. In 1982, Bermudez had given up the old September 15th Legion safe house in the middle-class neighborhood of Florencia South for a rambling stone-walled affair underneath a stand of eucalyptus trees in the upper-class, suburban barrio of Llanos de Potrero. In 1983, Bermudez moved up in the world again, this time to an elegant 2-story place, all dark wood and balconies, overlooking the Tegucigalpa Basin from a lovely hillside lot in the exclusive neighborhood of Ciudad Nueva. Bermudez, Sanchez, the general staff, and a whole string of other hangers-on were enjoying themselves amid this old Spanish elegance. Nights were for drinking, for playing the roulette tables at the Hotel Maya Casino, for companionship. Colonel Lau and some of the other men on the staff liked chasing Tegucigalpa's horse. For his part, Bermudez had developed a taste for the teenage girls his men were recruiting in Nicaragua. Bermudez was inviting them from the base camps back to Ciudad Nueva, one at a time, to try out as his secretary. The CIA might not have minded Bermudez's little passions, but living 100 miles from the FDN base camps, not to mention the battlefield, Bermudez and his men were paying less and less attention to the war. The dissipation, moreover, was descending into outright greed. The CIA was channeling tens of thousands of dollars a month to Bermudez's general staff to pay the family aid salaries of his field commanders, and other prodigious sums to buy food for the thousands of FDN fighters. By mid-1983, however, the CIA was picking up lots of complaints about hunger, both in the camps and on the march inside Nicaragua. Alex and Colonel Doty's other CIA men did some checking. They found that many FDN field commanders weren't being paid their salaries. Bermudez's staff officers were pocketing the money. They were also stealing half the CIA's food budget. Though they routinely shipped only half the necessary beans, rice, and other foodstuffs to the base camps, they were billing the CIA for full rations. What this meant was that the troops were hungry at a time of mounting CIA ambitions for spectacular military offensives against the Sandinistas. These were the heady weeks following the Reagan administration's October 1983 invasion of Grenada, and perhaps CIA planners hoped to pave the way for a similar direct intervention in Nicaragua. Colonel Doty urged the FDN to seize a chunk of territory in Nicaragua and establish a field command post. The Americans dubbed it the Tactical Operations Command, from which to call in air supply drops and direct further FDN military campaigns inside Nicaragua. Then the 128th FDN Directorate could declare a liberated zone and seek international recognition for a provisional FDN government. The notion of beating the Sandinistas in a conventional engagement was completely unrealistic. Even a year earlier, when government forces had overrun Dimas Tigrelo Baldivia's ill-conceived base at Huayna, the Sandinista army had demonstrated that it could deliver crushing blows to any position the FDN tried to seize and hold. Now, by late 1983, Sandinista forces were growing fast. Thousands of tons of new Soviet weapons were pouring into Nicaraguan ports, and Sandinista units were bearing down on EDN units with hundreds of new Soviet howitzers and rocket launchers. Sent however foolhardy, Doty's plan to seize territory offered the CIA a way to clean up FDN corruption. Once the new commander of tactical operations had been named, the CIA thought, he'd be a kind of theater commander, essentially the FDN's top field officer. Doty could begin channeling all food and other supplies through him, neatly bypassing the FDN general staff in Tegucigalpa. Doty figured he could just cut Bermudez and his general staff hacks out of the loop. The man Doty appointed as theater commander was ex-guard capt. Hugo Villagra, a former officer in Somoza's EEBI. Villagra had joined the September 15th Legion in 1980, and after serving prison time in Costa Rica for a December 1980 Legion terrorist attack on a radio station in that country, he had rejoined the FDN in 1983. Colonel Doty launched a campaign to build support for Villagra's leadership among other FON commanders, and throughout November 1983, Doty's CIA agents met with FDN field officers, one-on-one and in groups, discussing the embezzlement of salaries and supplies by the general staff and encouraging the officers to accept Villagra as the FDN's top field officer. Mike Lima was helicoptered to Tegucigalpa to meet with Colonel Doty and Villagra directly. Doty promised Lima that if he would accept Villagra's leadership, the CIA could guarantee the end of his logistical problems, like the air supply drops he had received of ammunition that was the wrong caliber for his weapons. Alex, the young CIA trainer with Caribbean Spanish, did other agitating himself. With Villagra, he helicoptered to Banco Grande, the FDN recruiting base on the banks of the Coco River, for one November meeting with Tigrelo, Lima, Mac, and several other top commanders. Huddling with the FDN officers in the Banco Grande house of a Honduran farmer, Alex warned the commanders that the general staff had been embezzling their salaries. To make his point, he pulled a $100 bill from an attaché case. 129. Have you ever seen one of these? Alex asked Tigrelo. Tigrelo looked confused. We've been paying you $500, 5 of these every month since last year, Alex told Tigrelo. The general staff has been stealing them. This kind of CIA agitation tapped an angry vein of resentment among FDN officers. Although the CIA had originally planned simply to bypass Bermudez and his staff with money and supplies, the FDN's rank and file moved quickly to call for their expulsion from the rebel army. Many commanders had long since figured out that Bermudez and his staff were stealing, and Tigrelo and the other commanders at Banco Grande signed a call for the mass resignation of the FDN's military high command. Other sectors of the FDN were angry, too. The doctors of the FDN Medical Corps were upset over corruption in the purchase of medical supplies. Almost unanimously, they welcomed Villagre's rise. Furthermore, the fear created by Lao's ruthless counterintelligence dragnets now backfired against the general staff. Lao's men had abducted and killed many commandos suspected as infiltrators, frightening fighters throughout the FDN. Another, larger meeting of dozens of FDN officers at a Tegucigalpa safe house produced a new written petition demanding the resignations of Bermudez, Lao, and the rest of the staff. The document complained that the staff had for 2 years lived 300 kilometers from the theater of operations and that corruption had caused hunger and lack of attention for our troops. The document also warned that in case of any violation of the physical integrity of any of the signers, the FDN officers would hold Bermudez and his staff responsible. Despite the widespread resentment, the CIA's plot didn't turn out as planned. First, FDN attempts to seize a tactical operations command post inside Nicaragua met with defeat. Colonel Doty had rented a safe house in Danlí for Villagre in late 1983 and equipped it with powerful field radios, topographical maps, and other equipment so that it could serve as his theater command post until the FDN could seize territory inside Nicaragua. In mid-December, Villagre led an FDN force in an attack on a Sandinista outpost near the village of Juanblan, at the southern tip of the Las Vegas salient, while hundreds of other FDN troops attacked the villages of San Jose de Boca, El Qua, La Vigia, and Quilali. The goal was to tie the Sandinistas down while Villagre established control over an easy-to-supply outpost. But none of the FDN units succeeded in overwhelming Sandinista defenses. Villagre's own forces took a pounding at Juanblan and the offensive was an utter failure. And while Doty's military offensive was collapsing in northern Nicaragua, his CIA superiors were changing their minds about 130. Bermudez. Within days of the time Doty's men had begun their agitation, the FDN commander, working with his closest associates, Aristides S. Fornches and Colonel Lao, had learned of the CIA's effort to displace him. Meeting with a series of FDN officers, bribing several with cash payments to loosen their tongues about the plotting, Bermudez and Sanchez had soon put together the mosaic of CIA intrigue. Bermudez complained to CIA higher UPS. Seeing the dangers in dumping the obedient asset who'd helped construct their entire project, they cut a deal. The CIA would fire the rest of the FDN staff. Bermudez would stay on and appoint new aides, this time more firmly under his own centralized control. The staff officers would be called Strategic Command Assistants. Bermudez would get a new, more glorious title, General Commander of the FDN Strategic Command. In exchange, Bermudez promised to move his headquarters from Tegucigalpa to the base camps. Villagre began to sense that the CIA had encouraged him to challenge the FDN leadership, then betrayed him. He drove to Tegucigalpa to see Colonel Doty. What happened? Villagre asked. I thought I was getting CIA support. I'm sorry. I'm just part of a larger hierarchy, Doty told Villagre. TVE got to follow my orders. Villagre realized that his new title as Tactical Operations Commander wasn't worth much, nor, he figured, was his life. Colonel Lau had targeted him for retribution. He demanded a U.S. visa and fled to Miami. At Villagra was angry, eager to talk publicly about his experiences. He figured the U.S. press would be interested in Bermudez's thievery, in the rebel army's chaotic leadership, in his own story of CIA manipulation and double-cross, but 2 days after his exile began, 2 CIA agents drove to Villagra's temporary lodgings in Kendall, a Miami suburb. Joe Fernandez, the 46-year-old agent who had helped recruit the FDN directorate a year earlier, had flown from Langley. Donald Winters, the Tegucigalpa station chief, had flown from Honduras. They invited Villagra out for a Coke. The 2 men were concerned about the FDN's shoddy leadership, they told Villagra. They knew Villagra had been one of the Army's top commanders, and they wanted to hear his own complaints firsthand. They, too, were upset with the corruption and other anomalies. They were working to set things right. Washington was interested, too, in hearing Villagra's complaints firsthand. Would he be willing to fly up to Washington to complain about the anomalies to the CIA directly? 131. Of course he would, said Villagra. Great, we'll arrange it, they said. Furthermore, they'd be glad to help smooth out any problem Villagra might be encountering with U.S. immigration authorities. In the meantime, Fernandez said, there was another important detail: it would be better if Villagra didn't talk to any newspeople about his experiences. Villagra flew to Washington at CIA expense. A young agent with a legal pad met him at a restaurant near the airport for a long lunch, scribbling down all of Villagra's complaints, his brow furrowed with concern. Back in Miami, Villagra maintained his silence and waited to see the impact his complaints would have on the FDN. Months passed. Eventually, Villagra realized he'd been had. There were no changes, the CIA was backing Bermudez. It was all just to neutralize me, Villagra said. Just to keep me quiet. Meanwhile, in Tegucigalpa, Bermudez, Lau, and Sanchez were waging their own counter-offensive within the FDN. Lau issued word that he couldn't be responsible for the safety of anybody challenging the FDN command, and he drew up murder lists. Since Lau had just weeks earlier arranged the elimination of Suicide and his staff, no one doubted his threats. Some commanders who had voiced opposition to Bermudez went into hiding. At the Tamara Clinic, the doctors of the FDN Medical Corps had made their loathing for Bermudez and his hirelings clear. Fearing an armed attack by Lau's assassins, the head of the Medical Corps ordered the Tamara medical staff onto 24-hour guard duty. Doctors were sleeping in shifts, clutching AK-47s. Bermudez and Sanchez handed out more grease, meeting with commanders who had signed anti-Bermudez documents, smoothing over the anger. Bermudez huddled with officers at La Quinta. Sanchez invited others to Tegucigalpa night spots for whiskey and churrasco steaks. Bermudez and Sanchez offered many officers one-time cash bribes to prove that there were no hard feelings. They raised the monthly family aid payments to others. Soon the latest American reform effort came to a close, amid a torrent of CIA cash. Registered. S. The cutoff. Mid-1984 through June 1986. The U.S. Congress barred further U.S. military aid to the Contra Army in April 1984 after the CIA mined Nicaraguan harbors, but the Reagan administration flouted the ban over the next 2.5 years, setting up a clandestine finance and supply network to support the Contra Army. The period eventually came under intense American scrutiny during the Iran-Contra investigations. Seen from Washington's point of view, the change from control of the rebel army by the CIA to control by National Security Council aide Oliver North was all important. It set up a constitutional conflict within the U.S. government. But seen from the Nicaraguan Contras' perspective, the switch brought few striking changes. The quality of supplies dropped and military coordination deteriorated, but in most respects, North's administration of the Contra Army followed patterns established by the CIA. North continued to view the rebels as so many U.S. assets. He tailored rebel political activities to events in Washington, rather than in Nicaragua, and backed Bermudez and the other salaried leaders originally installed by the CIA. In contrast, important changes came to the Contra army and the war it waged. During the war's first 3 years, Mike Lima and other ex-guardsmen had fought like a conventional army, invading Nicaragua for 132, 133 destructive campaigns, then retreating to Honduras. But in 1984 many of the ex-guardsmen withdrew permanently to Honduras to run the rebel army's lucrative rear guard with Bermudez. Meanwhile, a handful of commanders like Johnson, civilians, many of them one-time Sandinistas who had won the respect of their fellow fighters, fought the war. They marched deeper into Nicaragua, stayed longer, and developed more popular backing than any Contra forces before them, demonstrating that the rebels were capable of a different kind of war. They forged a social base with peasant farmers through a vast strip of farm country extending from the Honduran border south through 9 provinces all the way to Costa Rica, and they attracted thousands of new volunteers. Late 1983 through April 1984. Johnson's Special Operations Commandos failed miserably in mission after mission during his final months with the unit in 1983 and early 1984. It was a humiliating period, a time of mounting depression and debacle. Most embarrassing were the unit's attempts to destroy Nicaragua's most strategic bridge, across the Paso Caballos estuary to the mainland from the country's largest port, Corinto, on the Pacific coast. 3 times the CIA sent Johnson's men to blow up the bridge. They left in 6-man teams, packed into little wooden fishing boats, from a secret base on an island in the Gulf of Fonseca. Each time, they were to navigate south, beach and hide their boats on the Pacific coast just north of Corinto, hike across a peninsula to the estuary, then, under cover of darkness, swim 2 kilometers through the waters of Paso Caballos clutching inner tubes for flotation, attach explosive charges with time detonators to the bridge, and retreat. But things went wrong. Boat motors failed, radios gave out, and, finally, the estuary was simply too well lit and too heavily guarded. Each time, Johnson's men had to abort their mission. The frustration of repeated failure and the isolation of life in the secret unit finally overwhelmed Johnson. Though his wife lived just half an hour away in Tegucigalpa, he went for months unable to see her. Finally, he persuaded FDN officers to transfer him out of the Special Forces unit, along with 16 of his men. He left Lepetaric, visited his wife and kids, and reported to the FDN's new strategic command camp in the Las Vegas salient along the Nicaraguan border. Johnson's departure came at a time when the CIA was growing increasingly irritated at rebel failures. The agency was eager for quick, spectacular combat victories. 134. In the fall of 1983, amid American naval maneuvers, the CIA stationed a spy ship off Nicaragua's Pacific coast, equipped with attack helicopters and a force of mercenaries recruited in Honduras and other Latin countries to fight under CIA command. Using the mothership as a base, the CIA saboteurs began attacking important industrial and commercial targets along the Nicaraguan Pacific coast. Other CIA mercenaries in the Caribbean hit targets on the Atlantic coast. In early September 1983, the CIA mounted its own attempt on the Paso Caballos Bridge, sending its sappers to shore in speedboats and using sophisticated diving gear to approach the bridge through the estuary. But the CIA team fared no better than Johnson's men had. An underwater attack by CIA divers a few days later, however, temporarily crippled a submerged pipeline at Puerto Sandino, the country's main petroleum terminal. In January 1984, CIA US-500 helicopters attacked the northern port of Potosi, and a few weeks later, more CIA helicopters participated in an attack on the Caribbean port of San Juan del Norte. The most devastating strike came on October 10, 1983, when CIA attackers operating in speedboats hit large fuel storage tanks at Corinto with cannon fire. The tanks exploded, forcing the evacuation of several thousand civilians. During the same period, CIA divers mined the harbors at Corinto and Porto Sandino. By early 1984, these dramatic attacks were drawing international criticism, and in their wake, rebel officials got an early taste of how the CIA would attribute responsibility for aspects of the Nicaraguan war that aroused public outcry. John Mallet, the tall, nearsighted American agent who had coached the FDN's newly recruited political leaders before their first press conference in Ft. Lauderdale, was working as the CIA's deputy station chief in Honduras. One morning in early 1984, Mallet woke Edgar Chamorro, the FDN spokesman, at his Tegucigalpa safe house and handed him a statement that the CIA agent himself had written, saying that the Contras were taking responsibility for the mining of the Corinto harbors. The Contras had neither participated in nor been consulted about the attack, but Chamorro hurried to the September 15 radio studio to broadcast the statement in the name of the FDN. The speech was necessary because the U.S. Congress had grown increasingly wary, disturbed by numerous reports of Contra brutality as well as the mounting destruction and scale of the CIA's covert action. By 1984, the CIA reported to Congress that the force it had originally described as a 500-man arms interdiction unit had swelled to some 10,000 men, and President Reagan was urging Congress to approve funds to expand it to 15,135. Then the CIA's mines began to explode in Corinto Harbor, damaging 5 ships from Panama, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Japan, and the Soviet Union. Congress voted to prohibit the CIA from spending any more money for military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua. Even Republican lawmakers began to say the CIA attacks had irreparably doomed congressional support for the covert war. It's over. It was a mistake. They never should have done it, said Senator Ted Stevens, Republican of Alaska. Mid-1984 through 1985. Johnson led a small rebel column south into Nicaragua in mid-1984. It was his first experience at the head of a combat unit other than the CIA's Special Operations Commandos, and he learned quickly the rebel army's potential as a guerrilla force. He had no formal plan, but he wanted to contact old friends, to see what they were thinking and what kind of support they could offer. He trekked south to the hills around El Qua, the first time he'd been back since he'd fled into exile 3 years earlier, and received an enthusiastic welcome. Many had heard that Luis Flay had joined the Contras, but because he had been operating with the Special Forces on the Pacific coast, no one had seen him. Now word spread through the hills that Flay was back. During his first weeks in the area, Johnson set up a command post at a hacienda called the Laurel Trees, on a meadow atop a small mountain 10 miles west of El Qua. The hacienda belonged to Victorino Estrada, whom Johnson had known when he was a poor dirt farmer, just setting up his farm in the early 1970s. Back then, Estrada had made it his custom, whenever he came through El Qua, to stop at Luis Flay's store to drink a beer and chat. Now Estrada had built up a herd of 1,500 steers. He welcomed his friend back to the region by putting them at Johnson's disposition. There was not only plenty of beef, but the terrain made the hacienda almost impregnable. On all sides, the farm plunged down steep, broken slopes that made all approaches difficult, except along Estrada's approach lane, itself ideal for ambushes. Estrada's hacienda overlooked the main thoroughfare bearing traffic north from Jinotega. Soon Johnson had scores of old friends ferrying supplies to him, flashlight and radio batteries, candy, food, medicine, cigarettes, even the Managua newspapers. Out of the spontaneous contacts with his old neighbors, Johnson fashioned a network of collaborators who began to provide him with 136 reliable and timely intelligence. He pieced together a picture of the enemy forces in his zone, the garrison at El Qua that had been overseen by just a dozen or so men before his 1981 Pedernales del Qua ambush had become a formidable walled outpost defended by a permanent force of 300 Sandinista soldiers. Just 3 miles to the north of Estrada's hacienda, at the village of Pita del Carmen, a Sandinista army platoon was based. Another Sandinista battalion operated out of Abizenia, 6 miles to the south, and 2 more Sandinista companies were based at Plains de Vilton, 6 miles to the west. Cuban military officers were advising their Sandinista army counterparts at every garrison. At first, Johnson sought to avoid combat altogether. Instead, he kept his men on the move, and he encouraged them to go to Mass and to the evangelical church services, to talk with people and show their support for religious expression. He instructed his men to share their medicines with the sick. After several months in his old terrain, he began to set ambushes. When a Sandinista army convoy was to pass near his task force, Johnson would virtually always receive word an hour or more before its approach. It was plenty of time to pick a deadly curve, to stake out the high ground, and deploy the snipers. Johnson's men repeatedly bloodied army forces along the roads leading north out of the provincial capital, while taking few casualties themselves. But, uncertain about replacing the munitions for his grenade launchers and other heavier weaponry, Johnson avoided major risks. Mostly, he visited farmers, asked questions, listened to peasants' views. He found many farmers angrier than ever at the Sandinista authorities. Northern Nicaragua was ripe for rebel organizing. Sandinista organizers had targeted what had once been a popular farmers' marketing and credit cooperative known as La Perla as the seat of counter-revolution in Jinotega province, jailing several of its leaders and pressuring many of its members to resign their memberships. In its place, the authorities had stepped up pressure on farmers to join the Sandinista-controlled National Agrarian Union. Farmers were still forced to sell their crops to the government at below-market prices, even though the economy was starting to deteriorate and inflation was rising faster than at any time in memory. The peasants blamed the government for the decline. Little of this was new to Johnson. He believed the Sandinistas had always seen peasants as politically backward, too uneducated for their views to be taken into account. This arrogance had forced his own break with the revolution. For months, though, the government had been gearing up for a No. 137 holds-barred counterinsurgency war, which had created new conflicts with country people. On all sides, Johnson encountered farmsteads that the revolutionary government had confiscated from peasants accused of being Contra collaborators. The Interior Ministry's State Security Directorate, the secret police agency, had established an extensive network of agents in the zone. Prowling Jinotega province's back roads in Soviet-made jeeps, state security agents were acting as a law unto themselves, seizing farmers by the score, tying them with rope and dragging them to confiscated haciendas that state security had converted into interrogation centers. Some were beaten, others dunked repeatedly in vats of cold water. But, generally, the Sandinista interrogators were leaving no scars. Most of the complaints trickling out of the secret prisons focused on the long periods that detainees were held in little closet-like hotbox cells, incommunicado, often deprived of food, water, and sleep between questioning. Many of the detainees were in fact collaborating with FDN forces, but many weren't, and, once taken, they had little hope of defending themselves. After weeks, or in many cases months, of detention, detainees were dragged before the popular anti-Somocista tribunals, the kangaroo courts that the government had set up in May 1983 to try accused Contra collaborators. The trials were summary and conviction rates extraordinary. In 1985, the tribunals heard 235 cases involving 559 accused Contra collaborators. Only one person was acquitted. Registered. Some farmers were complaining to Johnson of even worse Sandinista abuses. He gathered the names of half a dozen men from the hills around El Qua who had been accused of being Contra collaborators, then quietly disappeared by state security men. To the west, Sandinista security authorities had become especially vicious in the wake of Mike Lima's October 1983 attack on Pantasma. Sandinista state security agents, army soldiers, and militias there had murdered several dozen residents, a number of them evangelical Protestants. After a Protestant minister with ties to the government confirmed several of the murders and complained to Sandinista authorities in Managua, they mounted their own secret investigation, which culminated in the arrest of 41 soldiers. 12 soldiers and police were subsequently tried and convicted of rape, torture, and murder. After the trial, the government publicized the convictions to demonstrate its determination to suppress revolutionary abuses. But Johnson heard reports of killings by Sandinista authorities around several other northern towns as well. Thus Johnson didn't have to spin elaborate visions about what the rebels were fighting for, or make extravagant promises in order to find. 138. Widespread backing. His message was simple. After the Contras win the war, he said, farmers would be able to market their crops freely. They would be able to buy their food and clothing wherever they wanted. Farm confiscations would end, there would be no more state security agents nosing about the countryside. Most of all, he said, there would be no military draft. Johnson had found the draft, which the Managua government had instituted in September 1983, to be the most abrasive of all revolutionary policies to the peasantry registered ever since the Sandinista revolution. Most peasants had wanted to be left alone. The Sandinista draft represented the most severe intrusion yet on their lives, a demand that all peasant men choose sides in the war, that they risk their lives to defend the revolution. Across Nicaragua, tens of thousands of young men who had aspired to remain neutral in the conflict no longer had that luxury. Sandinista recruiting teams grabbed many, but others began to hide, fleeing their farms whenever Sandinista soldiers approached. Many joined the Contras. Scores of young draft evaders flocked to Johnson's task force. By early 1985, Johnson had enough recruits for a second 100-man task force and then a third. Upon returning to Honduras, he formed a regional command, the 15th of September, and became its commander. Throughout 1984 and 1985, Johnson proved that the Contras, acted as a conventional army by the CIA, were able to wage guerrilla war. The Sandinista government was in trouble with its people, and Johnson moved in to take advantage of the Sandinistas' difficulties. He forged hundreds of relationships with farmers who became active collaborators with his unit, paid attention to his supporters' problems, and became a good guerrilla cadre, a valuable insurgent field leader. Key to the work was showing respect for Nicaraguan civilians. This seemed to be common sense, but an incident during one of Johnson's earliest operations illustrated how enforcing discipline among rebel forces could bring outright confrontation with the ex-guardsmen in the FDN. Johnson's men coordinated operations briefly with a 200-man task force led by Francisco Ruiz Castel 6N, a former guard lieutenant with the pseudonym Renato. After one joint attack, their two rebel columns stopped to rest, camping at a rural chapel. Johnson's men bought a few hens and some fruit from a farmer, then cooked dinner and passed the night. The men of Renato's task force camped at their own site nearby. In the morning, several of Johnson's commandos reported that Renato's intelligence aide, an ex-guard sergeant, had put a pistol to the neck of a young woman at the farm site, dragged her into the brush, and raped her. Johnson confronted Renato. "This kind of thing hurts our cause. People don't like this," Johnson, 139, said. Renato complained to his aide, who huffily denied having touched the woman. Johnson went back to his men. They were sure about the rape, they'd seen Renato's aide with the woman, and they'd talked to her after the man had left her. "All right, pack your stuff up," Johnson ordered his men. He went back to Renato. "Look, we're pulling out. I don't feel comfortable with people that operate like this." Johnson was not the only commander attempting to stop brutality by the ex-guardsmen. Other former civilians were provoking similar confrontations. One was Tirso Moreno, a one-time cattle merchant who had taken the war name Rigoberto and had risen to head one of the 4 regional commands named after Jorge Salazar, a prominent opposition coffee grower killed in 1980 by the Sandinistas. Rigoberto's men, marching along a road near the town of Suna, captured 3 Sandinista soldiers, young peasants. Rigoberto gave them sacks of sugar to carry and turned them over to aides. When he arrived at his unit's camp for the night, he found that the 3 prisoners had been lashed to a tree. "Why are these men tied?" Rigoberto asked. "Just keep an eye on them." But his aides said they were tired, it would be easier to leave the prisoners bound. Rigoberto went to sleep, but a cacophony of screams and blows woke him. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted. Through the darkness, he saw that 2 former guardsmen in his unit had begun to beat the prisoners. They had already broken one prisoner's nose. The prisoners were sobbing and bleeding, pleading for their lives. "Look," Rigoberto said, "this kind of shit is not permitted in my unit." "Why are you defending these Sandinista dogs?" one of the ex-guards shot back. "Fuck you. We're not torturing prisoners in the Jorge Salazar," Rigoberto said. Traveling with the prisoners for 2 weeks, Rigoberto had a chance to talk with them. They told him they had been drafted away from their families, and pleaded to be released. He freed them. A year later, Rigoberto met one of the men he'd captured and released, now fighting in one of his own Jorge Salazar companies. The soldier had returned home, only to have local Sandinista authorities accuse him of being a Contra collaborator. "That was a political lesson for me," Rigoberto recalled later. The work of Johnson and nearly a dozen other commanders was enough to give the rebels a good operational base inside Nicaragua. But it wasn't enough to move forward fast in what had become a very politi 140 cal war. For that, the rebel army needed good top leadership, men able to articulate the dreams of the army's rural backers into a military and political strategy. 1984 and 1985 in Honduras, Colonel Bermudez was in way over his head. Throughout the war, he had followed instructions from the CIA, from the Hondurans, from the Argentines, but events in 1984 demanded that he exert real leadership. Rivero, Villegas, and the other Argentine military advisors were gone, recalled to Buenos Aires, where a new civilian government had taken power. On March 31, Bermudez lost another mentor when disgruntled Honduran army officers deposed Armed Forces Commander Gen. Gustavo Alvarez, forcing him into exile. Relations between Bermudez's FDN and the Honduran military chilled considerably. Moreover, when Congress cut off U.S. aid, it barred the CIA from further involvement with the rebels. The station chief in Tegucigalpa, Donald Winters, left for a new posting, degree, and the man who arrived to replace him was Vincent Shields, an overweight Irishman in his 40s from Brooklyn. Shields had considerable paramilitary experience, having served in the late 1960s during the CIA's war in Laos as the deputy chief at Longshan, the main base for the agency's army of 40,000 Laotian peasants, but neither Shields nor his base chief, Ray Doty, could direct Bermudez's work as the agency had in the past. Legally, the CIA could now only collect intelligence information from the rebels. Dozens of CIA men left Honduras. Oliver North emerged as the Reagan administration's emergency administrator of the Contra Army. With the secret counsel of CIA Director William Casey and the winking approval of President Reagan, North established his clandestine Contra support network for the Contras. Reagan administration officials arranged more than $32 million in secret funding for the FDN, most of it deposited by the Saudi Arabian government into bank accounts controlled by Contra political leader Adolfo Calero. North put the rebels in touch with 2 former U.S. military officers, Air Force General Richard Secord and Army General John Singh Laub, for help with arms purchases. Eager to improve on the performance of Bermudez's hapless FDN Air Force, North paid Secord to establish a secret air supply operation for the Contras, based at El Salvador's Ilopango Air Force Base. North even tried to coordinate FDN military activities, ferrying battle maps and messages from his headquarters in the old executive office building to the FDN camps in Honduras via 141 couriers. But there was only so much North and his makeshift team could do. There was a command vacuum. This gave Bermudez the opportunity to emerge as a true commander, but instead, he proved utterly incapable. For 2 years, Bermudez allowed the war to drift. Surrounding himself with a new circle of mediocre yes-men, he frittered away much of his time in womanizing and petty scheming. In the wake of the CIA's late 1983 house cleaning of the FDN leadership, Bermudez needed to appoint officers to a new general staff, calling them his Strategic Command Assistants. The men he appointed reflected the caliber of his own leadership. They were all ex-guardsmen, and in several cases, even less impressive than the thieves and drunks the CIA had purged. As his logistics chief, Bermudez appointed Armando the policeman Lopez, a former guard lieutenant who had built a bloody reputation in the war's first years as commander of an FDN base in southern Colutka province. Bermudez named a war-crippled former guard second lieutenant, Harley the Deer Duarte, as his personnel officer. As his operations aide, he named a former second lieutenant with no command experience at all, Dennis Benny Pineda. As his top intelligence officer, Bermudez appointed Juan José Zelaya, Little Zelaya, who in the National Guard had worked as the personal secretary to Gen. Samuel Gini, the head of Somoza's Office of National Security. On Gini's team of interrogators and hitmen, Zelaya had been a glorified typist who shuffled files and prepared intelligence forms. After Somoza's fall, Colonel Lau had brought Zelaya into the EDN as his own secretary. For Lau, Zelaya was a gopher, a nobody. Now Bermudez appointed him to the critical post of intelligence chief. For his part, Colonel Lau had become the focus of controversy. Public awareness was mounting about his unsavory past, especially the speculation about his alleged involvement in the 1980 murder of El Salvador's Archbishop. As the spotlight intensified, Lau resigned from his FON intelligence post in 1983, but Bermudez kept him around. The disappearances that had become routine during General Alvarez's rule had provoked growing outcry in Honduras. Seeking to quiet the clamor after Alvarez's ouster, the new Honduran military commanders appointed a panel of colonels to investigate the 247 unsolved political murders and disappearances that had taken place during General Alvarez's 4-year rightist crusade. In the course of their probe, the Honduran officers studied Colonel Lau's role in many of the disappearances. They picked Lau up and brought him to Armed Forces headquarters for questioning. 142. Lau just told us, "I've done a few little jobs for the Armed Forces," one of the Honduran officers who participated in the probe said later. At the end of their interrogation, the Hondurans told Colonel Lau that he was no longer welcome in the country, and although they do not seem to have pressed him, he eventually moved to Guatemala. Bermudez, however, whether to placate his friend or to buy his silence, arranged for Lau to stay on the FDN's payroll for years after his departure. But Lau was only part of Bermudez's problem. With an international scandal brewing over the FDN death squads, Bermudez had to hide Lau's henchmen, too. One of the most notorious was Armando Lopez, Jr., the son of Bermudez's new logistics chief, the policeman, and a young killer who had adopted the nom de guerre the Beast. Lopez, Jr., had become a special liability because, when drunk, he had begun to boast to FDN drinking partners about his homicidal exploits and about the pleasures of killing with a sharp knife. Bermudez arranged for Lopez, Jr., to travel into exile, reportedly to the United States. Bermudez hid other members of Lau's assassination squads in various obscure FDN posts. One moved to a new counterintelligence job, another, Bermudez installed in command of a road maintenance group at Las Vegas, a third, Bermudez put in charge of bookkeeping at his strategic command. At Las Vegas, Bermudez enjoyed the trappings of command, the little routines that reminded others of the old National Guard life. He had a stooped old former guardsman wake him each morning, offering him his pressed uniform, newly shined boots, and a military salute. "Good morning, Senor." How did the commander sleep? As Bermudez dressed, his aide-de-camp would run down the camp gossip, which commander had slipped off to Danley the night before to go whoring, which officer had talked badly of Bermudez at dinner, which task force leader had been drinking. As his personal secretary, Bermudez appointed Escobedo Sherman Ortega, no apparent relation to the Nicaraguan president, a former sergeant from Somoza's elite force, the EEBI. Ortega took notes and arranged Bermudez's schedule. He also introduced Bermudez to an important contact, his sister. Ortega's mother, in exile, had founded a makeshift beer parlor in a rented house in a lower middle-class barrio near Toncontín Airport on the outskirts of Tegucigalpa. Drinking there one afternoon with Ortega, Bermudez met Imsto's younger sister Rina, a pretty woman in her early 20s, married to a Honduran army lieutenant. Escobedo arranged for Bermudez to meet with Rina privately, at one of the FDN's safe houses. Soon Bermudez had begun his latest affair. Bermudez wanted companionship when he was working at Los 143, Vegas. He began sending his chauffeur to drive Rina Ortega back to the camps in his Land Cruiser. Rina told her husband, the Honduran lieutenant, that she was visiting her brother Escobedo. Sometimes Rina's mother came along on her trips to Las Vegas, to ensure the appearance of a family visit. Bermudez liked to take Rina horseback riding through the hills, then retire to his strategic command headquarters for drinks and dinner. With Bermudez himself entertaining lovers in his personal quarters at Las Vegas, the other members of the staff saw no reason to maintain propriety at the rebel army's military headquarters. Armando Lépez's logistics office became a revolving door for young female commandos. Harley Duarte, the personnel officer, also brought female commandos and whores to the strategic command. None of it would have mattered if amid all the philandering, Bermudez and his men had offered some vision to their aimless army. But since Bermudez had no plans of his own, men with wild ideas could persuade him to carry out theirs. Among the wildest were the right-wing activists from the Decatur, Alabama-based group, Civilian Military Action. At the time of the U.S. aid cutoff, Adolfo Calero authorized his younger brother, Mario Calero, to purchase supplies for the Contra army. Mario soon thought he could help the army out with private military advisors, too, and he brought the first CMA men to Las Vegas, a dozen or so gung-ho anti-communists. The CMA men knew almost nothing about Nicaragua, but they were full of advice. Soon after arriving in Las Vegas in mid-1984, they discovered the FDN's Hughes 500 observation helicopter and immediately decided to use it for rebel parachute training. Bermudez approved the idea. On the third training jump over Las Vegas, one rebel fighter heaved himself out the side of the helicopter, drifted in the wind, and crashed down through the tile roof of the FDN's main cooking shed. That ended the paratroop training but not the CMA's enthusiasm. In late August, James Powell, 36, a former U.S. Army helicopter pilot from Memphis, Tennessee, came to Las Vegas with Mario Calero and a new CMA training team. With him was Dana Parker, a 36-year-old Huntsville, Alabama, police officer. Both were Vietnam veterans. The day Powell, Parker, and Mario Calero arrived, they had a long session with Bermudez over beers at the Strategic Command. Calero began to needle Bermudez about how the FDN was losing the initiative in the war. Earlier in the year, the CIA had delivered to Bermudez a list of Sandinista military targets for rebel attack, one of which was the Apoli Army training base at Santa Clara, between the towns of Ocotal and Jala. 144. Pa, just 10 miles south of the Honduran border. Over drinks, somebody came up with the idea of attacking the Apoli base with the 3 Cessna O2 observation planes, armed with air-to-ground rocket pods, which the CIA had given the FDN. Bermudez approved the idea. Powell didn't speak Spanish, but somebody filled him in on the drift of things. Send the Hughes 500 helicopter, too, Powell said. Armed with rockets, the Hughes 500 could be a powerful weapon. Bermudez approved that idea, too. On September 1, 1984, FDN officers helped install a cumbersome rocket pod on the Hughes 500 and armed it with 14 rockets. Parker climbed into the helicopter's rear seat with an M60 machine gun and 700 rounds of ammunition, hoping to shoot some communists from the air. Powell, the pilot, only vaguely knew where the Apollo was and couldn't even talk to his Nicaraguan co-pilot, Marco Pozo, who knew little English. "Don't worry about it. They're pilots. They'll understand each other," Parker told one FDN officer just before their Hughes 500 took off from Las Vegas for the attack. The helicopter rose sluggishly, its normal maneuverability severely reduced by the heavy drag of the rocket pod and its full load. The three small O-2s, piloted by FDN pilots, took off from Aguacate, flew south across the border to Santa Clara, and rocketed the Sandinista base. The attack was inconsequential, militarily. One rocket slammed into the camp kitchen, killing 4 civilian cooks. No soldiers were harmed. Powell, Parker, and Pozo straggled in after the O-2s. Angry Sandinista anti-aircraft gunners, waiting for further attacks, blew their helicopter out of the sky. Powell, Parker, and Pozo all died. In the smoking wreckage of the FDN's only helicopter, the Sandinistas found maps and other documents linking the Hughes 500 to Aguacate Air Base and other CIA-run installations in Honduras. The attack became a major international incident. The Honduran army was furious with Bermudez. Top officers demanded that from then on, Bermudez request Honduran permission before every rebel flight, even simple supply flights within Honduras. The CIA, accused in Congress of having ordered the flight, was also furious. No agency men were out at Las Vegas when the Contras dreamed up the Santa Clara attack, but once the news broke, an agent flew out to demand an explanation. The agency ordered Bermudez to expel the remaining CMA men from Las Vegas. Bermudez was embarrassed and shaken. Mike Lima talked with him at the time. Bermudez almost cried. "How did I let myself be deceived? 145. By these gringo idiots? I'm a fool," he said. 18 But even in the wake of this debacle, he developed no plan or strategy of his own. For the rebel operations room, the CIA had provided the FDN with large-scale topographical maps of Nicaragua. Bermudez's operations staff followed rebel combat operations with colored markers on the map. Bermudez's leadership of the war at the time consisted mainly of a periodic visit to the maps to make sure the terrain was well covered with markers and hence, with plenty of combat. Sometimes the map looked bare to Bermudez. "What the hell is going on?" Bermudez would demand of his men. "Isn't anybody fighting?" 1984 and 1985 Mike Lima was wounded badly, twice in 5 months. The first wound was an accident. On November 26, 1983, Lima was test-firing an 82mm mortar tube he'd captured from the Sandinistas, but using Chinese-made 82mm recoilless rifle shells. A recoilless rifle is a small cannon, with barrel walls of tooled steel an inch thick, allowing its shells to be packed with far more explosive propellant than mortar projectiles. Fired from a mortar tube, a recoilless rifle shell explodes like a fragmentation bomb. Mike Lima, young and overconfident with weaponry, dropped 3 shells in a row into his mortar tube. Nothing happened. On the 4th try, the shell exploded. Pieces of steel mortar casing the size of dinner plates shredded in all directions, killing 4 of Lima's men instantly. The blast sliced off Lima's right hand halfway up his forearm and gashed a 6-inch hole in his thigh. He seized his bleeding stump with his left hand, wandered, dazed, more than 30 yards from the wreckage, then collapsed. Contra paramedics rushed him to the Las Vegas clinic for first aid, and the same day, a CIA helicopter evacuated him to the main rebel hospital at Aguacate for surgery. Just a month later, he was flown to Miami to be fitted with a prosthetic arm. Degree in Miami, Mike Lima expressed the psychological trauma over the loss of his hand in a frantic drive to get the prosthesis fitted quickly and get back to the war. He cut through every delay, harassing the medical technicians incessantly. Just 3 weeks after his arrival in Miami, he flew back to Honduras, and in late March, just 16 weeks after the mortar explosion, he marched south into Nicaragua at the head of his Dillion Regional Command. The Sandinistas, still bitter over the Pantasma attack 5 months. 146. Earlier, developed good intelligence quickly on Lima's movements. Sandinista army battalions coordinated an area ambush, in which several units position themselves around a piece of terrain through which an enemy unit is expected to move, then pound the area with artillery. On April 18, 1984, Mike Lima was leading his 300 men through a valley, when mortar shells began to scream in on the Dillion from all sides. One shell landed practically on top of Lima. The concussion blew him off the ground, wadded him like a piece of scrap paper, and hurled him back to the earth. His left leg was shattered and torn, his good hand was broken, shrapnel had torn into his eye. Amid the barrage, his men laid him in a hammock strung beneath a long pole carried by 2 commandos, shot their way through the Sandinista lines with machine gun fire, and began a torturous evacuation north, running night and day for nearly a week. Lima lost a lot of blood along the way, but survived. He was rushed again in a wheelchair to Miami, where a CIA agent came out to whisk him past the immigration and customs lines at Miami International Airport. Microsurgery repaired his eye, therapists strapped a temporary brace on his leg to keep it from buckling under his weight. 2 months after his arrival in Miami, Mike Lima again flew back to Honduras. I realized at that moment that my glory days were over, Mike Lima recalled later. He was just 25, full of youthful energy, and head of the Dillion, but the hands-on command of the unit would have to pass to others. Mike Lima would have to take up other work, but what? In his first weeks back at Las Vegas, he began to adjust. Soon he shed his leg brace. He was wearing a prosthetic metal hook on his right arm, but clutching a lightweight AR-15 rifle in his now mended left hand, he learned to fire off a clip of ammunition. He picked a handsome white horse from an FDN herd and began to ride the hills around Las Vegas. The rebel army had grown with stunning speed. Just 2 years earlier, during 1982, his own recruiting efforts with Tigrelo had built the rebel army to more than 3,000 men. Now it was nearly 4 times that large, more than 12,000 troops. More than 6,000 of them were camped at Las Vegas. It was a vast army settlement, sprawling down several valleys and over half a dozen wooded ridges, a smoky warren of troops and huts, dogs and weaponry, fire and mud. As a result of the flood of new recruits, most of the commandos were strangers to Lima. That frightened him. There was too much disorder. Many commandos, just fooling around, were firing their weapons into the air. The regional command camp stank of marijuana. Some rebel officers chalked up the disarray to the rapid incorporation into the army. 147. Of hundreds of untrained peasants. Lima, however, had another interpretation. He believed Las Vegas was jammed with spies. Lima went to Bermúdez, warning about the need to crack down on Sandinista infiltrators. He scoffed at Juan José Zelaya, Colonel Lau's aide from the National Guard's OSN, whom Bermúdez had appointed intelligence chief. "It's embarrassing that Zelaya is heading intelligence," Lima told Bermúdez. "That son of a bitch doesn't even know his own name." "You want the job?" Bermúdez asked. Mike Lima became the FDN's intelligence chief. Like his predecessor, Colonel Lau, Lima confused the information gathering and analytical roles of the intelligence officer with the police role of the counterintelligence chief. Formally, the army already had a counterintelligence chief. After Lau's resignation, Bermúdez had named an old buddy from the Guard, ex-Maj. Donald the Bull Torres, then 48, to the post. Torres had taken some intelligence courses in the Guard and had worked with the CIA during the first years of the war, trying to organize an internal front inside Nicaragua. But he spent most of his time in Tegucigalpa, drinking at a dingy downtown bar where whores danced nude 16 hours a day. Mike Lima considered Torres a bum. As a start, Mike Lima persuaded Bermudez to create the rebel army's first military police unit, men who could enforce order in Las Vegas. Bermudez went along, naming an ex-guard sergeant, Mariano Leo Morales, as its chief. Leo had been a barber in the guard, now he became a jailer. He and Mike Lima set up a makeshift prison and began to arrest commandos. They picked up marijuana smokers and drunks and insubordinates, men who talked back to their commanders. Then Lima began what he considered his more important work: recruiting intelligence staff officers to serve in every 100-man rebel company in the army. It was the FDN's first real intelligence staff, but rather than setting up an organization geared toward collecting information on the Sandinista army, Lima recruited a network of informants to spy on the FDN's own ranks. Lima's informants started accusing rebel commandos of being infiltrators, and Leo's military police began seizing them. At the same time, rebel units were bringing back a few captured Sandinistas to Las Vegas. When he took control of the intelligence section, Mike Lima had inherited 3 full-time intelligence officers. One was Ramon Pina Rodriguez, Z2, the 45-year-old former guard corporal who had been Mac's main henchman at La Lodosa. Soon there were quite a number of prisoners to question. 148. Mike Lima, untrained in counterintelligence, angry about his successive defeats, became a brutal interrogator. He would start by beating the suspected spies at the beginning of an interview, accusing them as infiltrators between the hail of blows. Z2 would help him. Some of the suspects ended up saying what Lima wanted to hear, in order to stop the beating others didn't. There were some very prolonged, bloody sessions. Lima was doing this rough work at the intelligence offices at Las Vegas, and a number of the ex-guardsmen hanging around the Strategic Command learned about the torture sessions. They also figured out that prisoners had begun to disappear. How many? A lot of people, said Walter Tono Calder 6N, a former guard lieutenant who worked closely with Mike Lima at the time. Guess maybe a dozen, said Guillermo Gastizura, a former guard lieutenant who worked at Las Vegas as a radio scanner. Some prisoners that were brought to Honduras, Mike Lima just erased them off the face of the earth, Gastizura recalled. There were just some people you couldn't convince. We'd just dust them. Mike Lima and his FDN driver would load prisoners into his pickup truck, drive them away from the Strategic Command camp, shoot or knife them, then throw their bodies into the Coco River, Gastizura said. Lima's tenure in the intelligence post was short, only 2 or 3 months. Several of his colleagues said that because the abuses and disappearances from the intelligence section soon became widely known in the rebel camps, Bermudez removed him. Tofio recalled an encounter he had with Mike Lima and Bermudez at the Strategic Command headquarters. Bermudez said to Mike Lima in front of me that if he was going to do something, that he shouldn't do it personally, but that he should send someone else to do it, Tofo recalled. He was referring to some guys who had disappeared, and to several others who Mike Lima had tortured right in the offices. So Bermudez told him in front of me that he was taking him out of that post. Early in 1985, Bermudez named another ex-guardsman, Rodolfo Escobedo MP, to replace Lima. A lieutenant in the EEBI at the time of the 1979 Sandinista triumph, MP had been turned over to revolutionary authorities by the Red Cross, given a peremptory trial, and jailed. In late 1983, he escaped from the Modelo Penitentiary outside Managua and fled to Honduras. Joining the FDN, he took the nom de guerre Invisible. He would hold the intelligence post until 1988. Mike Lima filled in, for a time, as Bermudez's operations officer, then 149. As the personnel officer, he helped Mac train recruits. But formal posts were secondary in the FDN. Leading the army was a clique, centering on Bermudez and Aristides Sanchez, a circle of former guards whom Bermudez and Sanchez trusted to do whatever needed doing. Mac belonged. Leo belonged. So did half a dozen other ex-guards. Mike Lima was a charter member. Mike Lima quietly maintained his network of informants. He remained the Contra Army's self-appointed disciplinarian, on the lookout for troublemakers and subversives. Summer 1984 through summer 1985. The United States was locked in passionate debate about the Nicaraguan War, and one of the gringos who arrived in Honduras to experience the Contra struggle firsthand was Frank Wall. The rebels knew him by his nom de guerre, the Killer Rat. Wall was a hard fellow to read. An athletic, fair-haired 21-year-old, he was, when he began his tempestuous affair with the Contras, working on a major in psychology at Northwestern University. It wasn't clear to Wall's friends what exactly in his past in North Miami Beach, Florida, had first bred his fascination with far-right causes, with war and weapons, but at Northwestern, Wall soon got his name in the papers. Campus authorities discovered that he had an AR-15 automatic rifle in his dorm room, that he was posing for photographs with the weapon in the hallway, that he was spending long hours at a shooting range. Around campus he wore a t-shirt that read "Kill them all, let God sort them out." These things naturally aroused the ire of campus leftists, but Wall's views soon alienated even many campus conservatives. People thought of him as a kook, recalled Tom Holt, a college friend who later became assistant editorial page editor at the Richmond Times-Dispatch. When, in early 1984, Wall heard a campus speech by Contra leader Fernando Chamorro, he immediately found the rebel war too alluring to resist. While other students were enrolling in junior year abroad programs, heading off to Europe, Wall called Adolfo Calero at his suburban Miami home, got names of rebel contacts in Tegucigalpa, bought a 35mm camera, and flew to Honduras. He told the rebel spokesman he met at the FDN's public relations office that he was a freelance photographer, but he observed none of the rules of journalism. He voiced unabashed sympathy for the Contras. He bought a long commando knife and made it the centerpiece of a string of weird jokes while pretending to stab his new Contra friends, while pretending to slash his own throat. 150. Few professional journalists were getting FDN cooperation in visiting the rebel camps at the time, but Wall finally begged a ride to Las Vegas with Contra acquaintances. There he donned an FDN uniform and took his pseudonym, Rata Assassina. Soon, Wall had struck up a friendship with Mac, who invited him to La Lodosa. Wall spent the entire summer with Mac and his men, traveling inside Nicaragua for weeks with a rebel patrol. There, he got a severe case of diarrhea, the rebels had to nurse him back into Honduras on muleback. Wall returned to Northwestern at the end of the summer bursting with enthusiasm over the Contras and their war. Albert Veltuzan, a conservative pre-law student who was his best friend, sat up late listening to Wall's gush of experiences. Wall was so thrilled that he dropped out of his winter term and returned to the Contra camps, spending November 1984 through January 1985 with Mac and his commandos. This time, however, he returned to Northwestern disillusioned. To his friend Veltuzan, he criticized the rebels' commanders. They weren't even fighting in Nicaragua, he said, instead hanging back in the camps, saving their own skins. He'd seen sloppiness, Wall told Veltuzan. Told to distribute propaganda literature in Nicaraguan towns, rebel troops instead just dumped bundles of leaflets in the woods. Rebel patrol leaders were claiming the destruction of targets never attacked. Then Wall took out his photographs. He'd shot dozens of rolls, but there was one sequence of 32 color slides he wanted Veltuzan to see. "I've got something kind of rare," he said. Veltuzan held the slides, one after the other, up to the light of an overhead bulb in Wall's apartment. The photos showed an old gray-haired man with a goatee, clad in a brown sports shirt, digging a shallow grave. 2 or 3 photos further in the sequence, apparently taken minutes later, the man lay flat on his back in the earth. A man in a green uniform stood over him, binding his wrists, the blade of a long knife protruding from his hip pocket. Then the photos became a torrent of blood, they appeared to have been shot in quick succession. One showed a second figure crouched on the old man's stomach, slashing the man's throat. The victim's face was contorted into a grimace, his legs and feet jerked upward in a spasm of pain. In the next photo, the killer had leaned his weight forward into the blade, plunging it through the old man's neck. In the final exposure, the old man's head hung limp, his eyes glazed, staring to the right, his neck gushing blood. A young Indian-looking boy leaned above his body, stabbing a long blade through the man's heart. 151. Veltuzin stared through the color transparencies, stunned. Wall told him his story. He said he had taken the photos in January 1985, near the end of his stay with the Contras. He'd been with a rebel column inside Nicaragua, near the town of San Juan in the northern province of Madres, about 40 miles southeast of La Lodosa. The rebels had seized the man after villagers had denounced him as a Sandinista informer, Wall told Veltuzin. Then the rebels decided to kill the man. Wall wanted to take pictures. He'd left his camera at a nearby base camp, but a Contra friend had run back and brought it in time for Wall to accompany the execution squad up a hill, where they set the old man to digging his own grave. The rebels didn't seem to mind the photographs, Wall told Veltuzin. Some Contras even wanted to pose in the photos during the execution, even showing their faces. They allowed him to stand within a couple of yards of the killing itself, so that the extraordinary images filled an entire frame of his 35mm camera. Wall told Veltuzin he wasn't sure what he was going to do with the photos. He knew that they were very sensitive, they could hurt the Contras, but he had an idea. The CIA was recruiting at Northwestern. He'd always wanted work in intelligence, and his experiences with the Contras had convinced him that this was his calling. He would apply for a job and offer to turn his photos over to the CIA. During March and early April 1985, Wall interviewed 3 times with CIA agents. The first encounter, at the CIA's Chicago area field offices, went well, he told Veltuzin. The CIA scheduled a second interview at a Chicago hotel, this time with an agency recruiter who flew out from Langley. Wall, feeling confident, wanted to show that he already had experience in Central America. So at his second encounter, he showed the agent his photos. "What would you like me to do with these?" Wall asked. The agent was taken aback. "I don't want to have anything to do with this," the CIA agent told Wall. He said the agency would get back to Wall. Nonetheless, Wall thought things were going well. Then he got bad news. An agent sent him an icy letter to inform him that he wasn't in line for further consideration. Wall was devastated. He called his CIA contact back. "What about my photos?" Wall asked. "Do whatever you want with them," the agent said. Wall was shocked at the CIA's attitude, he told Veltuzin. They were supposed to be concerned about national security, and yet they didn't care about his photos. Well, he believed there was one thing he could do with his photos: sell them. 152. TF, that's the CIA's attitude. Why should I forego a lot of money? Ever since the Congress had cut off U.S. military aid to the rebels amid the mining controversy the year before, Reagan administration officials had been maneuvering for approval of new assistance. In the fall of 1984, Congress had turned back one proposal. Now a showdown vote was nearing on another, a $14 million request for new aid. The White House was going all out. "The Contras are the moral equivalent of our founding fathers," President Reagan told one conservative audience. "These are our brothers, these freedom fighters." With the president hammering on the theme at every opportunity, the Contra War was big news throughout April. Wall's instincts about his photos proved correct. He contacted New York's Sigma Photo Agency, and his photos sparked a bidding war. U.S. News and World Report flew Wall to Washington, D.C. He went to Time, then jetted to New York. Newsweek finally bought his photos for $15,000. March and April 1985. In Honduras, Johnson returned to Las Vegas with more than 100 new volunteers, most of them young draft dodgers. Johnson had been fighting at the head of his own unit inside Nicaragua for a year, and his stature within the rebel army was building. In the United States, the FDN's domination by ex-National Guardsmen was proving to be a major political handicap, and Bermudez was now under pressure from the Americans to promote former civilians like Johnson to command positions. Now a new congressional vote over Contra aid was looming, and Bermudez was assembling a delegation of 4 rebel commanders to fly to Washington for display to U.S. congressmen as freedom fighters. Even though his staff was still composed, to a man, of former guardsmen, Bermudez decided that 3 of the 4 would be former farmers. Oscar Sobelvero, known as Commander Ruben, one of the Contras from Tigralo's original band, was going. So was Rudy Zelaya, Commander Douglas, who had attacked the northern Nicaraguan town of Quilali with Pedro Joaquin González in one of the earliest anti-Sandinista uprisings in 1980. Rodolfo MP, Invisible, the new intelligence chief, would represent the ex-guardsmen. Johnson would go, too. Orlando Montealegre, the rebel forces paymaster, told Johnson that he was on the list for the trip. Montealegre gave Johnson his plane ticket and the equivalent of $350. Buy some new clothes, he said. 153. For Johnson, the trip meant culture shock. He had never been outside of Central America. In the course of just a few days, he marched out of Nicaragua, drove to Tegucigalpa, boarded a commercial flight at Toncontín Airport, flew to Miami for a quick stopover, and continued on to Washington, D.C. A young middle-class Nicaraguan exile working for the rebel organization in Washington met Johnson's plane and drove the commanders downtown, checking them into the hotel where Adolfo Calero was staying. It was the most luxurious place Johnson had ever seen, with rococo furniture and glittering chandeliers. He and the other commanders felt uncomfortable, and quickly realized that their daily expense stipends weren't enough to cover Calero's style of luxury. The following morning, the 4 commanders checked into a more reasonable hotel. Shortly after their arrival, the commanders were driven to the office of Bosco Matamoros, the FDN's Washington spokesman. Then 38, Matamoros was a short, bald man from a wealthy family with ties to the National Guard. That morning, April 22, 1985, Matamoros was upset. He held up a copy of Newsweek for Johnson and the others to see. The magazine had hit the newsstands just hours earlier, featuring 4 of Frank Wall's grisly photos. "Look at the problems we've got," Matamoros told the commanders. "My phone is ringing off the hook. I've been fighting this thing all morning." Seeing Wall's photos, Johnson knew instantly that the killings had been done by Mac's men, and as it turned out, so did all the other commanders. Everybody remembered the killer rat, how unlike other American journalists he'd worn a Contra uniform, how he'd been friends with Mac. Obviously, the ugly photos just showed what everyone knew about the men at La Lodosa. And now they'd been stupid enough to let the killer rat take their pictures. "This is that kid that was at Las Vegas, and then Mac took him over to La Lodosa," Matamoros said. Heads nodded. "You guys are definitely going to get hit with this thing too," Matamoros said. "Let me handle it. But if you really get pressured, just say you don't know where the photos came from. Tell them that it looks to you like they're just another propaganda trick arranged by the Sandinistas." Johnson felt uncomfortable. He'd been excited about coming to Washington, ready to make his pitch for U.S. aid, to talk about the widespread support among Nicaraguan peasants for the rebel cause. These photos were spoiling his day, too. Matamoros divided the commanders into 2 groups, Johnson and 154. Ruben, and Invisible and Douglas. The first pair was sent in a cab with a translator and a guide to a stone office building near the Capitol, where they were ushered into a string of congressional offices for chats about the rebel army, the war, the Sandinista repression. The lawmakers and their staffs asked mostly softball questions. Nobody asked about the killer rat's photos. There were only a couple of hints of the trouble the rebels were in. One Democratic representative, E. de la Garza, a Mexican-American from Texas, refused even to let Janonson and Rubin into his office. Later, when they had some free time, it was a gorgeous spring day, the two took a walk on the mall by the Washington Monument. They came upon several thousand opponents of Reagan's Nicaragua policy in a rally staged to protest the upcoming Contra aid vote. It took a few moments for the reality to sink in on Johnson. He and Rubin had stumbled into an angry crowd. It was huge, Johnson recalled later. He figured the protesters might grab him and Rubin and tear them apart if they realized they were anti-Sandinista commanders. The two retreated to Matamoros' office. There, Matamoros was talking with someone over the phone, apparently a Spanish-speaking reporter. Johnson heard Matamoros accuse the Sandinistas of dressing up as Contras and killing an innocent peasant. "These photos are phony. This is a Sandinista setup," Matamoros said. He seized on the blue uniforms worn by the killers. "Our men don't even wear those uniforms anymore, we've switched to olive drab," Matamoros said. "And why weren't the killers carrying canteens?" Johnson and the other rebels flew to Miami, where on Wednesday, April 24, they heard the news of the Contra aid vote. The House had rejected the administration's request by the widest margin of any rebel aid vote to that point, 248 to 180. Administration officials like Otto Reich, the State Department's coordinator for public diplomacy at the time, were blaming the defeat on the shocking impact of Wall's photos. It wasn't the first time Contra abuses had caused a political stink in Washington, and Reagan administration officials had made it routine practice to reject accounts of rebel atrocities as unfounded or to attempt to discredit those reporting the abuses. 24 Now Reich, parroting Bosco Matamoros, challenged the authenticity of Wall's photos and suggested that they had been staged. Among a dozen other details in Wall's photos, Reich questioned why the Contras' uniforms appeared so clean. A Pentagon official pushed Reich's argument even further. Not only were the uniforms too clean, the killers were wearing boots. But most freedom fighters actually fight barefoot, the official told reporters. 155. Another U.S. official attempting to discredit Wall was Oliver North. In his briefings for conservative fundraisers at the old Executive Office building, North called Wall the purported student that took the pictures, portraying him as a Sandinista sympathizer, insinuating that he had faked his photos. All of this left Wall in some emotional distress. A fierce anti-communist, he now found himself under attack from the entire conservative establishment. But he defended the authenticity of his photos even as he tried to justify the assassination. He argued repeatedly that the old man could have turned in other civilians who would have themselves been murdered unless the informant were silenced. "This is not an atrocity," Wall told the Associated Press. "We execute murderers in the U.S." Mainly, however, Wall was cashing in. "I'd like to talk to you," he told a reporter for the Chicago Tribune, "but my agent says that the New York Post is willing to buy the photos for $1,500, and that would include an exclusive interview. So if the Post is willing to pay $1,500, you have to understand where I'm coming from. I try to get as much as I can. That is capitalism." Wall eventually earned some $35,000 from his photo royalties. Of all those attacking Wall, Adolfo Calero, who had greased Wall's way into the rebel camps in the first place, sounded most aggrieved. In interview after interview, Calero pushed the line, "It's a fake, it's part of a smear on us." But Calero promised a thorough investigation. In fact, there was an investigation within the FDN, because the Americans, from Oliver North down to the agency's men in Honduras, were furious. Angry CIA agents met with Bermudez, demanding an investigation and an explanation. Their anger was not over the killing, but over the photos. Who had authorized the photographer to visit Las Vegas? Hadn't anybody checked his credentials? Johnson was curious, too, about how the killing had happened. Back in Honduras, he asked around. Wall had always maintained that the killing had taken place inside Nicaragua, in Madreis province, but men from La Lodosa gave Johnson a different version. The old man wasn't a Sandinista informant, they said. He was just some hapless peasant who had fled Nicaragua north into Honduras, passing by La Lodosa, and like so many others, Mac's men had grabbed him. Bermudez did look into the killing, and soon figured out that it had been Mac's men. But Bermudez never announced the results of his investigation, and he did nothing to Mac. Instead, the commander protected Mac so that his name would not emerge publicly. In fact, Bermudez promoted him, naming Mac to head the rebel center for 156. Military instruction, a new centralized boot camp under construction near Las Vegas, modeled on the National Guard's training center. Mac would be responsible for thousands of recruits. Although Bermudez had quickly established otherwise, the Contras maintained for months their claim that Wall's photos had been staged. Then, in the fall of 1985, Bermudez gave an interview to CBS television correspondent Jane Wallace, inviting her to La Quinta. Wearing a camouflage uniform with a service revolver strapped to his hip, Bermudez tried to cut the part of a guerrilla commander for Wallace's cameras. Perhaps because he was feeling cocky, Bermudez was the first Contra to concede that Wall's photos were genuine. Wallace asked Bermudez what he thought about Wall's photos of the throat slashing. "Well, I think it was unnecessary to do it in the way he did it," Bermudez answered, staring at the camera. "Not necessary?" Wallace asked. "Not necessary, because they could be shot. That's all, not to do it like that. But you have no problem with people being murdered on the whim of the troops." "He was a spy," Bermudez said. "And in war, spies have to be punished in that way." 8. Late 1984 and 1985. For the first time, the Sandinistas were hurting the rebels. When the Contra War began in 1981, the Sandinista army still betrayed its ragtag guerrilla origins, by late 1984 it was fast becoming a modern military force. In January 1984, the Sandinista army began drafting young men aged 18 to 25 into the army for 2 years of patriotic military service. The measure allowed the army to field tens of thousands of new regulars, in addition to the thousands of detachments of local militias it had heretofore been throwing at the rebels. By 1985, the Sandinista army numbered at least 60,000 troops, and some 150,000 other Nicaraguans carried rifles in militia or reserve units. 29 Most of the draftees were deployed in light, mobile counterinsurgency units, called irregular warfare battalions, or BLIs. As often as not, the recruits got little training before being dispatched into the countryside to chase Contras, but experience was its own teacher, and the Sandinista soldiers fought with great initiative and courage. The Contras knew it better than anyone else. 30. 157. While the counterinsurgency BLIs were the units most often in direct combat with the rebels, the Sandinista army was also beefing up its regular forces, deploying brigades and battalions in new garrisons throughout rural Nicaragua. They were well armed. The Soviet bloc channeled astounding quantities of weaponry to the Sandinistas throughout the war, some $550 million in military aid during the first 6 years of the revolution alone, and by 1985, the investment was making itself felt. At the base of the arsenal were the ubiquitous AK-47 assault rifles, hundreds of thousands of them. East German troop transport trucks, jammed with recruits, were traveling every major thoroughfare. Sophisticated Soviet radar scanners perched on strategic ridges along Nicaragua's coasts, listening to rebel communications. Strategic crossroads and installations across Nicaragua bristled with heavy artillery, and there were few havens into which the Sandinistas couldn't hurl shells if they located a rebel column. Overhead, everywhere, the skies clattered with transport helicopters. Rebel casualties were mounting, especially from the terrifying artillery barrages. 6 months after Mike Lima was wounded in April 1984, a Sandinista rocket caught his old rival, Tigrelo, north of El Cua, nearly tearing his knee off. Tigrelo's men carried him, bleeding, on a hammock strung from a pole, for a week through the mountains to a Honduran border airstrip. From there, an FDN helicopter airlifted him to the burgeoning hospital at Aguacate. Tigrelo accepted his crippling wound with stoicism. His brother Dimas saw him a week after he arrived in the Aguacate hospital. He didn't say anything, just that I shouldn't worry, because this was part of war, Dimas recalled. He said he had faith that soon he'd be ready to continue the struggle. Later, Tigrelo was flown to New Orleans for surgery too. He lost all mobility in his knee, though doctors saved his leg. Tigrelo's ordeal was not unusual. The Sandinista army campaign that gave them the initiative in the war brought extraordinary bloodletting on both sides. Hundreds of rebels were killed, and just as many were dragged off the battlefield bleeding. Although the medical system the CIA had established in Honduras for the rebels was adequate, rebels wounded deep inside Nicaragua routinely faced days or weeks of agony. One rebel with the nom de guerre sergeant took a bullet in the knee and had to hole up in a farmer's hut. Without medical attention, he developed gangrene. To survive, he cut the dead flesh away from his leg with his own knife. Eventually a doctor arrived, but there was still no anesthesia. The rebel stomached the pain of amputation, fully conscious. His story was only one of hundreds like it during the period *. By early 1985, the war was going so well for the Sandinistas that they 158 began to carry their attacks into Honduras to the rebel camps. Years of patient Sandinista road building, the trailblazing that CIA-directed sabotage against construction ministry warehouses had tried to forestall, allowed government forces to deploy into remote areas. One new road network enabled Sandinista units to tow heavy artillery, including their awesome, racked BM-21 rocket launchers, right to the southern edge of the Las Vegas salient. The BM-21 can lob a rocket more than 13 miles, and several of the Sandinistas' border emplacements were just 10 miles from Las Vegas. In late January, the Sandinistas began slinging rockets into the rebels' headquarters camp. For several months, the Contras sought to defend the strategic command by launching bloody, conventional counterattacks on the rocket emplacements, but the Sandinistas had moved up a half-dozen infantry battalions to protect their positions, and the rebels lost many men for nothing. The Sandinista rocketing peaked in May and was accompanied by an advance of several hundred Sandinista infantrymen backed by helicopters into Honduras toward Las Vegas. In one 3-day period, 30 Sandinista rockets crashed down on top of Mike Lima's Dillion Regional Command Camp alone, killing 4 fighters and wounding many more. The Sandinista bombardment also killed a Honduran corporal and several other soldiers in the salient, forcing hundreds of civilians to flee the zone. The Honduran military had had enough. They ordered Bermudez to abandon Las Vegas, and sent Honduran Air Force jets to cover the rebels' disorganized retreat. Bermudez set up his new strategic command at Yamals, several miles to the north, well out of range of the Sandinistas' big guns. The Sandinistas were also pounding La Lodosa, and a few months later, the artillery barrage forced Mac to move his Nicaragua Regional Command over to Yamals, 2.34. While Sandinista soldiers overwhelmed the rebels on the battlefield, the revolutionary government in Managua adopted a new carrot-and-stick approach with Nicaragua's peasants, aimed at rewarding cooperation with the government while punishing rebel collaborators. The carrot took various forms. Starting in 1984, the government began to pay significantly higher prices for basic grain crops, so although many farmers continued to resent the government monopoly on crop marketing, at least their incomes began to rise, albeit slowly. The government also reversed its long-time agrarian reform policy. Before 1985, the Sandinistas had discriminated against individual families with its distributions, preferring to channel most of the land parcels to Sandinista. 159. Controlled cooperatives. Starting in 1985, the government recognized that had been a political error, reversed course, and began large-scale handouts of land to individuals. That year, the government distributed 6,204 land titles to private families, almost 3 times as much land and more than 6 times as many land titles as in the previous 3 years combined. Later, government officials pointed to significant improvements in its relations with peasants as a result of these measures, degree against those peasants considered to be rebel allies, though, the government wielded the stick: detention, resettlement, and bombardment. Arrests of accused Contra collaborators accelerated drastically in 1985, especially after October, when state security agents seized not only masses of peasants but rounded up hundreds of religious, labor, political, human rights, business, and professional activists as well. The program continued into 1986, when some government figures suggest that the number of arrests actually quintupled. Late in 1986, more than 5,000 political prisoners jammed government jails. But if the detentions were massive, the Sandinistas' resettlement program in 1985 and 1986 was truly draconian. President Daniel Ortega and top officials from the Army, Interior, and several civilian ministries working as part of a resettlement commission identified dozens of rural zones where too many peasants were considered rebel collaborators, then sent in soldiers to herd farm families out to state-run settlements. In many cases, homesteads were burned or leveled to prevent peasants from returning. The pace of these evacuations was so frantic that the soldiers were rounding up an average of nearly 2,000 farmers a week during the first months of 1985. By late 1986, the government had herded nearly 200,000 people into at least 145 settlements nationwide. The settlements were themselves exercises in social engineering. Many farmers were relocated to self-defense cooperatives established near highways or other strategic points. There, the military authorities brought in families of Sandinista supporters, often from Managua or other cities, to live among, and supervise, the resettled hardscrabble farmers. Militia units were conscripted from among cooperative members to patrol the environs looking for rebels. It was a classic counterinsurgency tactic, designed to separate Contra fish like Johnson from the sea of peasants in which they had been swimming. Johnson discovered just how effective the relocations had been when he returned to Nicaragua in July 1985 from a resupply trip to Honduras. Moving south through once friendly valleys populated by 160 scores of farmers, Johnson and his men marched for days without seeing a single peasant. When Johnson got to the strategic east-west road leading from Matagalpa toward the Atlantic coast, he found that the government had seized farms belonging to many of his friends and had trucked in Sandinista militants from several Pacific coast cities to establish a line of armed settlements along the highway. It had once been hospitable territory, now Johnson kept encountering hostile militia units. He had to fight his way across. The Sandinistas' idea in evacuating the farmers was not only to deny the rebels their support population, but to create free fire zones, allowing government troops to use their artillery without concern for civilian casualties. As it worked out, the evacuations were not complete in many zones. Farmers were reluctant to leave their hard-won homesteads and found ways to elude soldiers during the clearing operations. Nonetheless, the Sandinista army often declared these zones cleared anyway. Kill any peasant I see in that zone, because they're all Contras, one government army officer told Alan Bolt, a Sandinista researcher who visited eastern Matagalpa during the period and subsequently helped write a controversial report criticizing army abuses. Told the officer he was a cousin of mine that there were loads of peasants living in there still, Bolt recalled. The officer was unmoved. "We've taken everybody out," the officer replied. "Anybody in there is a Contra." 38-2. In the wake of the relocations, and with Sandinista artillery bombardments mounting throughout rural Nicaragua, Johnson found for the first time in the war his relations with peasants growing tense. Arriving at homestead after homestead, he found hitherto friendly farmers now fearful, urging him to leave. "Please go away. If you stay, we'll pay the consequences," one farmer in a hamlet near El Qua told Johnson. A year earlier the man's son had joined Johnson's rebel unit, Now the man pleaded with Johnson to pull his men off the farm. "If the Sandinistas see you here, they'll shell our home." Johnson left. Days later, his bleak situation plunged into tragedy. His two younger brothers-in-law Douglas, 19, and Henry, 17 were fighters in his rebel unit. With his men bivouacked near Iqua, Johnson sent his two relatives to scour the valley for any peasant who would sell them a steer to feed his troops. While they were gone, a Sandinista BLI discovered his camp, a firefight broke out, and the 161 teenage boys were cut off from Johnson's unit. During the combat, automatic rifle fire cut them down. His men found the two the following day, lying dead in a roadside ditch. Johnson wept over their bodies. Throughout the war, the Sandinistas had been quietly building up their fleet of troop transport helicopters, and by late 1984, they had acquired their first Mi-24s, the armored gunships that are among the most lethal in the Soviets' counterinsurgency arsenal. The first time the Sandinistas used them in a true air-mobile combat operation came in August 1985. Weeks before, Bermudez had traveled to Miami, where he and Calero met with Oliver North, then administering the Contra Army. In the meeting, North emphasized the importance of cutting highways and moving the war into Nicaragua cities. Bermudez returned to his strategic command headquarters and ordered the rebels' largest attack since Pantasma***. "We need a spectacular attack at any cost," Bermudez announced. Bermudez targeted La Trinidad, a town with a population of 8,000 straddling the Pan-American Highway 77 miles north of Managua, as well as several nearby bridges, for coordinated attacks by some 2,000 rebel troops. On August 1, the rebels hit La Trinidad at dawn, fighting their way into control of the town by mid-morning. But they were unprepared for the Sandinistas' immediate aerial counterattack. More than a dozen helicopters and planes including at least one Mi-24 roared overhead before the rebels had time to mount an orderly retreat. La Trinidad sits astride a steep, jagged canyon through an escarpment dividing the lowlands near Lake Managua from the broad highland valley to the north, surrounding the provincial capital of Estili. As the rebels' northward retreat led them out of the canyons, they found themselves without cover, and the helicopters strafed them from overhead. Some 200 Contra fighters died under the phosphorus rockets and withering fire of the helicopters' miniguns. At the time, Johnson was ordered to ambush an army convoy north of Pantasma in order to draw government forces away from La Trinidad, but instead of driving into the rebels' line of fire, the Sandinista officer in charge of the convoy sensed trouble and sent down scouts to scour the hills for ambush. Drawing fire from Johnson's troops, the Sandinista called in air cover. Soon several helicopters were screaming over Johnson's men, who were caught in an open pasture. Flying low just a few hundred feet off the ground, the choppers pounded out an enormous volume of machine gun fire. "We'd never seen or heard one of those monsters," Johnson recalled. 162. Later. In reality, the helicopters didn't cause that many casualties, 1 killed and 3 wounded among Johnson's 80-man column, but at first, cowering under the thunder and scream of the rotors, the whine and crash of the rockets, Johnson's men were utterly terrorized. 2 of his men had been lugging 2 SAM-7 anti-aircraft missiles, each one 46 pounds of equipment, all the way from Honduras. Amid the terror, first one Missy Lehman, then the other, sighted their rockets and shot. Neither rocket would fire, they were duds. The helicopters continued their dizzying circles until dark, then Johnson's men crept away. In the months that followed, enemy helicopters always seemed close by. Anytime rebel troops engaged a Sandinista patrol, they could expect to hear helicopters within half an hour, ferrying in Sandinista reinforcements or thundering overhead to lay down air cover for the government forces. Outgunned and outnumbered, their supplies dwindling, their peasant supporters fearful, most rebel commanders limped back to the Honduran camps during 1986. Thousands of rebel fighters streamed into the Yamals Valley. Johnson himself pulled most of his September 15th Regional Command. Even regional commanders who had been operating in central Boko and Chontales provinces in some cases for more than a year came out. They had been fighting inside Nicaragua longer than any other commanders, but now hundreds of men, along with scores of starving civilians, straggled into Honduras under the command of Tirso Moreno, Rigoberto, after a month-long trek northward. They had run out of supplies and been forced to eat their own mules to survive. 18 men had died along the route, some of hunger-related diseases, others of battle wounds. Rigoberto recalled his own first encounter with Bermudez at Yamales. "God, you look like a cadaver," Bermudez said. "Well, we've seen a lot of combat, and we didn't have much food," Rigoberto responded. "Well, what are you thinking of doing now?" Bermudez asked. "What are my orders?" Rigoberto responded. "Why don't you go to Tegucigalpa and have some fun?" Bermudez said. "Okay. Let's keep in touch." And that was that. Bermudez walked away. "He showed no interest in conditions in my operating zone," Rigoberto said, "nor in how people were reacting to us, how troop morale 163 was holding up, how our recruiting was going. He left all that to the Americans." Two CIA officers, Captain Steve, a blonde Vietnam veteran of about 30, and Major Thomas, an athletic agent about 26 whom the rebels believed to be of Mexican or American Indian descent, invited Rigoberto into the CIA's new bunker at the Yamales Strategic Command Camp. They said they had been following Rigoberto's long campaign inside Nicaragua with some interest and wanted to hear every detail. They debriefed him for 2 days with a tape recorder running, writing meticulous notes. Summer 1985 through June 25, 1986. With the Sandinistas making such military gains, it was clear to the Reagan administration that the Contras would make no more progress until the Congress approved new official U.S. aid. The administration made important progress toward that goal on June 12, 1985, when the House appropriated $27 million to fund the Contras. It was an important turnaround, and it came partly because days before the vote, Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega traveled to Moscow to request new Soviet aid, embarrassing Democratic congressmen. But the administration victory was also the result of clever packaging. The White House dubbed the aid bill humanitarian because it allowed the provision of food and medicine while barring the purchase of weapons and other lethal equipment. Over the next year, this humanitarian aid, along with the aid for lethal weapons provided by Oliver North's secret network and new CIA intelligence support legalized in November 1985, helped the Contras to survive. And yet at the same time it was obvious that even with all this jury-rigged aid, the Contras could never advance. So in February 1986, the White House requested $100 million in military aid for the Contras, knowing full well that Congress was never going to vote such a decisive package until the rebels' image changed. The Army's abuses had become too widely known. Frank Wall's photos had done a lot of damage, but they were only a small part of the problem. In March 1985, Jose Efren Moises Mondragon Martinez, a former Guard sergeant who had been one of Colonel Lau's hitmen, deserted from the Contra Army, and after fleeing Honduras for Mexico, began talking to reporters. He said that Bermudez had ordered him killed, and he accused Mac. 03, Z2, the policeman, the Beast, and several other FON officers of being serial murderers. During the same period, America's Watch and other 164 rights monitors issued withering reports on FDN abuses. Few centrist congressmen could stomach a vote for rebel aid, but the abuses weren't the only problem. Moderate congressmen had grown suspicious of the FDN leaders themselves, especially Calero, who was receiving $1 million a month from the Saudi government. Calero was wearing expensive suits, jetting from speech to speech, hobnobbing with America's wealthiest conservatives. Lawmakers could see what this rebel leader really was: a glad-handing businessman. As a result, U.S. officials decided to create a new political front. 3 years after the CIA had installed the FDN's first political directorate in Miami, The agency led by Alan Fears, the CIA's new Central America Task Force chief, a former CIA station chief in Saudi Arabia, was again involved in setting up the new rebel leadership, but this time Oliver North took the lead role. The process boiled down to the same thing, however: U.S. officials recruited the Contra leaders and paid their salaries. The new front, known as the United Nicaraguan Opposition, would have three members: Calero, Alfonso Robelo, the opposition politician whose 1982 rally Johnson had attended before his arrest by Sandinista police, and Arturo Cruz, a banker. North brought the men together in a Miami hotel room in January to draft a unity statement, and in March he hired a Washington public relations firm to orchestrate the UNO's public unveiling in a San Salvador press conference. From a public relations standpoint, Cruz was an especially effective counterpoint to Calero on the new rebel front. A provincial banker who went to Washington during the 1970s to work at the Inter-American Development Bank, Cruz felt a disgust for Somoza that had led him to endorse the Sandinistas, and after their victory he took several posts in the revolutionary government. When he finally broke with the Sandinistas, he was Managua's ambassador to Washington. This background gave Cruz extraordinary credibility as a Sandinista critic, and after his recruitment, he began receiving a secret $7,000 monthly stipend from North. Yet Cruz never seemed comfortable posing as a rebel political chieftain. He was more of an absent-minded professor, his glasses always slipping down his nose, and he was no good at lying. From his first involvement with the Contras, Cruz was embarrassed by their abuses and began to fight with Calero and Bermudez, pressing for changes. Cruz's complaints set off institutional squabbling in the U.S. government that would continue, in various forms, through the end of the war. State Department officials, fed up with Calero and Bermudez, backed Cruz. The CIA backed the old FDN clique, while Oliver North played 165. Both sides, promoting Cruz and Robelo to win votes in Congress while channeling his money and arms to Calero. The CIA considered the State Department to be hopelessly romantic. The agency was trying to run a war. One of its operating rules was to remain loyal to an obedient asset, and whatever the neophytes at state had to say about them, Calero and Bermudez had been obedient. Tony Feldman, the CIA officer who had lured Calero into exile and installed him as the president of the FDN Directorate, defended Calero most fiercely and ridiculed Cruz most savagely as a mercurial idealist. One early 1986 meeting in Washington erupted into an angry screaming match between the CIA's John Mallet, who had worked for years with Bermudez and Aristides Sanchez in Honduras, and Robert Kagan, a 28-year-old State Department officer working to unseat Bermudez and Calero. Cruz's calls for reform brought some cosmetic changes. For instance, Calero installed an old lawyer friend from his Coca-Cola plant in Managua, Carlos Icaza, to revise the Contras Code of Conduct and to set up a new FDN Office of Legal Affairs to sanction rebels accused of abuses. But mostly, Cruz's pressure just aroused infighting in the rebel ranks. Over drinks at one of the FDN's Tegucigalpa safe houses, Bermudez warned several field commanders that Cruz and his backers were communists. On another occasion, Bermudez circulated a petition denouncing Cruz among the rebel commanders. When Cruz toured the camps, Bermudez ordered a rally by FDN troops on his own behalf, with preordained cheering for his own speech and stark silence after Cruz's. Cruz's reform campaign and the upcoming Contra aid vote focused tremendous attention in Washington on the Contra Army during the spring of 1986, and dozens of congressional delegations visited the Amal's Strategic Command during this period. Bermudez developed a formula for entertaining them. He would start with a 20-minute war situationer in front of a wall-sized Nicaraguan map, take the Americans on a helicopter trip to the FDN boot camp, then fly back to Yamals to the rebel hospital for a few words with the war wounded, move on to the civilian clinic and a plea for humanitarian aid, and return to the Strategic Command for a tour of the staff offices. Bermudez learned to stress his commitment to human rights in these encounters. But his men were still committing abuses. Leo, the former National Guard Barber Burmi Idez had installed at the head of the FDN's military police, was expanding his fledgling prison system. Until 1984, there hadn't been any FDN jails, they weren't taking prisoners in battle, and suspected spies were just chained to trees. At 166. Las Vegas, Leo had built a small lockup as part of Mike Lima's attempts to impose order. Once established, Leo's military police had detained so many commandos that Leo decided to expand. His opportunity came after the rebel army moved to Yamals. Hidden behind a hill across from the Yamals Strategic Command headquarters, Leo and his men built 3 barracks-like stockades, timber walls, dirt floors, and a plastic roof, all cocooned in barbed wire. It wasn't long before Leo was tending nearly 100 prisoners at Yamals and coercing the female prisoners into granting him sexual favors at the rebels' basic training camp, known as the CIM, located in the hills 5 miles east of Las Vegas. Mac was in charge, and his instructors were old chums from the Guard, some of the most brutal men in the FDN. One was Britt Old Cruz, X7, who had helped to strangle Commander Krill on Mac's orders in 1983. Another was Francisco Larios, Jersey, who had been with Mac at La Lodosa. The training regimen was punishing. From before dawn until after sundown, Mac had recruits sweating through calisthenics and racing up and down the steep hills ringing the base. The rigors would have been fine, but food at the CIM was always scarce. The result was chronic sickness. Rebel doctors complained to Burmi Idez that Mac was selling the CIM's food on the Honduran black market, but Mac was never sanctioned. And there were more serious abuses. Tirso Moreno, known as Rigoberto, the head of the Jorge Salazar Regional Command, sent hundreds of recruits to the CIM for training in April 1986 after a long incursion. His commandos had been marching for weeks with little food, but at the CIM, Mac's men maintained rigid rules. When 8 commandos failed to report for morning calisthenics on time, Mac's instructors searched the camp and found them sick in their plastic shelters. Amid kicks and blows, the 8 were herded down to the parade ground where the other recruits were sweating through the morning push UPS. There, Mac ordered 4 of the latecomers to climb a tall spruce tree overlooking a ravine and a 5th to cut it down. Crashing down into the precipice, 3 of the commandos died. Another was critically injured. "This is an example to the rest of you," Mac told the other recruits. "You've got to learn what it means to be soldiers." Dozens of the rest of the panicked recruits waited until nightfall, then fled the base. The next morning Mike Lima, in his informal role as FDN counterintelligence coordinator, came looking for the leaders of the rebellion. He and his aides pulled out 4 of those who had fled, beating and kicking them in full view of other commandos. And there were other horror stories, too, for despite Cruz's reform. 167. Campaign, Bermudez's clique was still in charge *. But even if Cruz and his aides failed to bring significant change to the Contra army, their lobbying campaign to renew U.S. military aid proved effective. They worked, one-on-one, to persuade the several dozen lawmakers who had voted on both sides of the Contra issue in the past to support the $100 million package, and in the final House balloting on June 25, 1986, enough congressmen switched their votes to approve the package. The vote was 221 to 209. The appropriation included $70 million for weaponry. To pacify congressional worries, the administration earmarked $3 million in the legislation for human rights training. The law also allowed the CIA to work directly once again with the Contras, not only providing them with intelligence and advice legal since November 1985 but planning rebel strategy and directing military operations. It was an extraordinary administration victory. Representative Buddy Roemer, a Louisiana Democrat who voted for the aid, expressed the view that finally was to carry the House. Are the Contras perfect? Of course not. But neither are we. Degree. H. V4. The $100 million. Offensive. Query / July 1986 through February 1988 the $100 million Contra aid package appropriated in the summer of 1986 amounted to a tremendous commitment of the first 5 years of the conflict. A divided Congress had sputtered and fought against the Reagan administration's obsession with the rebels, first restricting, then cutting U.S. aid altogether. The $100 million vote was a watershed. Congress reversed course. For the first time, the entire American government signed on to the anti-Sandinista war. $100 million was an enormous amount of money for a 12,000-man army. It amounted to nearly $10,000 for every Contra fighter. U.S. officials used the money for a sweeping overhaul of what had become a very ragged force. The CIA rebuilt the insurgent air force with Rhodesian mercenary pilots, Spanish planes, and a secret bivouac on a Caribbean isle. Dozens of U.S. agents transformed Aguacate Air Base into a vast intelligence center bristling with CIA antennas and an air supply hub humming with night flights to Nicaragua. CIA technicians trained elite rebel units in the subtleties of the red-eye heat-seeking surface-to-air missile. CIA purchasing agents bought whole container ships packed with the basics, explosives, guns, and bullets. And there was still plenty of money left over. The $100 million meant we could train the rebels directly. 168. 169. Recalled one State Department official working with the rebels at the time. That meant we could change not only the way they fought, but also the way they looked and talked and even thought. It was a great opportunity. It was a view that guided Washington's entire Central American policy during the 1980s. Just fund a little U.S. training, policymakers argued, and Americans could remake the isthmus and its people in our image. Most of Bermudez's strategic command aides and scores of rebel field commanders were flown to the United States for direct training by Green Berets. Paso. He just couldn't remember about the medal. He tried to boil water in his field canteen, and wrapped foil over a casserole. The ovens blew up. 180. Back in Honduras after the breakup, he began taking his workouts and running more seriously. He'd pump iron and then go down to the bars in his torn jeans to chat up the girls from the Peace Corps, or the young American Foreign Service officers getting their first taste of the Third World with a posting at the Tegucigalpa embassy. Johnson was older, but he held his own because he was such a character, always telling stories, always yucking it up. His shenanigans around Tegucigalpa became well known. One pizza parlor even renamed one of its concoctions the one with extra onions and potatoes the way he liked them, Pizza Don Johnson style. Johnson spoke good Spanish, so the Pentagon detailed him to the CIA for the $100 million program. From then on, the fun was only on weekends and sometimes not even then. Johnson moved to Aguacate into a new, air-conditioned house with sleeping quarters, a suburban-style kitchen, and a situation room arranged around a rack of field radios and big topographical maps of the Nicaraguan war zone. Registered throughout early 1987, the pieces came together: newly delivered weapons, newly trained troops, newly recruited air force, newly established bases. When some 10,000 troops marched south into Nicaragua during the first months of 1987, they were newly trained and equipped. They wore smart-looking new camouflage uniforms and carried sophisticated new computerized radios in their new backpacks. Some were even carrying video cameras to film the action. The American-financed offensive was underway. May through August 1987. When Commander Johnson and his regional command staff joined the trek south for the $100 million offensive in May, they were carrying their usual supplies, weapons, and ammunition, but this time they had a special payload, a red-eye anti-aircraft missile, 29 pounds, and nearly $20,000 worth of lethal firepower. Johnson wanted to hunt for a Sandinista helicopter immediately. During the preceding days, the Sandinistas had mounted their attack on Bermudez's fleeting border headquarters at San Andres, and dozens of Sandinista helicopters were ferrying troops back south, flying several missions each day between their forward camps along the Honduran border and Jinotega's provincial capital. Johnson saw his chance. 4 Mi-17 transport helicopters flew by in a line toward the north one morning and didn't return in the afternoon. Johnson figured they'd be back the following day. Before dawn, he had his men remove the red-eye from 181. Its canvas bag and readied its 3,000-volt batteries. He told one rebel carrying video equipment to get his camera ready, too. Weeks earlier, Johnson's Missy Lehman had been flown to Swan Island for instruction by CIA agents on how to launch the red-eye. On Swan, the CIA men set up a computerized firing simulator that allowed the students to practice locking the heat-seeking eye of a practice missile onto a lit cigarette 100 yards distant. Now Johnson set his ambush carefully, putting his Missy Lehman on a slope overlooking the broad valley through which the helicopters had passed. Johnson's unit had new U.S. supplied radio scanners, and his radio operators had some luck. They tuned in the cockpit conversations of pilots in several Sandinista helicopters who were revving their motors on the airstrip miles to the north at one of the Sandinistas' forward bases. "This bird is smoking a lot," one of the pilots said. "Don't worry, it'll stop when it gets warmed up," another pilot radioed back. Listening, Johnson could hear the pilots chatting while three of the helicopters loaded up with soldiers and a fourth took on more than a dozen officers, apparently staffers who had directed the Sandinista drive against San Andres. "Let's move out," one pilot said. The radio crackled out the sound of several helicopters taking flight. Minutes later Johnson could hear the helicopters fly into earshot, approaching down the valley from the north. "Get ready," Johnson called to his Missy Lehman. "Go for the last one." The Missy Lehman was inserting the red-eye cylindrical batteries, each the size and shape of a long flashlight. Johnson watched the helicopters come into view, 4 Mi-17 transports, flying in a column some 1,000 feet above the valley floor about a mile away. "The last one is yours. Make it good," Johnson said. Holding the missile on his shoulder like a bazooka, the Missy Lehman sighted in on the last helicopter, then activated the red-eye's electronic sensors. The grip buzzer began, beep, beep, beep. When, a few seconds later, the missile picked up the heat of the helicopter's turbines, the beeping melted into a continuous shriek. The Missy Lehman fired. The red-eye's booster motor, the first of two propellant motors, kicked in, sending the missile wobbling about 20 feet into the air. Since Johnson had never seen one fire, he thought its initial, unsteady path signaled a misfire, but then the sustainer motor 182 kicked in, and the rocket streaked in seconds to a speed of nearly 1,000 miles an hour. Suddenly the helicopter was smoking. Johnson gazed, transfixed. Those moments would remain frozen in his mind forever. As the helicopter burst into flames, its forward motion slowed. It began to arc toward the ground, gliding slightly at first, then picking up speed, plunging earthward finally like a semi-truck to explode into flames on the ground about a mile away. On the scanner, the Sandinista radio traffic turned to panic. "Jesus, wait, something's happened to the rear helicopter," one of the three remaining pilots said. "Buck, it looks like it crashed. It's sending up smoke below," the pilot said. "Let's go back," another said. Two helicopters began to circle, and a third returned to hover above the crash. "I'm seeing just pieces," the first pilot radioed. "Everything's ripped apart. We'll have to go down and see if there are any survivors." "Can't, I'm just carrying wounded," another answered. "Then call for reinforcements out here," the first pilot answered. "A missile did this," another pilot said. "There must be Guardia down there." "Then we have to shut up, we can't talk on the radio anymore," one pilot said. The communication stopped. Johnson wasn't carrying another red-eye, or he would have shot down a second helicopter. Instead, he watched for a while. After a time, two other helicopters arrived, landing near the crash site and unloading infantry. Johnson and his men marched about a mile to the south, set up their radios, and transmitted a message to the Strategic Command, our Red Eye took out a Sandinista helicopter. Hours later, the Defense Ministry issued a communique. Mechanical problems had caused an Mi-17 to go down near El Qua, killing all 15 soldiers and crew members aboard. But Johnson's aide had taped the entire shoot-down with the video camera. Johnson was able to confirm his claims by sending the video back to Honduras. Over the next months, the Red Eyes proved extraordinarily deadly. Johnson's unit alone shot down 2 more helicopters during the course of the year, and the entire rebel army destroyed more than 24 helicopters, nearly half the government's total force. The helicopter destruction robbed the government of the tremendous tactical air advantage it had enjoyed for 2 years, while on the ground the rebels were stretching the government's military control to the limit. 183. By mid-1987, some 10,000 Contra troops were fighting inside Nicaragua, dispersed in platoon-sized units across thousands of square miles of Nicaragua, from the coffee slopes of the north to the cattle plains of the southeast. They were ambushing army convoys, blowing up electrical towers, and attacking farm cooperatives, while U.S. trained paratroop sapper squads were dropping into remote areas to blow up generating plants and microwave towers. It was not a war of large, coordinated attacks, but rather a shifting mosaic of hundreds of isolated, killing engagements, each rebel unit operating largely on its own, taking its own initiatives. That was the CIA strategy: escalate a war of erosion throughout the year, force the Sandinistas to wear themselves out in constant pursuit of rebel forces. Attacks on major cities would come later. Johnson, moving south, set up operations in his own local theater of the war, in eastern Matagalpa province. He established his command post in the hamlet of Ubu, a clearing on a forested plateau with a good water supply about 30 miles east of the provincial capital and a few miles south of the rushing waters of the Tuma River. Just as during earlier years when he had operated in the hills overlooking his own former farmstead near El Qua, now in Ubu, Johnson was only a day's march from his father's farm, where he was born. It was the zone whose hills he had traversed as a teenage fumigator for the health ministry. His command post wasn't much, just a circle of hammocks strung from trees around a cooking fire. It lay at the center of a triangle formed by his 300-man task forces, one some 10 miles to the northeast, one 10 miles to the southwest, and another 8 or 10 miles toward the rising sun. In a typical day, Johnson and his men were up well before dawn to gulp sweet coffee for breakfast. Then, after the fog had lifted, Johnson would crank up his long-range solar-powered radio. Amid a lot of squawking, he would communicate in code with the Strategic Command at Aguacate, more than 100 miles to the north, reporting his and his task force commanders' locations. He'd run down any recent combat and pass along supply requests to the rebel logistics officer, who would be preparing an airdrop to Johnson's unit. With CIA-installed radio scanners along the border intercepting Sandinista communications, often the Strategic Command would warn Johnson that the Sandinistas had located one of his units. In that case, Johnson would radio a warning to his task force commanders. Almost every afternoon, local farmers would trek in to talk to Johnson, many bringing information on Sandinista troop movements. Hundreds of peasants, amid the mounting desperation of Nicaragua's 184 economy and sensing that Washington was more firmly behind the rebels than ever, were flocking to join rebel collaboration networks. Johnson received 20 CIA airdrops during 1987, out of 470 the agency orchestrated to all rebel units during the year. The resupply flights, flown by the CIA's mercenary pilots, came at night, and they took a lot of Johnson's time. The bundle packers on Swan needed a precise list of Johnson's supply requirements, the operations officers at Aguacate needed intelligence information about nearby Sandinista forces to gauge the risks of the drop, the mercenary pilots on Swan had to know his exact compass coordinates. It all required hours of radio work before each night drop, when Johnson's men would light the signal bonfires for the planes droning in through the inky darkness over the treetops, dumping parachute bundles and ammunition crates. Under this scheme of warfare, Johnson, like other regional commanders, spent far more time coordinating airdrops than he did directing combat. Nationwide, however, there was plenty of fighting and it eventually wore the Sandinistas down. The economy told the story most dramatically. It moved during the year from decline to disorder to downright chaos. Government military spending was already gobbling more than 50% of the national budget, and through the year the country's streets, markets, and other infrastructure already eroded by years of wartime austerity crumbled into ruin. The government was financing its operations by printing worthless currency, and inflation surged from 700% early in the year to 15,000% at its close. With prices spiraling out of control, industry collapsed, farms stood idle, living standards plummeted. More than 1,000 of the 1,600 laborers at one state-owned textile factory quit to take up street commerce, as speculation became more profitable than production. In a state-run store at mid-year, the price of a small imported refrigerator was the equivalent of 18 years' salary for the clerk selling it. Begging children clogged Managua's streets. Hospitals had no anesthesia, pharmacies no aspirin, groceries no food. Registered as the disaster deepened, the government never lost military control, but by midsummer the Sandinista leaders realized that they could not survive long if the war-related economic hemorrhage continued unchecked. August 1987 through January 1988. On August 7, 1987, Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega signed a regional peace agreement that committed his government to democratic reforms in exchange for pledges by his four Central American counter-185 parts to end their behind-the-scenes support for the Contras. The accord, signed in Guatemala City, contained provisions aimed at ending guerrilla conflicts in El Salvador and Guatemala as well, but it most closely addressed the specifics of the war in Nicaragua. Ortega's pledge to carry out fundamental reforms toward democracy reversed years of Sandinista intransigence, underlining his government's extraordinary vulnerabilities amid the Contra offensive. In effect, the Sandinistas sued for negotiated peace. At the agreement's heart was the commitment by regional governments to lift restrictive emergency laws, release political prisoners, begin peace talks with their armed opponents, and hold free elections. At the same time, the accord rejected armed struggle as a tactic for political change. The accord threw the Reagan administration, whose regional strategies were centered on military buildup and force, into confusion. Bermudez, aware that the pact put the Contras on the political defensive and threatened further U.S. military aid, was furious. He was still so angry a month after the agreement was signed that he pounded his fist on a table and shouted in fury when discussing the peace agreement with 3 American journalists. Honduras became especially vulnerable to international pressures. With support for the Contras now outlawed, Honduran authorities panicked when a multinational inspection team asked to visit Aguacate Air Base in December 1987. Frantic Honduran army officers ordered Contras stationed there to change into civilian clothes and to clear the base of supply planes. Airworthy planes were flown away, but several damaged aircraft remained as evidence of the Contra presence. CIA agents ordered the excavation of a vast pit at one end of the Aguacate airstrip, and the aircraft were bulldozed in and blown up with explosive charges. For their part, the Sandinistas launched a political offensive on a dozen domestic and international levels. Eventually, they opened face-to-face peace talks with the Contra leaders, but in the first weeks after Ortega signed the Guatemala Agreement, they mounted an ambitious psychological operation aimed at persuading individual Contra field officers to surrender or to break with Bermudez's strategic command. Against no rebel commander did the Sandinistas wage their campaign more vigorously than against Johnson, partly because he had 3 brothers in the Sandinista army, and partly because of his sizable peasant following. The Sandinista army's psychological warfare experts stalked Johnson for weeks. They assigned all 3 of Johnson's brothers from their various Sandinista army posts to the Matagalpa Army Brigade headquarters, Lieutenant Francisco Flay, 30, a logistical officer, from 186. The Mataguds garrison, Lieutenant Enrique Flay, 29, a teacher, from Ortega's Tomatoya Military School, and Lieutenant Jorge Flay, 27, a communications officer, from a listening post in the town of Cuapa, in Chontales province. All began working full-time, plotting a strategy for persuading Johnson to defect. State security agents began visiting Johnson's mother Teodora, 67, and his father Federico, 82, at their Matagalpa home, attempting to enlist their support. In early September, a peasant messenger brought Johnson a note from a Sandinista lieutenant based at a garrison near the hamlet of Cuscawas, not far from Johnson's camp. The lieutenant wanted to talk. Suspicious yet curious, Johnson dispatched 5 aides to hear the lieutenant out at a nearby farm. He warned his men to cut no deals and accept no favors. Johnson's emissaries reported back that the Sandinistas were friendly. They were offering medicine and food to Johnson's unit, and they said Johnson's brothers wanted to talk to him. Johnson was amused. He wasn't afraid of ideological infection from the Sandinistas, and, in fact, he did want to see his brothers. He sent his men to several further encounters. Eventually, Johnson was convinced that his initial suspicions were correct. The Sandinistas were just trying to use his brothers to trick him. If the Sandinistas really wanted to negotiate seriously, they should meet with the resistance's top leaders. This idea of opening peace talks at the local level, he concluded, was just to divide the rebels. Having met successfully several times with Johnson's men, the Sandinistas were devoting most of their radio traffic between the Matagalpa Brigade and Sandinista field units in eastern Matagalpa to orchestrating the encounters. Naturally, the CLA-directed radio scanners along the Honduran border were intercepting the communications and relaying them to Bermudez and his strategic command at Aguacate. There, Bermudez, Invisible, Mike Lima, and the other ex-guardsmen flew into a fury. "He's dealing with the Sandinistas. He's a traitor," Bermudez and his men were saying of Johnson. Bermudez fired off a radio warning to Johnson, cut off the contacts with the Sandinistas. Johnson, irritated, radioed back to Bermudez explaining how the contacts had begun, trying to reassure him obliquely that he was not double-dealing. Then he decided to teach the Sandinistas a lesson. He sent them a new message, suggesting a time and place for a meeting with his brothers. The encounter that followed was fraught with the ironies of all wars throughout the ages that have pitted brother against brother. Lieutenant Francisco Flay, the Sandinista, hiked into the Matagalpa hills to meet. 187. Luis Johnson Flay, the Contra. Francisco, accompanied by another Sandinista soldier, Lieutenant Enrique Lopez, carried a walkie-talkie to keep in touch with a Sandinista army captain following a few miles behind with 70 troops. Johnson came at the command of one of his 100-men task forces. When he walked forward to greet his brother and Lopez in a clearing, Johnson felt like weeping. He and Francisco had been close enough in age to share their boyhood, and they had fought together as Sandinista guerrillas. When the Sandinistas had jailed Luis, Francisco had gotten him out. Now long war years had taken their toll on Francisco. He looked old to Johnson. "It's good to see you, buddy. How's the family?" Johnson said. "They want the war to end," Francisco said. "Let's talk about reconciliation." Just what Johnson had expected. His brother was a decoy, sent by superiors to confuse him with family nostalgia. Francisco was to try to persuade him to defect, so the Sandinistas could parade him as a propaganda trophy. In reality, Francisco's wasn't a friendly visit. "Look, this war isn't going to be solved by us, talking here as brothers," Johnson told Francisco and Lieutenant Lopez, feigning righteous indignation. "It'll end when the Nicaraguan people have their grievances met. I think you're being used for political ends. That makes you a target. I'm sorry, you're my brother, but I have to forget that for the moment. You are now prisoners of war." Johnson turned to armed aides. "Search them. Take their radios," Johnson said. "This wasn't the agreement," Francisco sputtered. "There wasn't any agreement," Johnson shot back. "You're coming with me." Johnson led the two prisoners away with his men, setting a fast pace toward the north. He could hear Sandinista officers calling Francisco frantically through the walkie-talkie, "What's going on?" For the rest of the day and through the night, Johnson marched his column fast and hard and long. He knew the government had helicopters nearby, and he had to put distance between his men and the Sandinista forces backing Francisco's mission. Francisco, recalled from a desk job for the mission, wasn't in shape, and when Johnson at dawn the next morning told his column to rest, Francisco was exhausted. When Francisco woke up hours later, the glowing coals of a rebel campfire were sizzling with the hot grease of a recently slaughtered steer. Johnson was preparing a feast to entertain his captives. Francisco got a chance to see a string of peasants marching up to their friend Johann. 188. Son, bringing vegetables, cigarettes, and bits of helpful information on recent Sandinista activities in the zone. Soon the two were talking as brothers again. Francisco brought Johnson up to date on years of family gossip. For 8 days, Johnson marched his two Sandinista prisoners at a now leisurely pace through a string of rural hamlets. In a brotherly gesture, Francisco offered to carry Johnson's pack. Johnson offered to get Francisco a visa to move his family to the United States. Francisco urged Johnson to leave the Contras and return home. Both brothers clung tenaciously to their own convictions. More than a week later, Johnson released his brother and Lieutenant L6 Pez in a little ceremony before a backwoods preacher and a gathering of villagers. Lieutenant Flay returned to duty at 311th Brigade headquarters. Johnson slipped back into the hills dominated by his Contras. For Johnson's resistance to the attempts to induce his defection became a major psychological victory for the rebels. The Sandinistas never acknowledged publicly the drubbing Johnson had given them, but they tempered their early optimism about triggering the Contra Army's collapse, and within less than a month Ortega announced peace talks with the top Contra leadership. In late November 1987, Johnson received a radio message from Bermudez. He had been named to a rebel commission that was to negotiate with the Sandinistas. Johnson marched out of Nicaragua as a rebel combatant for the last time. In Honduras, Bermudez, the CIA man directing the rebel offensive, and other U.S. officials greeted Johnson as a hero. His record as a commander had proven to be one of the best. Not only had he embarrassed the Sandinistas, but all year long he'd proven the popularity of the rebel cause, winning hundreds of new collaborators in Matagalpa. His forces had shot down 3 helicopters during the year, and the destruction of the helicopters spread Johnson's fame especially because of the videotape he'd sent back to Honduras of the Red-Eye missile knocking down the first. The video had been reproduced, and copies were circulated among resistance supporters throughout Central America and the United States. Johnson was even invited to an awards ceremony at a luxury hotel in Miami where U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams praised Bermudez and several anti-communist freedom fighters from Angola, Afghanistan, and other U.S.-backed rebel movements. At the ceremony, Johnson stood before 1,200 Cuban and Nicaraguan exiles, who cheered as they watched a new screening of his video. 24 Johnson came away from the awards banquet with mixed emotions. 189. The praise had been gratifying, but rather than emphasize to Johnson the agenda he shared with the U.S. officials, the Cubans, and the other exiles, the ceremony left him feeling distant. What did these cheerleaders know about the hardship of civil war? For them, the Nicaraguan war was just an idea, a distant struggle between communism and freedom. For Johnson, the stink of the war hung too close for him to turn easily to platitudes. He stayed with his family in Miami for a time after the banquet, and one afternoon, when he returned to his cramped apartment off West Flagler, his wife, Magda, grabbed him at the door. "Luis, they say Enrique died in an ambush," Magda blurted out. Johnson grabbed the phone and called one of his sisters-in-law in northern Nicaragua. "Luis, it's true," the woman shouted over the crackling phone line. "Enrique drove into a Contra trap on the highway between Matagalpa and Jinotega last week." "I'm sorry." She had few details. She could bring Johnson's mother to the phone the next morning. His mother could explain, she said. Johnson hung up and sat down, staring. He had been fighting against Enrique and his other two brothers for 5 years, but he'd never really thought of it that way. 7 years younger, Enrique was Johnson's favorite brother. Johnson admired Enrique because he helped their mother around the house after his own work, because he was always devouring some Rubén Darío poem or absorbed in a book, because he looked after their younger siblings. Enrique was a kid without vices. Johnson had driven the road between Jinotega and Matagalpa 1,000 times. He could see its foggy curves now, climbing up over the mountain rib separating Jinotega from Matagalpa. Which Contra unit would it have been? Johnson began to imagine just how he would set an ambush along that road himself. He reeled in horror from the thought. Whose troops had killed his brother? As Johnson sat staring at his apartment's sturdy walls, he felt the shock erode, leaving just pain. Enrique. I miss you already, Johnson said to himself. At 9 the next morning, he dialed Nicaragua. His hand shook as his sister-in-law put his mother on the line. He hadn't spoken to her since 1982. Mother, can you hear me? Johnson shouted. Louise. Is it you? She shouted back. Yes, Mama, it's me. What happened to Enrique? Oh, Louise. Well, Enrique was coming very early last week in one of the military trucks from where he was giving classes, you know, at 190. The military school up past Jinotega, she said. His mother's voice sounded shaky, older, but she told the whole story. Johnson just listened. There was a report that there were armed men in the road, but you know how Enrique was, Luis, he never wanted to be late, so he insisted. I'm going on. They say he was in the cab, she went on, and that 9 or 10 of his students recruits, you know, were riding in the back. And when they got to the lane leading into the Fundadora Hacienda, well, the Contras were waiting for him. There he was. They attacked his truck. Johnson just couldn't help himself. He was sobbing, covering the phone receiver so his mother wouldn't hear. The Contras shot out the tires, and he died there, Luis. Oh, Luis, they say they hit his truck with a rocket. They say Enrique was totally destroyed. But we didn't get to see him. The army gave his body back to us 2 days later, but nobody could see it, you know. The wooden box came inside a sealed metal coffin. Maybe that was God's will, Luis, she said. You know this has hit your papa real hard. He just lies in bed. He won't come out of his room. He's not eating, Luis. Just believe we have to trust ourselves to the will of God. Luis, can you hear me? I don't want it to continue like this. I don't want any more of my sons to die. I can't bear it. I don't want you brothers killing each other, you hear me? Luis, get out of this. Get out of it. Johnson could just barely pull his voice together to answer. I'm out, Mama. I'm here with my family now. Don't worry about me, Mama, I'm out of danger, he said. Will you come home, Luis? She asked. Someday, Mother, someday. He answered. 25. March through November 1987. In May 1987, just weeks into Johnson's incursion into Nicaragua, U.S. and Contra officials announced the discovery of an extensive Sandinista spy ring, said to have infiltrated agents into nearly every Contra facility in Honduras. It was a sensational, if double-edged announcement, alarming because rebel secrets were said to have been thoroughly compromised, encouraging because the roundup appeared to demonstrate that with U.S. help, the insurgents' counterintelligence system was improving. In fact, however, all that had changed was that the rebels were seizing 191. In larger numbers of suspects and that American officials were working in closer coordination than ever with the ugliest aspect of rebel operations. CIA officers trained rebel interrogators, loaned U.S. helicopters, administered polygraph tests, monitored the developing investigation, and finally accepted and trumpeted its conclusions. Whether the resistance and CIA interrogators succeeded in neutralizing genuine infiltrators remains unclear. The claims made at the time about the case remain questionable, not only because of the Contra's record of paranoia over infiltration, but also because most of the conclusions drawn in the investigation were theories suggested to suspects under torture, then confirmed through their acceptance by the victims. At first they deny their participation, but when we grab them and pressure them in a significant manner, we succeed in confirming things, Mike Lima, one of the interrogators who participated, said of the investigation. After the passage of the $100 million U.S. aid package, CIA agents trained the rebel intelligence chief, Rodolfo M.P., Invisible, as well as several of Bermudez's interrogators, in counterintelligence methods, according to a senior CIA officer working in Honduras at the time. Within weeks of the CIA training, the rebel agents put their lessons into practice in a joint U.S. rebel counterintelligence sweep, perhaps the first of the war. Analyzing captured Sandinista documents, rebel agents developed suspicions that several Contra commandos working at Aguacate Air Base were infiltrators. They secretly seized and interrogated several commandos, and the questioning hardened their suspicions. The early suggestions of enemy penetration alarmed everyone. Both Bermudez and Calero told Invisible they wanted to be kept closely informed of the investigation's progress, and the CIA was extremely concerned as well. Agency polygraph experts who flew down from Langley tested many of the suspects, and as the probe widened, the Americans dedicated at least one CIA helicopter to the hunt for suspects. As prisoners under interrogation named new suspects, resistance counterintelligence men helicoptered to Aguacate, Yamals, and Tegucigalpa, rounding them up. Many commandos at Aguacate were called into strategic command offices, then quietly seized to prevent members of the alleged ring from warning one another, loaded aboard a helicopter, and flown away for interrogation. The suspects were questioned at the rebels' military police center, established 2 years earlier at Yamals. 8 Invisible led the investigation, but his interrogators, several of whom weeks earlier had received CIA instruction, included the rebel 192. Army's most brutal ex-guardsman, ex-Major Torres, Torres's right-hand man, known in the resistance as Julio, José Zapata, known as Joel, who would become the head of the Counterintelligence Center, Cesar Tijerino, known as 6-7, a former lieutenant and interrogator from Somoza's secret police agency, the OSN, and Ramon Pina Rodriguez, Z2, who had been Mac's interrogator at La Lodosa and was now attached to Invisible's intelligence section. The questioning was predictably brutal. Many of the detainees described their ordeal to investigators 20 months later, when GAO auditors and human rights investigators inspected rebel prisons. One of those questioned was Rogelio Centeno Chavarria, a 21-year-old rebel helicopter mechanic who said he was among some 20 prisoners seized at Aguacate, bound, blindfolded, and flown to the Yamals Military Police Center. There, interrogators lashed his hands behind his back, then hung him by his wrists. Dangling from a beam, Centeno was beaten and his body was scorched with burning cigarettes. He finally broke when his interrogators tied a rubber hood, cut from a U.S. Army rain poncho, over his head. They told Centeno that when he wanted to admit his guilt, he could wiggle his foot. When I was just about asphyxiated, Centeno recalled, I raised my foot. But if you continued to deny the accusations, they'd put the hood back on. Since I couldn't take any more, I had to tell lies. Held for 36 days, Centeno and other rebel suspects were fed only rice and beans tossed to them onto the earthen floor. Several of the prisoners claimed that Mike Lima himself, then a sort of utility officer to Bermudez's strategic command staff, had participated in the brutality, in one case riding over a bound prisoner on a horse, and another time beating a suspect with an iron bar. 3. Former Guard Lieutenant Guillermo Gastizura, a rebel who worked closely with the CIA and with Bermudez as an interpreter, said he used his friendships with several members of the counterintelligence section to participate in some of the interrogations. Gastizura said he did it for his own entertainment. "I'd play cat and mouse with the prisoners," Gastizura recalled. He described one May 1987 interrogation session in which he helped Z2 and 6-7 question several bound and blindfolded rebel detainees. "They were doing the dirty and I was playing good cop, they were playing bad cop," Gastizura said. "They were beating the living shit out of one of them with blackjacks. Hitting them in the testicles, in the stomach and lower backs, not in the face. It was a typical military interrogation, like in NAM 22. 193. The rebel probe lasted nearly 2 months while resistance and CIA agents compiled hundreds of pages of interrogation transcripts and other investigatory documents. Rebel counterintelligence officers eventually wrote a 50-page report piecing together the accumulated evidence into a complex and alarming portrait of Sandinista infiltration dating to the rebel army's first days. The ringleaders, the rebel report said, were 2 intelligence agents sent to infiltrate the rebel force by Sandinista Army Brigade 40-10, based in Nicaragua's northeastern Chinandega province. The first, Jose Wilson Jackson, was seized and tortured by rebel investigators early in their probe. He eventually confessed to his involvement and named a number of his recruits. The second alleged Sandinista agent was never captured. According to the report, Jackson came to Honduras in 1982. After joining the fledgling FDN army and adopting the nom de guerre Wilson, he began sending secrets back to Nicaragua from La Quinta, Bermudez Strategic Command at Las Vegas, and other sensitive rebel installations to which he had access. In early 1985, Wilson began to work at Aguacate in one of the kicker teams that packed parachute bundles and flew in the cargo bays of rebel supply planes. At Aguacate, he began to receive money and other logistical help from the second Sandinista agent, Carlos Andrade Espinoza, who had taken up residence in Catacamas, the town nearest to the Aguacate base. Wilson recruited more than a dozen collaborators among the rebels working at Aguacate, establishing spy rings in the aircraft maintenance hangar, the electrical plant, among the nurses and paramedics in the Aguacate hospital, and at the Aguacate warehouse. Wilson also recruited spies to work at the rebel hospital and supply center at Yamales, as well as at the rebel army's main Tegucigalpa warehouse. The resistance report attributed a number of mysterious accidents to the alleged spy ring. In September 1986, an unmarked C-47, one of the cargo planes purchased for the rebels by Oliver North, flew from Aguacate to Guatemala, loaded up with boots purchased from the Guatemalan army, then flew back toward Aguacate. Over Tupacenti, 35 miles northeast of Tegucigalpa, the plane developed engine trouble and crashed. Honduran soldiers recovered the rebel cargo. The report blamed the crash on sabotage to the aircraft's engine by Wilson's alleged spies. In March 1986, a wounded rebel died in the Yamales hospital as a result of a lethal overdose of penicillin. The report called it murder by one of the spies. The report also cited the loss of numerous supply bundles over Nicaragua as a result of sabotage to parachutes by alleged spies working in the Aguacate cargo warehouse. 194. In May 1987, the nose tire on a rebel DC-6 blew out as the plane was taking off from the Aguacate runway. The Centaurgo plane veered out of control and crashed. There were no injuries, but the plane was a total loss. The resistance investigators concluded that saboteurs had placed a board pierced with nails on the runway, causing the crack-up. 4 The secret report from the counterintelligence section's investigation was never released publicly, but U.S. officials accepted and disseminated its major conclusions. It was a systematic sabotage operation in effect since 1983, one American official told the Los Angeles Times in May 1987. It was extremely sophisticated, very well done, and done over a long period of time. 5 Given the rapid expansion and decentralized organization of the Contra army, it wasn't surprising that the Sandinistas infiltrated some spies into Contra ranks. Nicaraguan government officials boasted of their espionage successes throughout the war. 3 Many doubts remain, however, about the conclusions drawn from the 1987 investigation, including some later expressed by Bermudez. 3. Alfonso Sandino, a Nicaraguan lawyer who interviewed most of the imprisoned infiltrators when they were released 21 months after their initial interrogations, concluded that many of the incidents of alleged espionage had been simple accidents. 8 U.S. officials appear to have accepted the report's conclusions because CIA agents were monitoring the interrogations. There is no evidence that the Americans actually participated in any torture, but the lie detector tests that CIA agents administered to numerous suspects about pivotal questions were a key element in the credibility eventually given the overall investigation. Air Force Commander Gomez wrote a secret memo to Bermudez on May 18, 1987, reporting that Wilson has not satisfactorily passed 2 polygraph tests. In the second test, more specific questions were asked about whether he had collaborated with the Sandinistas, passing them information. This is where he failed. There will be a third test, Gomez added, and I request instructions for action, since the USA advisors in Washington are asking what we are going to do with him. Bermudez inked a handwritten note to the memo and passed it on to Invisible. Invisible, to me it seems that we have to seek punishment for this man. The brutality meted out during this investigation has never been publicized. How much the CIA agents knew of it at the time remains unclear. A former official who discussed the 1987 investigation with 195 CIA officials at interagency meetings in Washington concluded that CIA officers in the field turned the other way when faced with evidence of rebel brutality, or simply discarded rumors that may have been more than rumors. Bermudez certainly knew about the brutality, because in the fall of 1987 he orchestrated an elaborate maneuver to hide the victims of his army's worst abuses from public view. The Central American Peace Agreement, signed in August 1987 in Guatemala, called for the release of political prisoners throughout the region. Honduran authorities reacted by demanding the dismantling of the resistance prison at Yamales. The Americans urged the resistance to orchestrate a public prisoner release as a propaganda exercise, to show that they were complying with the regional accords and to prove that they were a humanitarian force. At the time, the resistance was holding at least 110 prisoners, perhaps more. About 80 were prisoners of war, captured during combat inside Nicaragua, who had suffered no ill treatment. About 30 others, however, were accused infiltrators who had been tortured. If released, these prisoners would describe the torments they had endured to the international press. Under the noses of American officials, the rebels divided the prisoners into 2 groups: one, a public group, that would be released, the other a group who could be expected to denounce abuses if freed. The release of the first group came in mid-September 1987. 80 prisoners were collected at Aguacate, then flown south to Liberia, Costa Rica, for delivery into the custody of local Costa Rican government officials who had offered to facilitate the release. The resistance's winnowing process worked well, none of those released complained of abuses during confinement. A different fate awaited the approximately 30 detainees whose release the rebel leadership considered too dangerous. Bermudez assigned Leo to build a new, clandestine detention facility in a place so remote as to be inaccessible to the international inspection teams expected to begin touring the region to verify compliance with the peace accord. Leo and some 50 of his military policemen helicoptered to the rebels' border base at San Andres, hiked from the main installation several hours north into the rainforest, hacked out a clearing, and built a new log and barbed wire prison compound. When the new facility was ready, the rebels' 30 remaining prisoners, a group that included Centeno, Wilson, and most of the others rounded up during the counterintelligence investigation, were bound, blindfolded, flown to San 196 Andres, and shoved into the Rude jail. There they would languish, ill-fed and poorly clothed, until their release 15 months later in December 1988. June 1986 through November 1987. What had begun as a secret war had become one of the most public and heavily reported conflicts in the world. Yet Bermudez, Sanchez, and their ex-guardsmen were still trying to keep many violent secrets hidden. That is why they came to hate Marta Patricia Baltodano so intensely. Baltodano was the lawyer the State Department hired to clean up the rebel army's human rights image, and she proved to be a dogged investigator. Scrapping her way into the inner workings of the rebel army, she began to document their abuses in greater detail than any outsider before her. Baltodano was just 28, a short woman with curly hair and a wide smile, when she began her work with the Contras in 1986. The oldest daughter of a middle-class Nicaraguan accountant, she had studied law at Managua's Jesuit-run University of Central America. As a student during the Somoza regime, she'd done volunteer work for Managua's main opposition watchdog group, the Permanent Commission on Human Rights, filing habeas corpus petitions, searching for government critics. Somoza's security men had disappeared. As the National Guard was fighting its last, door-to-door battles with the Sandinistas in Managua, Baltodano was completing her law studies. After the Sandinista triumph, she passed her bar exams, then sought a post with the Sandinista Foreign Ministry, but, seeing evidence that the abuses she'd hoped would end with Somoza's fall summary executions, mistreatment of prisoners were in fact continuing under Sandinista rule, she decided instead to pursue her human rights work with the Commission full-time. Within months, the Sandinistas turned on the Commission, first trying to take it over from within, then failing that, targeting its leaders for harassment. In 1981, the Commission's director, José Esteban González, traveled to the Vatican to complain about Sandinista rights abuses. Revolutionary authorities mobilized Sandinista activists to the Managua airport to protest his return, and the crowd turned violent. The mob caught Baltodano, who was at the airport to meet González, beating her, spitting on her, and tearing off her blouse, while police looked on. After a harrowing 15-day detention and repeated threats, González fled into exile. Baltodano, just 23, rose to head the commission. 197. For 4 years, she battled the revolutionary state and watched Sandinista abuses shift from revolutionary excess to counterinsurgency repression during the first years of the Contra War. In late 1985, Baltodano went into exile, and by mid-1986 she had cut a deal with the State Department to head its Contra human rights reform drive. Baltodano's reasons for making the dramatic shift were complex. She had a baby and was reluctant to raise it in Sandinista Nicaragua, but most important, by mid-1986 Baltodano, like many Nicaraguan opposition activists, believed that with Washington's backing, the Contras would drive the Sandinistas from power. If the Contras were to one day rule, Baltodano felt, it was more important for Nicaragua's future to try to reform their movement than to fight a sterile battle with the Sandinistas at home. Marta Patricia Baltodano realized from the beginning that her reputation was at stake. This is one of those adventures in which you risk losing everything, but in which you can, perhaps, make an impact, she said shortly after making her decision to head the human rights drive. In August 1986, Baltodano flew to Washington and met Crescencio Arcos, the State Department official who was working out the details of the human rights program. A Chicano who grew up in South Texas, Arcos had joined the U.S. Information Service after getting his master's degree at Johns Hopkins University. He served in the late 1970s in the U.S. consulate in Leningrad, and then had been posted as press attaché in the Tegucigalpa embassy. There, calling on his native Spanish and quick humor, Arcos made himself far more important than his post, charming the often irascible Honduran President Roberto Suazo Cerdova, backslapping his way into the good graces of a suspicious Honduran officer corps, and winning the confidence of Bermudez, Sanchez, and other Contra leaders. Just as important, Arcos ingratiated himself with an otherwise hostile American press corps. In mid-1985, the Reagan administration had appointed Arcos deputy director of the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office, established to channel $27 million in non-lethal aid to the Contras, a post that put the details and secrets of Washington's Contra War at the center of his daily agenda. When Baltodano came to see Arcos, then 42, he was the State Department's Deputy Coordinator for Public Diplomacy, assigned the task of persuading Congress to back Reagan's agenda in Central America. Arcos explained the origin of the administration's Contra human rights program. Past rebel atrocities had so alienated Congress that when lawmakers passed the $100 million military aid program, they set aside $3 million of it to finance a cleanup. The Reagan administration had not requested the money, but Arcos and other State Department 198 officials had assembled a program to educate fighters about human rights principles, to monitor their behavior, and to investigate atrocities. Naturally, some abuses would continue. Arcos said that was inevitable in a guerrilla war, but the administration needed to be able to say that the army was evolving. After Baltodano agreed to head the State Department's project, she worked with Arcos and government lawyers to establish the Asociación Nicaragüense pro Derechos Humanos, insisting that it be independent from the Contra army and that it control its own funds. The $3 million turned Baltodano's association into the second most generously funded rights group in the world. Only Amnesty International, monitoring 128 countries, had more money. Upon flying to Tegucigalpa to flesh out her organization. Baltodano discovered that even if she had plenty of money and State Department backing, she also had plenty of enemies. In Honduras, Everett Ellis Briggs, known as Ted, was the new U.S. ambassador. Though he understood clearly that supporting Baltodano's work had become the price of doing business with the U.S. Congress, he was not enthusiastic. At 52, Briggs was one of the Foreign Service's most influential officers. The son of a Yankee patrician who had himself been a distinguished diplomat, Everett took up the diplomatic life right out of Dartmouth College in 1956, and over his 30-year career, he served in U.S. missions in La Paz, Berlin, Lisbon, Luanda, Asunción, and Bogotá. Back at Foggy Bottom in 1981, Briggs had been a deputy assistant secretary. Immediately before he arrived in Tegucigalpa, he'd been ambassador in Panama. During the Reagan years, Briggs had quietly nurtured a reputation as one of Washington's most conservative envoys. Many who dealt with him found that his political views combined unpleasantly with his personality. The perquisites of his upbringing and career had made him a haughty man. He was domineering with staff, contemptuous with reporters, overbearing with seemingly everyone. You couldn't tell whether Briggs was smelling you or looking at you, recalled one State Department colleague. Arriving in Tegucigalpa in the fall of 1986, Briggs was to represent the State Department in a country where the CIA was running one of its most ambitious paramilitary operations. State, conscious of mounting congressional opposition to the Contra program, considered Baltodano's effort a priority. The CIA saw the human rights program as a peripheral nuisance. They had a war to fight. Briggs took a middle path, accepting Baltodano's role, but begrudgingly. He wasn't openly hostile, but embassy officials quickly made clear to Baltodano that they wanted her to keep a low profile. 199. Like the CIA, Briggs saw how Baltodano, by poking around in the hitherto secret Contra world, could complicate his life and slow the war effort. Briggs's views also reflected the Tegucigalpa embassy's relation with the rebel army. The embassy's view of the resistance was essentially that of the Bermudez clique, and Briggs himself quickly forged cordial personal and working ties with Bermudez. Naturally, Bermudez, Sanchez, and the ex-guardsmen saw Baltodano's work, from the start, as a threat. They saw her as one part of a larger communist conspiracy. One U.S. official recalled *8 during Baltodano's first weeks in Honduras, she pulled together a staff, established a computer-equipped office in a large Tegucigalpa residence, and began recruiting a network of some 50 rebel commandos who would double as human rights delegates, reporting from every level of the army. The generous U.S. funding allowed Baltodano to offer $75 a month to each delegate, and she stationed several aides in an office at the Yamals camp. First on Baltodano's agenda was to investigate several alleged Contra atrocities that had been fouling the rebel army's reputation for years. One was what had come to be known as the Cuapa case, named after the village 80 miles east of Managua, seized by rebel forces on August 2, 1985. The Washington Post reported after the Contra attack that the rebels had executed 11 Sandinista prisoners during the Cuapa siege. Gemma Arone, an attorney for the New York human rights monitor America's Watch who mounted her own investigation in Cuapa days after the Contra attack, confirmed the execution reports. Reagan administration officials repeatedly denied that the atrocity had occurred, and President Reagan himself sent a report to Congress claiming there is no reliable information to confirm that military prisoners have been executed by resistance forces at Cuapa, suggesting that the publicity about the case had resulted from a Nicaraguan government press story, though it was the Washington Post that broke the news. Bosco Matamoros, the Contra spokesman in Washington, had been parroting the administration line, perhaps hoping the controversy would go away. Instead it festered throughout 1986. Both America's Watch and Amnesty International wrote Secretary of State George Shultz, demanding an explanation, but by early 1987 nearly 2 years had passed, neither Bermudez nor any other rebel official had carried out a serious investigation, and many U.S. congressmen were angry. Baltodano quickly demonstrated what she could do. By putting out feelers throughout the Contra army, she was able to identify rebel commandos who had witnessed the Cuapa incident. In taped statements, the witnesses told Baltodano how Lieutenant Attila Arias, a Contra unit commander who fought at Cuapa, had ordered Sandinista prisoners dragged to a gully outside the village and shot. Attila, a former guard lieutenant, was a member of Bermudez's inner circle. Baltodano's quick investigation corroborated the international charges, proved that Reagan administration officials had been wrong, and made rebel officials especially Bermudez look stupid. Baltodano had shown how easily Bermudez or Sanchez could have identified the guilty party themselves, had they wished. Degree worse, Cuapa was just one of a string of embarrassing cases. Baltodano was overseeing multiple, parallel investigations, and by April, she had pulled together information on a dozen other controversies, including the forced recruitment by rebel commandos of 8 Mennonites and the murder of 5 Baptists in Matagalpa. Baltodano demanded, in writing, that Bermudez set up tribunals to try the rebels implicated. Baltodano's quick call for action enraged Bermudez and Sanchez. Never before had they been forced to deal seriously with allegations of abuses by their men, they were used to brushing aside accusations as Sandinista lies. Furthermore, they realized that Baltodano was picking up clues to the cheap manipulation that had become their style. She had learned how they routinely bribed rebel commanders to keep them in line and how they had conspired together against the would-be Contra reformer Arturo Cruz. It was a mafia like I'd never seen, Baltodano recalled. Finally, Bermudez exploded. Seizing upon a trivial dispute with one of Baltodano's Yamal's aides, he flew into a fury, ordering his men to expel Baltodano's entire staff bodily from the strategic command camp and remove all of the association's office equipment. Bermudez told Richard Chidester, a 36-year-old political officer in the Tegucigalpa embassy who helicoptered to Yamals to mediate the ensuing crisis, that he believed the State Department had sent Baltodano to Honduras to dig up evidence against him personally. "This is a maneuver to discredit me, so the State Department can get rid of me," Bermudez said. To Arcos, now Baltodano's principal State Department supervisor, flew from Washington to Tegucigalpa in order to help her. Meeting in a resistance safe house near the Tegucigalpa airport with Arcos, Baltodano, Chidester, the CIA's John Mallet, and several others, Bermudez, Calero, and Sanchez attacked Baltodano. Calero accused her of leaking damaging stories to the international press. Sanchez and Bermudez accused her of recruiting a staff made up of closet Sandinistas. The CIA's Mallet nodded in agreement. 201. Arcos defended her. "Look, Enrique," he said. "Marta's role is critical. Congress wants to know that even though there's a war going on and abuses will occur, there's a mechanism to punish those responsible." Baltodano herself stood up. She looked a little out of place, a fuzzy-haired woman of 29 facing down a ring of older men. "I'm doing this work because I'm a patriot," she said. "I want a new Nicaragua as much as any of you do. But the Nicaragua I'm fighting for isn't a Somoza-era replay. I'm not going to front for someone who wants a public liar to say everything is fine inside the resistance." Finally, Bermudez backpedaled. "There'd been a misunderstanding," he said. He'd never thrown Marta out of the camps. "Of course Marta Patricia could work at Yamals." He said it was decided that the resistance would appoint a legal advisor to help Bermudez coordinate his work with Baltodano. The man chosen was Donald Lacayo, who had worked as Calero's principal lawyer at Coca-Cola in Managua until he left Nicaragua in 1982.54. On the surface, the meeting seemed to solve Baltodano's problems. Bermudez allowed her people back into Yamals, but that turned out to be of little use, since the Contras were vacating Yamals for Aguacate and San Andres, and Bermudez and his people began making it difficult for Baltodano to get onto resistance helicopters. There were other angry meetings. In one encounter at Aguacate between Baltodano and Aristides Sanchez, Bermudez, Mike Lima, and other rebel commanders, the Contra clique turned emotional. Crowded around Baltodano in one of the strategic command tents by the airstrip, they began to hurl insults. "You don't understand what this war is about," Sanchez shouted. "Of course there are abuses. You better believe that if some Sandinista kills my wife and daughter, I'm going to take revenge. What are you doing here, anyway? You're an ex-Sandinista." "Mike!" Lima screamed. Baltodano kept her composure. "Contras who commit abuses are confusing the whole world," she said. For the good of Nicaragua, she was going to go after the bad apples. "They need to be exposed, punished, expelled," she said. Never before had any independent woman spent any length of time in the rebel camps. Now Baltodano began to uncover the systematic sexual abuse that had become part of daily life in the rebel world. A case that provided an initial education for Baltodano in mid-1987 was that of a young woman named Berta Diaz, a 20-year-old commando who contacted one of Baltodano's aides in Yamals, saying she 202 wanted to deliver a written report on a series of anomalies that had befallen her over the preceding months at the José Dolores Estrada Regional Command Camp, headed by former National Guardsman Marcos Black Dimas Navarro. Baltodano suspected that Diaz had been raped. Bermudez's counterintelligence agents intercepted the complaint, and the next thing Baltodano knew, the young woman was detained at Leo's military police stockade at Yamals. Baltodano's aides tried to interview Diaz, but Leo's military police blocked the way. They always had an excuse: Berta was sick, Berta was out bathing, Berta was away. After Baltodano's Yamals investigators began favoring Leo's prison guards with little bribes like chocolates, cigarettes, and cassette tapes, they got to see Diaz. When Diaz was let in, she seemed frightened, trembling. She no longer wanted to discuss the anomalies. Baltodano's investigators had to cajole her story out bit by bit, emboldening her into bursts of candor before she retreated back into silence. It took hours. Bullies in the José Dolores Estrada camp, she said, had accused her of being an infiltrator. They stripped her naked and shoved her into an earthen pit. Over a period of days, they tortured her by tying a rubber hood over her head until she was asphyxiating, and by holding her head under water in a trough. Then, one of her tormentors sexually abused her in a prolonged, 3-hour rape in front of a group of commandos. After Bermudez's counterintelligence people intercepted the complaint she'd written for Baltodano's human rights people, Diaz said that Invisible, the resistance intelligence chief, had interrogated her. Why had she tried to file the complaint? Didn't she see how something like this could hurt the resistance? Now, however, Diaz insisted that she was pleased to be inside the military police stockade. She was Leo's partner, she said, and she wanted it that way. "I feel it's better to be detained than to be free, in comparison to what I was living outside," Diaz said. Hearing of the interview, Baltodano concluded that Diaz was still in danger. Her relation with Leo had too many coercive implications. Baltodano went to Leo to request Diaz's release. Only on Bermudez's order, Leo said. Bermudez was traveling outside Honduras at the time, and on his return, Bermudez told Baltodano that Diaz had been transferred to a new rebel detention area at San Andrés de Boca. During the same period, Baltodano interviewed another woman, Yorlin Maria Ubeda, whose story suggested that Diaz's was not an isolated case. An attractive, fair-haired young woman, Ubeda had been dragged into the Yamal's counterintelligence area in November 1985 and 203. Accused of being an infiltrator. Then just 19, she was immediately blindfolded, stripped naked, splayed out on a rubber poncho with her hands and legs tied to stakes, and raped repeatedly by a series of interrogators. As far as Baltodano could gather, Ubeda's interrogators never followed any coherent line of questioning. Ubeda was held for months, merely for the sexual gratification of her captors. Ubeda said that virtually every night drunken counterintelligence men stumbled into the stockade to stare at her, to curse her, to pinch her thighs and pubis, and eventually to rape her. Ubeda provided Baltodano with their pseudonyms, 6-7, Chino 85, Julio, Joel. They were the regular counterintelligence interrogators. The men American officials were crediting in the newspapers with rolling up a major Sandinista spy ring. Ubeda told Baltodano that one evening she even heard a rebel officer named Pincho radio her jailer, asking that she be loaned out for a time. The request was approved, Ubeda said. Pincho showed up at the stockade and marched her away with him to his hut, where he threatened to kill her if she didn't have sex with him. Charged as an infiltrator, Ubeda was eventually put before a tribunal, consisting of 3 ex-guardsmen in a musty tent. She was convicted and sentenced to a year. Ubeda said she was not the only woman who faced this treatment in the rebel jails. She provided Baltodano with the names of half a dozen young women she had met in the Yamal stockade whose ages ranged from 14 to 24. All had been raped and abused, Ubeda said. Everywhere she went, Baltodano heard stories about mistreatment in the Yamal's jails. One of the women tortured there was Jacqueline Murillo Castillo, a diminutive 20-year-old whom Baltodano had first met when Murillo was working as Bermudez's secretary at his strategic command. Baltodano learned her story almost by chance. Baltodano had flown out to Aguacate on some business for the Human Rights Association. While there, she decided to visit the hospital. Strolling through a recovery hall crammed with scores of wounded Contras, Baltodano saw Murillo in one of the beds. "What are you doing here?" Baltodano asked. She remembered Murillo as a cheerful, blue-eyed woman with a striking smile. Now she looked pale. "I'm sick," Murillo said. "Can we talk for a few minutes before you leave?" Baltodano led her out of the Aguacate hospital, away from prying ears. The 2 women sat down under a tree. "They hurt me, Marta," Murillo said. 204. She'd been accused of being an infiltrator and detained. Held for about a week, she was blindfolded, stripped naked, bound, and beaten. At one point, her interrogators suspended her by her hands from a rope. Murillo said that while she was strung up like that, naked, Guillermo Ortega, a video cameraman from the rebel army's Tegucigalpa Public Relations Office, had entered the interrogation area and tormented her, handling her genitals and scorching her legs with burning newspapers. Telling her story, Murillo began to cry. Baltodano had known Ortega, the cameraman, from her university days in Managua. The story seemed weird. How would a married cameraman from Tegucigalpa have gotten involved in torture in Yamals? But it was him, Marta, Murillo said. "I saw him, he put his hand in my vagina, he hung me up and beat me." She said that after she'd begun to hemorrhage badly, her tormentors had called in one of the U.S. trained paramedics, who recommended that they send her to the Aguacate hospital. Once Murillo had recovered the strength to stand, she went, furious, to see Bermudez. she told Baltodano. "Look what they did to me," she had shouted at Bermudez. "You had something to do with this, didn't you?" Murillo said Bermudez just walked away. It was the first time Baltodano was certain that Bermudez had known about torture and done nothing to intervene. She was furious. Back in Tegucigalpa, Baltodano typed up Murillo's statement and went to see Lacayo, the resistance's legal advisor. She wanted a tribunal to investigate the case. Lacayo flew to Aguacate, talked to Murillo himself, and obtained a medical statement from the doctor who had examined her, certifying that she'd been tortured and burned. Lacayo interviewed Ortega, Murillo's accused tormentor, and then he recommended to Bermudez, in writing, that he call a tribunal to investigate. Bermudez consented, but a series of Bermudez's aides immediately warned Lacayo to treat the case with supreme care. "I began to think there was something dark there, something they were trying to hide," Lacayo said later. Eventually, according to Lacayo, Bermudez himself asked that he discontinue his prosecution of the case. "Find a way to arrange this thing legally," Bermudez told Lacayo. Months of delays followed. Eventually, Bermudez permitted a panel of rebel commanders to try Ortega, although he never ordered Ortega detained. Instead, during the trial, Baltodano was stunned to find that Ortega had been granted a U.S. visa and had fled Honduras to Miami. That, she knew from experience, could only have happened with the complicity of American officials. 58 At the end of 18 months of U.S. financed work, Baltodano's 205 results were mixed. She had confronted Bermudez and his clique, she had challenged them. But she hadn't changed them. October 1987 through February 1988. The Contra's 1987 campaign, their most important of the war, culminated with a December strike by thousands of rebel troops against Nicaragua's largest mining complex. The surprise raid, conceived, planned, and coordinated by dozens of CIA agents and led by rebel commanders, proved that the Contras had learned much from their American trainers. The CIA wanted the attack to be a spectacular climax to an offensive that had been going well, militarily, all fall. Contra forces were killing and wounding scores of Sandinistas, more than 100 dead per month, and rebel rocketeers carrying U.S. supplied red-eye missiles had already shot down more than 20 Sandinista Air Force helicopters. But U.S. funding for the rebels was running out, and Reagan administration officials knew they would face a tough congressional Contra aid battle early in 1988. They needed more sensational attacks. CIA planners considered the copper, silver, and gold mining triangle formed by the towns of Suna, Bonanza, and Rosario a perfect target. Located about 160 miles northeast of Managua and about 100 miles southeast of Aguacate, the mines were pumping $23 million a year in gold revenues alone into Sandinista coffers. CIA strategists, eager to tighten the war's stranglehold on the Nicaraguan economy, wanted to cut off the flow. Furthermore, Soviet technicians had established a major radar center at Suna to track CIA supply flights. That made the town an even more appealing target. Because the attack was so important, it would be meticulously planned and coordinated by the CIA. Higher UPS at Langley suggested the attack, producing the overheads, the satellite photos of the mining complex and nearby garrisons, as well as a torrent of other relevant intelligence. Then CIA men at the Tegucigalpa base created an entire battle plan, which Don Johnson reviewed with Bermudez and Invisible out at Aguacate. An important aspect of the attack was to be diversionary ambushes elsewhere in Nicaragua, to put Sandinista forces off balance, followed by simultaneous strikes on the three towns by more than 3,000 rebel troops. To supply the rebel forces for the attack, CIA flight dispatchers kept the Swan Island mercenary crews busy from early November on, with multiple cargo drops every night. In mid-November, Johnson had Bermudez order some 2,000 rebels to start marching north from Nicaragua's central provinces to get into position around the mines. Another 1,000 began a 6-week trek south through the jungles toward the mines from bases in Honduras. Leading the troops were several well-known regional commanders, Dillion Hernandez, known as Fernando, and Tirso Moreno, known as Rigoberto, were in charge of two of the Jorge Salazar units. Francisco Ruiz, Renato, an aging ex-guard, led another. The Americans even pressured Mac, who hadn't been inside Nicaragua for years, to participate. To maintain secrecy, the rebel forces marched silently, without using their field radios. Johnson worried about secrecy at Aguacate, too, especially in the wake of the discovery of the spy ring there earlier in the year. He told Bermudez that in order to keep the attack secret, the formal command post for the attack would not be Bermudez's strategic command tents, but rather Johnson's own CIA quarters. Johnson ordered all the main rebel field radios brought to his own office. Late in the third week of December, rebel forces began radioing Aguacate to announce that they were converging on dozens of points specified in the CIA's battle plans as staging areas, hills overlooking the mining towns, nearby military garrisons, and ambush points along the only roads through the region. The rebels attacked all three mining towns before dawn on Sunday, December 20th. Once the combat was underway, the rebels radioed Aguacate with regular reports. Rigoberto's men had fought their way into control of Suna, a town of 10,000, seizing two military warehouses, as well as the Suna airstrip. Outside town, rebel troops located the radar installation, a parking area jammed with several Soviet-built truck trailers containing electronic equipment, and they destroyed it with C4 explosives. They also blew up Suna's main gasoline storage tank. Upon finding a government food warehouse stacked with canned goods, they urged local residents to sack it. What was left they burned. Some 20 miles to the northeast, rebel fighters under Renato seized the town of Bonanza and its airstrip. They destroyed the nearby Siempre Viva hydroelectric generating plant, used to power the mines. They also found and looted a housing settlement usually occupied by Czech mining engineers. They were away for Christmas, smashing the East Bloc radios and televisions with special glee. At Rosario, Fernando's troops met fierce Sandinista resistance. 30 rebel fighters died during the initial battles for just two neighborhoods, and although they damaged the Rosario airport, his troops had to abandon the attack. To the east, along the main road to the Atlantic coast, rebel sappers blew up two bridges. At Aguacate, Victor Sanchez, who was 207. Then the rebels' acting operations officer on Bermudez's strategic command, at first had no idea the attack was underway, since Johnson had ordered the command post moved into the CIA quarters. Sanchez was puzzled by the apparent commotion inside the CIA house. "What's happening in there?" another rebel officer asked him. "Don't know," Sanchez answered. "Let's go see." "So we went up to the house of the gringos," Sanchez recalled later, "and there were all the radios, and Johnson had taken complete charge of everything." Johnson was in his jogging shorts, pacing in front of his maps, elated. He was arranging everything on his maps, Sanchez said. "Let's try this. Now let's move them here." It was like a party, in his own house, as if he were playing with lead soldiers. Don Johnson was really excited, reporting to his superiors by radio. It was like it was a big game. For the CIA, the enthusiasm was unavoidable. For once, the rebels were fighting like skilled soldiers. All the Americans' work seemed to be paying off. But Sanchez and several other Contras had a different reaction. Watching the CIA men orchestrate the combat, Sanchez and others began to wonder, whose war is this, anyway? That's when we saw that Johnson was giving direct orders to Bermudez, Ztke recalled. "Colonel, sign this for me," he'd tell Bermudez. And he'd hand Bermudez an order, already typed up. "I'm going to do this troop movement." He wasn't even consulting. And Bermudez was signing. Perhaps it was the excitement or tension, but it was one of the few moments in the war when CIA agents allowed anyone to watch them issue direct commands to top Contra leaders. It proved to be a major mistake, causing indignation that spread through much of the Contra officers' corps degree. Another detail sparked anger as well. The CIA felt it was critical to exploit the attack's propaganda possibilities. If U.S. journalists didn't report the attack, it might as well not have happened. Johnson ordered several rebels to radio press bulletins from Aguacate to rebel spokesman for media distribution. "Remember, we need some heroes," Johnson said. He and the other CIA agents especially liked Invisible, the rebel intelligence chief who had helped more than any other rebel to refine the attack plans. Never mind that Invisible didn't participate in the attack itself. Johnson recommended that Invisible be portrayed as one of the heroic commanders responsible for the rebel victory. Unfortunately, Invisible was vacationing in Miami during the actual fighting. When word spread through the rebel army that the CIA had ordered press communiques crediting Invisible with the attack, many fighters were livid, especially Rigoberto, Fernando, and other rebel officers who had spent nearly 3 months trudging through the jungle to carry out the attack. At the same time, the CIA was also trying to arrange a rendezvous between Bermudez, the supreme commander of resistance forces during the attack, with U.S. reporters. Originally, Johnson had hoped to fly Bermudez into one of the captured mining towns and then helicopter in journalists to interview him. In Tegucigalpa, rebel press spokeswoman Adela Icaza began calling selected journalists early Monday, the morning after the initial attacks. She told one reporter that he'd be flown into Nicaragua to see Bermudez eating hamburgers on Suna's main street. But after reporters converged on Toncontín Airport, they waited for hours, until mid-afternoon, before being told to climb into a waiting Huey helicopter for departure. At Aguacate, Johnson had to downgrade his plans. Monitoring the battle reports, he saw that Sandinista reinforcements were converging on the mining complex, and he realized he'd have to settle for second best, a press encounter with Bermudez at the Contras River base at San Andres, on the Honduran-Nicaraguan border. San Andres had little to do with the attack on the mines, but the CIA men figured its remote jungle location would add a touch of tropical adventure to a journalist's interview with Bermudez. The helicopter bearing reporters for Reuters, The Washington Post, The Chicago Tribune, NBC, and several other U.S. media finally touched down at a small clearing in the thick jungle canopy at San Andres just before dark on Monday. Bermudez's CIA Bell helicopter was parked at the edge of the clearing. At the end of a 20-minute hike up a trail, the reporters met Bermudez, dressed in his combat fatigues. "Where are we?" somebody asked. "This is the new Strategic Command," Bermudez answered. He ushered them into a roomy wooden hut and, with rebel aides stoking kerosene lanterns, started an initial briefing on the rebel attack. He still held out hope that the reporters would be flown into Suna, but he conceded that the chances were slim. The Sandinistas were airlifting reinforcements to the town. Bermudez sat up late, telling the circle of journalists old anecdotes about the war, but he seemed distracted, completely disconnected from the battle still raging at the mining complex. He never issued any orders, he wasn't conferring with aides. For an officer guiding his troops through their finest hour, the journalists thought, Bermudez seemed utterly demoralized. 209. Tuesday morning, Bermudez met the journalists with a grand announcement. "I've ordered the troops to retreat," he told them. He produced 2 teletype printouts of his command, which had been radioed to the troops. He told the journalists that they would be flown back to Tegucigalpa, but there was time for one-on-one interviews for all of them. He brought out his plasticine-covered battle maps for another briefing, and aides produced a tape recorder to play back intercepts of Sandinista Army radio communications recorded at the CIA's scanning posts at Aguacate to show that the Sandinistas had been confused by the rebels' diversionary attacks. The photographers shot dozens of rolls of Tri-X, Bermudez sitting in a jungle clearing, Bermudez pointing at his combat maps, Bermudez reading the printouts. Then the Huey helicoptered the journalists back to Tegucigalpa in time to file, before deadlines for Wednesday's papers, their interviews with the commander of the northern front of the Nicaraguan resistance. None of the stories mentioned Don Johnson, or Aguacate, or the CIA role in the attacks. With a new Contra aid vote scheduled for early February in the U.S. Congress, the CIA wanted to follow up the rebels' propaganda victory at the mining complex with another spectacular operation. CIA agents began calling for an attack on Juagalpa, the capital of Chontales province, in central Nicaragua 85 miles east of Managua. Don Johnson ordered an increase in supply flights to rebel troops outside the town, but the region was saturated with Sandinista combat troops, and rebel officers at Aguacate warned against the airdrops. There just wasn't enough separation between rebel forces and the enemy, they argued. We have to go ahead. We need the propaganda, Johnson shot back, and he sent 3 flights in 3 days to drop mortar shells and other supplies around Juagalpa. The third day's flight fell to a Nicaraguan DC-6 crew, based at Aguacate, piloted by Donaldo Friction. The 51-year-old flyer was a former commander of Somoza's Air Force whom the CIA had recruited in Miami months earlier. Over Juagalpa, 2 Contra Special Forces troops parachuted from Friction's DC-6, carrying battle plans for the attack the CIA had ordered on Juagalpa. Minutes later, a Soviet-made C-2M rocket slammed into Friction's plane. The DC-6 crashed about 80 miles southeast of Managua. Friction and at least 2 of his crew died in the wreckage. Hours later, Friction's 17-year-old son Alex answered the phone at home in Miami. A man's voice identified the caller as a CIA representative and announced that Friction had been shot down. Inside Nicaragua, the best that the hard-pressed rebels around Juagalpa could muster was a mortar strike on the town on January 20%. 210. While the CIA was straining to impress the Congress with the Contras' new fighting prowess, Washington hardly noticed. In mid-November, the Congressional Iran-Contra committees had released their report, blaming the White House for secrecy, deception, and disdain for the rule of law. Although the Contras had been only peripherally involved in North's enterprise, which is about the extent to which they'd been involved in most of the direction of the war, they suffered its political consequences. Even more damaging to the Contras' chances for further aid had been the peace negotiations gaining momentum since August. Even while the fighting had been underway at the mining complex in December 1987, Sandinista and Contra delegations had been negotiating, indirectly through mediators, from separate hotels in Santo Domingo. In mid-January, the two sides held their first face-to-face talks in San Jose, Costa Rica. Reagan administration officials ignored the signs, pushing stubbornly for passage of an ambitious new military aid package for the Contras, $36 million, to be spent over just 4 months. Several key congressmen said later that they couldn't understand why the administration had pushed such an unrealistic package when the political climate was so unfavorable. In any event, a number of Democratic representatives who had voted before for Contra aid switched their votes on February 3, 1988, when the bill came to the House floor. The administration request went down 219 to 211. Today's vote is the end of a chapter, said House Majority Whip Tony Coelho, the California Democrat who led opposition to the package. The Contra policy is passed. Back in the camps. February through November 1988. The rejection in February 1988 by the U.S. Congress of any new military aid for the Contras threw the rebel army into turmoil. Contra units streamed out of Nicaragua into Honduran base camps, some ordered back by Bermudez, others returning on their own. In early 1988 ceasefire talks with the Sandinista government, Contra negotiators drawn from the latest CIA-recruited political front signed an accord with the Sandinistas and then, bickering like teenagers, said they wished they hadn't. A group of dissident officers openly challenged Bermudez's control of the army. The Supreme Commander held on to his post only when the CIA intervened forcefully on his behalf. The Americans were in disarray, too. With administration policy collapsing, top CIA officers who had been involved in the program for years quietly retired. The State Department and the Agency for International Development took over direct administration of the rebel army. It was a presidential election year, and by summer, Washington's main goal was to keep the Contra army, a mounting political liability, out of the news. February through April 1988. The latest U.S. aid cut-off was not like earlier congressional setbacks for the Contra project. This time it was final. The cut-off convinced Rebel 211, 212 negotiators to sign a ceasefire agreement with the Sandinista government just 7 weeks later. 2 encounters with American officials dramatized to rebel leaders that Washington was finally giving up on the project. The first was the resignation of Alan Fears, the senior CIA official who had coordinated Langley's participation in the Contra War since October 1984 as the agency's Central America Task Force chief. Fears had barely survived 1987 and the Iran-Contra hearings. Newspapers had reported several times during the year that CIA Director William Webster was likely to fire him for his role in the scandal. Fears was never forced out, but in December, Webster gave him a serious reprimand. After Congress slashed the Contra program on February 3, Fears called it quits. He began to say his goodbyes. In a White House meeting of the restricted interagency group that brought State Department, CIA, and National Security Council officials together to discuss the Nicaraguan project, Fears turned to Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams and said, "It's time for us to get out of this, time for new blood." Days later, at a Miami meeting with the Rebel Directorate and other functionaries to whom he was known as Cliff, Fears broke down and wept. He talked about how attached he was to the fighters, recalled Marta Sacasa, a resistance spokeswoman at the time. He said that when he was at home with his barbecue, he couldn't stop thinking of the Commandos in the field. Fears's performance left a dramatic impression on Calero, Sanchez, and other Contra leaders. The war was really over. Fears, the man who had run it, was leaving. 2 weeks later, packed into a meeting room at their headquarters in an industrial park adjacent to the Miami airport, Rebel officials met several State Department officials who had flown down from Washington. They included Special Ambassador Morris Busby, Chris Arcos, the Urbane Chicano diplomat overseeing the Contra Human Rights Program, Robert Kagan, Elliott Abrams's young Yale-educated deputy, the CIA's John Mallett, and others. If the Contra leaders were still entertaining hopes for more military aid, Busby, Kagan, and others now laid out the bad news. There won't be any more, they said, not during the Reagan administration, probably never. Point 2 Despite the cutoff, equipment shortages were not the rebel army's immediate problem. Nearly 200 ship containers packed with munitions, uniforms, and other supplies enough for months of continued rebel operations, all bought and paid for, were backed up along the airstrip on Swan Island. The problem was how to get the supplies to the 213 troops. Once the CIA airdrops ended, the CIA had money and legal authorization to continue its supply flights only until the end of February 1988. Suddenly the CIA was forced to confront the short-sightedness of its own high-technology supply delivery system, based on container ships, forklifts, and airplanes. The airdrops had allowed the rebel army to operate across Nicaragua, but once the CIA planes stopped flying, the rebels would be stranded. Suddenly everyone was wishing the Nicaraguans had developed a more down-to-earth logistical trail, based on mules and trails and canoes. It was a little late, but the CIA decided to offer the rebels what it could. Don Johnson offered a technical briefing for Bermudez on how to set up a ground and water supply delivery system. Men at the Tegucigalpa base got the briefing materials together fast, drawing up maps of Nicaragua's waterways and mountain trails, estimating the tonnage that could be moved on muleback, offering suggestions for dividing the force into burden bearers and fighters, like other guerrilla armies did. Bermudez wasn't interested. "No somos chinos," he told Johnson. "We're not Chin men. Our peasants won't accept this kind of thing. They're willing to fight, but they won't carry a bag of rice on their backs." Bermudez's haughty attitude angered Johnson. "Even if we get more money for this program later," he told other U.S. officials, "I won't work with Bermudez again." Despite Bermudez's lack of interest, there was no other logical thing to do with the supplies on Swan except fly as much as possible to the Honduras-Nicaragua border, where it would be available for troops marching out of Nicaragua. CIA planes began flying day and night south over the Caribbean to the rebel base at San Andres, parachuting armaments for storage in several weapons stockpiles. Meanwhile, the Honduran military, long jealous of the sophisticated weaponry the CIA had been channeling to the Contras, attempted an audacious power play. Traveling to Swan Island, a Honduran army officer attempted to seize the dozens of red-eye missiles stored there. Major John, the CIA agent in charge on Swan, had to intervene. "These missiles are U.S. government property," he told the Honduran through an interpreter. "Keep your hands off 7+." On February 29, when the CIA airlift ended, a lot of supplies were still on Swan, but the CIA had succeeded in dumping some 3,000 metric tons into San Andres. The Sandinistas saw their chance. If they could take out the Contras' new border supply dumps at San Andres, they would deal a critical 214, perhaps killing blow to the rebel army. Early in March, the Sandinistas sent company-sized intelligence units on reconnaissance missions into Honduras, conducted air strikes against the rebel camp, and finally deployed 6 Sandinista battalions, roughly 4,500 troops, to the border to attack the rebels' riverbank installations at San Andres. Bermudez ordered the 1,500 rebel troops in the area to defend the base, then fled to Tegucigalpa by helicopter. Both sides took scores of losses in the protracted mortar duel that followed, but by March 16, the Sandinistas overran the base as the rebels, outnumbered and outgunned, retreated farther into Honduras. Frantic U.S. officials, convinced that the Sandinistas were about to capture the rebels' only remaining stockpiles, went to the president. Reagan ordered 3,200 U.S. troops from the 82nd Airborne and 7th Infantry Divisions flown to the U.S. Air Base at Palmarola, Honduras. Faced with the potential for clashes with U.S. troops, on March 17 President Ortega pulled his troops back into Nicaragua, ending the Sandinista drive. Registered just 13 weeks had elapsed since the Contra Army had won its greatest military victory. 4 days after the Battle of San Andres, a battered rebel army's negotiators opened new peace talks with the Sandinistas at the southern Nicaragua border village of Cepad. The force was cut off from further U.S. military aid, its payroll was threatened, its long-term handlers were leaving the project, its base camps were in disarray. But the Sandinistas were facing a crisis, too. The Nicaraguan economy was in collapse. Sandinista labor leaders were angry, many militant revolutionaries were desperate for peace. This serendipitous combination of pressures forced both sides to shed their long-time intransigence during the 3-day encounter at Sapo 4. The two sides forged a surprising ceasefire agreement that offered several formulas for national reconciliation. Spring 1987 through April 1988. The men who would negotiate for the rebel army were the central figures in the latest political front group, recruited and funded by Washington a year earlier. The previous directorate, the Uno triumvirate of Cruz, Robelo, and Calero, had crumbled in February 1987 after Cruz resigned, unable to stomach his alliance with the old FDN clique any longer. U.S. officials had agreed that the new Resistance Directorate should represent the major Nicaraguan political parties. At White House Meet 215. In the weeks after Cruz's resignation, the Americans tossed names around. Calero could represent Nicaragua's conservative party, everyone agreed. Aristides Sanchez could move to Miami and represent Somoza's old liberal party. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, the son of Nicaragua's martyred publisher, could represent the Social Democrats and add his colorful name to the Resistance Directorate. But who would represent the Social Christians? The agency suggested Azucena Ferry, a Christian Democrat activist still living in Managua. She agreed to go into exile to join the directorate. The agency also liked Alfredo Cesar, the 36-year-old former head of Nicaragua's central bank. Cesar had admirers throughout Latin America and liberal friends in U.S. Congress. He was an attractive, articulate politician, an independent thinker. The agency men said they knew the game with him. "You didn't buy Cesar, you rented him," recalled Robert Kagan, a State Department official who helped put the Resistance Directorate together. The resistance was more extravagantly funded than any earlier rebel directorate. Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams advocated secret U.S. funding to build a resistance political bureaucracy that he hoped could one day mature into a Nicaraguan government in exile. Under the plan, each resistance director, representing a political tendencia, was to publish a newsletter, travel widely for public speeches, sponsor forums, or carry out other initiatives aimed at building opposition to the Sandinistas. This would cost money. The CIA was authorized to channel nearly $1 million per month to fund resistance political activities. Part of those secret political funds were what became known as the tendencia payments, $15,000 a month to each of the resistance directors, a total of $180,000 per year per director. Reagan administration officials imposed virtually no accounting demands, and as a result, the lavish funding soon brought the proliferation of a resistance bureaucracy comprised of some 400 Nicaraguan exiles. The Contras established U.S.-funded offices not only in Miami but in Madrid, Paris, Caracas, Mexico City, Guatemala City, Tegucigalpa, San Salvador, and San Jose. Notwithstanding the international outreach, the resistance directors were picked because American officials believed they would appeal to the U.S. Congress. But the new directorate's main role turned out to be not lobbying but negotiating a peace agreement. Calero, Cesar, and Sanchez, 3 of the 5 members of the directorate, negotiated for the resistance at Zapoa. 2 field commanders, Dillion Hernandez, known as Fernando, and Walter Tono Calderon also sat with the rebel negotiating team but were rarely con. 216. Solved. A parallel team of State Department and CIA officials traveled with the resistance party. The site of the talks was the Zapoa Customs Post, a sheet metal building just inside Nicaragua, north of the Costa Rican border. On March 21, the first day of the talks, General Humberto Ortega, the president's brother, the defense minister, and head of the Sandinista delegation waded through a crowd of journalists and Sandinista security agents to an open-air podium to announce that the government had ordered its troops into an immediate, unilateral truce. Hours later, the rebel delegation arrived at Zapoa after driving north from its base in the Costa Rican town of Liberia and reciprocated the Sandinista gesture by ordering rebel troops to observe their own truce. In retrospect, that ceasefire ordered before the Zapoa talks even got underway proved of more lasting importance than the formal Zapoa peace accord itself. Despite initial skepticism, both sides stopped the war, and neither side ever began it again in earnest. After 2 days of negotiating, the two sides stunned nearly everyone when the Ortega brothers and other Sandinista officials joined Calero, Cesar, Sanchez, Tofio, Fernando, and other rebel officials on a wooden stage in front of the Nicaraguan flag to pen their names to the Zapoa agreement. It provided a simple formula. During a temporary ceasefire, both sides would make concessions designed to build mutual confidence. Rebel combatants would move into rural enclaves, the government would release some 3,300 political prisoners held in government jails, and exiled Nicaraguan leaders including the rebel directorate would return to Managua for a continuing dialogue with the Sandinistas about conditions under which the rebels would lay down their arms for good. For the Contras, the accord offered tangible gains at the end of a war they had failed to win, in short, peace with dignity. For the Sandinistas, it meant the revolution's survival after a protracted counter-revolution. Over the next weeks, however, the accord fell apart, the victim of sabotage by both sides. Bermudez began to sabotage the ceasefire process even while the two sides were still meeting at Zapod. In Tegucigalpa, fuming over the reports of progress toward an agreement, Bermudez called in reporters from Costa Rica's Radio Impacto to tape a tirade, broadcast across the isthmus just as negotiators were signing the Zapoa Accord, that challenged the rebel negotiators' authority to sign any agreement. He insisted that his men would never lay down their arms until final victory. After the negotiations, Sanchez, Fernando, and Tono flew from Costa Rica to Honduras to report back to other Contra officers on the cease. 217. Fire's terms. Bermudez called in all the rebel officers who were handy in Tegucigalpa. Johnson was there, along with Mike Lima and a dozen or so ex-guardsmen to rail against the agreement and at Fernando Antonio for signing it. Aristides Sanchez, who had also signed at Sapo, stayed out of sight. Bermudez had loathed Calero ever since the CIA had installed Calero in 1983 as the Contra Army's civilian commander-in-chief, and now Bermudez accused Calero of selling out the Contras at Sapoa. He stirred Mike Lima, Mac, and half a dozen other officers to anger, then flew them to Miami to unload on the peace accord. In Miami's Nicaraguan and Cuban exile communities, there was bedlam. Most of the Cuban-owned radio stations were denouncing the accord, and Bermudez took to the airwaves to add his voice. The tension climaxed on March 26, the weekend following the Zapata talks, in a resistance assembly at the Viscount Hotel north of the Miami airport. As Calero and other resistance directors entered the hotel, angry exiles booed and heckled. "Traitors," the exiles shouted. "You've betrayed us." One angry Nicaraguan exile activist punched Enrique Cuco Sanchez, Aristides' brother and Calero's brother-in-law, in the jaw, knocking him down. Inside, Bermudez, Mac, Mike Lima, and others stomped into a hotel meeting room. Some who watched said it reminded them of an old-time Nicaraguan military coup, like the Guardia marching in to seize the civilian government. Bermudez took the podium to attack the Sapoa Accord in a long speech, directing most of his vitriol at Calero. Bermudez urged the formation of an exile committee to monitor the resistance negotiators, to ensure they would make no more blunders like Sapod. The Contra haggling continued, behind the scenes, during 2 weeks of Sandinista resistance technical negotiations back at Sapod, aimed at drawing the boundaries of rebel enclaves and writing the rules under which the zones would operate. With the fighting stopped and the Contras divided, the Sandinistas responded by quietly reinterpreting the Sapoa Accord. When Calero, Cesar, and some 40 other resistance officials flew to Managua on April 15 for the first ceasefire talks in the Nicaraguan capital, the Sandinista negotiators laid down unreasonable new demands for quick and total rebel disarmament. They argued that the Sapoa Accord contained an implicit requirement that the Contras lay down their arms. The document called for nothing of the kind, but having maligned the accord themselves, the resistance negotiators were now in no position to enforce strict Sandinista compliance with it. Another development, however, proved more damaging to the Con. 218. TRA's negotiating prospects. Fernando Antonio failed to arrive in Managua for the new talks. They were in Tegucigalpa, denouncing corruption and secret violence in the Contra army and calling on Bermudez to resign. There was rebellion among the rebels. February through June 1988. Fernando and Tofo became two of the key leaders in the dissidents' rebellion, partly out of anger at Bermudez's criticisms of their role in the peace talks, but the challenge to Bermudez that emerged in the spring of 1988 went deeper than that. It became an outpouring of rebel dissatisfaction with Bermudez's leadership and with his servile obedience to the Americans, one of the few attempts during the war by the Contra's own commanders to chart their own course. The CIA crushed it. Tono's sudden opposition to Bermudez surprised many Contras. Tono had been a standout National Guardsman, like Mike Lima and Invisible. He was the top cadet in his military academy class. In the rebel army, Tono had enjoyed close ties with Sanchez and Bermudez and had even helped suppress the first dissident rebellion in early 1983. But Tono began to see things differently in the fall of 1987, when he joined the Rebel Negotiating Commission. Thrust into a whirl of hotels and restaurants, airports, and interviews, he discovered how Bermudez's leadership had tarred the rebel movement with a Neanderthal image. His detractors pooh-poohed Tono's insubordination as a sign of the sudden vanity that gripped him as he moved as a rebel negotiator through the international spotlight. And there was some evidence for that. Overnight, Tono traded his combat fatigues for jacket and tie, started lifting weights in a Tegucigalpa health club, and began a series of affairs with several glamorous female TV correspondents. Nonetheless, he was bright, and many of the criticisms he leveled at Bermudez found wide resonance in the Contra army. 3. Fernando, the son of a rancher, had been a 23-year-old seminarian when he joined the rebel army in 1982, a handsome student with long eyelashes and delicate features. Over several years of combat, he had risen to head one of the Contra's most successful combat battalions. Yet his popularity with the troops seemed to derive as much from the decency he projected, his soft-spoken manner, his evangelical Protestant sensibilities, as from his battlefield prowess. As a student, Fernando had learned the rhythms of sermonizing, and his ability to frame the rebel struggle in Christian terms had made him a favorite of American officials. When John Mallet, the CIA's deputy station chief in Honduras, was transferred back to the United States, Fernando had 219 stood up at a going-away party in Tegucigalpa to eulogize Mallet, comparing the agent's work with the Contras to Moses's efforts to lead the Israelites into the Promised Land. From his earliest days in the rebel army, however, Fernando had seen things that didn't square with his beliefs. Once, patrolling the Honduran border as a foot soldier in 1983, he was stunned when he stumbled across several rebel bodies. Fernando discovered that they and numerous other commandos, perhaps dozens, had been murdered for casual reasons by their FDN commanders, Armando Lopez, then 47, the former Guard police lieutenant with the pseudonym The Policeman, and Cesar Tijerino, a former Guard lieutenant known as 67, who had been an interrogator from the National Security Office. Fernando discovered that Tijerino and Lopez had gone on a homicidal rampage, murdering commandos after minor provocations. In one case, Tijerino had strangled several commandos just because they had developed diarrhea. 4. When Fernando began to work at Bermudez's Strategic Command headquarters at Yamals in 1986, he saw more brutal treatment of young commandos. He also saw thievery and Bermudez's servility to the Americans. In a late 1986 Yamals meeting with several U.S. agents including James Adkins, the CIA base chief, Fernando and other rebel officers disagreed with the Americans, who were urging the rebels to send several rebel units into Nicaragua immediately. It wasn't a hostile encounter, but Fernando felt the Americans were wrong. He and other rebels complained to Bermudez, but he just shrugged it off. "The CIA has never permitted me to take decisions," Bermudez said. In 1987, Fernando was transferred along with Bermudez's strategic command from Yamals to Aguacate. There he saw that the rebel Air Force was really just a glorified air taxi service, flying Bermudez and his ex-guards back and forth to their homes in Tegucigalpa, and often to the region's whorehouses. By early 1988, Fernando was fed up. The third dissident conspirator was Tirso Rigoberto Moreno, 33. Like Fernando, Rigoberto had been a civilian before the war, a mustachioed cowboy who traveled northern Nicaragua in a pickup truck as a livestock trader. As a field officer, Rigoberto had demonstrated an uncanny battlefield acumen. He was a brilliant commander. "An absolute general," said one CIA officer who monitored Rigoberto's performance. It was Rigoberto's military prowess, in fact, that eventually led to his break with Bermudez. Having watched Bermudez's handling of the war over several years, Rigoberto concluded that Bermudez had neither strategy nor vision. The discontent over Bermudez's command mounted in the weeks after the February 3 U.S. aid cut off. Rebel battalions were retreating. 220. Across the border, angry and harassed, dragging their wounded. Many commanders came back confused about the cut-off and the ceasefire negotiations. It wasn't even clear where the Army's main base camps were to be now: San Andres, Yamals, some new site. The troops wanted answers, but amid the chaos, Bermudez wasn't around. Nobody could say where he was. Finally, however, the commanders began to solve the mystery. For more than 2 years, Bermudez had been carrying on an affair with Maria Eugenia Ortez, a slender commando in her early 20s with an ivory complexion and flaxen hair, the daughter of affluent Nicaraguan farmers. Bermudez had set Ortez up in a cozy house in the village of El Paraiso, south of Danlí, and in 1987 she had born Bermudez a son, whom she named Enrique I, although Bermudez already had a teenage son named Enrique living in Miami. To look after her, Bermudez moved out of his Ciudad Nueva safe house on Tegucigalpa's outskirts, brought Ortez into the city, and set up housekeeping with her in a secret new residence in Tegucigalpa's Prado neighborhood, a walled mansion along a quiet boulevard overlooking the Calutca River. Now, his army in chaos, Bermudez was spending his time in Tegucigalpa with his lover and child, and he wasn't giving out his phone number. Word got around, and it made the field commanders mad. One angry leader was Tigrelo, now 31 and limping on his crippled knee. Several thousand rebel commandos still considered Tigrelo their top commander, and as they poured into Honduras, they needed food and medicine. Tigrelo, like other commanders, wanted to talk to Bermudez, but he was hiding from us, Tigrelo recalled. Finally, Tigrelo and several other rebel commanders drove to Tegucigalpa and stomped into the resistance finance office. They scrawled out a message for Bermudez, demanding a meeting. Somebody got it to Bermudez, who set a date for an encounter at the rebel medical clinic in Danlí. Toward the end of February, when Bermudez arrived at the clinic for the evening encounter, more than 60 rebels commanders, fighters, wives, screaming babies had packed into the long, windowless shed facing one of Danlí's clay streets. Bermudez faced a clamor of complaints and questions, but instead of bringing answers, he had brought an attaché cash stuffed with 5,000 Honduran lempiras, the equivalent of $2,500. By doling out cash as little favors, 50 lempiras to this commander, 100 lempiras to that fighter's wife, he hoped to lubricate the squeaking wheel. This time, however, it wasn't enough. During the meeting, several 221 commanders told Bermudez they wanted to change the Army command structure, abolishing his strategic command. Bermudez would remain the top commander, but they wanted to elect a formal general staff. Bermudez finally agreed. In late February, the 30 or so top commanders met with Bermudez in one of the staff tents at San Andres amid the CIA's final airdrops to the base to elect the new staff. Bermudez brokered the meeting. He arranged the election of former Guard SGT Juan Ramon Quiche Rivas as Chief of Staff. A short and slender man of Indian parentage, Quiche was a capable combat commander, but many rebels found him too taciturn, given to brooding silences. He lacked the social skills to lead a whole army. It was clear he would never threaten Bermudez's own control. Mac replaced Invisible, the intelligence chief whom many rebel commanders resented because of the way the CIA treated him as a favorite. Mike Lima became counterintelligence chief, replacing Donald Torres, whom virtually everyone except Bermudez had come to loathe for his binges and brutality. Instead of silencing Bermudez's critics, though, the general staff election angered them. Tajafio, despite a long absence from the battlefield, had nursed his own ambitions to become the Contra chief of staff. Quiche's election embittered him. Rigoberto, too, was disappointed when Bermudez made him the staff's civilian affairs chief, the post responsible for attending to rebel refugee families. It offended Rigoberto's commander's pride. "I'm going to be delivering milk?" he asked. In the weeks after the general staff election, Tono, Fernando, and Rigoberto began to grumble, and in early April the three commanders cut an alliance of convenience with three resistance bureaucrats, all aides to Calero, who'd been working in Tegucigalpa. One was Orlando Montealegre, a relative of Calero's who had been the rebel army's paymaster. Another was Donald Lacayo, the lawyer who had been Calero's counsel at Managua's Coca-Cola bottling plant before the war and whom Calero had installed in the resistance legal office in Tegucigalpa. A third was Calero's brother-in-law, Enrique Cuco Sanchez. With the bonanza of U.S. funding drawing to a close, these bureaucrats were likely to lose their resistance posts anyway and thus had little to lose by challenging Bermudez. Calero, drawing on his wartime profits, began channeling funds to them in Tegucigalpa. The dissidents' first move reflected the dynamics of power in the rebel army. Fernando, Rigoberto, and Tofo met with Richard Chidester, the embassy political officer who, for nearly 2 years, had been one of the Contra Army's main American contacts in Tegucigalpa. They laid out their criticisms of Bermudez, and asked for a meeting with the CIA. The rebels knew the station chief as Terry. They had met him a few times when he had helicoptered out to Aguacate to talk to Bermudez. Terry was 50, but with his thinning white hair and creased face, he looked older. He had a distinguished CIA career, stretching back more than 2 decades. A 1960 graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, Terry had started in the CIA with a tour as a paramilitary agent in Laos, when the agency was still recruiting and training its 40,000-man peasant army. Beginning in 1965, he operated under diplomatic cover all over Latin America, as an economic attaché in Buenos Aires, a political officer in Santo Domingo, and in other later postings in La Paz, Caracas, and Lima. During the 1980s, Terry was back at Langley, climbing through the headquarters bureaucracy. He was Deputy Chief of the Operations Directorate's Latin America Division when the agency sent him to Tegucigalpa during the $100 million offensive. Registered like his predecessors, and like Ambassador Everett Briggs, whose embassy he was joining, Terry developed a close working relationship with Bermudez. The 3 men were of the same generation, and they worked well together. The 2 Americans helped Bermudez do his job, and he helped them do theirs, too. Both Terry and Briggs respected Bermudez, who was an honored guest at many embassy functions. These tight relations with Bermudez became a factor when Chidester reported back to the embassy about the dissident challenge. Several days after the dissidents' first meeting with Chidester, Fernando got a phone call at his rented home in Tegucigalpa. It was Terry. He wanted to talk. The meeting came days later, one morning in April 1988, at Chidester's Tegucigalpa home. Fernando, Tofio, and Rigoberto, wearing civilian clothes, took positions in the stuffed chairs in Chidester's living room. Terry, Chidester, and several other U.S. officials sat on the sofa. As Chidester's wife ferried in coffee and cookies, the rebels laid out their complaints. Fernando had set up the meeting, so he broke the ice, summarizing their complaints. They felt Bermudez was militarily incompetent and politically inept, and his aides were thieves. Toho and Rigoberto joined in. Bermudez had never once entered Nicaragua to fight. How were field commanders to respect a phony like him? Fernando recalled the 1983 murders by Armando Lopez, the policeman, of young rebel commandos. He'd seen the bodies. Had Bermudez ever punished Lopez? No, Fernando said. Where was Lopez at that moment? Working on Bermudez's supply staff, on the American payroll. Rigoberto reminded everybody that Mac had murdered several of his 223 own recruits during 1986 basic training. Tofio told the Americans what was common knowledge in the rebel army, that for years now Bermudez's logistics officers had been shaking down Honduran truckers for bribes in exchange for contracts to deliver goods to Yamals. Tofo had brought in documents to prove his point. We told Terry everything, Fernando recalled later. The dissidents went on for a little over an hour. Then Fernando moved to the bottom line. They wanted Bermudez to leave Honduras and move to Miami, to join the Contra's political directorate. In his place, a junta of rebel commanders would run the army. There was a pause. Terry glanced around at the other Americans, then leaned forward in his chair. "We'll be frank, we're not going to support you," he said. "The position of the U.S. government is to support Enrique Bermudez." "Well, we're going to change him anyway," Fernando said. "We wanted you to know up front. No misunderstandings." What the dissidents attempted was, essentially, a military gulp, but instead of proclaiming their rebellion Latin style, from the base camps, entrenched behind their troops, they adopted a remarkably unmilitary strategy, based on petitions and persuasion. That probably reflected the influence of Calero's civilian advisors. With Calero and associates paying the bills, the plotters rented a suite at Tegucigalpa's Alameda Hotel to set up an informal headquarters. There, Tigrelo joined their campaign, and on April 16, using a borrowed typewriter, they hammered out a 5-page manifesto that compared Bermudez to Somoza, blaming him for autocratic leadership and abuses against rebel fighters in Honduran base camps. It concluded with a call for Bermudez's replacement by a commander's junta. The dissidents fanned out to all the rebel enclaves in Honduras, seeking signatures for their manifesto. The campaign climaxed on a weekend in April at the Hotel Granada in Danlí, where the dissidents rented several rooms and lobbied wavering commanders with liquor and cash. 12 of the Army's 32 regional commanders and a few dozen other influential fighters eventually signed the anti-Bermudez petition. At the same time the dissidents were working to unseat Bermudez, however, Bermudez and the embassy were organizing a counterattack. Bermudez seized the dissidents' CIA-paid vehicles, cut off their salaries, and expelled Fernando and Tono from the rebel negotiating team. Same weekend the dissidents were in Danlí, U.S. officials arranged a pro-Bermudez rally at Honduras's 6th Army Battalion, the pine-shaded garrison near Danlí, which had always been a staging area for Honduran Army cooperation with the Contras. Several hundred rebel fighters and 224. Their families were trucked in for an afternoon of pro-Bermudez speeches and free food. With several CIA agents watching, Bermudez accused Tono and the other dissidents of having defected to the Sandinistas during the peace talks. To prove his point, he held up to the crowd poster-sized blow UPS of a photo taken at Sapod showing Tono embracing his cousin, an official in the Sandinista Interior Ministry. It had been only a cordial family greeting after years of war, but Bermudez offered it as betrayal. The following week, Bermudez relieved the dissidents of all rank. Circulating their own petition denouncing the dissidents for favoring Sandinismo, Bermudez's people were also distributing cash. He raised the monthly salaries of officers who appeared to be wavering, and eventually 19 regional commanders signed the Bermudez petition. By the last week of April, Toho sensed that the winds were blowing against the dissidents. He called together several journalists, and, for the first time publicly, on the record, denounced Bermudez. "He's a dictator just like Noriega or Castro," Tofio told the reporters. The dissidents were going for broke. They moved from the Hotel Alameda to the much more expensive Maya, preferred by journalists, and 2 days after Tomio's first sensational interview, he was joined by the rest of the dissidents for a virtual press conference with a number of reporters, including correspondents for Newsweek and The Washington Post. The following morning, May 4, Honduran security agents detained all the principal dissidents except Fernando and Tigrelo in their Maya hotel suite. Hours later, they picked up Tigrelo in Danlí. The Hondurans held the dissidents at secret police headquarters in downtown Tegucigalpa, waiting for the U.S. Embassy to arrange their travel documents. 2 days later, the 7 dissidents were shoved onto an Eastern Airlines jet and deported to Miami. Fernando escaped. Warned by a young rebel just as he was arriving at the Maya Hotel on May 4, he drove east to the Amals camps, skirting several Honduran military checkpoints. With units still streaming in from Nicaragua, the base camps were in chaos, and there was plenty of confusion about the dissident campaign. Many troops were surprised to see Fernando, since they had heard from Bermudez's people that he had defected to the communists. Now he visited his own Jorge Salazar units, and was received with abrazos. He radioed staff headquarters with a message: dissident units would no longer obey Bermudez's orders and Bermudez loyalists were barred from dissident camps. Fernando called on members of the resistance political directorate to travel to Honduras to hear the case against Bermudez. 225. The standoff lasted 3 days and brought the only bloodshed of the rebellion. Troops loyal to Bermudez fired on several dissident troops bumping along a road from one camp to another in Fernando's jeep. 2 were wounded. In Miami, the dissidents' deportation aroused outrage among staff employees at the resistance offices on the northern edge of Miami International Airport. Fernando and Rigoberto were well known in Miami as two of the Army's best commanders. Were Bermudez and the Americans just going to pitch them into the street? Two members of the Resistance's five-person directorate, Azucena Ferry and Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, flew to Honduras, supposedly to mediate in the continuing showdown between Fernando and Bermudez. There, however, they encountered a predictably hostile reaction from CIA officials when they outlined suggestions for conciliation. Chamorro told one CIA agent that he believed the civilian directorate enjoyed the institutional power to replace Bermudez if it so decided. "I admire your idealism, but let's be realistic," the agent responded. CIA and Honduran authorities used the directors as bait to entice Fernando away from his troops and end the rebellion definitively. 3 Honduran military officers drove to Yamales and told Fernando that the Contra directors were waiting for him at the 6th Battalion base. Fernando climbed into their jeep and soon realized he had been detained. He was taken to Tegucigalpa, held for 3 days, and deported to Miami. He was never even allowed to change his clothes. Honduran military officers told Chamorro that the Allies, their euphemism for the CIA, had demanded Fernando's expulsion. The deportations effectively ended the rebellion, but the CIA's heavy-handed tactics brought further embarrassment to Bermudez and the CIA in Miami. Chamorro returned to Miami embittered, and met with the dissident commanders at the resistance offices. When an angry CIA agent called him to complain that the dissidents shouldn't be visiting the Contra headquarters, Chamorro blew up. "They kicked you out of Honduras," he said to the dissidents. "Now they want to kick you out of our offices." Chamorro drafted a proposal to remove Bermudez and to replace him with Fernando, presenting it to the rest of the directorate in a meeting at resistance headquarters. Aristides Sanchez looked it over, then stalked out of the room. He called John Mallet, his longtime CIA handler then based at Langley, and returned to the meeting room with a speakerphone. Mallet phoned the Miami headquarters, and Sanchez read Chamorro's proposal aloud to the agent over the phone. Mallet launched into an angry diatribe against the directors, Esp. Chaley Chamorro. He called Chamorro stupid, an imbecile, and said that the Contras deserved no more U.S. aid. The directors sat speechless while the agent blasted away for more than 20 minutes. Chamorro slumped into a couch. "We don't respond to insults," Calero said when the agent finally paused. The meeting broke up. The dissident rebel officers had arrived in Miami virtually penniless. Tigrolo's situation was particularly bleak. Illiterate, limping on his Wardamagad knee, he couldn't adjust to the American way of life. For a time, he got work picking lemons as an illegal laborer on a South Florida migrant farm, and months later he returned illegally to Honduras. The Hondurans detained him, then deported him to Guatemala. Toho found work as a surveyor. Fernando tried to make ends meet selling life insurance. Rigoberto applied for political asylum, but a year later found that his application routinely approved for Bermudez loyalists was stalled. He still couldn't work. Months after their challenge to Bermudez, the 3 dissidents got the number of the Miami CIA station, and a young, blonde agent came out to their bleak apartment block to talk. He listened to their complaints about Rigoberto's asylum petition and their requests for economic help in getting started, then said he'd get back to them. He never did. May and June 1988. With American help, Bermudez held on to his command of the Contra Army, but the dissident challenge had torn at resistance cohesion during a crucial moment. Now, for the first time, Bermudez took direct leadership in the ceasefire talks. Publicly, the resistance's main negotiator in the final 1988 ceasefire talks was Alfredo Cesar, who for his own obscure political reasons had backed Bermudez against Calero during the dissident rebellion. Cesar was a bright tactician, smooth at the negotiating table, glib with the press, but Bermudez, his power consolidated, now had a direct veto over any agreement. Bermudez was taking his political advice from a little-known advisor, Harry Bodan. During the 1970s, Bodan had been Somoza's vice foreign minister. After Somoza fled Managua on July 17, 1979, jeering exiles nicknamed Bodan July 16th because of stories circulating about how even as Somoza was packing his bags in the bunker, Bod 4N had been whispering to the dictator, "No, my general, everything's okay." In those final days, Bodan laid dubious claim to the post of Nicaraguan foreign minister, but only for a few hours. When Bermudez took him on as 227. His main advisor in 1987, Bodan used the same sycophantic approach, always putting forward as advice that which he thought Bermudez wanted to hear. By late spring 1988, Bermudez wanted more than anything for Washington to reverse course and vote new military aid to the Contras. As Bermudez traveled to Managua twice in 2 weeks for final ceasefire talks with the Sandinistas, Bod 4N advised Bermudez not to sign any agreement. "Don't tie your hands," he said, "the Americans will eventually vote more military aid." So, instead of fighting to preserve the gains they had already won at Zapoa, Bermudez and Cesar laid out sweeping new demands. They called for a rewriting of the Nicaraguan constitution, the suspension of the draft, the unilateral release by the Sandinistas of all political prisoners. "It's all negotiable," Cesar told reporters. But it wasn't. In the afternoon hours of the final ceasefire talks on June 9, the resistance presented an entirely new package of impossible demands. Bermudez called for the mass resignation of the Nicaraguan Supreme Court, the repeal of Nicaragua's communications and public security laws. They demanded that the Sandinistas allow the resistance to open an office in Managua. This time, the peace talks that had begun with so much promise 11 weeks earlier at Sapo 4 broke down completely. It was clear that Bermudez had no way of improving his army's military position. His forces would only get weaker. Cepad was as good as Bermudez and the resistance were going to get. April through October 1988. Sometime after its disastrous February defeat in Congress over rebel aid, the Reagan administration finally gave up on its Contra project. Some officials had accepted the reality earlier, some held out longer, but by late spring, there was a fundamental shift in the relations between Washington and its Nicaraguan army. Once the most favored instrument of American foreign policy, suddenly the rebels found themselves to be the unwanted legacy of a now discarded military policy. The evolution of Washington's new relations with its Contra army began in late March, when Congress voted $17.7 million to supply the rebels with food, clothing, and other survival supplies. 22 The new funding brought a major bureaucratic shift. Starting April 1, the State Department's Agency for International Development, a civilian agency normally devoted to development projects, began taking over administration of the Army from the CIA. That meant the wholesale replacement by new aid functionaries of scores of CIA agents who had worked in Honduras to administer the $100 million offensive. The CIA base in Tegucigalpa lost most of the agents assigned to it, and at the embassy, where many of the agents maintained diplomatic cover, men assigned or contracted to the CIA during the rebel offensive spent April packing their files, cashing out of the commissary, and saying their goodbyes. In their place, dozens of bureaucrats, secretaries and purchasing agents, accountants, and contract pilots from AID's new Humanitarian Assistance Task Force were moving to Tegucigalpa. Throughout April, the CIA's logistical agents, the men and women who had supervised the purchase and transport of food and other goods for the rebel army, were turning over their lists of Honduran suppliers, truckers, and contractors to the new aid people. It was an awkward process. What had been a covered program was, in the space of a few weeks, turning public. Contrary to widely held belief, CIA funding of the rebel army did not end completely. The agency was legally authorized to continue sharing intelligence with the resistance, and in practice, payments continued for at least 2 years after the March 1988 U.S. military aid cutoff. Money used to fund the resistance's intelligence and counterintelligence operations, secretly paying for vehicles, safe houses, and other supplies used by Mike Lima, and their clandestine rebel agents. The CIA also continued to secretly fund the exile politicians serving on the Resistance Directorate, paying each of them $15,000 per month until July 1989.24. Nonetheless, after March 1988, 8 officials took over many aspects of the rebel army previously administered by the CIA, and they were forced to make sensitive decisions. Should they begin paying for Bermudez a safe house? They decided they shouldn't. What about the salaries the CIA had been paying to the Contra officer corps? Should aid begin to fund them? They decided they should. Aid called the payments Family Assistance 25. From the first days after the February 3rd aid cutoff, rebel units had been streaming north to Honduras, at first into San Andres, and later back into Yamals, which once again became the new headquarters camp. By mid-April, when the aid food deliveries began reaching Yamals, at least 4,000 rebels and thousands of other camp followers were again turning Yamals into a sprawling Contra settlement of campfires and plastic and stick huts. Hundreds more were arriving every week. Journalists visiting with Contra units in rural camps inside Nicaragua were puzzled by the exodus. Most Contra commanders inside Nicaragua at the time were expressing confidence about their ability to hold their 229 positions comfortably for months. They had access to plenty of food, and since the ceasefire had begun, they weren't using ammunition. Few wanted to return to the Honduran camps. But Bermudez ordered them back to Honduras, arguing that without supplies or ammunition, they were facing annihilation inside Nicaragua. That didn't square with the commander's own views of their prospects. Why was Bermudez ordering them out? The mystery deepened in July and August, when Contra units marching back to the rebels' border base at Banco Grande, on the Coco River northeast of Yamals, began dragging thousands of civilians with them, the messengers and other collaborators who had been key to rebel successes in 1987. Some 600 trudged into Banco Grande from Estili province in July, and in early August, nearly 1,200 more dragged in after a month-long trek from south-central Chontales province. Weeks later, another 1,000 appeared, also famished. Most were young men, though there were plenty of women and children, too. Their trek had been precipitous and ill-planned. Lacking supplies or adequate clothing, many had been forced to eat flowers and roots along their route in order to survive. Some arrived with bleeding feet, others wore only underwear. In one group, 13 people had starved to death along the way. More than 100 required immediate emergency medical treatment at Aguacate. 8 task force officials who helicoptered to Banco Grande to meet them were stunned at their condition. As the Americans unloaded large plastic bags of raw beef from the 8 helicopters, some of the refugees fell upon the food sacks in desperation. Clawing through the plastic, they ate the meat raw, then, unable to digest the sudden protein, they vomited the food back up. Why had they come? The civilians said rebel field commanders had ordered their evacuation. The commanders said the orders had come from Bermudez: round up your civilian support networks and march to Honduras. Bermudez offered the same explanation he'd given for ordering his reluctant field commanders back to Honduras, arguing that the civilian supporters had been exposed. They were facing Sandinista retaliation, Bermudez said. But the civilians themselves said they'd only come because they'd been ordered to. Finally, Bermudez's motives began to dawn on several U.S. officials. Sensing that the Reagan administration was finally pulling out of the war, Bermudez was looking for leverage. By piling up troops and peasant supporters in the base camps, he thought he could pressure U.S. officials more effectively for more military aid. 230. For his part, Bermudez wasn't planning to stay in the camps. He wasn't even planning to spend much time in Tegucigalpa. He was moving to Miami. His wife, Elsa, aware of his philandering, had been pressuring him to come home, but there were compelling financial incentives as well. When 8 officials took over the rebel army's payroll from the CIA, the Family Assistance Program, Bermudez was receiving $2,750 per month. 90/180. At 2,410 hours he died. 270. The paramedic that attended him concluded that it was the rise in blood pressure that killed him. At 600 hours he was buried. Only the team of interrogators, the sentries, and Nolan learned of the burial. Given this situation, I'm reporting to you and waiting for suggestions. Degree. Were you sending reports to Mac on all your work? One tribunal member asked. T reported everything, Ali said. All the information that the prisoners gave us, I reported to the intelligence section of the General Staff. Ali opened his folder and began to take out documents that he passed around to the tribunal members, mostly messages he had written to Mac, nearly 30 in all, informing him in great detail of 6 weeks of interrogations. They showed that Ali was still sending memos to Mac about new interrogations in early December, nearly 3 weeks after Gonzalez's murder. Even more surprising to the tribunal were the copies of radio messages that Blake himself had sent to Mac. As the tribunal passed the documents around, Ali explained how in preparing his own testimony he had gathered copies of Blake's radio messages from the files at the Quilali camp's radio tent, where he knew Blake had communicated frequently with Mac. Blake had printed his messages out on the little computerized decoders that the CIA had given the Contra Army 2 years earlier. In one message to Mac, Blake referred to the work here that you know I'm carrying out. Other messages were detailed requests for supplies, such as tape recorders, blank recording tapes, timers, notebooks, pens and pencils, carbon paper, flashlights, batteries. Were these supplies delivered? Somebody asked. Yes, Ali said, they were. They were the tools he and Blake had used to record and transcribe interrogations. The tribunal members studied the documents and finally asked Ali to leave them for further scrutiny. Mittens, the tribunal president, dismissed Ali. Ali and his documents not only confirmed that Mac had known about Blake's work and failed to intervene, but suggested that Blake was working for Mac directly. The documents made it look, several young commanders said, as if Mac had been trying to form his own network of counterintelligence agents. Their discoveries animated the young commanders. Having formed their own hypotheses, they wanted to. The Quilali Tribunal 271. Check them out. New confidence overcame their former nervousness, they wanted to talk to Mac. Johnson walked up the hill to the staff camp to get Mac. Bermudez, rushing back from Washington, had by now arrived in the camps. Johnson found Mac huddled with Bermudez in one of the staff tents. Johnson tapped Mac's shoulder. "We need your testimony," he said. Mac didn't hesitate, but the tribunal was stunned and angered to hear how Mac responded to questions that had already been answered by other witnesses. What did Mac know about the abuses that took place at the Quilali camp? Mittens asked. T heard later that there were excesses, Mac said. But I only found out after everything was finished. Only later. Not before. Had any member of the General Staff authorized the Quilali investigation? Mac said he didn't think so. What about his visit with Commander Franklin to the Quilali camp? That was a routine visit, Mac said. Did he see any prisoners? No, Mac said, just 2 persons who were being questioned. There was no sign that they'd been tortured, Mac said. They just had them off to one side to question them. Had Ali reported to Mac about the interrogations or about Isaac Gonzalez's death? No, Mac responded in a pedantic tone, then launched into a lecture about military hierarchy. Ali doesn't belong to my section, he is the intelligence officer of the Quilali and his commander is Nolan. That's who named him and that's who Ali reported to. He didn't report anything to me about any deaths. Later the tribunal repeated the question. Had Ali sent reports to him either about the interrogations or about Isaac Gonzalez's death? No, Mac said. Do you have anything to add? Mittens asked. Well, I hope you get to the bottom of this thing, for the good of the institution, Mac said. I want this cleared up as soon as possible so our organization can keep its immaculate reputation. Mittens dismissed him. Mac's performance was so transparently false that it hardened the tribunal's resolve about his involvement, and it moved to close the holes in the evidence they were accumulating against him. Mac had 272. Denied that Ali had sent him any reports. Perhaps, several tribunal members reasoned, Ali had just delivered his reports to Z2, Mac's deputy. Perhaps Mac had never seen them. Mittens, the tribunal president, sent a messenger to the intelligence tent to call Z2. Minutes later, the messenger returned, somewhat breathless. Z2 wasn't interested in testifying, the messenger reported. He had no desire to appear in any tribunal. He had nothing to say. Mittens turned to Commander Wilfredo, who'd been named tribunal secretary. Write up a note to Z2 telling him this is not an invitation. It's an order, Mittens said. Word of Mittens' quick response was relayed to the intelligence tent. Minutes later, while Wilfredo was still typing the note for Fernando's signature, Z2 appeared in the doorway of the legal affairs tent, looking sheepish. "Did you want to talk to me?" he asked. Z2 unstrapped his pistol and sat down. He confirmed that Ali had delivered a report to him in mid-November, at the time of the Quilali murder, and that he'd passed it along to Mac immediately. But he denied that he'd read it. He even claimed that he hadn't learned of Isaac Gonzalez's death until a few days before, during the course of the tribunal, 4 months after the murder. Several commanders sat shaking their heads through the entire performance. Finally, Mittens dismissed him. Z2, mustering a weak grin, turned to one of his acquaintances on the tribunal. "Hombre, I thought that you fellows were just joking when you called me to testify," he said. "I want to cooperate in any way I can." "Eat shit," the commander shot back. Other commanders were called. One was Chief of Staff Juan Quiche Rivas, who a month earlier had offered to take sole responsibility for the Quilali abuses. Quiche refused to appear, but the tribunal chose not to attempt to force his appearance. After questioning 25 commandos and commanders, the tribunal members felt they'd heard almost enough testimony. But they wanted to question Mac one more time. Wednesday, March 22, a week after the tribunal renewed its proceedings, the General Staff called a routine commanders' meeting, attended by several dozen top officers including Johnson, Mac, and the tribunal commanders. When the meeting broke up late in the morning, one of the tribunal commanders called Mac to the legal affairs tent to sign the typed transcript of his first testimony. As Mac looked over the transcript of the testimony he'd given the Quilal Tribunal 273. Week before, tribunal member Rolando Efren Rodriguez addressed Mac with unusual candor. A rugged, one-time ranch hand, Efren still preferred a black cowboy hat to the U.S. issue camouflage caps worn by other rebels. "Commander Mac, we're going to be frank," Efren said. "You were lying to us. We've heard a lot about this case, and you lied to the tribunal. That could cost you." Mac stood up, startled. He looked around him at the circle of young commanders. "What do you mean?" he said. "You lied to the tribunal. And we'll make you pay for that," Efren said. "But if you want, we'll give you another opportunity. You can modify your testimony before signing." Mac paused. "You want me to testify again?" he asked. He thought a moment, flustered. "All right, let's do it now," he said. So the tribunal sat down to question him again. The questioning was tougher this time, but Mac didn't volunteer a confession, and the young commanders had little success prying out straightforward answers. Mittens, recalling the tape recorders and other supplies that Ali said Mac had provided Blake's interrogators with at the Quilali, asked Mac if he had been directing Blake's work. "No," Mac said, "he had nothing to do with Blake." Johnson, monitoring the testimony, was worried that the young commanders, failing to pose crucial questions, might later have difficulties coming to a verdict. He pulled aside Julio Cesar Delgado, his young, mustachioed prosecutor, to feed him some new questions to throw at Mac. Delgado, after an hour of questioning, finally got Mac to acknowledge that Ali had delivered a report to his office about the Quilali murder. "Did you read it?" Delgado asked. "Not necessarily, because in my office I manage 1,000 documents," Mac answered. "Did you read it or didn't you read it?" Delgado insisted. "Yes, I read it, about 3 days after the subject had died. By then it was all over," Mac said. "I just saw it as one more report for my files." Mittens interrupted. "But you're a member of our general staff, one of the top leaders of our organization. Didn't you have enough initiative to meet with the other commanders to analyze the situation?" "By then, they were already burying the man," Mac said. "So after you read the report, what did you do?" Delgado continued. 274. "The act had been consummated," Mac said. "There was nothing to do." The questioning continued for more than 2 hours, and Mac grew irritable. At the end, he was hunched in his chair wearing a sullen glare, hurling insolent answers back at the tribunal. When the questions finally stopped, he turned on Delgado, Johnson's young prosecutor. "Muchacho, you can be very bothersome. I'd like to catch you someday, somewhere other than here," Mac said, half smiling. He got up and stalked out. March 22 to 24, 1989. The Americans wanted a verdict, quickly. In Washington, Secretary of State James Baker was negotiating a new bipartisan accord on the Contra policy with Congress, and Bush administration officials wanted to be able to point to a resolution of the Quilal murder-torture case. David Lindwall, the Tegucigalpa embassy's liaison officer, was pestering Johnson, wanting to know when the tribunal would conclude its deliberations. Bert Charnico called Johnson long distance from his State Department office with the same question every day. Even Bermudez, after his fright in Congress, wanted a quick decision. Johnson also wanted the young commanders to act quickly. It was Semana Santa, Holy Week, the week before Easter, when nearly everything in Latin America stops. Johnson was worried that with no more witnesses to question, the young commanders might postpone their verdict, drift away, and lose familiarity with the case. T decided to trap them, Johnson recalled later. Standing before the young commanders in the legal affairs tent, he told them he was taking them into Tegucigalpa, where they could deliberate in his office without distractions. By early evening, 5 tribunal members were ready, but Johnson had already lost 2, one went to Miami for a health checkup, another, pleading family problems, slipped off to Danley. The others piled into Johnson's red Toyota pickup and set out for Tegucigalpa. After rolling into the capital, dusty and beat, at 2 a.m., they ate takeout Chinese food, then shoved aside the desks in Johnson's office to sleep on the floor. Johnson was up 4 hours later. He boiled a kettle of sweet coffee and dished up rice and beans for breakfast. His phone was already ringing. The U.S. Embassy, Bermudez and Charnico called to ask when there'd be a verdict. At 9 o'clock, Johnson sat his men down to work. "Men, consider these deliberations as though we were in combat." 275. Johnson said. "We're not going to rest and we're not going to run, not until we've defeated this thing." "Understood." Heads nodded, then the commanders worked for 20 hours straight. Mittens led the proceedings, tapping his pencil on the table with nervous energy, steering the tribunal through a consideration of each of the rebels involved in the Quilali abuses. The commanders consulted their lists of victims and victimizers, they mapped out the role each defendant had played, weighing degrees of guilt and innocence. Finally, they voted, orally. "You, brother, what do you say?" Mittens asked each of his men. Mike Lima was declared not guilty, and they also cleared Trickster, his counterintelligence deputy. The tribunal's gentle questioning of Lima had left them with insufficient evidence to convict. Blake, tried in absentia, was found guilty of the murder of Isaac González, of multiple rape, and of mass torture. Because the Honduran government had dismantled the Contra prisons 3 months earlier, the most severe sanction the tribunal could impose was expulsion from the resistance army. In Blake's case, this amounted to no punishment at all since the general staff had turned him over to the Hondurans in December, effectively expelling him from the resistance. Expulsion was, however, a more significant punishment in other cases. The tribunal ruled Gangman, the 17-year-old peasant whom Blake had made chief prisoner, guilty of murder and torture, thereby expelling him from the resistance army. As the tribunal voted, they scribbled out the arguments leading to decisions. Johnson gathered the drafts and coordinated his secretaries and lawyers as they typed up transcripts and corrected the language. The tribunal worked through the afternoon. After another dinner of rice and beans, the tribunal voted the Commandos Rambo and Ali guilty of multiple torture, expelling them, too, from the rebel army. It was already late in the evening when the tribunal began considering the involvement of the higher commanders: Quiche, the Army's Chief of Staff; Mac, its intelligence officer; Z2, Mac's intelligence deputy; Franklin, the operations chief; Joel, a top counterintelligence officer; and Nolan, the Quilali's regional commander. Everyone was tired. Commanders were yawning as Johnson ferried in another tray of steaming coffee. Whether it was the fatigue, the strong coffee, or the sounds of the cicadas outside in the Tegucigalpa night, something caused Middens to turn reflective, and he sat forward to speak in sudden earnest about the tribunal's work. The same young commander who had a month earlier suspended the tribunal for fear of retribution now talked. 276. With new conviction about its mission. He said the honor of the organization was at stake. It seemed to Johnson that everybody understood Middens. Like Johnson, the young commanders knew the underside of their collective history. Because of a few, much of the world considered the Contras to be mere bandits, mercenaries, and brutes, despite their peasant origins and collective sacrifices. Like Johnson, the commanders also knew who had made the sacrifices, and who had been the brutes. They made their decisions. Neither Quiche nor Joel had testified. As a result, the tribunal called for further proceedings to determine their status. They were neither convicted nor absolved. The tribunal also called for a new trial of Z2. The tribunal believes that Commander Ramos 6 Npfia Rodriguez, Z2, deliberately lied in his statement, has committed perjury, and should be tried in a separate proceeding. The tribunal convicted Nolan, the Quilali's hapless young commander, of complicity in murder and torture, expelling him from the rebel army. Then, well past midnight, the commanders turned to Mac. More than one of the commanders wanted to convict Mac of complicity in murder, as the intellectual author of Blake's work. Mac is intelligence chief but says he didn't know what was happening out there, one commander asked skeptically. Others argued, however, that despite their suspicions, the evidence they'd collected wasn't solid enough to convict Mac of murder. What was clear, however, was that Mac had learned of Gonzalez's murder within a day of his death and had done nothing. Somebody quoted Mac's tribunal statements. By then, they were already burying the man. The act had been consummated. There was nothing to do. Mac's attitude didn't really surprise anyone. They all knew how he had treated prisoners at La Lodosa, and several could recall the photographs that Frank Wall had taken during his 1985 visit to Mac's base. Now it was time to call Mac to account. At 5 a.m. March 24, Good Friday, the commanders voted unanimously. Mac was guilty of concealing the murder of Isaac Gonzalez. The sun was already lightening the eastern sky over Tegucigalpa. Johnson napped for half an hour, rose for his morning wash, and began distributing the tribunal's verdict. He phoned telefax copies to Charnico at the State Department and to Bermudez at his home in suburban Miami. Then he climbed into his pickup and drove to the Tegucigalpa home of David Lindwall, his liaison officer, to deliver a copy for the embassy. The Quilal Tribunal 277. At Lindwall's home, Johnson also found Roberto, the American he knew to be Mac's CIA liaison agent, and passed him a copy of the tribunal's decision, too. The decision of most interest to Mac's CIA officer came on page 12 of the tribunal's verdict. Although Commander Mac was aware of the serious events that took place in the Kwilali Regional Command, the decision read, Mac never took any action. That characterizes him as an accessory to murder for having concealed it. This tribunal therefore orders his expulsion from the Nicaraguan Resistance Army. March 27 to 30, 1989. 3 days after the tribunal's verdict, Bermudez flew into Tegucigalpa to meet with Mac and more than a dozen others at the Resistance Communications headquarters. Everyone was angry. Never before had a rebel tribunal convicted a top officer like Mac. One by one, the ex-guardsmen turned on Bermudez, accusing him of sacrificing Mac to save his own skin with the Americans. Mac's been with the struggle since the beginning, fumed 33-year-old Dennis Benny Pineda, Bermudez's one-time operations aide, a man with his own record of prisoner abuses. Why didn't you protect him? Who else are you going to abandon to the gringos? Asked Francisco Renato Ruiz, 37, by then the Resistance's top paymaster. Half a dozen others fired similar reproaches at Bermudez. Mac, his face flushed, stared on in silence, then gave vent to his own rage. You let them screw me, just for the hell of it? Mac shouted at Bermudez, slapping his hand on the table. You think you're going to wipe your feet on me after all my years of sacrifice? We'll see about that. He stalked out. The other ex-guards continued to excoriate Bermudez. 6 months earlier, Bermudez had moved to Miami to join the Resistance Directorate and to collect the CIA's $180,000 per director political payments. Now he realized he hadn't been spending enough time in Honduras. He was out of touch and frightened. So Bermudez blamed Johnson. It was Johnson who'd pushed the Kwilali case, Bermudez said. He's working hand in hand with Marta Patricia Baltodano. Johnson started thinking like a gringo. He's become a State Department puppet. What are you going to do about it? The ex-guardsman demanded. Why don't you kick him out? 278. Maybe you're right, Bermudez said. Johnson's become too obsessed with human rights. On the street, Mac continued to fume. Noel Trickster Castillo had followed him out and heard his angry threats. If they take me out, I'll take Bermudez down with me. Mac vowed to Trickster. I know a lot of things about Bermudez, things he's done. And I tell you, I'm not going out alone. Over the next weeks, Mac proved that his were not idle threats. For 2 decades, he had been fighting his way up through an underworld that had begun amid the terrors of the Somoza family's final years and taken new form in the secret bloodshed of the Contra War. He'd survived and prospered in a dirty business, he'd accumulated many secrets. Now, down and out, he began fighting his way back. He started with an immediate assault on the Kwilali verdict. The war had been lucrative for Mac, and he now enjoyed the resources to retain a private Tegucigalpa attorney to file an elaborate appeal of his conviction before the Miami-based panel of CIA-paid Nicaraguan exile lawyers that was the Resistance's appellate tribunal. But Mac used other methods, too. Antonio Ali Herrera, the 20-year-old intelligence officer at the Kwilali camp, had provided the evidence that was key to his conviction. Mac sent his armed men at Yamals to threaten Ali, seeking to force a retraction of Ali's testimony. He persuaded the general staff, for a time, to defy the Kwilali verdict. He intimidated everyone including Bermudez and the officials at Briggs's U.S. Embassy. To the same day that Bermudez met with Mac and the other ex-guardsmen, Johnson was working in his office across town when a CIA agent Johnson knew as Major Ricardo phoned. A Colombian-born agent in his mid-40s with graying curly hair, Ricardo was an auditor and information collector for the agency. He invited Johnson to dinner, saying that Ambassador Briggs and other U.S. officials were interested in analyzing the evidence against Mac in the Kwilali case. They wanted to form their own opinion of Mac's guilt, Johnson recalled later. Throughout the afternoon, Johnson made photocopies of his entire Quilali case file, the verdict, the messages that Blake and Ali had sent to Mac, the dozens of typed statements his aide Joshua had taken, the trial testimony. That evening, he drove his Jeep through Tegucigalpa's twisting cobbled streets up past the soccer stadium, along the glaring fast food sprawl of Moraz 4N Boulevard, and into the parking lot of the Hilltop Hotel Maya. After nodding his way through the usual gauntlet of hissing prostitutes in front of the hotel, Johnson sat down with Ricardo in the Maya's candle-lit luxury dining room. The Quilal Tribunal 279. Over a 2-hour meal, Ricardo questioned Johnson about the case. What did Johnson think about Mac's participation? He was guilty. He knew what was going on in the Quilali camp, and he did nothing to stop it, Johnson told the American agent. Handing over the 4-inch stack of tribunal documents, he suggested that the Americans read all the messages to Mac from Ali and Blake. The CIA men were worried, Johnson recalled later. And they were embarrassed, because the head of the intelligence section they were supporting was involved in this crime. Briggs and the Tegucigalpa CIA station quickly concluded that Mac had been unfairly convicted, a judgment that clashed dramatically with the reaction in Washington. At the State Department, officials cheered the verdict, and in the ensuing hours they drafted a policy memo halting U.S. aid family assistance payments to 11 rebel commanders and fighters implicated in human rights abuses. 5 of those suspended were the men convicted of torture, murder, and cover-up by the Quilali Tribunal: Mac, Rambo, Gangman, Nolan, and Ali. The other 6 suspended were the longtime counterintelligence interrogators whom the Resistance's released prisoners had denounced as torturers in interviews with Marta Patricia Baltodano's investigators, Mike Lima, Joel, Donald Torres, 6-7, and 2 others. Slashing U.S. aid payments to Mac and Mike Lima, who were, besides Bermudez, perhaps the 2 best-known ex-guardsmen in the Contra army, was the most forceful move Washington had ever taken against Contra human rights abusers. Briggs and his embassy were outraged. They considered the suspensions a dangerous overreaction to a minor camp incident that had been aggravated by too much American meddling from the beginning. Some U.S. officials who watched the embassy's reaction to Mac's conviction later argued that there were other reasons the mission defended Mac so steadfastly over the following months. Let me tell you a little bit about this culture, one U.S. diplomat who watched Briggs and the CIA react to Mac's conviction said later. In normal espionage, the handler has leverage over the agent he recruits. But in covert operations, the handler becomes an accessory to the crimes. If I recruit you into the Contras and later I say, we know you've committed this crime and we want it to stop, you'll say, don't interfere, or I'm going to tell the press how you've known all about it and about all the other crimes I've committed. The blackmail is reversed. There were certain people who had an interest in protecting Mac. They couldn't piss him off and let him go public. So deep were the embassy's differences with State Department policy, that the department sent a delegation, led by Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Crescencio Arcos, to Honduras to make sure that the embassy backed the tribunal's verdict. It was a tense 3-day visit. Arcos, then 45, had been working with the Contras throughout the decade, as the press spokesman at the Tegucigalpa embassy in the early days, as an administrator of the first humanitarian aid program in 1985 and 1986, and now as the point man for the project in Washington. Arcos knew how to use his native Spanish and backslapping charms to persuade often reluctant Latin leaders to accept U.S. policies. But in the bureaucracy, Arcos wasn't as senior as Briggs, who at 54 was 9 years older and had punched his own ticket as Deputy Assistant Secretary 7 years earlier, before a stint as ambassador to Gen. Manuel Noriega's Panama. Furthermore, class differences played a part in the antagonisms. Arcos was a South Texas Chicano, Briggs an Ivy League aristocrat. Briggs extended the usual protocol, picking Arcos up at the airport in his ambassador's limousine and lodging him at his sprawling official residence on a hill overlooking downtown Tegucigalpa. But when the arguments began over the Quillalf case, Briggs proved short-tempered. Briggs told Arcos that Mack had been railroaded. Mack had appeared before the tribunal as a witness, yet at the end, the tribunal had convicted him. The fault lay not so much with Commander Johnson, Briggs told Arcos, but with Marta Patricia Baltodano. She was pursuing a vendetta against all the former guardsmen in the resistance, he argued. Arcos conceded that Johnson's tribunal, like the earlier resistance court-martial, had been no model of jurisprudence, but under the latest humanitarian aid legislation, Arcos said, the Contra's enemies in Congress could cut off the entire army from U.S. food aid if they harbored human rights violators. That's why the department had suspended Mack, Mike Lima, and the other abusers. We've got no choice, Arcos told Briggs. There's clear evidence that these guys have committed some serious crimes. We've got to get it cleared up or we can say bye-bye to the whole army. As the back and forth became more heated, Briggs's aides noticed that the envoy's voice rose half an octave and his jaw muscles began to knot up under his cheeks. Finally, Briggs outlined the heart of his argument, based not on questions of due process but of pragmatism and power. Didn't Arcos see the likely consequences of this verdict? It would erode Contra morale and undermine the resistance's longtime leaders. It threatened to provoke unpredictable turmoil. Briggs's last point seemed to gain credibility when David Lindwall, the embassy's young liaison officer with the resistance, burst into the 281 ambassador's carpeted office, still breathless and windblown from his helicopter ride back from Yamals. The rebel general staff was threatening to resign if Mack was forced from the army. That excited everybody. Nonetheless, Arcos insisted that U.S. policy was clear, human rights abusers couldn't be tolerated. The two diplomats were still arguing the following morning, March 30, when Briggs left Arcos and half a dozen other American officials at Toncontin Airport, where they would catch a helicopter to Yamals. Johnson was among those waiting on the tarmac for the trip. Arcos greeted Johnson and took a seat next to him in the helicopter. Which commanders are threatening to resign if Mack is suspended? Arcos shouted to Johnson above the roar of the rotors as the helicopter clattered its way over the hills toward the eastern border. Johnson didn't know, and it didn't become clear until they sat down at Yamals and walked down the slope from the hilltop landing strip through the eucalyptus trees to the big olive-green General Staff Operations tent. As Bermudez and Snge rose to greet Arcos, Johnson looked around. The tent was already packed with nearly 50 rebel field commanders, the entire Resistance Medical Corps was on hand. Mack was sitting at the front table with the General Staff, still wearing his uniform, in defiance of his expulsion by the tribunal. Bermudez had just introduced Arcos and the rest of the American delegation when Commander Dennis, the personnel officer, stood to read a pronouncement from the General Staff directed to the Resistance Directorate and the Army, as well as to the U.S. Embassy and the USA advisors. The General Staff has been analyzing the verdict of the tribunal in the Quillalf case, he began, and wants to make clear the judicial anomalies and violations of universal human rights that were committed in that trial against José Benito Bravo, Comandante Mack. The right to defense is an inalienable human right, and in the Code of Conduct there was no way for Commander Mack to defend himself. The tribunal deliberated secretly, behind the backs of the accused. Every person is innocent until proven guilty. These are some of the elements that were not taken into account in this trial. The letter Dennis read compared the Quillalf tribunal to the drumhead popular tribunals before which the Sandinistas convicted thousands of ex-guardsmen for war crimes in 1980. We resistance combatants are fighting to install a process of liberty and social justice in Nicaragua. We can't commit this kind of error against Commander Mack. For these reasons, the General Staff has decided, 1. Commander Mack will continue in his functions as G2 of the General Staff, since we of the General Staff don't consider that he's guilty. 2. We accept the tribunal's verdict concerning the persons involved directly as the material actors in the Quillalf crimes. Decreed in the headquarters of the General Staff of the Resistance Army, March 28, 1989, Dennis concluded. Johnson saw immediately that the staff had carved out a ludicrous position, challenging the tribunal's methods as unfair to Mack, yet accepting the validity of the convictions of all of Blake's foot soldiers. When Dennis sat down, there was an awkward silence. Finally, Bermudez stood to introduce Arcos, who walked to the front of the tent. He didn't mince words. "If you send this letter forward," Arcos said, "you immediately risk losing American support for the resistance." He explained the provisions of the latest Contra aid legislation that called for cutting off U.S. aid to any groups found involved in human rights violations, drug trafficking, or other crimes. "Like it or not, you've got to support your own judicial processes," Arcos said. He shifted to the broader topic of emerging Bush administration policy on Nicaragua. "The struggle is going to be political from now on, not military," he said. He talked for half an hour. When he stopped, hands shot up as a dozen field commanders began firing questions. "What are you saying? Have you converted us into refugees now? After all our dead and wounded, you're cutting our aid back to just rice and beans," asked one of the rebel doctors. "Your struggle has moved onto political terrain," Arcos said. "Forget further military aid. That's been decided already. You won't get any more. The Sandinistas would have to do something extraordinarily stupid before Congress would vote more military aid." It was the first time that the mass of Contra field commanders had heard their situation outlined so bluntly. At the end of the meeting, Arcos called Bermudez, Sanchez, and the general staff into another, smaller staff tent nearby to repeat his warning about the Quilali Tribunal. If they didn't honor the verdict, there'd be no more aid of any kind. "You don't understand how it will look in the United States if you have a trial and then refuse to abide by its outcome," Arcos told them. Then he turned to Bermudez, with Mack and the rest of the general staff watching. "And you better not touch Johnson." He looked Mack in the eye. "Nobody's out to get you," Arcos said. "But the tribunal has made its judgment, and we support them." There's 283. An appeals process. If you feel you've been unjustly condemned, then use it. 26. Mack walked out. Johnson was standing in the parking area talking to a group of commandos when he emerged. "Well, you fucked me royally. I hope you're pleased," Mack said to Johnson. "You shit all over me. What kind of compafiero are you? What about my future? They've cut off my aid. What about my family?" "T didn't screw you, Commander Mack, you're mistaken," Johnson said. "The tribunal judged you. You had the opportunity to defend yourself, to tell your side. Mack wheeled to walk away. "You have a Sandinista attitude," he shot back at Johnson in parting. Inside the tent, the general staff backed down. Aristides Sanchez hurried out to get a typewriter and paper, and the staff drafted a new letter, directed to Ambassador Briggs. It retracted the staff's earlier bombast, agreeing to respect the judicial process. Pending Mack's appeal, he was to remain suspended as intelligence chief, receive no U.S. finance salary, and stay out of the Amal's camps. The Americans had enforced the tribunal's verdict for a time. 10. Final verdicts. February through July 1989. On March 24, 1989, as Johnson was distributing the Quilali Tribunal's verdict in Tegucigalpa, President George Bush was standing under the glare of television lights in Washington announcing a dramatic shift in U.S. policy on Nicaragua. The new approach, embodied in a bipartisan accord signed with Republican and Democratic congressional leaders, called for new emphasis on peaceful diplomacy instead of military pressure. It reversed the policy that had stood for a decade. President Ronald Reagan had said his goal in Nicaragua was to get the Sandinista government to cry uncle. Now, announcing the new approach, Bush said, "We do not claim the right to order the politics of Nicaragua. That is for the Nicaraguan people to decide." The accord, negotiated by Secretary of State James Baker in weeks of behind-the-scenes meetings with congressional leaders during the Bush transition, marked the public end of the use of the Contras as a U.S. military instrument. Instead, it committed Washington to keeping the Contras alive, but quiet, for a year as the Sandinista government moved toward internationally supervised elections. To keep the Contras alive, Democratic leaders agreed to extend the $4.5 million per month in U.S. non-military aid that had already been sustaining the rebels for a year. To keep them quiet, Baker gave Congress the power to end the aid quickly if the rebels launched offensive military attacks or committed more human rights abuses. 284. Final verdicts 285. On one hand, the policy offered a promising new way to pressure the Sandinistas politically. On the other, it was a formula for temporarily warehousing an army that Washington no longer wanted. It ended years of partisan warfare over the Contra program and brought the new administration praise. The credit was probably deserved, not so much for any conceptual brilliance as for the unusual humility the policy represented in Washington's relations with other countries in the region. After a decade in which Ronald Reagan's Washington bullied and badgered its Central American allies into cooperation with the Contra policy, the Bush administration now agreed to work in good faith to implement the latest peace plan negotiated by the 5 Central American presidents. That plan, drawn up in a February 1989 summit at the Salvadoran resort of Tesoro Beach, laid out the central trade-off that provided the logic behind the Bush administration's new policy: Contra demobilization in exchange for free, internationally monitored elections in Nicaragua. President Daniel Ortega promised to organize the balloting on February 25, 1990. Bermúdez, Calero, Sanchez, and several other Contra leaders decried the agreement, arguing that no Sandinista promise was worth believing and that only new military offensives could bring political change to Nicaragua. "This is like trying to leash a dog with sausage links," Calero told reporters. Nonetheless, within a month after the agreement was signed, events were making the old arguments of the CIA-recruited Contra politicians sound increasingly stale. In Managua on March 17, the Sandinistas fulfilled an important commitment under the Central American Peace Plan by freeing 1,894 former National Guardsmen imprisoned since the 1979 revolution. At the same time as this, events in Eastern Europe were discrediting the hard right's knee-jerk claim that communists would never cede power peacefully. During the weeks after the Tesoro Beach Accord, Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev pledged not to interfere in the reform movements sweeping the East Bloc. Hungary opened its borders with Western Europe, and opposition candidates humiliated Poland's ruling communists in the first free elections in 40 years. With public attention focused on Eastern Europe, U.S. officials quietly moved to implement the more painful aspects of the new Nicaragua policy. As the political focus shifted to Nicaragua's internal anti-Sandinista opposition, Bush administration officials saw no more need for the exile politicking of the Resistance Directorate, or for the scores of rebel political functionaries working at the Resistance's Miami headquarters. 2 years earlier, CIA agents had been enticing opposition leaders into exile to work with the Resistance. Now administration officials began urging them to go home. Yes. Some did. One of the first was Azucena Ferry, 43, a Christian Democratic politician who had traveled into exile in 1987 to join the Resistance Directorate and who flew home to Managua in May 1989. Ironically, in the hours before she left Miami, her phone rang constantly as angry Nicaraguan exiles called to insult and threaten her. "People were accusing me of having cut a deal with the Sandinistas," Ferry said. "That's a tremendous lie." Another former resistance director who returned to Managua was Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, the 37-year-old newspaperman whose mother, Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, would soon seek the nomination as the opposition's main presidential candidate. A third who decided to challenge the Sandinistas politically was Alfredo Cesar, the 37-year-old resistance director who, with Adolfo Calero and Aristides Sanchez, had negotiated the 1988 Cepad Accord, but the Contra Army's 3 main politicians, the men the CIA had recruited in the project's early days Bermúdez, Fornches, and Calero refused to participate in the elections. In 1988, the resistance headquarters at the northern edge of Miami International Airport enjoyed a $500,000 monthly subsidy. By 1989, even with the U.S. aid policy reversed, the monthly U.S. paid budget was still $260,000, supporting an office staff of more than 50 employees, and individual directors were still receiving secret annual payments from the CIA of $180,000 each. 500 Elliott Abrams, the Assistant Secretary of State in 1986 when Congress voted the $100 million Contra aid program, had advocated the secret CIA political funding to nurture political activities that could lead to a Nicaraguan government in exile. But long before the Bush administration reversed U.S. policy in early 1989, some U.S. officials, including Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Chris Arcos, had grown critical of the proliferating corruption spawned by the CIA payments. Another critic of Contra spending was Arcos's boyish-looking aide, Dan Fisk, an Oklahoma conservative with a taste for penny loafers and red suspenders. In 1984, when Fisk was just 3 years out of Georgetown University and a true believer in the Contra cause, he had plunged into the world of Washington Contra politicking. As a congressional staff member of the Republican Study Committee, a group of conservative House members, Fisk had arranged Washington lobbying tours for Contra fighters like Tigrelo and Mike Lima, and he'd gotten to know the Contra political directors. Fisk had developed especially close relations. Final verdicts 287. With Calero, and the ties only tightened after Elliott Abrams invited Fisk to work at the State Department in 1986. Over the years, however, Fisk's enthusiasm for the Contra cause dimmed as he watched reports accumulate of resistance directors spending their CIA political funds on mink coats, new cars, and air conditioning for their homes. And Fisk's disillusionment increased in the spring of 1989 as some resistance directors refused to acknowledge the changing political environment in Managua, expressing more concern for their own finances than for the welfare of the thousands of rebel combatants in the Honduran camps. Registered in a series of often stormy meetings in Miami and Washington, Fisk, Arcos, and other administration officials informed Calero, Bermúdez, and Sanchez that the resistance headquarters in Miami would be closed and that the secret political payments to the directorate would end. As the U.S. officials put it, the time for exile politics is over. One State Department meeting with Calero, Bermúdez, and Sanchez, chaired by Arcos, turned especially tense. We encouraged them to go back and put the Sandinistas to the test, recalled one U.S. official who participated. We told them, go challenge them. And that just seemed to take their breath away. U.S. officials heard a bit of a whimper in the voice of Bosco Matamoros, the Contra's Washington spokesman, when he complained, "You make going home to Nicaragua sound so simple. But this isn't some visit to Disneyland." Other Contra leaders began to grumble, too. Finally, Tim, a CIA agent participating in the meeting, got angry. "Remember what killed the dinosaurs?" he asked. "They wouldn't adapt to the environment. Now you've got to change, too, or you won't survive either." "What do you mean by that?" snapped Calero. "Would you repeat that?" Tim repeated his comment. Calero noted it down, and after the meeting rushed to Capitol Hill to complain to his conservative friends. Meanwhile, Sanchez and Bermúdez gathered with other Contra leaders at Bosco Matamoros's apartment near Dupont Circle for an informal session with the press. They told reporters that the Sandinistas were communists who couldn't be trusted in an election. Sanchez vowed to support the armed struggle to the end. "My perception is that want to end their relationship with the resistance. But we're not a package that you can throw away, just like that. If you won't support us, you have no right to lead us into disaster." If rebel leaders like Sanchez and Calero were suddenly disillusioned with their American handlers, the reverse was also true. Did 7,000 Contras die so a handful of their leaders could live in Miami, travel first class, and stay in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel? "I don't think they did," complained one State Department official. "But that's all we see some of these guys doing." Registered. The tensions peaked in June 1989, when Washington cut the political payments, reducing the Miami office to a telephone receptionist and a caretaker staff. Calero, Bermudez, and Sanchez complained on Capitol Hill that the State Department was selling out the Contras. Conservative leaders began to denounce Arcos and Fisk by name in meetings and calls to the White House. In an attempt to calm emotions, Arcos and Fisk met with several conservative lawmakers and their staffs to explain the department's point of view. The problem was that to many congressmen, Calero, Bermudez, and the Contras, other English-speaking politicians, were the Contra movement. Few lawmakers had had more than cursory contacts with rebel field commanders or fighters, and now they were confused. "How can you abolish the Resistance Directorate?" one congressman asked Arcos and Fisk. "Wasn't it elected by the Resistance Assembly?" "Yeah," Fisk answered, according to one of the participants in the meeting. "And the Resistance Assembly is 54 Nicaraguan exiles selected and paid for by the CIA." For conservatives who had revered the resistance, these were difficult assertions. Some had even invited resistance directors like Calero into their home districts to make speeches. It was a shock when Arcos and Fisk began to detail the seediness that had come to characterize Contra politicking. 7. "You are the ones who told us that these guys were the moral equivalents of the Founding Fathers," an angry congressman told Arcos in one Capitol Hill meeting. The cut-off of U.S. political funds sparked more Contra squabbling. Resistance directors and employees, losing their salaries, began to haggle over the endowment of the Nicaraguan Resistance Educational Foundation, a non-profit charity established in Washington by the widow of CIA Director William Casey and other conservative benefactors for the treatment and rehabilitation of the Contra Army's disabled and maimed. The directorate ordered the foundation's caretaker, Escobedo Palacio, to begin paying each of them $2,000 monthly salaries from the foundation's endowment. Palacio refused. Bosco Matamoros, who shared the foundation's Washington office with Palacio, retaliated by calling in Washington reporters to display checks and other documents he had purloined from Palacio's files, claiming that Palacio himself had spent lavishly at resistance expense. The final verdicts. 289. Squabble ended when Palacio changed the locks on the office to keep Matamoros out. It was an ugly period. Calero, enraged at what he termed betrayal by U.S. officials, launched into an embittered tirade during one meeting with staff aides for several conservative congressmen. Calero enumerated an extensive list of CIA agents with whom he had worked during the war, threatening to expose the agents by making their full names public. "I know who these guys are," Calero told the staffers. "And I'm going to fuck them if they fuck me." Degree. April through August 1989. The backstabbing and double-dealing following the cut-off of the CIA's secret political funds to the Contra bureaucracy in Miami spread into the ranks of the rebel army, too. In August 1988, Bermudez had moved from Honduras to Miami to join the Resistance Directorate and to get access to the $180,000 a year tendency a budget the CIA was providing for each rebel director. At the time, Bermudez had given up his position as the rebel army's general commander, turning day-to-day command over to Chief of Staff Juan Quiche Rivas. When Bermudez learned in the spring of 1989 of the impending cut-off of his CIA funds, he decided to move back to Honduras and reassume his position as general commander. Quiche, however, was in Bermudez's way. In March 1989, however, Ambassador Briggs and his CIA men at the Tegucigalpa embassy suddenly discovered allegations that Quiche had been involved in narcotics trafficking nearly 10 years earlier, in the months after the Sandinista Revolution, when Quiche had been living in exile in Guatemala. Quiche appears to have worked for a time as a mule, a small-time smuggler moving drugs concealed in personal luggage, working on commission for larger traffickers. Ricardo, the Colombian-born CIA agent, helicoptered to Yamales to break the harsh news privately to Quiche. He would give up his chief of staff post immediately or face a full U.S. investigation. Quiche resigned without protest, citing health problems. With American help, he moved his family to the United States. The circumstances of Quiche's departure remained secret to all but a few top commanders, but those who knew how the Americans had unceremoniously fired their chief of staff were angry. Was it really coincidence that Briggs had used 9-year-old allegations against Quiche at the precise moment when Bermudez needed Quiche out of the way? They smelled treachery. Aristides Sanchez encouraged their suspicions. Throughout the war, SD Fornches had worked so closely with Bermudez that each man had seemed to be a virtual extension of the other. But Sanchez, too, was losing his CIA political funds and, like Bermudez, needed to carve out a new position for himself back in Honduras. With American money drying up and the rebel army's future in doubt, the Contra leadership was no longer spacious enough for both men. Sanchez turned on Bermudez. A master conspirator, Sanchez honed Quiche's mysterious departure into a weapon against Bermudez. Whispering to rebel field commanders behind the scenes, Sanchez began accusing Bermudez of reporting the narcotics allegations against Quiche to the Americans in order to force Quiche out. Too true or not, Sanchez's accusations made sense, since he resumed his former post as general commander. Bermudez was the main beneficiary of Quiche's sudden resignation. Others also benefited. Israel Franklin Galeano, the operations chief implicated with Mac in the Quilali case, was promoted to replace Quiche as chief of staff. In turn, Marcos Black Dimas Navarro, the former National Guard soldier, replaced Franklin as operations chief. Though Bermudez was back in command, his position was shaky. Among the Army's former peasants, trust for Bermudez had dwindled in the year he'd spent in Miami with the other high-living Contra politicians. Many former guardsmen blamed Bermudez for sacrificing Mac during the Quilali tribunal, and now many commanders heard Sanchez's hints that Bermudez had fingered Quiche to the Americans. Bermudez's esteem among the troops had eroded so dramatically that even State Department officials like Chris Arcos and Dan Fisk were alarmed. The Americans had always counted on Bermudez as an administrator of unquestioned loyalty to U.S. interests, but now Bermudez's very dependence on Washington seemed a liability. Bermudez appears to be totally dependent on our station for guidance, said an internal memo that circulated in the State Department during April 1989. It's the first place he calls when he arrives and the last he calls before he leaves Honduras. He has his safe house with telephones and telex. His own car, driver, bodyguards. He has a helicopter at his disposal via the embassy. He has an additional aircraft that is flown by his private pilot Colonel Jeme. It is no coincidence that the boys have a special relationship with Bermudez's intelligence and counterintelligence units. Both have always been commanded by a former guardsman. The combat commanders see this and easily reach the conclusion that Bermudez is the gringo's man. Final verdicts 291. Bermudez seemed so weak and unpopular with the troops that State Department officials feared that continued American backing for him, when Bush administration policy was leading to certain friction with the Contras anyway, might spark a new officers' rebellion. We were going to lose control of the rebel army, one State Department official recalled. As a result of these fears, Arcos, Fisk, and a handful of other State Department officials quietly orchestrated a coup in July 1989, designed to shift power in the rebel army from Bermudez to Franklin and his general staff. The State Department flew Franklin and other key field commanders to Washington for a secret, 2-day meeting at the West Park Hotel in Rosslyn, Virginia, across the Potomac from Foggy Bottom. State Department officials explained the meeting as an effort to develop a rebel political offensive in advance of an impending summit of Central American presidents, scheduled for early August at Tila, a resort village on Honduras's northern Caribbean coast. But the department's real goal was to strengthen U.S. ties with Franklin and his general staff, and to signal to Bermudez that Washington would no longer allow him to monopolize U.S. relations with the Contras nor the Resistance's relations with other governments in Central America. But Bermudez still had powerful U.S. friends. In June, Everett Briggs had ended his posting at the Tegucigalpa embassy and returned to Washington to become President Bush's top Latin American advisor at the National Security Council, and Terry, the CIA's station chief in Tegucigalpa from 1987 through mid-1989, had returned to Washington to head the Latin American division of the agency's Operations Directorate. At the last-minute insistence of Briggs and the CIA, the State Department was forced to include Bermudez in the Roslyn meeting. Aristides Sanchez was also invited. Once the meeting began, Bermudez sensed that he was being undercut, and by the second day he was desperate. He buttonholed Arcos in a hotel corridor to plead to be kept on as rebel commander. Bermudez assured Arcos that he, better than any other resistance leader, could help the Americans take the Contra army apart, if that's what Washington decided. "You're going to need me if you decide to demobilize the resistance," Bermudez told Arcos. When he returned minutes later to the downstairs room where Franklin and the general staff had been meeting with other U.S. advisors, Bermudez realized his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. A commander's commission had been named to tour Central America at U.S. expense to meet with the region's presidents in advance of the TILA summit. Franklin would lead the rebel tour. Bermudez was not invited. For the first time, an influential sector of the American bureaucracy had turned on Bermudez, and Bermudez began to fight for his survival. Over the next weeks, as the State Department-sponsored Commander's Commission toured Central America, shadowed everywhere by department officers who booked their hotels and flights and arranged press interviews, Bermudez traveled on his own parallel tour, presenting himself as the rebel army's true commander. The most damaging incident came in El Salvador, where Bermudez created a nasty public stink, elbowing his way in to meet with President Alfredo Cristiani an hour before Cristiani was to see Franklin and the State Department-backed commission. The infighting grew so treacherous that it absorbed most of the attention of the rebel leadership and of their U.S. liaison officials during the period, overshadowing other developments in the rebel army. During the same summer weeks, however, a quiet showdown was developing over the Americans' 3-year human rights reform effort. Pending a decision on Mac's appeal to a review panel in Miami of his conviction in the Quilalf case, the State Department had ordered him suspended from his intelligence post, barred from the Yamals camps, and cut off from his U.S. financed salary. Tim Brown and other U.S. officials at the Tegucigalpa embassy protested that the sanctions were too severe. But during several trips to Honduras during the same period, Bert Charnico became more convinced than ever of the need to cut all U.S. ties to Mac 4. One commando provided Charnico with an eyewitness account of how, in 1981, when Mac was working as a military trainer with CIA-funded Indian rebels in the Honduran Mezquitia, Mac had arranged the fatal ambush of a rival Contra leader. Another Contra regional commander described to Charnico how Mac had ordered a series of commandos executed in FDN base camps during 1983 and 1984. The commander offered to pinpoint the clandestine grave sites where more than 24 of Mac's victims were buried. While Charnico was piecing together Mac's murderous past, a U.S. intelligence cable to the State Department reported that his violence was continuing into the present. The cable linked Mac to a mysterious explosion in Las Trojas, the village 15 miles northwest of the Yamals camps where he was living during his suspension. Some informants were telling U.S. officials that Mac, angry at one of his Honduran lovers, had detonated a grenade near her home. Other U.S. sources had it that Mac had actually blown up the woman's house with military explosives. This new information suggested that Mac's involvement in the Quilali abuses was only one detail in an entire career of unchecked vio. Final verdicts 293. Lens, yet the Quilalf case was the only instance in which someone in the resistance, albeit with U.S. backing, had brought Mac to account. Now, with the Miami-based Resistance Appellate Tribunal considering Mac's appeal, Sanchez and Bermudez were portraying him as a victim. The tribunal's 4 magistrates were all Nicaraguan exiles who for years had been living off the U.S.-financed resistance payroll in Miami. Iván Valdivia, an oligarchic lawyer from Somoza's Liberal Party, Marcio Baltodano, an associate of Adolfo Coleros, Harry Bodan, Bermudez's personal advisor, and J. David Zamora, one of Somoza's Liberal Party senators and a one-time lawyer for the National Guard. St. Johnson had gotten an uneasy feeling about the panel's intentions when the four-man tribunal traveled to Tegucigalpa in June, supposedly to review the Quilali verdict, and didn't even bother to call him. Instead, the tribunal lawyers spent their excursion to Tegucigalpa interviewing Mac, several other former National Guardsmen, and the general staff. Johnson began to suspect that the appeals tribunal, in classic Latin fashion, would base its verdict not on any considered review of the evidence but on the desires of the powers that be. Both Bermudez and Sanchez had made clear that they wanted Mac exonerated. Bermudez feared Mac's enmity and wanted to patch things up. Sanchez, at once quietly blaming Bermudez for Mac's conviction and working to reverse it himself, was readying Mac as an ally for the moment, months later, when he would openly betray Bermudez. The bad news came late in July when Harry Bodan, Bermudez's advisor, called Johnson from Miami to telefax the appeals tribunal's 17-page decision to Johnson's Tegucigalpa office. The original Commanders Tribunal had expelled 5 relatively unimportant rebels from the Contra Army: Blake, Gangman, Rambo, Ali, and Nolan along with Mac. The appellate tribunal upheld the expulsion of all 5 foot soldiers, but overturned Mac's conviction for cover-up. The tribunal conceded that Mac had been guilty of negligence, but imposed no sanction. Depressed, Johnson sat at his desk in the Tegucigalpa heat, wading through the Byzantine legal jargon with which the appellate tribunal had tried to dress up the political expediency at the heart of its decision. The panel argued that Johnson, upon concluding his initial December 1988 investigation, had recommended the formation of a Commanders Tribunal to examine evidence only against Blake. Therefore, the appellate tribunal reasoned, the Commanders Tribunal had no right to convict anyone but Blake because no one else had either known they were on trial or had been given the opportunity to prepare a defense. Digging through his files, Johnson pulled out his initial investigative 294 report recommending a tribunal and saw immediately that the appellate panel was wrong. His report listed evidence of potential crimes committed not only by Blake but by Mike Lima, Mac, Franklin, Nolan, and several other rebels. Johnson found numerous other passages of the appellate panel's decision that could only have resulted from a sloppy or deceitful reading of the trial record. 3 days later, Bermudez, Franklin, and the Commanders Commission returned to Tegucigalpa after their tumultuous competing Central American tours. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when Johnson drove to the Alameda Hotel, the Resistance's favorite Tegucigalpa hangout, to deliver the appellate verdict. Johnson went to Aristides Sanchez's room, where he found Bermudez, Sanchez, Franklin, Mike Lima, and several other top commanders. Mac was sitting at one side. The Contra officials lapsed into a chilly silence when Johnson entered. "Here's the appeals tribunal's decision. They declared Mac innocent," Johnson said, handing Franklin the document. "If he's innocent, then we ought to install him back in the general staff," Sanchez said. Franklin jumped right in, agreeing. "That's right. If the decision was to absolve him, then we ought to restore Mac to his position right away." Johnson was outnumbered, but he protested anyway. I don't think Commander Mac should get his intelligence post back," Johnson said. "First of all, even the appellate tribunal admits that he's guilty of negligence that resulted in a commando's death." "Look, I've had enough punishment," Mac shot back. "For 5 months, I've been humiliated. I'm sorry, but I don't think it's good for the organization at this point to put Mac back in as intelligence chief," Johnson argued. "It'll hurt us politically, especially in Washington. I think we should wait on this." "Fuck the gringos," Sanchez said, raising his voice. "Mac's innocent, and you want to keep screwing him, unjustly. He should return to his post right now. Where's your lawyer?" "He's in the office, I guess," Johnson answered. "Call him up. Tell him to write up a document restoring Mac to his post," Sanchez said. "Do you agree, Franklin?" "Sure. Of course I agree," Franklin said. Johnson had no choice. He dialed his office, and when his lawyer answered, Johnson handed the receiver to Sanchez, who dictated the document he wanted. The lawyer typed it up and delivered it to the hotel the same night. Sanchez and Bermudez signed it for the directorate. 2 days later, Franklin sent a radio message informing every rebel unit that Mack was again the Army's intelligence chief. Final verdicts 295. The appellate panel's verdict and the military command's decision to reinstall Mack as intelligence chief humiliated Johnson and the young commanders who had served on his Quilalf tribunal, but the pressures Bermudez and Sanchez had exerted to reverse the Quilali tribunal were aimed fundamentally at insulting not Johnson, but Washington. U.S. officials had trumpeted the tribunal's original verdict as a triumph for human rights reform within the resistance, and it had received widespread press coverage. Representatives Chandler, Skelton, and Stenholm, the three congressmen who in March had pressured Bermudez and Sanchez for action, had written the directorate 2 weeks after the tribunal's original verdict to congratulate the resistance for its decision to expel a member of the general staff, a difficult decision that the lawmakers said demonstrated the resistance's commitment to the principle that no man is above the law. The tribunal's willingness to subject the powerful as well as the weak to a single standard of justice is a tribute to the democratic nature of the movement. Mack's reinstatement went virtually unnoted in the U.S. press, and neither the Bush administration nor the Congress voiced any public displeasure over what amounted to a dramatic display of resistance contempt for Washington's human rights stance. State Department officials turned down a resistance request to reinstate Mack's U.S. finance salary, but the rebel leadership paid no significant price for reinstalling Mack. On the contrary, Everett Briggs, who had been President Bush's top Latin America advisor at the National Security Council since June 1989, arranged a display of White House appreciation for the Contra leadership. Throughout the summer, the White House had been under pressure from conservative Republicans accusing Bush of abandoning the Contras, and by late July the White House wanted to send a different message to the American right. Just 5 days after Bermudez, Sanchez, and Franklin had reinstated Mack as the rebel army's intelligence chief, Briggs arranged for the three to meet personally with President Bush for 45 minutes in the White House. The President, Vice President Dan Quayle, National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, White House Chief of Staff John Sununu, Assistant Secretary of State Bernard Aronson, and other U.S. officials sat on one side of a table in a White House conference room, while Bermudez, Sanchez, Franklin, and several other rebel commanders sat across from them. The president told the rebels that he wished his administration could help their cause more, but our hands are tied. And you have both hands tied behind you. But we've got to persist in the struggle together. TT was a kind of keep your chins up speech, recalled a U.S. official who attended. There was no mention of Mack. The front pages of the Honduran papers the following morning carried photos of President Bush shaking hands with Bermudez. Sanchez and Franklin looked on smiling. Johnson, back in Tegucigalpa, shook his head. He understood the message. U.S. pressure for human rights reform had been temporary. Now the Americans had other priorities. August 1989 to January 1990. The summer of 1989 was a watershed period. Mack's reinstatement in late July was part of the utter collapse of 3 years of U.S. financed Contra human rights reform. Then, on August 7, the 5 Central American presidents agreed at Tila to work together to demobilize the Contra army within 90 days. It was the most stunning political blow yet to the rebel army. The coup de grace to Johnson's human rights work came days later in August with the tribunal that tried Mike Lima, Joel, Leo, and 9 other counterintelligence interrogators on torture charges. Marta Patricia Baltodano had assembled the accusations during 2 years of investigation, and they added up to the most controversial human rights case ever presented to a resistance tribunal, alleging that torture and sexual abuse were systematic in rebel jails. In the fall of 1988, when Baltodano had first presented Johnson with the 4-inch thick sheaf of interviews documenting the abuses, Bermudez had warned Johnson not to pursue the case. When Johnson discovered the Quilali murder, he was too busy to focus on the older charges, but during the months after the Quilali Tribunal's verdict, Johnson and Joshua turned their attention to building the case against the counterintelligence interrogators. The case threatened the men responsible for the Army's worst brutality, and Johnson and his investigators encountered immediate intimidation. Mac sent Brit Old X-7 Cruz, the hard-eyed former guardsman who had strangled Krill near Mac's Alaka Bay 6 years earlier, to circulate a petition through the Amals Valley denouncing Johnson as a Sandinista agent. Johnson shrugged that off, but when a group of armed Contras threatened to kill Joshua if he continued to poke around in the case, Johnson told Joshua to seek protection from the American embassy. There, however, a U.S. official working as a liaison with the Contras shrugged his shoulders. There wasn't really much protection the Americans could offer, he said. Even more intimidated were the witnesses whose testimony Johnson. Final verdicts 297. Needed if a tribunal was to convict the torturers. All were ex-prisoners, and most had left the resistance. Some were living in UN refugee camps in Honduras, others were in Danelf and Tegucigalpa. Several were women who'd been raped in Contra stockades. Most refused to testify. What protection did they have against reprisals from the defendants who had already tortured them and were still influential within the Contra army? Despite the obstacles, Johnson was cobbling together a case and a tribunal when Aristides Sanchez pulled him aside in July. "Suspend your investigation," Sanchez warned Johnson. "Everyone is sick of your meddling. Even the State Department is tired of human rights crusading," Sanchez said. "Leave people alone." 22 Johnson called Washington to speak with Bert Charnico, his main State Department liaison. Was Sanchez right? Had the Americans called for him to ease up? Charnico called Sanchez a liar. He assured Johnson that the department wanted him to persevere. But Johnson wasn't sure of American intentions. Ever since Congress had passed the latest Contra humanitarian aid law in April, he'd felt none of the fervent U.S. pressure for human rights action that had been incessant before Congress voted. 23 Then Mac was absolved and reinstated, the Central American presidents signed their TILA Accord, and Johnson's remaining hopes for the counterintelligence case crumbled. When a commander's tribunal met at Yamals in the week after the TILA summit to hear the charges, several witnesses failed to appear and the field commanders on the panel summarily acquitted Mike Lima and every other accused interrogator still belonging to the resistance. That was the end of Johnson's investigative work. Within days, he watched his team fall apart as half of the dozen young commandos on Joshua's staff at Yamals deserted from the rebel army, slipping away to travel as illegals to the United States. Even Marta Patricia Baltodano gave up on her long fight to reform the Contras. "We lost the battle," she said at the time, and moved back to Nicaragua to return to monitoring Sandinista rights abuses. It was a demoralizing period. Johnson learned of hundreds of fighters who were drifting away by requesting weekend passes to Danlí or Tegucigalpa, then heading north toward the U.S. border. He knew that among the deserters were many of the Army's brightest, most capable commandos, radio operators, U.S. trained paramedics, intelligence analysts, young staff officers in the regional commands. At the same time, the U.S. Embassy in Tegucigalpa was extending to some Contras the right to travel to the United States legally, some even with the much coveted status of refugees. Virtually all were members of Bermudez's clique because only Bermudez enjoyed the influence to arrange U.S. approval of rebel visa requests. Several Contras to whom the Americans extended the privilege to move to the United States legally were well-known killers. Armando the policeman El Sixpez, Bermudez's murderous supply officer, moved to Orlando, Florida. Cesar 6-7 Tijerino, whose rebel salary State Department officials had suspended earlier in the year for his part as a torturer, moved to Hialeah. Leon Attila Arias, who in 1985 had ordered Sandinista prisoners executed after a rebel takeover of the Nicaraguan village of Cuapa, moved to Miami. Bermudez's longtime personal secretary, Ecobedo Ortega, moved to West Palm Beach, and with him went his sister Rena, Bermudez's former lover. Perhaps the most symbolic move came when Mike Lima flew to Miami and took work as a security guard. Mac, however, was not leaving. Now 45, he was back on the general staff. He'd been paying dues in the National Guard and the Contras for more than 30 years, he'd learned the subtleties of military command, and now he was nursing new ambitions. After Mike Lima's departure, Mac took over the counterintelligence staff and brought several ex-guardsmen who had been with him since La Lodosa onto his new payroll. Firing Lima's deputy, he replaced him with Francisca Jersey Larios. Another of his new agents was X7, his executioner from the old days. Mac used his friendship with Franklin to extend his powers. Franklin had never served in a regular army, and as he grappled with the complexities of military administration, he leaned increasingly on his friend Mac. As a result, Mac was able to install his own people in other key command posts. Mac's main powers, however, continued to derive from his control of the intelligence and counterintelligence operations. That command gave him 2 CIA-financed safe houses in Tegucigalpa, 3 CIA-paid vehicles, and the authority to handle 2 clandestine CIA-funded payrolls. After all that had become known about Mac's violent past, Johnson was certain the CIA would move quickly to end the agency's clandestine funding for intelligence and counterintelligence operations after Mac's reinstatement. As the weeks passed, however, Johnson realized he was wrong. Mac was prospering. For Johnson, though, the Contras' power struggle seemed increasingly futile. The call by the Central American presidents for the resistance's quick demobilization was forcing rebel leaders to make difficult decisions. U.S. influence was waning. Johnson thought it was time to accept that peaceful avenues of opposition to the Sandinistas were reopening. Final verdicts 299. In mid-fall, during a visit to Miami, Johnson had a long discussion with Azucena Ferry, the former resistance director who had returned to Nicaragua in June. Visiting Miami to encourage exiles to participate in the upcoming elections, she explained why she was optimistic about the balloting scheduled for February 1990. During lengthy negotiations with the 14-party anti-Sandinista coalition, the National Opposition Union, President Daniel Ortega had agreed to a package of electoral reform was sure to make fraud very difficult, and hundreds of international observers were already arriving in Managua to monitor the campaign. Moreover, the nomination of Violeta Chamorro, the silver-haired widow of the anti-Somoza newspaper publisher, had ensured that the opposition would avoid a vote-splitting proliferation of candidates. It all looked promising, Ferry told Johnson. The biggest risk was that the Sandinistas might call off the election, but that only seemed possible if the Contras were to flood into Nicaragua and carry out attacks. Ferry emphasized to Johnson the importance of participation by some rebel commanders in the vote. They could galvanize support for the opposition, move the country toward reconciliation, and demonstrate that the Contras weren't all militarists and would accept a political solution. Johnson liked the idea. He returned to Tegucigalpa, drove straight to Yamals, and met with Joshua, his legal staff, and several other close friends in the army to discuss a return to Nicaragua to campaign in the elections. Janonson's enthusiasm spread to his men, so he walked into the chief of staff's tent and told Franklin he wanted to lead a contingent of rebels who would fly to Managua to represent the Nicaraguan resistance in the elections. "That's a stupid idea," Franklin responded. "Violeta Chamorro? She's a white, oligarchic bitch," he said. Sandinista victory was certain in the elections, they would rig the balloting. The Sandinista Front is an armed party. The only way to confront it is with a rifle in your hand. Franklin was preparing for prolonged war. In mid-fall, he ordered thousands of commandos back into Nicaragua to put them out of reach of the United Nations monitors who, under the terms of the Tila Accord, were to oversee rebel demobilization. Throughout the war, rebel troops had carried bundles of U.S. supplied cash to finance food and other supply purchases from local peasants. Now they were marching into Nicaragua with neither cash nor food. Learn to survive like guerrillas. Janonson heard Franklin shout at departing troops during one send-off at Yamals. Many commandos considered it unfair, but they saw no other choice but to follow orders. Johnson's conversations with the troops reminded him how little democracy the commandos of the Contra army had ever enjoyed. Throughout the war, their lot had been to accept orders from above, like so many workers on some tropical plantation. During Bermudez's long command, anyone who had seriously protested the dictates handed down from the CIA through Bermudez had faced reprisals ranging from deportation to execution. This had all seemed the natural order of things during a war, but now Franklin and the General Staff were barking out orders in the same autocratic way. Even though a ceasefire had been in effect for nearly 2 years, the Sandinistas were organizing elections, and the decisions at hand were no longer military but political. It made Johnson angry. One night he typed an indignant letter, protesting the infiltration of commandos into Nicaragua without supplies and without consultation. The time had passed when a handful of leaders should be making choices affecting the lives of thousands of rebels. From now on, Johnson urged, every fighter in the force should have a chance to participate in the decisions about the Army's future. The next day Johnson, Joshua, and what was left of their legal staff distributed the letter to all the field commanders in the Yamals Valley. Franklin's operations chief, Marcos Black Dimas Navarro, fired an angry message back at Johnson, warning him never again to distribute documents unapproved by the General Staff. There was personal fury in the message, and Johnson thought he knew why war, for Dimas, had been lucrative. Stories had long circulated about his involvement in death squad killings, cattle rustling, and drug trafficking. Johnson had heard complaints that Dimas was even deploying his troops to pan for gold in the rivers near his border camp. He'd taken to draping his neck and wrists with heavy gold jewelry, he owned a fleet of cars and jeeps, and he had purchased a woodworking factory in Colutka. His wealth had become an embarrassment to the resistance. Johnson sensed that Dimas's anger was part of a wider unwillingness among the members of the General Staff to give up their newly acquired perquisites of power. Feeling defiant, Johnson sent a message back to Black Dimas, the Sandinistas couldn't silence me and you won't either. Over the next weeks, Johnson grew only more convinced that he was right and the General Staff was wrong. On October 21, Contras operating in the south-central mountains used a claymore mine to ambush a truckload of 32 Sandinista reservists on their way to register to vote in the elections. 9 soldiers died. Days later, President Ortega canceled the 19-month-old ceasefire and seemed close to cancel. Final verdicts 301. In the elections using just the rationale about which Ferry had warned. 8. The Contras reacted by stepping up their preparations for war. In November, Bermudez, Franklin, and Mack flew to San Salvador for a meeting at Ilopango Air Force Base with Salvadoran military officers. The Salvadoran army had captured large stocks of Soviet-made munitions from the Marxist-led FMLN guerrillas during an insurgent offensive in November 1989, and the Contra leaders asked the Salvadorans to turn the captured munitions over to them for use against the Sandinistas. Their secret proposal violated the central theme of the 2-year-old regional peace accord to which El Salvador was a signatory, and, perhaps fearing new international controversy, the Salvadorans rejected the Contra request. To Johnson, the entire exercise was a militarist fantasy entertained by men who couldn't see that the world was changing. He'd never felt more alienated from the rebel leadership. They've made war a way of life, he told a reporter. He called Joshua and a handful of other aides and friends into Tegucigalpa for new talks about the rebels' future. Janonson could see that they, too, wanted a change, and they decided to return to Managua to participate in the elections without General Staff approval. On December 21, Johnson typed up and delivered a letter to Franklin. We've concluded that the armed struggle is no longer the way for our organization. We believe that the electoral process in Nicaragua is the result of our efforts and the sacrifices of our dead and wounded. Therefore, we've decided to go back to Nicaragua to participate, as opposition activists, to continue our struggle for democracy. We expect that some may misunderstand our decision, but we hope you will see that we are betraying neither our organization nor our cause nor our principles. We are going not to Miami, but to Nicaragua. The next morning, Johnson, Joshua, and the 8 other commandos who signed the letter visited the Nicaraguan embassy in Tegucigalpa to request guarantees that if they returned to Nicaragua, they wouldn't be interrogated, investigated, detained, imprisoned, harassed, or conscripted. Johnson was the only high-ranking Contra commander who had accepted the government's long-standing invitation for rebel commanders to participate in the elections, and the Sandinista ambassador, Francisco Lacayo, treated Johnson and the other commandos courteously. He promised to obtain Sandinista government approval for a document spelling out the guarantees Johnson had requested. United Nations peacekeeping officials, working in Central America at the request of the Central American presidents, promised to monitor Sandinista compliance and to help with the logistics of the rebels' return. After visiting the Nicaraguan embassy, Johnson flew to Miami to tell his wife and sons of his decision. On Christmas Eve, after receiving Johnson's letter, Franklin sent a radio message to every unit in the Contra Army. The decision of Commander Johnson referring to his travel to Nicaragua was personal. It violates the policies of the Nicaraguan resistance. When he goes to Nicaragua, Johnson and those who travel with him will cease to belong to our organization. Johnson was sitting in his wife's Miami apartment the day after Christmas when the phone rang. It was Joshua's brother, a 25-year-old commando named Chris, calling from Tegucigalpa. He said that Franklin had called the general staff and hundreds of troops together for a meeting that morning in Yamals. "I thought you'd want to know," Chris said. "Franklin said you were a traitor, that you had abandoned the struggle. He said you had deserted from the organization, and that if you returned to the camps, he'd have you detained and shot. He said, traitors don't deserve to live." Later there was another call from Tegucigalpa, from Johnson's longtime secretary. Jersey, the former guardsman who was Mac's counterintelligence chief, had driven to Johnson's office, accompanied by several stone-faced agents. They'd shoved their way into the office, saying they had orders to take an inventory, and were rummaging through Johnson's legal files. His secretary had gotten a glimpse inside a couple of the men's attaché cases. They were carrying small automatic rifles. Johnson told her to go home. He apologized for not being able to help her more, then hung up. "Sons of bitches," he said to himself. He stomped out of his wife's apartment onto the open-air, second-story hallway. The long, sagging building hugging a fetid canal on Miami's West Flagler Street looked more like a cheap motel than a residence. Leaning his elbows on the railing, Johnson stared down into the parking area, littered by half a dozen junk cars. Trash was spilling out of an overloaded dumpster in the center of the lot. Down the hallway to his right, someone had discarded a ruined air conditioner. It was blocking the stairs. He turned to lean his back against the rail. Somebody, Johnson couldn't remember who, perhaps one of his sons, had years earlier stuck a plastic, blue and white, Final Verdicts 303 decal that said Nicaragua on the apartment door. Now it was peeling away. "It's time to go home," Johnson said. January and February 1990. Johnson's mother, half a dozen siblings, and scores of friends and journalists were waiting when Johnson, Joshua, and 7 other rebels touched down at Managua Cesar Augusto Sandino Airport on January 8, 1990. Johnson hadn't seen his mother for 9 years, and when he stepped into the terminal and swept her into his arms, he couldn't control his tears. "My son," his mother wept, oblivious to the glare of the television lights. "God brought you back to me." Johnson hadn't seen his brother Francisco, now a Sandinista army captain, since he had taken Francisco captive 3 years before. When Johnson stuck out his hand, Francisco stared at him sullenly, and there was a moment of tension. Then Francisco cracked a grin, Johnson broke out laughing, and they, too, embraced. Several television channels broadcast their airport encounter worldwide as a symbol of the accelerating Nicaraguan peace process. For Johnson, It was the beginning of a personal reconciliation that over the next weeks proved occasionally exhilarating, sometimes depressing, often difficult, always surprising. Johnson's war was finally over. After years as Commander Johnson, he again became Luis Flay. He hadn't seen Managua for a decade, and as he and the 8 other rebels drove in a United Nations jeep to a hotel, he got his first impressions of the destruction wrought on the capital by war and economic erosion. Sandinista campaigners had hung black and red party banners from light posts in the median strip of the airport boulevard to dress up the city for foreign visitors in advance of the elections, but Managua was too ruined to decorate. The banners hung limp, seemingly exhausted in the city's foul heat. South of the boulevard, Flay saw a parking lot jammed with the wrecked hulks of Soviet Army trucks sitting on blocks, stripped of wheels and every other salvageable part. Past the Camino Real Hotel, a warren of clapboard and carton shacks cobbled together by hundreds of squatters sprawled across a dry creek bed. At a stoplight blocks farther, a barefoot old woman with swollen ankles limped toward Flay's vehicle, leaning on a stick, hand outstretched, begging. A pack of filthy children rushed to Flay's window to hawk newspapers, cigarettes, and chewing gum. Along the earthen path edging the road, even the best-dressed pedestrians looked shabby. Many were in 304 rags. Across a weed-choked railroad siding, crumbling factories and battered warehouses, smeared with a decade's accumulation of revolutionary slogans, stretched through Managua's churning dust into the distance. By the time Flay and his companions arrived at their hotel, they were thoroughly demoralized. Managua was a moonscape, a war zone. Flay's return to Nicaragua aroused considerable interest among the hundreds of journalists covering the election, and a Dutch television production company decided to produce a half-hour documentary on Flay and his divided family. Flay traveled with the video crew north to El Qua, the town 145 miles northeast of Managua where he had been living before he joined Tigrello's Contra band in 1981, and along the road Flay stopped to point out the frontier farmhouse he'd built more than a decade earlier. The Sandinistas had long since turned the property over to a peasant supporter. As the Dutch crew filmed, a cattle truck with more than 20 peasants clinging to its rear bed drove by slowly. One of the peasants recognized Flay. "It was your farm before, you Contra son of a bitch," the Sandinista shouted, "but now it belongs to the people." Flay wheeled, but couldn't pick the heckler out of the crowd of faces. Minutes later, along the dirt street running through the center of El Qua, he saw how the once sleepy village had become a virtual garrison. East German army trucks jammed the street, uniformed soldiers loitered everywhere. Flay found the house he'd built 15 years earlier, now occupied by El Qua's Sandinista army commander. Flay's arrival created a sensation. Dozens of peasants mobbed him, shaking his hand and shouting greetings. Several wives of Flay's former Contra combatants approached. Some expressed irritation that Flay, who had recruited their husbands into the Contras, had returned alone. "Why isn't my husband with you?" one woman asked. "Patience, Senora," Flay said. "He'll come back." Flay had to confirm to a teenager that her father was 7 years dead. She went away weeping. Flay was eating lunch with the Dutch video crew at the town's only eatery when he chanced into his first political debate. "Luis Flay," a man's voice called out from a nearby table. "Aren't you even going to say hello?" He turned and saw Nicolas Herrera, 34, the Sandinista political chief in El Qua. Flay had been friends with Herrera as a teenager, but Herrera, wearing a t-shirt urging Daniel Ortega's re-election to the presidency, was in the mood for an argument. Final verdicts 305. "So you've decided to give up the war the Americans imposed on us to destroy the revolution," Herrera said to Flay. "What about the other mercenaries? Will they give up too?" Flay listened for a while as a crowd of peasants gathered, and the Dutch crew pushed aside their plates to grab their cameras. Finally Flay interrupted. "You think I'm a mercenary?" Flay asked. "No, I don't mean you," Herrera said. I mean all the other Contras that are in Honduras living off the CIA. Let me tell you something. They're just peasants, Flay said. Farmers who had no other choice but to go to war because of government abuses. You Sandinistas tried to impose a system that went against all our idiosyncrasies as Nicaraguans. No, this was a war of aggression that's cost our country 50,000 lives, Herrera said. Now it's time to end it? The war can't end by one side imposing its ideas on the other. There's got to be a democratic process. Clean elections. Will the Sandinista front let the people decide their future freely? Look around, Luis, Herrera said. That's what we're doing. We've invited thousands of observers so there'll be no doubt about whether we Sandinistas want a true democracy. We'll see, Flay said. Right now I'm going to buy you a Coke. Herrera grinned, and the political discussion ended. You took a great step, coming back, Herrera said as Flay departed. Back in Managua, Flay registered to vote and hit the campaign trail as an activist for the National Opposition Union, the UNO. Flay's first rally was in a Pacific Coast village southwest of Managua. As a crowd of straw-hat peasants awaited the arrival of Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, the publisher of the opposition daily La Prensa, who was the UNO's presidential candidate, somebody introduced Flay. This is Luis Flay, until recently known as Commander Johnson, the announcer said. Until now, he's been defending our freedom with weapons and troops. Now he's taken up the civic struggle. Flay was embarrassed, but he climbed up on the platform by the side of a dirt road. I've given up the war to come home and participate in this other struggle, he said, the struggle to democratize Nicaragua. It's the same fight I was waging before. It was the first of many rallies Flay addressed over the next weeks, traveling in caravans from the cattle ranches of the Central Hill Country to the coffee towns dotting the northern highlands. In the village of Rio Blanco, in the heart of the eastern Matagalpa Mountains where he'd fought in the 1987 CIA-financed offensive, thousands of peasants trudged through a drizzling rain to rally for UNO, applauding long and loud when Flay was introduced. Days later, Flay stood on a platform alongside the Roman Catholic Cathedral in Matagalpa to address some 30,000 cheering anti-Sandinistas at virtually every rally. International election observers mingled with the crowd. Months earlier, the Organization of American States and the United Nations had sent a total of some 670 observers into Nicaragua, and the number was mounting daily as new groups flooded in. Their presence helped Flay overcome his skepticism about the possibility of free elections. He couldn't see any way the Sandinistas would be able to repudiate the results. At the same time, his conviction that the Sandinistas were going to lose the vote badly grew. Tens of thousands of people were out of work, Nicaraguans were sick of the incompetence of the Sandinista bureaucrats, and most of all, people complained of exhaustion with army recruitment and militarism, with war and weaponry. The groundswell for peace was playing against the Sandinistas. The Contras had been largely inactive for nearly 2 years, bivouacked in Honduras or camped quietly inside Nicaragua, and Nicaraguans were blaming the country's continued war-related hardships on the government, which despite the diminished Contra threat had refused to reduce the 8 eyes of the army or end the draft. At several rallies, however, peasants approached Flay to complain of new Contra abuses. Rebel numbers were mounting in the countryside, and some were extorting money from peasants and stealing livestock. Flay could see what was happening. Rebel units ordered into Nicaragua were hungry and were resorting to abuses and extortion to survive. Scattered Contra attacks on government units threatened to give the Sandinistas new excuses for canceling the election. In February, Flay flew to Tegucigalpa to ship his personal belongings to Managua. For security, he stayed at the home of Alfonso Sandino, the 42-year-old attorney who was Marta Patricia Baltodano's top human rights aide, and during the day, he worked out of Sandino's Nicaraguan Association for Human Rights office in suburban Tegucigalpa. The office had become a kind of hospitality center for resistance fighters visiting Tegucigalpa, and Flay had an opportunity to chat with dozens of Comandos there. Several conversations plunged him back into the underworld of violence and conspiracy that had become a distasteful memory since his return to Nicaragua. One Contra leader who had worked for years in the southern Honduras town of Colutka pulled Flay aside for a furtive conversation. Final verdicts 307. The man was terrified. His sister had been murdered weeks earlier, he said, amid a wave of assassinations of Nicaraguan exiles in Colutka. More than a dozen Contra fighters had been killed in the preceding 4 months, he added, several gunned down in the streets, gangland style. The frightened man told Flay that Contra assassins were eliminating rebels who had witnessed crimes earlier in the war, and yet another conversation with Alfonso Sandino was even more depressing for Flay. He knew he'd been defeated in his human rights showdown with Mac, but nonetheless Flay believed he'd cleaned up the system. Now Flay learned to his dismay that Mac's counterintelligence section under Francisco Jersey Larios, who had seized Flay's own office 6 weeks earlier, had again begun seizing and brutalizing commandos. In mid-January, a Contra fighter had approached Dr. Ramiro Grainera, 32, one of the exiled Nicaraguan physicians serving in the medical corps, at the Contra's Yamals hospital. The fighter wanted Grainera to come with him to treat an injured commando. Grainera drove with the commando several miles to a secluded campsite he'd never before visited, the Counterintelligence Interrogation Center. The injured commando was Bernardo Rocha, a 50-year-old former peasant who had been fighting in the rebel army for 8 years. Rocha's right eye was cut, his face badly bruised, and his back lacerated with bloody welts. Jersey, Mac's counterintelligence chief, was standing by. "What happened to this man?" Dr. Grainera asked. "He fell down," Jersey said. Grainera, a traumatologist, could see that Rocha had been beaten, badly. The welts on his back looked to have been inflicted by a cudgel. "This commando didn't fall down. He's been tortured," Grainera shot back at Jersey. "I won't treat him here in this jail. Bring him up to the hospital." After Rocha gained his strength in the hospital, he made his way into Tegucigalpa with 2 other commandos whom Jersey had tortured. All 3 told Sandino that Jersey had accused them of being Sandinista infiltrators. Little had changed, it seemed, in the shadows of the rebel army, and at the top, Flay found the same power struggles. Only days after his arrival, Flay read a resistance communique announcing that Mac, Franklin, and the general staff had stripped Bermudez of his title as commanding general. Bermudez, finally, was out. The final blow to Bermudez had come when Colonel Gomez, Bermudez's Air Force chief, had sold several resistance aircraft and some navigational equipment, and pocketed the money. Gomez couldn't have carried out the transaction without Bermudez's con. Nivens and Sanchez, Mac, and Bermudez's other enemies used the incident to engineer Bermudez's ouster. 28 Late one evening, Bermudez, looking haggard, arrived at the Human Rights Office to visit Flay. He seemed at loose ends, but said he wanted to hear Flay's analysis of the Nicaraguan election campaign, so Bermudez, his aide Bodan, Sandino, and Flay sat down in Sandino's second-story office. Flay reviewed his whirlwind travels through 10 of Nicaragua's 14 provinces. "You may find this hard to believe, but these elections are going to be clean," Flay said. "And the opposition will win. The Sandinistas just don't have any strength left." "What do people think of the resistance?" Bermudez asked. "Well, Commandante," Flay slipped unconsciously into his old speech patterns, "it's too bad that the resistance didn't participate formally in the elections. People sympathize with the commandos, but many people think that we're now just fighting for power. They think we just want to install ourselves in place of the Sandinistas. They remember how the Sandinistas kicked out Somoza and then grabbed power themselves. People fear that we're trying to do the same thing." Bermudez listened but seemed distracted. Eventually he turned to Bodan and Sandino. "Will you permit us a few minutes alone?" he said. Bermudez led Flay downstairs to a kitchen, where he pulled out the General Staff's decree purging him as commanding general. "Look what they're trying to do to me," Bermudez said. "It's against all the resistance statutes. Only the Commanders' Council can remove me, and the commanders still support me. The troops are upset. Flay stared at Bermudez. He suddenly seemed small and very old. Was this the supreme commander whose orders he'd obeyed for much of a decade? Or, Bermudez started to rail against Aristides Fornches, whose behind-scenes machinations he blamed for his destitution. He called Sanchez a backstabbing dog and a Judas. "Comandante, you've always picked the wrong friends," Flay said finally. "What you're doing now makes no sense, this squabbling over an organization that's going to disappear. What does it matter who commands the resistance now? The opposition is going to win the elections, and the people of Nicaragua aren't going to stand for any more war. They're tired of suffering. If you want my opinion, the General Staff has done you a good turn by kicking you out. Stop fighting this sterile battle, Comandante. Go back to Miami." It was, for Flay, a liberating moment. When he returned to Nicaragua. Final verdicts. Sente. The week before the February 25 balloting, he felt more than ever that he was going home. Though curious, Flay didn't attend the Sandinistas' final campaign rally 4 days before the vote. He was concerned that with spirits running high, Sandinista zealots might identify him as a former Contra and lynch him. Instead, he watched on television as some 200,000 Nicaraguans trudged into the Carlos Fonseca Plaza for a costly fireworks display and a clumsy effort by Daniel Ortega to portray himself as a rock star rather than a revolutionary. It was the largest public rally anyone could remember, but Flay figured that many of the Sandinistas wearing Ortega for president t-shirts would end up voting for the opposition. On election day, Flay stood in line for 3 hours to vote at a Managua polling place, then visited a friend to await the results. The first unofficial returns were broadcast about 8 p.m. and showed the Sandinistas leading in Jalapa, a town in the far north that had suffered repeated Contra attacks during the war. By midnight, however, the opposition had built a healthy lead, and throughout the night as Flay listened to the radio, the Sandinistas never regained their advantage. At 6:30 the next morning, Flay watched Daniel Ortega on television, blinking back tears, deliver a nationally broadcast concession speech. During a decade of war, Flay had come to loathe the mustachioed Sandinista president, but he found his own exultation over the opposition victory tempered by the dignity of Ortega's words. "We entered these elections convinced that this battle would determine once and for all the end of the war and a time of peace for the Nicaraguan people," Ortega said. "The government will respect and submit to the popular mandate that arose from the vote. I believe that in this moment, the principal contribution we Sandinistas can make to the Nicaraguan people is the guarantee of a pure and clean electoral process, which warms our consciences. The election will test the will of Sandinista revolutionaries, who never have been wedded to power. We were born poor and will be satisfied to die poor." Degree in the days after the elections, Flay thought about Nicaragua and its longing for peace, about himself and the war he'd fought. He'd learned a great deal about the Americans and their lofty, further their own interests and, in the end, had been, the rebel army. The days after the elections, Flay read newspaper reports that U.S. politicians from both parties were rushing to claim credit for the anti-Sandinista triumph. This was no victory for the Americans. This was a Nicaraguan triumph, he told a reporter. Historic, these allies had used the blood of thousands of peasants to underscore. Even. Plus. 310. Flay had lost much, his farm, his home, his youth, even his brother. Sometimes, faced with the wartime abuses committed by his own rebel comrades in arms, he'd wondered why he was fighting. Now he was broke and, he had to admit, exhausted. His homeland was wasted by fighting. Had the struggle, finally, been worthwhile? Shortly after his return to Nicaragua, Flay had spoken angrily to a group of reporters. "The war has brought nothing positive, only blood and death." But over the weeks, talking to peasants on the campaign trail, watching Nicaragua move toward its first free elections, he regained his perspective. Flay knew that Nicaraguans had won a victory. When the Sandinistas accepted election defeat and agreed to pass on the burden of governing to their opponents, something unprecedented in Nicaraguan history, Flay knew that Nicaragua had grown as a nation. "T knew I'd have to pay a price for liberty," Flay said, "and I did. But so did thousands of other Nicaraguans." 1990 and 1991. Events moved swiftly after the election. In just 4 tumultuous months, the Contras opened negotiations with the government-elect, marched out of their Honduran bases into Nicaragua, signed an armistice with the Sandinista army, and, in June, surrendered their weapons. Within days, the army's 10,000 fighters scattered throughout Nicaragua and dropped out of the news. In Washington and in much of the rest of the world, the Contras were forgotten. Immersed in a new reporting assignment, I largely forgot about the Contras, too. I was in my office in Brazil 10 months later when I read the cable out of northern Nicaragua. Aguas Marias, Nicaragua. A small band of demobilized Contras, resentful over their plight in the first year of peace, have picked up assault rifles and resumed their lives as roving guerrillas in the rugged mountains of northern Nicaragua. The guerrillas, baptized the Recontra by local peasants, number 150 to 200 in several contingents. Although they are few and their return to arms is recent, the rebels have become a powerful symbol of widespread discontent among former members of the U.S.-sponsored Nicaraguan resistance. 311. 312. 10 days later, I read another surprising story, this time an interview from the hills of northern Nicaragua with one of the Recontras. Comandante Dimas. The bearded figure staring from the newspaper photograph, flanked by 2 aides with AK-47s, was the same Dimas who, with his older brother Tigrelo, had led one of the first Contra bands in 1981. I was stunned. After a decade of fighting, why would anyone want to go back to war? Full of questions, I flew back to Managua 1 year after Violeta Chamorro's inauguration. I found Franklin, the Contra Army's last commander, at the Interior Ministry, of all places, the heart of Sandinista police power during the war. Asking around, I learned that Franklin had a staff of 17, a $30,000 four-wheel drive Toyota Land Cruiser, and a new title, Director of Interinstitutional Coordination. His top assistant was Commander Mac. Franklin had decorated his air-conditioned office in an unmarked 2-story building a block from Interior Ministry headquarters with one framed photo of himself. We reminisced for a time about the early days. His war had begun in the blood and flames of the same 1981 ambush of a Sandinista jeep outside Iqua that had brought Luis Flay into the Contras. We planned that attack on New York Farm, Franklin recalled. Now that he was working for the post-war government, Franklin was pleased to report that General Humberto Ortega and other Sandinista officials were treating him with respect, even cordiality. Franklin's job, he said, was to fly around Nicaragua in an army helicopter talking to peasants in order to identify their needs so that the government can solve them. What about the Recontras? I asked. That made him mad. These were not Contras, he said, just bandits and thugs unwilling to work for a living. Years earlier, at the dawn of the war, Sandinista officials had spoken in precisely these terms about Franklin, Tigrelo, Dimas Tigrelo, Luis Flay, and the others who laid the El Cud 4 ambush. These were not true guerrillas with legitimate grievances, the Sandinistas said, just bandits and thugs. I arranged to see Ruben, the Contra's general staff officer who became the rebels' top negotiator. He was now Deputy Minister of Repatriation, the top-ranking Contra in the Chamorro government. When he swept up to the lobby entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel in a new Land Cruiser with smoked glass windows just like Franklin's aides jumped out to open doors and a public relations spokesman cleared the way. Over a coffee shop breakfast of tortillas and eggs, I asked, "Why are?" Epilogue 313. Some former Contras going back to war? Ruben conceded that a few ex-rebels were taking up arms again, mostly for self-defense. But fueling their frustrations, he said, was poverty. he began to sound like one of those early, earnest Sandinistas, eager to yank Nicaragua out of underdevelopment. Our peasants need health centers, they need schools, they need financing, they need fair prices for their crops, they need roads, Rubin said. The problem is that the government can't provide these things now. It's broke. Events had come full circle. Nicaraguan peasants had fought for a decade in a war that destroyed scores of health centers, schools, farms, grain storage facilities, and road-building machines. Not surprisingly, their circumstances now seemed more desperate than ever. I reviewed the events of the 15 months that followed the 1990 elections. Violeta Chamorro's victory utterly bewildered the Contra General Staff. Having sought military satisfaction with such fervor for so long, they were unprepared for political satisfaction. But in the days after the elections, they were suddenly under immense pressure. The U.S. aid that had sustained them for 9 years was to run out at the end of April. The Hondurans no longer wanted them in their border camps, and the Bush administration, fearful that the Contras might somehow jettison Washington's windfall political victory, no longer wanted them at all. After the elections, the Contras faced an ambiguous political transition. They still had the leverage of their arms, but because they had refused to participate in the voting, they had no formal role to play in post-war Nicaragua. Their blunder became obvious after elections in Colombia, where on March 8, 1990, the M19 guerrillas agreed to disarm and to participate in elections, and just 2 months later placed third in a national vote that entitled the party to several cabinet posts. The resistance, certainly no less popular in Nicaragua, could have done as well. Luis Flay had urged the General Staff to field candidates. Now their anti-election intransigence complicated the transition from war to politics. And Franklin, Mac, Rubin, Aristides Sanchez, and the other top Contras showed no better judgment once peace negotiations got underway. Instead of concentrating on their long-time political goals, they began scheming about government jobs. Suddenly they saw Nicaragua as a pie, and they wanted their piece of it. In their first talks with Chamorro's transition team, Rubin and Aristides Sanchez cut a deal they thought would buy some time. After March 23 talks at Tegucigalpa's Toncontín airport, they signed a pact committing the rebels based in Honduras to turn their weapons over to 314 United Nations peacekeeping troops by April 20, 5 days before Chamorro's April 25 inauguration. But even as Rubin was signing the Toncontín Pact, the main Contra force, some 10,000 Contras and another 10,000 peasant relatives, was streaming south out of the Honduras camps into Nicaragua. As a result, when UN troops moved to collect the rebel army's rifles at Yamals a month later on April 18, only a small rear guard of mostly disabled Contras was left. The UN impounded only 365 arms. But the following day in Managua, April 19, Rubin signed 2 new agreements, the first committing the rebels now inside Nicaragua to gather in 7 demilitarized safety zones, the second ordering the rebels to turn in their weapons after Chamorro's inauguration. These accords brought the Contras one psychological victory: they held on to their arms until Daniel Ortega relinquished the presidency. That made them feel like winners. So, when Chamorro was sworn into office in a riotous ceremony in Managua's main baseball stadium on April 25, UN peacekeeping forces oversaw the physical separation of nearly 10,000 Contras from the 70,000-strong government army, still led by Sandinista officers. On Inauguration Day, the Contra General Staff Franklin, Rubin, Mac, Sanchez, and other top officers were lying around in hammocks at a farm in a security enclave 85 miles north of Managua. At one point, Franklin got up to make an anti-Sandinista speech for the benefit of visiting reporters, then invited his men to surrender their arms. Everyone broke out in laughter. "Nobody gives up his gun," shouted one rebel. Everybody cheered *, but this was bluster. In 2 more rounds of negotiations over the next month at Managua's Olive Palma Convention Center, Franklin, Rubin, Mac, and other rebel negotiators pledged to Chamorro aides that they would conclude their demobilization by June 10.5. Finally, large numbers of Contras began to hand over their rifles. Nearly 500 surrendered weaponry on May 30 alone, and over the next 10 days, 6,000 others followed. In a June 9 ceremony in a grass-covered square in El Almendro, a village 120 miles southeast of Managua, President Chamorro presided over the mass disarmament of 2,000 troops and half a dozen top commanders including MAC. UN troops, using blowtorches, cut up the weaponry on the spot. Franklin, who addressed the troops and townspeople wearing a baseball hat that read .44 Magnum, God's favorite caliber, held onto his weapon for 3 more weeks. Then, in a war's end ceremony led by President Chamorro in the town of San Pedro de Levigo on June 27, Franklin and a handful of other commanders turned over their weapons. Epilogue 315. Among the arms the Contras surrendered for destruction were more than 100 red-eye missiles. At that, U.S. officials heaved a sigh of relief. Concerned that the sophisticated missiles might find their way into the Central American arms trade, the Bush administration had sent a U.S. military officer to El Almendro to negotiate with Franklin for the red-eyes. Although the missiles had been donated to the resistance as part of the 1987 $100 million assistance, Franklin demanded some form of U.S. payment for their return. Eventually Franklin accepted a trade pickup trucks for missiles, and on June 26 and 27, Contra Missileros surrendered the red-eyes. The new trucks didn't arrive in Nicaragua until months later, but many ex-fighters learned about the trade right away, and it fueled a mounting furor about the deals their leaders were cutting. 3 weeks after the demobilization, the former general staff and nearly 100 other ex-commanders packed into the tiny El Almendro schoolhouse. They intended to found an organization to represent them henceforth inside Nicaragua, the Civic Association of the Nicaraguan Resistance. But a second agenda focused on Mac and Franklin. Hearing in advance of trouble, Mac didn't attend, and that was just as well. Soon into the meeting, several of his own intelligence aides, men who had been with him at La Lodosa and at the CIM, stood to denounce him of thievery, cruelty to Commandos, and other old abuses familiar to everyone. And Rodolfo Invisible MP, who had preceded Mac as intelligence chief and had returned from a 2-year sojourn in Miami to become Rubin's closest aide, leveled new accusations. At the climax of the Contra-Sandinista peace negotiations in late May, Sandinista military intelligence chief Ricardo Wheelock had invited Mac, Invisible, and several other Contra commanders to a meeting with General Ortega in the Sandinista Army headquarters in the El Chipote installation behind the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown Managua, Invisible said. General Ortega wanted to discuss details of the peace agreement, but the conversation wandered once the longtime enemies sat down together in the Sandinista bunker. "Me General, we need vehicles to get around in. Can you help us?" Mac had asked Ortega, Invisible told the Contras at El Almendro. Mac had adopted an annoying, ingratiating tone, Invisible said. "We were supposed to be talking about demilitarization," Invisible said, and Mac was pleading for vehicles, asking for little favors. "And when we stood up to leave, he said, 'General, would you permit me a moment in private?' And the two of them went off into another room together. That troubled me." 316. The day after the El Chipote encounter, Wheelock visited Mac at Managua's Las Mercedes Hotel, where the Contra General Staff was lodged during the peace talks, Invisible said. There, Wheelock met with Mac, opened an attaché case, and delivered a brick-sized stack of $100 bills. Another Contra commander spoke up at the El Almendro meeting to back Invisible's accusations. He said he'd seen Mac accept the money from Wheelock. He guessed as much as $50,000 changed hands and said he believed Mac had shared the money with Franklin. A day or two later, aides to Wheelock drove 5 new Toyota Land Cruisers to the Las Mercedes Hotel and delivered them to Mac and Franklin. Several Contras said they had seen the trucks. Franklin listened to the charges, then rose to defend himself in a rambling speech. He conceded that he'd received money. He said $5,000 from Wheelock, but he insisted that he had used the money for negotiating expenses and had distributed 4 of the land cruisers, 1 each, to the other members of the general staff. That embarrassed Rubin, who also took one of the trucks, but he was controlling the meeting. Franklin's explanations didn't go down well. The El Almendro Assembly voted to expel Mac from the organization. Franklin was told he could stay on in the Civic Association as secretary. Rubin would be its president. Furious, Franklin drove back to Managua and quit. Soon thereafter, he and Mac began their new work with the Interior Ministry. For their part, Rubin and Invisible moved into the posh, computer-equipped Managua offices of the Civic Association, which gave them control over a 6-digit budget, 24 patronage jobs, and the fleet of pickup trucks Washington had traded for the red-eyes. Soon, Rubin had also received from the Chamorro government an ostentatious, lakeside mansion in the southern Nicaraguan city of Rivas. By the fall, the dust had settled enough from this turbulent transition for many former fighters to see how the war had ended. After fighting for a decade and negotiating for months, many of the Contra's longtime political goals were unachieved. Chamorro had abolished the draft and outlined a plan to slash the size of the military, but Sandinistas were still dominating Nicaragua's army, police, and Supreme Court as well as the country's trade unions and peasant organizations. In the Contra's own negotiations with the government, they had leveraged little more than promises, that Nicaragua's security forces would pass from Sandinista control, that the government would ensure the safety of former Contras in the countryside, that rebel widows and disabled would receive. Epilogue 317. Pensions, that the government would turn over to former Contras vast tracts of land. The Contras negotiators cashed out with government jobs, new trucks, and luxury properties. In contrast, the war's end for most Contra fighters was bleak. Every Contra who turned over his weapon became eligible for a change of clothing, a few farm tools, a $50 U.S. financed startup grant, and a few months' rations of rice and beans. That was it. During the Managua talks in May, Franklin had bargained away several rebel political demands in exchange for a government commitment to donate unused land near El Almendro for colonization by ex-Contras. He made grandiloquent predictions for the colonies, saying that Contra troops come farm laborers would turn them into a string of lush plantations, orchards, and even tourist centers. "We're going to build a great city," he said in one interview. Within 2 months of the rebel disarmament, however, the colonization plans degenerated into fiasco. Nearly 7,000 rebels gathered at El Almendro seeking lands, but only about 200 ever got title. Before the end of the summer, the rest had scattered to other parts of Nicaragua to live with relatives. The Chamorro government had difficulty keeping other promises, too, like the pension for Contra widows. Nicaragua was virtually bankrupt, inflation was still out of control, and despite generous speeches in Washington, U.S. financial aid was disappointing. President Bush requested a $300 million reconstruction package, and a reluctant Congress eventually approved the aid. But with the fervor gone from Washington's relations with Nicaragua, the funds were a long time coming. By early 1991, less than a third of the aid had gotten to Nicaragua. "What kind of image do the Americans want here?" an official in Chamorro's government asked a U.S. reporter. Why was it easier for them to give the Contras hundreds of millions of dollars for their war than to help a democratic government make peace? The ex-Contras' frustrations boiled over in the fall of 1990. In a dozen remote communities, bands of former rebels tried to take over cooperative farms defended by pro-Sandinista militants. Armed clashes ensued, leaving several dozen dead and scores wounded. The violence peaked in November, when ex-rebels allied with local peasants blocked the country's main east-west highway for 18 days. Chamorro eventually ordered army troops to clear the roads. In Managua, police raided a private office that Aristides Sanchez had established, reporting the seizure of numerous rifles, grenades, and other weaponry. They accused Sanchez 318 of masterminding the violent protests. After 4 days in jail, Sanchez was put on a plane to Miami and his second exile. About the time of Sanchez's expulsion, Bermudez flew to Managua for his first visit since the end of the war. He seemed to associates who met with him to be somewhat at loose ends. At the U.S. Embassy, he met with David Lindwall, who had been transferred from Tegucigalpa to Miami. Bermudez told Lindwall that he was kicking around a couple of business ideas. He wanted to export floor tiles to Miami, and was also thinking of setting up an industrial security firm that could employ former Contras. At the same time, Bermudez hoped to recover 2 modest homes and a 3-acre plot outside Managua that the Sandinistas had confiscated from him. One afternoon, he drove out and talked to Cristobal Navarro, the peasant who in 1982 had been given Bermudez's acreage as part of a land reform. He said these properties were his, Navarro said later. But I answered that the revolution had given them to me, with documents. He said that was the bad thing about the revolution, that it had distributed lands and left a lot of problems. The conversation was friendly. In early December, Bermudez drove north from Managua to the town of La Trinidad, where he had a poignant encounter with several dozen former Contras. They all told Bermudez hard luck stories, no work, no prospects. The general staff sold us out cheap, one ex-fighter said. Several Contras asked Bermudez to take their complaints to President Chamorro, but he said that since Rubin and Franklin had signed the final peace treaty, he had no legal standing. There wasn't much he could do. Bermudez flew home to Miami for Christmas, then returned to Managua in mid-January to pursue his property claims. This time, he moved into a sister's nearly empty home in the Belo Horizonte neighborhood, where he lived alone, cooking for himself and washing his own clothes. On the night of February 16, a phone invitation from a mystery caller lured Bermudez to the Intercontinental Hotel to meet someone who never showed up. As Bermudez returned to his Toyota station wagon in the hotel parking lot, a gunman wielding a silenced weapon killed him with one shot through the head. It was a professional hit. Many Nicaraguans instantly martyrized Bermudez, reacting to his murder with an outpouring of grief accorded only to popular heroes. Thousands filed past his open coffin in a public wake and mobbed the airport as his remains were loaded aboard a plane for his final flight to Miami, where his wife chose to bury him. Many of the Americans who Epilogue 319 engineered the Contra War attended Bermudez's funeral at Miami's St. Catherine of Siena Church, including Oliver North, James Atkins, and John Mallet. Bermudez's killing symbolized the end of the Contra era, but at the same time, by undermining Nicaragua's fragile peace framework, opened new possibilities for violence and instability. Shootings, ambushes, knifings, and other bloodshed marked the first year of Contra disarmament. Organization of American States Treaty verification officers received reports of 35 murdered ex-Contras during the year. 4 Contras disappeared. Many of the killings were committed by former Sandinista state security officers, most of whom, after Chamorro abolished the hated agency, had simply donned national police uniforms to continue their vendettas across rural Nicaragua. Bermudez's murder convinced many that no former rebel was safe, and it was in this context that several bands of ex-Contras began to rearm in the spring of 1991. Francisco Dimas Tigrelo Baldavia was one of several former commanders who took up arms. Throughout the war, Dimas had preferred camp life in the remote jungle to the rigors of combat, and some now said that he and the other Recontras simply preferred life in the jungle to the rigors of farming. And some of the newly armed ex-Contras were, as Franklin said, simply bandits. After a decade of war, rural Nicaragua was alive with highwaymen. But there were scores of others with serious political frustrations. Unlike a decade earlier, these rebels would get no foreign aid. The world had changed, and now neither Moscow nor Washington had any interest in financing a Nicaraguan war. Some said the Recontras would just fade away, but I didn't think so. New violence was brewing. To me it looked as though low-level warfare could become endemic. The emergence of the Recontras had served to underline just how little the Contra War had accomplished. After a decade of fighting, Nicaragua suffered from all the maladies that had plagued it a decade earlier: elite rule, police corruption and abuse, land hunger, illiteracy, contagion. In the U.S. view, the war that made Washington feel good had come to a storybook conclusion. But in Nicaragua, it was proving harder to move on. The Contra War would remain the nation's frame of reference for years to come. During my May 1991 trip back to Managua, I went to visit Luis Flay. Throughout 1990, he had worked for the OAS, dishing out rice and beans to ex-Contras from a warehouse in central Nicaragua. After the Bermudez killing, President Chamorro had appointed Flay to sit on a commission monitoring the police investigation, and he had moved back to Managua. I found him living in a two-room wood frame house under a grove of eucalyptus trees on the outskirts of Managua. He looked healthy but broke. He was pleased to have his family back with him, but his sons, reared in Miami on Nintendo and fast food, weren't getting along in the squalor of Managua. But as far as I could see, Flay was one of the few Contra leaders who hadn't sold out. Flay said he sympathized with the plight of the former rebels who were rearming in the north. Everybody felt unsafe after Bermudez's murder. But the time for war had passed, he said. Nothing justifies more fighting. Flay seemed determined to put dogma and rancor behind him. One night in Matagalpa, he sipped sweet coffee and talked politics with his two Sandinista brothers. He tried to explain his choices. He'd never been a mercenary, he'd always fought for ideals. When he'd seen brutality in the rebel force, he had tried to set it right. And when he'd seen the movement's usefulness erode, he came home. It was a brotherly talk, and for the first time Luis believed Jorge and Francisco had begun to see why he had fought his war. Life under the revolution had become impossible for me, Luis said. Undoubtedly, we Sandinistas committed errors, and I recognize them in a spirit of self-criticism. Flay's brother Jorge, the Sandinista army lieutenant, conceded in earnest. Listening, Flay found himself in rare agreement. In this war, nobody deserved to die, Jorge said. Not Enrique, and not anyone else. There's been too much sadness, too many wounds, and they're not going to heal overnight. I guess we'll just have to live with the scars. Ideologically, we still don't get along, Flay said later. But we're brothers. And we're trying to find reconciliation. First, our family. And maybe, someday, the entire Nicaraguan people. List of characters. Abrams, Elliot. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, 1985 to 1989. Adkins, James. The CIA agent and veteran of CIA operations in Laos during the 1960s, who was the agency's base chief in Honduras from 1985 to 1987, succeeding Ray Doty. Oversaw CIA preparations for the Contra's 1987 $100 million offensive. Aguilar, Enrique, Panchito. The young delegate of the Nicaraguan Association for Human Rights, the Contra Human Rights Organization, in the Quilali Regional Command. Aguilar, Roberto, Robespierre. Contra paramedic in the Quilali Regional Command who pronounced murder victim Isaac Gonzalez dead in November 1988. Alex or Captain Alex. CIA military trainer who worked for the Contra War's first Honduras base chief, Ray Doty, from 1981 through 1984. Ali. C. Herrera Hernandez, Antonio. Alvarez Martinez, Gustavo. The hardline rightist Honduran general who, as top commander of the Honduran Armed Forces from 1982 to 1984, worked with Washington to establish the Contra's logistical rearguard in Honduras. Assassinated, apparently by leftist Honduran guerrillas, in Tegucigalpa in 1989. Amador, Roberto. Former National Guard Air Force major recruited into the EDN Air Force in 1983 and shot down by Sandinista troops over Nicaragua weeks later. MP, Rodolfo Escobedo, invisible. Former lieutenant in the National Guard elite force known as the EEBI, who became a CIA favorite after top Contra commander Enrique Bermudez appointed him intelligence chief in 1984. Andrade Espinosa, Carlos. Alleged Sandinista spymaster said to have a stab. 321. 322 List of characters. Listed residents in the Honduran town of Catacamas, adjacent to the Contra's Aguacate base, to manage infiltration operations. Arcos, Crescencio, Chris. U.S. Embassy spokesman in Tegucigalpa, 1981 to 1985, Deputy Director, the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office, 1986 to 1987, Deputy Coordinator, State Department Office of Public Diplomacy, 1987 to 1988, Coordinator for Public Diplomacy on Central America, the White House, 1988 to 1989, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, 1989, U.S. Ambassador to Honduras, 1990. Arias, Leant, Attila. Former National Guard lieutenant and Contra commander who sparked a human rights scandal by ordering the execution of Sandinista prisoners in Cuapa in 1985. Attila. C. Arias, Leant. Ascona, Jose. President of Honduras, 1986 to 1990. Valdivia, Encarnacion, Tigrelo. Anti-Sandinista peasant rebel whose gang Johnson joined in 1981. Became major recruiter for the Contras. Deported by the CIA from Honduras to Miami in 1988. Valdivia, Francisco, Dimas Tigrelo. Encarnacion Valdivia's younger brother, one of the first Contras in 1981 and after the Contra Army's disarmament a decade later, one of the ex-Contras who, angered by the terms of the war's settlement, took up arms anew in 1991. Baltodano, Marta Patricia. Nicaraguan lawyer hired by the State Department to administer a $3 million Contra human rights program, 1986 to 1990. Barreda, Toms. A Nicaraguan peasant whom Tigrelo and Mike Lima accused of being a Sandinista spy and murdered during their first CIA-financed incursion in 1982. Beast, the C. Lopez, Jr., Armando. Bandana, Ivan. A young FDN officer who, many Contras charge, was murdered by an FDN death squad in 1982 because he had criticized the rebel leadership. Bermudez, Elsa. Enrique Bermudez's Dominican-born wife. Bermudez, Enrique, 380. The former National Guard colonel recruited by the CIA to command the Contra Army throughout the war. Deposed from his commander's post by Contra field commanders working at U.S. behest in February 1990. Assassinated in Managua a year later in February 1991. Black Demas. C. Navarro, Marcos. Blake Hurtado, Isaac Samuel, Israelita. Contra counterintelligence interrogator who committed a November 1988 murder in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in Yamals, Honduras, that provoked a human rights scandal. Contras misspelled Blake's last name as Blecker. Bland 6N, Marlon, Gordon. Former National Guard lieutenant who as Max executive officer witnessed the 1983 strangling of 3 Contra officers. Bod 4N, Harry. Former deputy foreign minister under Anastasio Somoza Debayle who was Bermudez's chief Nicaraguan political advisor from 1987 to 1990. Bolt, Alan. Pro-Sandinista researcher who denounced abuses by Sandinista revolutionary authorities and troops against pro-Contra peasants. Longtime friend of Johnson's family. List of characters 323. Boyd, Maj. Gen. Charles E. Chuck. The U.S. Air Force's Western Hemisphere chief who in 1979 put Enrique Bermudez in contact with CIA recruiters. Bravo Centeno, Jose Benito, Mac. The former National Guard sergeant who was the Contra Army's chief trainer through most of the war and the rebels' top intelligence officer from 1988 to 1990. Briggs, Everett Ted. U.S. Ambassador to Honduras from 1986 through 1989. President Bush's National Security Advisor for Latin America from June through December 1990. Brown, Timothy. The political officer in the U.S. Embassy in Tegucigalpa who coordinated embassy contacts with the Nicaraguan resistance, 1987 to 1990. Bull, the. C. Torres, Donald. Busby, Morris. State Department's Special Ambassador for Central America in 1987 and 1988. Told resistance leaders in Miami after Congress rejected Contra aid in February 1988 that further U.S. military assistance was unlikely. Cabezas, Omar. Sandinista guerrilla whose forces Johnson encountered in the hills of Jinotega province in Nicaragua during the 1978 war against Anastasio Somoza Debayle. After 1979, he served in high-ranking posts in the Sandinista Interior Ministry and Community Movement. Calderon, Walter, Tonio. Former National Guard lieutenant and Contra field commander purged from the Nicaraguan resistance after challenging Enrique Bermudez in 1988. Calero, Adolfo. Notre Dame-educated manager of Managua's Coca-Cola bottling plant. The CIA recruited him to move into exile in 1982 and head the FDN's first directorate. Served as a political director of successive Contra organizations until mid-1989. Calero, Mario. Adolfo Calero's younger brother. As the purchaser for the Contra Army from 1984 through 1986, he was criticized for acquiring shoddy supplies and for profiteering. Castillo, Noel, trickster. Former National Guard lieutenant who was Mike Lima's counterintelligence deputy, 1988 to 1989. Centeno Chavarria, Rogelio, Pantera Romeo. Rebel helicopter mechanic at Aguacate Air Base accused in 1987 of being a Sandinista spy and tortured by Contra interrogators. Serrano. C. Moran Gutierrez, Luis Ariel. Cesar, Alfredo. Former head of Nicaragua's central bank under the Sandinista government, served on the Nicaraguan Resistance Directorate from 1987 to 1989, then returned to Nicaragua to campaign for Violeta Barrios de Chamorro. Elected President of the Nicaraguan Congress 1990. Chamorro, Edgar. The Harvard-educated public relations executive the CIA recruited as FDN spokesman in 1982. Purged in 1984 for acknowledging publicly that Contra forces were committing abuses. Chamorro Barrios, Pedro Joaquin. The son of Nicaragua's martyred newspaper publisher, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Cardinal, and Violeta Barrios, who was elected Nicaraguan president in February 1990. Served on the Nicaraguan Resistance Directorate, 1987 to 1988. 324 List of characters. Chandler, Rep. Rod. A Washington state Republican who participated in a March 1989 congressional meeting with Enrique Bermudez to pressure for a complete investigation of the reported abuses in the Quilali Regional Command Camp. Charnico, Umberto, Bird. U.S. Air Force colonel on loan to the State Department to oversee the U.S. financed Contra Human Rights Program from 1987 through 1990. Chidester, Richard. Political officer in the U.S. Embassy in Tegucigalpa who served as a liaison with the Contras, 1986 to 1988. Chino. C. Gonzalez, Eugene. Chino 85. C. Garcia, Carlos. Chino, E.L. C. Lau, Ricardo. Clark, C.O.L. Bill. CIA agent in charge of the agency's Contra sabotage training base at Lepetaric, Honduras, 1982 to 1984. Clark, Gerald, Jerry. Army colonel on loan to the CIA during 1986 to 1987 to serve as operations chief for the Contra's $100 million offensive. Claridge, Dewey. CIA officer who, as chief of the Latin American division of the CIA's Operations Directorate, oversaw the Contra Army's establishment. Coral. Sigeti, Freddy. Korea, Juan Ramon. Sandinista organizer killed in a June 1981 Contra ambush that was Johnson's first armed attack against the Sandinista revolution. Cruz, Arturo. Former Sandinista ambassador to Washington, recruited by National Security aide Oliver North in 1985 to serve on the Contra Directorate. Resigned in 1987. Cruz, Britt Old, X7. Former National Guard enlisted man and top trainer at the Contra training base known as the CIM. Strangled Contra field commander Krill to death in 1983. Cruz, Carmenza, Myrna. Teenage commando who was detained, sexually abused, and tortured in the Quilali Regional Command Camp at the Contra's Yamals base in November 1988. Cuco. C. Sanchez, Enrique. Davis, Steve. CIA agent who helped recruit a new FDN directorate in Miami in December 1982. Deer, the. C. Duarte, Harley. Delgado, Julio Cesar. Exiled Nicaraguan lawyer who was the State Department-funded prosecutor under Johnson on the Contra legal staff. Del Amico, Mario. Cuban-born representative in Honduras of the Miami-based arms dealership RM Equipment Incorporated, which tried to create an arms supermarket in Honduras in 1987. Dennis. C. Meza, Pastor. Diaz, Berta. Young female commando gang raped in 1986 in the Contra unit commanded by Marcos Navarro, the ex-National Guardsman who became the Contra Army's final operations chief. Dimas Tigrelo. C. Baldivia, Francisco. List of characters 325. Document the young American paramedic who administered the Contra CIA-designed medical system in 1983 and 1984. Doty, Ray. The retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant and veteran of the U.S. financed war in Laos who, as the CIA's base chief in Tegucigalpa, administered the Contra Army from 1982 to 1985. Douglas. C. Zelaya, Rudy. Duarte, Harley, the Deer. Former National Guard Second Lieutenant who became Enrique Bermudez's top personnel officer in 1984. Ecker, Tom. CIA agent who taught cryptography at the agency's Lepateric sabotage training base outside Tegucigalpa, 1982 to 1984. Efren. C. Rodriguez, Rolando. Engineer, the Texas-born CIA agent who oversaw construction of the Contra's main Honduran base in the Las Vegas salient in 1983. Espinals, Jose, 03. Former National Guard Police Sergeant who, as Max Deputy at the Contra's La Lodosa camp from 1982 to 1984, executed numerous prisoners. Estrada, Victorino. Nicaraguan farmer on whose lands Johnson often bivouacked his troops during 1984 to 1986. Feldman, Tony. The CIA agent who as chief of the agency's Central American Task Force was in charge of recruiting new FDN political leaders in Miami in December 1982. Later rose to head the Latin American division of the agency's Operations Directorate. Fernandez, Joseph. The CIA agent who as Tomas Castillo helped recruit the FDN Directorate in 1982. CIA Station Chief in Costa Rica, 1984 to 1987. Twice indicted in the Iran-Contra affair. A federal judge dismissed felony charges of lying against Fernandez in November 1989 after the Justice Department barred the release of classified documents Fernandez sought for his defense. Fernando. C. Hernandez, Digines. Fernando. C. Middens, Eddie. Ferry, Azucena. Christian Democrat activist who left Nicaragua to serve on the Nicaraguan Resistance Directorate 1987 to 1988. Returned to Nicaragua to win a seat in the National Assembly in the February 1990 elections. Fears, Alan. The CIA's Central American Task Force chief from October 1984 through February 1988. Aside from CIA Director William Casey, the top agency official directing the Contra war during the period. In July 1991, pleaded guilty to lying to Congress as part of cover-up of Iran-Contra scandal. Fisk, Dan. A young Republican political appointee to the State Department, who worked closely with Adolfo Calero and other Contra political leaders but later grew disillusioned with the corruption he saw in the resistance bureaucracy. Flay, Enrique. A younger brother of Luis Flay, Thonson. A Sandinista army lieutenant, he was ambushed and killed by Contra forces in January 1988. Flay, Francisco. A younger brother of Luis Flay, Johnson. He became a Sandinista army lieutenant and Johnson took him captive during the 1987 $100 million offensive. 326 List of characters. Flay, Jorge. A younger brother of Luis Flay, Johnson, and a Sandinista army lieutenant. Flay, Luis, Johnson. Contra fighter and Fiat commander from 1982 through 1988. Contra Army's top legal investigator during 1988 and 1989. Flay, Magda. Luis Flay's wife. Franklin. C. Galeano, Israel. Friction, Donaldo. The Nicaraguan colonel who briefly commanded the Air Force in the days after the fall of Anastasio Somoza Debayle. Recruited as a Contra pilot by the CIA during the 1987 offensive. Died in a February 1988 crash. Gadi, Freddy, Coral. Former Sandinista. Contra commander who formed the Quilalf Regional Command before he was purged in 1988 for opposing Bermudez. Galaxias. One of Johnson's dozen or so junior investigators in the murder case in the Quilali Regional Command Camp. Galeano, Israel, Franklin. Contra field commander who in mid-1989 became the Contra Army's chief of staff and with U.S. backing in February 1990 succeeded Enrique Bermudez as the Army's top commander. Joined the Sandinista-run Interior Ministry at war's end. Gangman. C. Rivera, Erwin Antonio. Garcia, Carlos, Chino 85. Rebel counterintelligence interrogator and close friend of Enrique Bermudez and Aristides Sanchez, accused of torturing prisoners but acquitted by Resistance Tribunal in 1989. Gastizura, Guillermo, Pecos Bill. Former National Guard lieutenant who worked with the CIA at the Contra's Las Vegas base as an interpreter and radio scanner, 1984 to 1987. George. C. Mallet, John. Gomez, Juan Juanillo, the former National Guard colonel and personal flyer for Anastasio Somoza Debayle, who was appointed by Enrique Bermudez as the FDN's Air Force commander and became Bermudez's personal flyer. Gonzalez, Eugene, Chino. A foot soldier in the Quilali Regional Command who sent notes to Johnson about a November 1988 murder in the camp. Gonzalez, Isaac, Managua. Young commando murdered in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in Yamales, Honduras, in November 1988. Gonzalez, Pedro Joaquin. The Sandinista commander in the northern Nicaraguan town of Quilali who grew disaffected and led the first anti-Sandinista uprising in July 1980. Gorian. C. Blend 6N, Marlon. Goridon. C. Siles, Jose. Guillen, Carlos, Gustavo. The son of a National Guard lieutenant, headed the Contra Special Forces 1982 to 1984. Replaced Johnson as chief Contra legal investigator in 1990. Gustavo. C. Guillen, Carlos. Hernandez, Digines, Fernando. Top Contra field commander and former evangelical preacher who led a dissident rebellion against Enrique Bermudez in 1988. List of characters 327. Herrera Hernandez, Antonio, Ali. The young intelligence officer in the Quilali Regional Command who provided key evidence in Johnson's 1988 murder investigation. Herrera, Julio Cesar, Krill. Former National Guardsman. Contra officer who was executed by Max Men on higher orders in 1983. Strangled to death at the same time were two other Contra officers, Cara de Malo and Habacuc Herrera, Nicolds. The Sandinista political chief in Iquahuenfle returned in early 1990. Icaza, Carlos. Exiled Nicaraguan lawyer who ran a largely ineffective FDN legal office in 1985 and 1986. Invisible. CMP, Rodolfo Escobedo. Israelita. C. Blake Hurtado, Isaac Samuel. Jersey. C. Larios, Francisco. Johnson. C. Flay, Luis. Joel. C. Zapata, Jose. John, Major. CIA agent in command at the agency base on Honduras's Swan Island, which was used from 1986 to 1988 to launch weapons drops to the Contras. Johnson, Don. U.S. Green Beret Colonel on loan to the CIA during 1987 to 1989. During the Contras' $100 million offensive, Johnson was the top CIA agent at Aguacate Air Base in Honduras. Joshua. C. Mercado Matisse, Frank. Kagan, Robert. Young Yale-educated State Department aide to Elliot Abrams who worked on the Contra human rights reform effort, 1986 to 1988. Killer Rat. C. Wall, Frank. Krill. C. Herrera, Julio Cesar. Lacayo, Donald. Adolfo Caleros, principal lawyer at the Coca-Cola plant in Managua before 1982. Legal advisor to Enrique Bermudez, 1987 to 1988. Sided against Bermudez in a 1988 dissident rebellion and was deported from Honduras to Miami in 1988. Larios, Francisco, Jersey. Former National Guard soldier appointed by Mac as Contra counterintelligence chief in 1989. Lau, Ricardo, El Chino. The ex-National Guard colonel from Anastasio Somoza Debal's feared secret police who, serving as Enrique Bermudez's CIA-financed intelligence chief from 1981 through 1984, carried out death squad executions for the Honduran military. Leo. C. Morales, Mariano. Licenciado. C. Sanchez, Victor. Lima, Mike. C. Moreno Payan, Luis. Lindwall, David E. Political officer at the U.S. Embassy in Tegucigalpa who was a USS liaison with the Contras from 1988 to 1990. Little Zelaya. C. Zelaya, Juan Jose. Lopez, Armando, the policeman. Contra commander, former National Guard police lieutenant, and close associate of Enrique Bermudez accused by other Contras of murdering dozens of rebel commandos. GAO auditors in 1988 caught 328 list of characters. Him diverting U.S. financed meat deliveries destined for the Contras main hospital. Lopez, Jr., Armando, the Beast. Son of Armando the policeman Lopez, one of Ricardo Lau's counterintelligence agents, said by many Contras to have executed numerous suspected infiltrators. Lopez, Enrique. Sandinista Army lieutenant seized by Johnson in 1987 along with Johnson's brother Francisco Flay, during a Sandinista effort to convince Johnson to defect. Lopez Contreras, Carlos. Honduran Foreign Minister, 1986 to 1990. McCoy, Col. James L. Defense Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Managua during Anastasio Somoza Debal's final years. Partner in the Miami-based arms dealership RM Equipment Incorporated, which tried to create an arms supermarket in Honduras in 1987. McCracken, Patrick. The former Marine and Vietnam veteran who, as an auditor from the U.S. Congress's General Accounting Office, carried out inspections in Honduras during 1988 that uncovered widespread torture in resistance detention centers. Mac. C. Bravo Centeno, Jose Benito. Maldonado, Luis, Vidal. One of the young commandos tortured during the 1988 counterintelligence roundup in the Quilalf Regional Command Camp. Mallet, John W., George. CIA agent who worked with the Contras in Honduras from 1983 to 1986, then returned to the agency's Central American Task Force at Langley, Managua. C. Gonzalez, Isaac. Martin, Ronald. Partner in the Miami-based arms dealership RM Equipment Incorporated, which tried to create an arms supermarket in Honduras in 1987. Martinez, Roberto, Nolan. The young former student in command of the Quilali Regional Command in 1988 and 1989. Matamoros, Bosco. The Contra CIA-backed spokesman in Washington. Escobedo Palacio was the Contra Washington spokesman whom the State Department backed. Matamoros, Escobedo, Dr. Toms. The former National Guard physician appointed by Enrique Bermudez to head the FDN's fledgling medical corps. Half-brother of Contra spokesman Bosco Matamoros. Mira, William. Assistant to U.S. Ambassador to Honduras Everett Briggs. Worked frequently with the Contras during 1988 and 1989. Medal Rodriguez, Roger, Rambo. A 24-year-old commando in the Quilali Regional Command recruited by counterintelligence operative Isaac Samuel Blake, Israelita, as an interrogator in 1988. Mercado Mattis, Frank, Joshua. Deputy investigator on Johnson's legal staff during 1988 and 1989. Meza, Pastor, Dennis. The son of a wealthy Nicaraguan landowner. The Contra Army's top personnel officer, 1988 to 1990. Middens, Eddie, Fernando. The Contra artillery commander who was president. List of characters 329. Of the 1989 tribunal Johnson organized to try the case of a murder committed in the Quilalf Regional Command Camp in November 1988. Myrna. C. Cruz, Carmenza. Moises. C. Mondragon Martinez, Efren. Molina, Adrian. Johnson Sandinista boss at the Revolutionary Coffee Marketing Agency in the Nicaraguan town of El Qua, 1980 to 1981. Mondrago 6N Martinez, Efren, Moises. Former National Guard sergeant who became one of Col. Ricardo Lau's hitmen. Deserted from the Contra Army in 1985 and returned to Nicaragua. Murdered in Nicaragua by Sandinista state security agents in 1988. Montealegre, Orlando, Oscar Montes. Paymaster for a succession of Contra organizations. Deported from Honduras to Miami in 1988. Montes, Oscar. C. Montealegre, Orlando. Morales, Mariano, Leo. The former National Guard sergeant whom Enrique Bermudez appointed head of the rebel military police from 1985 to 1987. Accused of torture and rape. Morden Gutierrez, Luis Ariel, Serrano. Young commando accused of being a Sandinista infiltrator and detained and tortured in November 1988. Was ordered to help bury murder victim Isaac Gonzalez at the Quilali Regional Command Camp. Moreno Aguilar, Tirso, Rigoberto. Former Nicaraguan cattle merchant who became a top Contra officer. Deported from Honduras to Miami in 1988 after challenging Enrique Bermudez's control over the Contra Army in a dissident rebellion. Moreno Payan, Luis, Mike Lima. Ex-National Guard lieutenant. Contra field commander injured twice in 1984. Became the rebel counterintelligence chief in 1988. Murillo Castillo, Jacqueline. Enrique Bermudez's secretary at the Strategic Command, his headquarters. Accused of being a spy, detained and tortured in 1987. Navarro, Marcos, Black Demas. Former private in Anastasio Somoza Debal's elite force, known as the EEBI. During much of the Contra War, headed the José Dolores Estrada Regional Command, one of the rebel army's most brutal and corrupt units. In 1989, became the Resistance's last operations chief. Nolan. C. Martinez, Roberto. Noriega, Roger. U.S. Agency for International Development official in charge of supervising U.S. financing for Johnson's Human Rights Program in 1988 and 1989. North, Oliver. Former U.S. Marine Lieutenant Colonel who as a National Security Council aide secretly advised and aided the Contra Army during a U.S. military aid cut-off from 1984 to 1986. Convicted in May 1989 on 3 felony counts in the Iran-Contra affair. The convictions were later overturned. Ortega, Daniel. A leading Sandinista guerrilla in the 1979 revolution. Headed Sandinista governments, 1979 to 1984. President of Nicaragua, 1985 to 1990. Brother of Humberto Ortega. 330 List of characters. Ortega, Escobedo, Sherman. Former sergeant in Anastasio Somoza Debaille's elite force, the EEBI, who served as Enrique Bermudez's personal secretary. Ortega, Guillermo. Video cameraman from the Contra Army's Tegucigalpa Public Relations Office convicted of torture in a 1988 Contra tribunal. Fled to Miami. Ortega, Humberto. Sandinista Defense Minister, 1979 to 1990. Sandinista Army General. Brother of Daniel Ortega. Ortega, Rina. Younger sister of Enrique Bermudez's secretary. Was Bermudez's lover in 1984 and 1985. Ortez, Maria Eugenia. Enrique Bermudez's lover from 1986 to 1990. Ortez Rivera, Magdalena, Sandra. The second of 3 teenage sisters tortured in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in November 1988. Ortez Rivera, Odelia. The eldest of 3 teenage sisters tortured in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in November 1988. Ortez Rivera, Rosa. The youngest of 3 teenage sisters tortured in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in November 1988. Ortiz Centeno, Pedro, suicide. Ex-National Guard Sergeant. Contra commander who was executed by other Contras in 1983. Contra leaders have never clarified how, where, or by whom suicide was executed. Osorio, Kilo. A peasant patriarch in northern Nicaragua. Tigrelo's younger brother Dimas ordered the murder of Osorio, along with 3 of his sons, at Huayna, Nicaragua, in late 1982 in order to take his daughters as concubines. Palacio, Escobedo. The Contra spokesman in Washington who was backed by the State Department, 1986 to 1989. Bosco Matamoros was the Contra spokesman backed by the CIA. Palacio became Nicaragua's ambassador to Washington after Violeta Chamorro's 1990 presidential election victory. Panchito. C. Aguilar, Enrique. Pantera Romeo. C. Centeno Chavarria, Rogelio. Parker, Dana. Vietnam veteran and Huntsville, Alabama, police officer who visited Contra camps in Honduras and was killed while participating in a 1984 Contra air attack on the Sandinista base at Santa Clara, Nicaragua. Pecos Bill. C. Gastizura, Guillermo. Penchia Rodriguez, Ram 6N, Z2. Former National Guard police corporal who was Mac's longtime intelligence deputy, at the La Lodosa camp from 1982 to 1984 and on the Contra General Staff from 1988 to 1989. Pineda, Dennis, Benny. Former National Guard Second Lieutenant who was appointed by Enrique Bermudez as his operations aide in 1984. Policeman, the C. Lepez, Armando. Powell, James. A former U.S. Army helicopter pilot from Memphis, Tennessee, who joined the Contras. Killed in a 1984 Contra helicopter attack on the Sandinista base at Santa Clara, Nicaragua. Pozo, Marco. Nicaraguan Contra pilot killed with Americans James Powell and Dana Parker in a 1984 Contra helicopter attack on the Sandinista base at Santa Clara, Nicaragua. Quiche. C. Rivas, Juan Ramon. Rambo. C. Medal Rodriguez, Roger. List of characters 331. Regalado, Gen. Humberto. Top commander of the Honduran military, 1985 to 1990. Reich, Otto. The State Department official who, as coordinator for public diplomacy, in 1985 led the U.S. attack on a series of photos taken by American student Frank Wall of Contras executing a prisoner. Renato. C. Ruiz Castel 6N, Francisco. Ricardo, Major. A Colombian-born CIA agent based in Honduras throughout the war who reported on rebel activities to the agency's base and station chiefs. Rigoberto. C. Moreno Aguilar, Tirso. Rivas, Gerardo. A Nicaraguan peasant whom Tigrelo and Mike Lima accused of being a Sandinista agent and murdered during their first CIA-backed incursion into Nicaragua in 1982. Rivas, Juan Ramon, Quiche. Former National Guard Sergeant. Longtime Contra Field Commander, Chief of Staff from 1988 through March 1989. Confronted with 10-year-old drug trafficking allegations and forced to resign his post by CIA agents, allowing Enrique Bermudez to return to his post as the Contra's commanding general. Ribeiro, Osvaldo. Argentine Colonel, attached to Argentine Army Intelligence Battalion 601, who headed a contingent of Argentine undercover agents who worked with the Contras from 1980 through 1983. Rivera, Erwin Antonio, Gangman. The 17-year-old peasant commando who, after brutal interrogation by counterintelligence interrogators in November 1988, agreed to cooperate with his tormentors and became a torturer himself. Robelo, Alfonso. Nicaraguan businessman and politician, member of the First Sandinista Revolutionary Junta, 1979 to 1980. Johnson supported him in 1981 after he broke with the Sandinistas. Member of the Contra CIA Recruited Political Directorate, 1985 to 1987. Roberto. The CIA agent who was the agency's liaison officer with MAC, the rebel intelligence chief, 1988 to 1990. Robespierre. C. Aguilar, Roberto. Rocha, Bernardo. Former peasant and longtime rebel fighter detained and tortured by Contra counterintelligence agents from November 1989 through January 1990. Rodriguez, Rolando, Efren. Contra commander and member of the 1989 tribunal that tried the case of a murder committed in November 1988 in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in Yamals, Honduras. Informed MAC that the tribunal had caught him in perjury. Ruben. C. Sobelvero, Oscar. Ruben, D.R.C. Rugama, Francisco. Rugama, Francisco, Dr. Ruben. Exiled Nicaraguan physician who, during his service in the Contra Medical Corps from 1983 to 1985, witnessed numerous murders. Ruiz Castellan, Francisco, Renato. Former National Guard lieutenant who headed the Contra's San Jacinto Regional Command during much of the war. 332 List of characters. Top Contra finance officer, 1989 to 1990. Assassinated in Tegucigalpa in June 1991. Sacasa, Marta. The Contra Army's spokeswoman in Miami, 1983 to 1988. Sanchez, Aristides. The wealthy, exiled Nicaraguan landowner who worked closely with the CIA as a behind-the-scenes associate of Enrique Bermudez, the Contra commander. Turned on Bermudez in 1989, helping to engineer Bermudez's final 1990 purge. Sanchez, Enrique, Cuco. Aristides Sanchez's older brother and Adolfo Calero's brother-in-law. A former deputy to the Nicaraguan Congress from Somoza's Liberal Party. Coordinated the Contra Army's internal front, the unit attempting to establish a spy network inside Nicaragua, until his 1988 break with Bermudez and deportation to Miami. Stanque, Victor, Licenciado. Aristides Sanchez's younger brother. Rebel officer, 1982 to 1988. Watched CIA agents direct Bermudez's activities at Aguacate Air Base in December 1987 during a major rebel attack. Quit the resistance after backing the 1988 anti-Bermudez dissident rebellion. Sandino, Alfonso. Nicaraguan lawyer who, as a human rights aide to Marta Patricia Baltodano, interviewed dozens of Contra prisoners in 1988 and 1989. Sandino, Roger. The ex-National Guard lieutenant who blew up a Nicaraguan bridge in the first CIA-directed sabotage, in March 1982. Recruited Johnson into the FDN. Sandra. C. Ortez Rivera, Magdalena. Sean, Major. Former U.S. Green Beret who was a CIA trainer at the agency's Lepateric sabotage training base outside Tegucigalpa, 1982 to 1984. Secord, Richard. Former U.S. Air Force Major General who helped Oliver North purchase arms for the Contras when U.S. military aid was barred by Congress from 1984 to 1986. Pleaded guilty in November 1989 to one felony count in the Iran-Contra affair. Sherman. C. Ortega, Ecobedo. Shields, Vincent. The CIA station chief in Tegucigalpa from 1984 through mid-1987. In the late 1960s, during the CIA's war in Laos, Shields served as the deputy chief at Longshan, the main base for the agency's army of 40,000 Laotian peasants. Siles, Jose, Gorian. One of the young commandos tortured during a 1988 counterintelligence roundup in the Kwilali Regional Command Camp. Singlaub, John. Retired U.S. Army general who raised money and brokered at least one weapons purchase for the Contras in 1985, when official U.S. military aid was illegal. 6-7. C. Tigerino, Cesar. Skelton, Rep. Ike. A conservative Missouri Democrat and Contra supporter who led the March 1989 efforts to pressure Enrique Bermudez for a complete investigation of reported abuses in the Kwilali Regional Command Camp. Sobelvero, Oscar, Ruben. Member of the Rebel General Staff, 1988 to 1990. Signed an agreement demobilizing the Contra Army in March 1990. Somoza Debayle, Anastasio Taco. The last of the Somoza family dictators. Son of Anastasio Somoza Garcia. Ruled Nicaragua from 1967 through July 1979. List of characters 333. Somoza Garcia, Anastasio. The first commander of the Nicaraguan National Guard. Founder of the Somoza dynasty and dictator of Nicaragua from 1936 to 1956. Somoza Portocarrero, Anastasio Tacaito. Somoza Debaile's Harvard-educated son. In 1979, became the commander of the National Guard's most elite unit, known as the EEBI. Somoza, Julio. Anastasio Somoza Debaile's second son, the child raised in the dictator's residence by National Guardsman Jose Benito Bravo, Mac. Stenholm, Rep. Charles W. A Texas Democrat who participated in a March 1989 Capitol Hill meeting aimed at pressuring Enrique Bermudez for a complete investigation of reported abuses in the Kwilali Regional Command Camp. Steve, Captain. Vietnam veteran and CIA agent based in the Contra base at Yamales, Honduras, in 1986 and early 1987. Suazo Cordova, Roberto. President of Honduras, 1982 to 1986. Suicide. C. Ortiz Centeno, Pedro. Tanga. Former National Guard soldier who commanded the Contra military police force in 1988 and 1989. Ted, Mr. A CIA agent and longtime veteran of agency paramilitary operations in Laos and other Asian countries who worked with the Contras in Honduras during the mid-1980s. Terry. CIA paramilitary agent in Laos, 1963 to 1965. CIA station chief in Honduras, 1987 to 1989. Chief, Latin American Division of CIA's Operations Directorate 1989- As an active-duty intelligence agent who has not been previously identified in print, it is illegal to publish his full name. Thomas, Major. CIA trainer at the agency's Lepateric sabotage training base outside Tegucigalpa, 1982 to 1984. Later in the war, he was based at the Yamal's Strategic Command Camp, often debriefing returning rebel officers about their field experiences. 380. C. Bermudez, Enrique. Tigrelo. C. Baldivia, Encarnacy 6N. Tigerino, Cesar, 6-7. Former interrogator from Anastasio Somoza Debal's secret police agency, the Office of National Security, who became a Contra interrogator. Accused by the State Department of torture in 1989. Tim, a CIA agent based at Langley in 1989 who worked with the Contras and who, like many State Department officials, turned critical of the corruption among the resistance politicians whom the agency had recruited to represent the rebels. Toms, D.R.C. Matamoros, Echo Beto. Tonio. C. Calderon, Walter. Torres, Donald, the Bull. Former National Guard Major appointed by Enrique Bermudez to be the Contra Army's counterintelligence chief, 1984 to 1988. Accused by the State Department of torture in 1989. Trickster. C. Castillo, Noel. Ubeda, Yurlin Marta. Young woman repeatedly raped in the Contra's Counterintelligence Interrogation Center between 1986 and 1988. 334 List of characters. Vital. C. Maldonado, Luis. Villagra, Hugo, Visage. Former captain in Anastasio Somoza Debal's elite force, known as the EEBI. Recruited by the CIA to replace Enrique Bermudez as the FDN's theater commander in 1983, then forced from the movement when the American plot to oust Bermudez failed. Villegas, Santiago. An Argentine Army intelligence agent who trained Contra fighters in Honduras, 1981 to 1983. Visage. C. Villagra, Hugo. West, Major. The first CIA agent to command the Contra Air Base at Honduras Aguacate Air Base when it opened in 1983. Wilfredo. C. Zeld 6N, Santos. Winters, Donald. The CIA station chief in Tegucigalpa from 1982 to 1984 who worked with Base Chief Ray Doty to establish the Contra Army in Honduras. Wall, Frank, Killer Rat. The Northwestern University student who sold Newsweek magazine photos of Contras slashing the throat of a prisoner, which the American took during a 1985 visit to Max Base Camp. X7. C. Cruz, Britt Old. Zelaya, Juan Jose, Little Zelaya. The former personal secretary to Gen. Samuel Gini, Anastasio Somoza Debal's intelligence chief, whom Enrique Bermudez made his intelligence aide in 1984. Zelaya, Rudy, Douglas. Contra field commander who traveled with Johnson to Washington in April 1985. By 1990 he was the Contra's top logistics officer. Zeledin, Santos, Wilfredo. Johnson's executive officer during the $100 million offensive. Served on the 1989 tribunal Johnson organized to try the case of a murder committed in the Quilali Regional Command Camp in Yamals, Honduras, in November 1988. Zapata, Jose, Joel. The former National Guard sergeant who was Mike Lima's counterintelligence deputy in the Contra's Yamals base camps, 1988 to 1989. Accused of torture by the State Department in 1989. 03. C. Espinals, Jose. Z2. C. Pina Rodriguez, Ramon. A note on sources. Although I covered the Nicaraguan War intermittently from 1983 through 1988 for the Miami Herald, learned most of the history I recount in this book while conducting research during a 1989 to 1990 leave of absence, working under the auspices of an Alicia Patterson Foundation Fellowship. During my research, I conducted about 250 separate interviews. I talked to about 65 different Contra rebels, about 20 present and former U.S. officials who worked with the rebel army, and about 20 Nicaraguan and Honduran government officials. Most of those interviews I taped and transcribed. Several rebel commanders who administered offices that maintained written records bearing on the Contra Army's history allowed me to read, take notes from, and in some cases copy those files. These included the Public Relations Office, the Counterintelligence Section, the Legal Advisor's Office, and the Asociación Nicaragüense Pro Derechos Humanos, the Nicaraguan Association for Human Rights. Those interviews and original records provided my basic source materials. I have portrayed dialogue and other personal encounters only when I have been able to draw detailed first-hand accounts from interviews or written records. During 1989 and 1990, I taped about 40 interviews with Luis Flay, some 100 hours of conversation. Unless otherwise noted, I have drawn my accounts of passages in which Johnson figures as a character from interviews with him.